Chapter 70, The Echo of Power. The Echo of Power. When Einar was 5 years old, Grinmar was hammering a sword, the echo of metal ringing through the forge. His eyes, dulled by routine, lifted when he heard staggering footsteps. Einar appeared at the entrance, covered in wounds, dried blood marking his clothes like a cruel reminder. Grinmar glanced at him for only a few seconds, then returned to his work without changing his tone. "Go get healed. Don't bother your mother," he said coldly, tossing him a small pouch of coins without looking at him. Not a hint of compassion. Not another word. And Einar, still trembling, walked away in silence. Hours later, he returned, already healed by the village healer. The wounds had disappeared, but the stains on his clothes remained, and his eyes had changed. There was no more pain or confusion. Only emptiness. That, at least, caught Grinmar's attention. He looked at the boy from the corner of his eye. "I guess you can't forge something strong without breaking the weak first," he muttered to himself, clinging to the same excuse he always used to quiet his guilt. He wasn't the boy's real father. Not really. Just a burden imposed on him. That night, dinner passed in the usual silence. The house was cold, despite the fire. Einar ate quietly and soon retired to his room. "Was the boy hurt?" asked Ifia, collecting the dishes with mechanical movements. "Yes. But he's healed now," Grinmar replied, not lifting his eyes from the table. "Then it doesn't matter," Ifia murmured, emotionless, uninterested. Her grey eyes cast a look of pure contempt at her husband. That contempt was mutual. They were bound by an obligation neither had chosen. She didn't love humans. He hated elves. They both despised what had brought them together. And more than Einar, they hated each other. Grinmar closed his eyes, rubbing his temples in frustration. Then it happened, for an instant, his eyes glowed gold. It wasn't magic. It wasn't human rage. It was something else. Something, immense, contained, on the verge of breaking. But before he could say anything, a wooden plate hit him squarely on the forehead. He looked up, startled. Ifia was staring at him, but this time, her eyes weren't grey. They were green, deep, shining with tears and fury. "This was your idea," she spat. "How can you ignore a child like that? He's 5 years old. What if he had died?" Her voice trembled as she moved toward Einar's room, driven by an impulse that didn't feel like her own. "I know," said Grinmar, or whatever was inside him at that moment. "But you know we can't get close. If we touch him, if we reveal ourselves, if we let him feel us, we'll mark him. And they'll all come for him." "I know," Ifia shouted, or what possessed her. "But it hurts. It hurts so much. I thought we chose well. That they'd have at least some humanity." "He will have what he needs," he said. "Even if it makes him suffer, even if he rejects them one day, he'll grow strong. He'll learn to love, to fight, to protect. He'll have a long, full life. And when the time comes, he'll be ready." She looked at him, heartbroken, with a tenderness she couldn't express through the borrowed flesh. "If one day he remembers us. I don't care if he hates his father. I'll hate him with him." Silence fell over them. He didn't respond. Not because he didn't want to, because he couldn't. Time itself trembled in his chest. He didn't dare look into the future. "Not this time. We have to go. We can't stay close for long," he said, gently embracing her. A soft light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, their eyes returned to normal. Grinmar and Ifia shuddered as if waking from a shared nightmare. They looked at each other for a moment, then turned away in disgust, like strangers forced to live together. Meanwhile, in his room, Einar lay awake. He had heard everything. And while his 5-year-old mind didn't yet understand what his parents had been talking about, a deep part of him felt it. So that's what it was. That was the first thing Einar whispered as he opened his eyes suddenly. He had finally understood. At last, after more than 10 years, a forgotten truth had revealed itself to him. It was as if the final piece of an eternal puzzle had clicked into place. Or more than that, as if an ancient seal, buried deep in his memory, had silently broken. He felt a slight headache, but didn't worry. He pushed the thoughts aside as if they meant nothing. He had learned to live in the present. The future was not his enemy unless it disrupted his way of life, and if something had to happen, it would, just as it always had. And from the words that had risen from that sealed memory, it was clear, it was something that would only happen when his human body ceased to exist. That was still a long way off. Einar got up, the echo of that revelation still resonating in his chest, and walked out to the courtyard. Today was the final match of the weekly dueling club tournament. He was curious to see how much his students had improved. Since founding the club over a month ago, champions had come and gone, collecting their rewards with pride. Even Cedric and Harry had taken part, winning several times, until the students rebelled. It was unfair, they claimed, to let two students who trained every day and barely attended classes compete against them. Since then, only 3 students had managed to become champions. 2 of them, obviously, were Fred and George. Their motivation to obtain the transmute spell was so intense they threw themselves entirely into battle. It had been an unforgettable sight. When they used the spell, their meager magicar reserves were barely enough to create a pathetic little gold pebble, before collapsing unconscious. But the twins didn't give up. When Einar explained that greater alteration mastery meant stronger transmutation, they started using telekinesis for absolutely everything. Soon, it was common to see them with books, trunks, and even classmates floating around them, training relentlessly. The third champion had been Daphne Greengrass. Quiet, cold, and meticulous, she had been secretly training with Fleur. Her progress was as explosive as it was expected. She chose the calm spell as her reward. She asked if it could be used on others, and when Einar nodded, she quietly explained that her sister suffered from insomnia. She studied the spell in just a few hours and mastered it with surgical precision. Her bond with her family ran deep. "Hurry up, Einar. The final's about to start." Fred shouted from the stands when he saw the professor approaching. As always, he treated Einar more like a friend than a figure of authority, but Einar didn't mind in the slightest. "With the arrival of our adorable draconic professor, we can now begin the final fight of the week," announced Lee Jordan from above. "Today we have an epic match, Neville, our stealthiest champion, versus Ron Weasley, the tournament's surprise contender." "How did Ron make it to the finals, you ask?" "Well, it turns out all his previous opponents mysteriously suffered stomach issues. Maybe we should check if Ron's cheating," he said mockingly, provoking a wave of laughter. And it wasn't a joke. Ron had reached the finals without fighting even once. All his opponents had ended up in the infirmary, after sharing the same, forgotten, cake from the Hogwarts kitchen. Apparently, one of the house elves had confused the ingredients with a vomit potion mix. "It wasn't my fault. They went into the kitchen. And if I had poisoned the cake, I would have eaten it too," protested Ron indignantly. "Makes sense," Fred, George, and Lee said in unison as they laughed. "We don't know if it was luck, fate, or gluttony, but it all ends today," George announced with a mischievous grin. "Neville not only wields advanced magic thanks to being Einar's assistant and changing his wand, but his hand-to-hand combat skills have become precise, which surprised everyone. Since my fight with Harry, I've improved too," Ron replied with a seriousness few had seen in him. "Are you going to hit another student?" "I'm sure Mum's going to be mad," said Fred in mock horror, startling his brother for a moment. "All right, stop bothering him. Neville also wants to show what he's made of," said Einar, calming the twins who kept teasing Ron to unnerve him. "It's true. Neville has improved like crazy, showing up like a wild stallion and knocking out every opponent with a precise chin strike. It's obvious he learned from Einar," Fred said quickly. "Well, he needed some confidence, so I forced him into the tournament. And if he wins, I'll grant him one wish," said Einar calmly. "That's better than learning a spell." "No fair," everyone complained. "Improve like Neville did these past few months, and I wouldn't mind giving you a chance," Einar replied swiftly, making everyone fall silent. And it was true. Since Neville had changed his wand and started accompanying Einar as his assistant while training Harry and Cedric, he had improved greatly in class even in potions. He was one of the few who still ate every ingredient to feel its effects on his body. Many had stopped because it was disgusting, but those who still practiced it were the best students in potions. Even Snape couldn't complain about the odd method they used. "Enough chatter. It's time for the battle to begin," said Lee Jordan quickly, as the crowd grew excited. Meanwhile, Ron and Neville took their stances with fists raised. The two boys faced each other under the watchful eyes of dozens of students forming a wide circle in the courtyard. The air was thick with excitement, and the murmurs died as soon as Lee Jordan raised his hand. "Begin." The moment the signal was given, Neville stepped forward, his gaze steady, no trace of the trembling boy he had once been. His stance was low, arms guarding his face, moving lightly on the balls of his feet. Ron, on the other hand, charged with force, throwing a direct punch to the face. Bam! But Neville turned his head just in time, letting the fist graze past his ear, and countered with a right hook to Ron's ribs. The impact sounded sharp, like a hammer hitting wet leather. Ron stepped back with a grunt but didn't fall. "Go Neville," shouted Dean from the crowd. Ron launched a flurry of wild punches, trying to take the lead with brute force, but Neville was no longer easy to knock down. With surprising agility, he dodged to the side, ducked under a wide swing, and spun on one foot, delivering a spinning kick to Ron's calf that made him stagger. The redhead stumbled back but lunged like a wounded lion, ramming forward with his shoulder. They both rolled across the ground, through dirt and dry leaves. Hands grabbed at robes, elbows clashed, legs tangled, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. Einar, standing at the edge of the circle, watched intently without a word. His eyes followed every move Neville made, like a master evaluating his disciple. "That's it, Neville. Use your center of gravity. Remember what I taught you," he murmured to himself. Neville broke free with a hold that threw Ron onto his back. He didn't waste time, he placed a knee on Ron's chest and raised his fist, but didn't strike. Ron, panting, raised his hands in surrender. "I give up." All right. I give up." Silence lasted a moment, then erupted into cheers. Everyone applauded as Fred and George laughed and lifted Neville onto their shoulders like a war hero. "Textbook beating," yelled Fred. "The Lion of Longbottom has roared. This is historic. Someone write this on the bathroom walls," shouted George between laughs. Einar simply crossed his arms, proud, while Neville, with a shy smile and flushed cheeks, received the ovation. "Promise kept, Neville," said Einar as he approached. "Make your wish." Neville stayed silent for a moment, as if unsure whether he should speak in front of everyone. But then, eyes shining and voice clear, he said. "I want you to teach me real battle magic." A new silence swept across the courtyard, like a curtain dragged by the wind. Einar nodded slowly, and for the first time in a long while, smiled with true respect. "Then prepare yourself, Lion. What's coming is no game." Chapter 71, The Price of Reputation. "Sirius, I'm glad you're nearby, really glad. But you're always risking getting caught," said Harry, frowning as he watched his godfather share a lively afternoon with Hagrid and Einar in the gamekeeper's hut. Hagrid, being the only friend Einar had fully accepted, often sought him out whenever he wanted to have some fun. To him, Einar was like another half-giant, tough, strong, and with a surprising tolerance for alcohol, even without the size. Sirius, on the other hand, was more like an uninvited guest who had slipped into their gatherings. Still, Einar didn't despise him. Perhaps he saw him as a bit childish, maybe even clumsy, but not a bad person. Especially because it was clear he cared deeply for his godson and didn't hesitate to risk his life to make sure Harry was safe. "You worry too much, Harry," said Sirius with a confident smile. "With my friend Einar here, no one would dare come near me." "When did I agree to be your friend?" Einar interrupted with a firm voice. "Hey! We've been drinking buddies for weeks. That counts as friendship." Sirius replied quickly, proudly. Einar stared at him for a few seconds, as if contemplating the statement, then answered with his usual calm. "You might be right," he finally said, neither fully agreeing nor denying it. Making friends with Einar wasn't easy. Even back in Skyrim, he could count his true friends on one hand, everyone else were just followers or subordinates. In a world so cruel and treacherous, as he knew from names like Astrid, Mercer Fry, Thonar Silverblood, or even Nelith, trust was a rare treasure. Simple people like Hagrid were the exception and therefore, precious. "See? I told you!" Sirius exclaimed with childish pride. "And don't worry. Thanks to the invisibility skill Einar gave me in my animagus form, it's nearly impossible to find me. Only you and Dumbledore know about it." Despite his words, the expression on Harry's face didn't soften. Sirius noticed it immediately. "Harry. I want to be close to you. I care about you more than you care about me. Maybe even more than I should," he said, placing a warm hand on the boy's shoulder. Meanwhile, Hermione picked up some copies of the Daily Prophet that Sirius always carried with him and hurried to show the headlines to Harry and Ron. The first one read, "The Mysterious Illness of Bartemius Crouch," and the second, "Ministry Which Still Missing, Minister Personally Involved in the Case." Harry focused on the first article. It said that Crouch hadn't been seen in public since November, and his house appeared completely empty. St. Mungo's refused to give any statements, and so did the ministry. My brother is his assistant, Ron commented. He says it's from overworking. Though, the last time I saw him up close, he looked sick, added Harry as he recalled. He deserves it for firing Winky, Hermione suddenly said, drawing all eyes with her firm tone. I bet he regrets not having her to take care of him now. Hermione's obsessed with house elves. Ron muttered, rolling his eyes. But both Sirius and Einar seemed to pay attention to her words. Einar had seen Winky several times in the Hogwarts kitchen, but he hadn't looked into it. Or perhaps, in this more peaceful world, he was simply allowing himself to relax. Crouch fired his elf? Sirius asked, intrigued. Yes, during the Quidditch World Cup, Harry explained, telling how the Dark Mark had appeared in the sky and how Einar had taken down several of the Dark Lord's followers. Winky was found with Harry's wand in her hand and was instantly blamed. Let me get this straight, Sirius said. You first saw Winky saving a seat for Crouch, but he never showed up to the match. Harry, did you check if you had your wand when you left the stands? No, Harry admitted, thoughtful. I didn't need it until we entered the forest, and that's when I noticed it was gone. Do you think whoever cast the mark stole it from you in the stands? Sirius asked seriously. Maybe, Harry replied, turning to Sirius. Winky didn't steal that wand, Hermione declared firmly. Who else was sitting behind you? Sirius pressed. Lots of people. The ministers, even the Malfoys, said Harry. The Malfoys. Ron spat in disgust. It was definitely Lucius Malfoy. No one else? Sirius asked calmly. Yes. Ludo Bagman, added Hermione. Don't know him. I just know he used to be a beater, Sirius commented before turning to Harry. What's he like? He's a good person. He's helped me a lot with the tournament, Harry replied. Oh yeah? And why would he do that? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. He says he has a soft spot for me, Harry answered. We saw him in the forest before the Dark Mark appeared, said Hermione. But he didn't stay in the forest, added Ron. He went back to the camp. How do you know? Come on, you think it was him? Ron said, skeptical. Better him than Winky, Hermione replied firmly. I told you she's obsessed with house elves. Ron was cut off by Sirius. What did Crouch do when he found his elf with Harry's wand? He checked the bushes. But there was no one, said Harry. Right. He was looking for someone else. And then? He just fired her, for not staying in the tent and for letting things get out of control, Hermione answered, annoyed. Give it a rest, Hermione, said Ron, irritated. She's looked more into Crouch than you have. If you want to know what someone's like, see how they treat those beneath them, not their equals, said Sirius thoughtfully. All these disappearances, he sets aside a seat and doesn't show up to the match. He's working on the tournament, yet disappears. If he's so sick that he can't even show up to work. I'll eat Buckbeak, Sirius added sarcastically. You know him? Asked Einar, who had been silently observing the conversation. I know him very well, Sirius replied, a cold look in his eyes and a touch of madness in his voice. He's the one who sent me straight to Aszkaban, without a trial. What? The three teens exclaimed in unison. You're joking, said Harry, in disbelief. No. Not at all. Crouch was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Everyone thought he'd be the next minister. A brilliant wizard, yes, and power-hungry. He never supported Voldemort, not publicly, at least. Always claimed to be fighting the dark side. But, well, many said the same. You wouldn't understand. You're still too young, said Sirius, as the fireplace behind him crackled, briefly illuminating the shadow of what had once been the most wanted man in the wizarding world. That again. My dad said the same thing. Go on, try it, said Ron. All right. How do I put this? Let's say Voldemort is currently at the height of his power. You don't know who supports him, who's on his side and who isn't, but you do know he can control people into doing terrible things. People are scared that their families, friends, or even they themselves might be harmed. Every week there's news of more deaths, disappearances, and torture. The ministry is in chaos. They don't know what to do, and they're desperately trying to keep muggles from noticing anything, but even muggles are starting to die. Terror, panic, and confusion are everywhere. That's how things were. And this brings out the best in some people, and the worst in others. I don't know if Crouch's intentions were good from the beginning, but he rose quickly through the ministry and started implementing very harsh measures against Voldemort's followers. He requested special permissions, for example, authorization to kill instead of capture. And I wasn't the only one handed over to the Dementors without a trial. He fought violence with violence and authorized the use of the unforgivable curses. He was as cruel and bold as the enemies themselves. That earned him a lot of support from those who wanted him to take over as minister. When Voldemort disappeared, it was time for Crouch to take the position. But something ruined those plans. Crouch's own son was caught among the Death Eaters who escaped Aszkaban searching for their master to restore his power. Crouch's son was caught, asked Hermione. Meanwhile, Einar frowned slightly, looking confused. Yes. Maybe Crouch should have spent more time with his family, Sirius added. Maybe he should have worked less and come home more often to see his son. His son was a Death Eater, asked Harry. I'm not really sure, Sirius replied. I was already in Aszkaban when they brought him in. These are things I found out after I got out. But it's hard to find reliable information when you're a fugitive. Maybe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, like the house elf. Did he try to free him? Free him? Sirius let out a bitter laugh. You clearly don't understand. That man wanted to remove anything that could tarnish his reputation. He spent his entire life climbing the ranks to become minister. That's why he dismissed his elf, so no one would associate him again with the Dark Mark. Doesn't that tell you what kind of man he was? He even used his fatherly love to give his son a trial, but only to show how much he despised him. Then he was sent to Aszkaban, he added. I saw the Dementors dragging him away. I saw it through the bars of my cell. We were practically neighbors. He couldn't have been older than 19. At night, he screamed for his mother, then he went quiet after a few days. But they all go quiet eventually. Except when they scream in their sleep, said Sirius, his gaze growing sadder than ever as he remembered his prison days. Is he still in Aszkaban? Asked Harry. No. He's not there anymore. He died a year after he arrived. And he wasn't the only one. Most go mad, stop eating, and lose the will to live. You could tell when someone was close to dying, because the Dementors would get excited. They knew. The boy was sick when he arrived. Crouch and his wife were allowed to visit him, being high-ranking officials in the ministry. That was the last time I saw Barty Crouch, practically dragging his wife past my cell. Some time later, she died too, of grief. Just like the boy. Crouch didn't even claim his son's body. The Dementors buried him on the edge of the fortress. I saw them do it, he added. And that's how he lost everything, right when it seemed he was about to have it all. A hero, poised to become minister for magic. But his son died, his wife too, and his name was stained. People started to feel sorry for the boy and blamed his father for not caring about him, and that's why Fudge got the position instead. Crouch ended up in the Department of International Cooperation. Everyone fell silent after hearing the story. Well. I gave you time to draw conclusions. But honestly, you're terrible at this, said Einar, suddenly breaking the silence as everyone turned to him. What do you mean? Asked Sirius, while the Golden Trio stared at him. Crouch's son was caught by me and Arthur when we went to Moody's house. If I'm not mistaken, Arthur said he was kissed by a Dementor, whatever that means. But he didn't die. His mother took his place, and his father kept him hidden. The empty seat was actually occupied by him, wearing a cloak like Harry's. I felt him. But since he didn't seem like a threat, I ignored it. Well, maybe I got too into that sport, and got distracted for a moment. When we saw Crouch again on the day of the goblet, he reeked of dark magic, or a curse, to be precise, though I don't know which one. I'm not familiar with the curses in this place. By the way, he's the one who sent the assassins, so when I came back to take care of it, he was already gone. I'm sure he was working under the orders of those who knew the Death Eaters I killed at the World Cup, said Einar, revealing details that completely changed the story. Wait, why was Crouch's son at Moody's house? Sirius asked quickly. Taking over his body with a potion that changes appearance. There was also an animagus, but I caught him when he wandered off. Otherwise, I would have thought he was just a normal rat, wheel-bearing, he added. Hearing that, both Harry and Sirius opened their eyes wide. You saw Peter Pettigrew, said Sirius, his voice gaining a flicker of clarity. I don't know who that is. But if he's the rat, then yeah, said Einar. Well, that changes everything, said Hermione, already analyzing everything carefully. Sirius looked like he wanted to ask more about Peter, but there wasn't much Einar could say. Peter's a traitor. He was with Crouch Jr. That means they're both Death Eaters. Barty Crouch Jr. stole your wand, since he was sitting behind us with Winky. Crouch Sr. knew, that's why he checked around and got angry when he saw Winky alone. The one who cast the mark was Barty Jr. and Crouch Sr. knew, said Hermione quickly, nailing the key details. Good, said Einar with a smile. Just a few details and the whole story changed, he added proudly, praising his student. Why didn't you tell Dumbledore? Asked Sirius, before realizing how stupid the question was. He raised his hands and said, my bad. Force of habit. Only Ron frowned at those words, while Hermione and Harry understood. Well, of course I wouldn't have known that part. The Ministry wouldn't want it getting out that a prisoner escaped Aszkaban again, especially with the help of one of their own. They'd rather kill Barty Jr. outright, just like they tried with me, added Sirius, his eyes full of contempt. Your brother works for him, right? He asked Ron. Yeah, said Ron. Ask him if he's seen Crouch lately, in person, said Sirius. All right. I just have to be careful not to make it sound like he's a suspect. Percy worships him. He's his biggest fan, said Ron. Fine. It's time you head back to school. And don't leave Hogwarts for a while, Harry. After the attack on Einar, Hogsmeade isn't safe. Well, unless he goes with you, but in that case, you might see something traumatizing, said Sirius as he looked out the window at the sunset. Traumatizing? Asked Harry and Hermione with interest. I just got rid of some assassins, added Einar, standing up. Come on, I'll go with you. Chapter 72, Warriors Training. Warriors Training. What are we doing today, Professor? Asked Hermione, as she looked at all the Hogwarts students gathered, wooden swords in hand. Einar stepped forward with the calmness of a seasoned warrior, his eyes scanning each of the students. Today. I'll teach you how to fight against wizards. Everyone stared at him, confused. After all, they were wizards. With wooden swords? Asked Ron, frowning in skepticism. Obviously, Einar replied calmly. If I gave you real swords, some of you would already be missing fingers, or hands. He held one of the training swords in one hand and raised it. These swords are enchanted. I even used the magic of this castle to reinforce them. They're strong, very strong. Even if a spell hits them, they're hard to break. We'll use them to deflect spells. Yes, hit spells. What? Several students exclaimed at once. Like in Quidditch, a bit like a dodger, asked Fred, interested. Something like that. Some spells, like Expelliarmus, will knock the sword from your hand. Others, like Stupefy, can be intercepted with the blade. So, your task is simple, quickly recognize which can be blocked and which you must dodge. Today, we'll only use those two spells. I don't want anyone ending up in the infirmary, yet. But why not just keep dodging like we used to? Asked Harry. Einar didn't answer immediately. He simply raised both hands. Sparks began to dance in his palms. Then, a storm of lightning crashed down like a war tempest, striking nearby trees and leaving behind charred wood and smoking earth. A true magical turret. Can you dodge that? Einar asked, his voice low but full of power. No. Harry answered, astonished. And a magic shield? Hermione asked quickly. That spell doesn't just damage, Einar explained. It paralyzes, and drains the opponent's magic. If all you do is hold up a shield, eventually your energy will run out. And that'll be your end. But not every wizard uses spells as powerful as you, right? Said Cedric, trying to reason. True. But, for example, Dumbledore can summon a firestorm. I promise you, not even the best magical shield will stop the heat from cooking you like a cauldron. But they have spells. A sword. And a wooden one, Ron added again. Einar sighed. By Akatosh, your blindness is annoying sometimes, he muttered as he summoned a golden sword. A dwarven greatsword floated beside him, glowing with ancient energy. Ron stepped back, swallowing hard, and quickly hid behind Harry. Watch. I don't expect you to reach this level. But if you work hard, you can get close. With a fluid motion, he cast a red spell forward. Upon touching the ground, it exploded violently. Fire and pressure spread like a wave. Einar raised his greatsword and brought it down with force. The explosion split in two. The slash from his sword left a perfect line in the scorched earth, dividing the field in two. "See," said Einar casually. He then returned the sword to his magical sheath. Everyone stood in silence. No one breathed. The devastation before them was proof enough that, if that spell had been cast at them, they'd be dead. And Einar had sliced it in half. "Stop gawking. Form 2 teams. This will be all-out war. Only Expelliarmus and Stupefy are allowed. I don't want injuries. If anyone disobeys, they'll be expelled from the class. Understood?" "Yes, Professor," everyone shouted in unison, excited. "Remember, don't just focus on the person in front of you. Anyone on the opposing team can attack," Einar warned. And so, the battle began. Shouts, spells, and clashing sounds echoed throughout the courtyard. Some professors had gathered to watch, concerned but attentive, making sure no one got hurt. However, in Einar's classes, no one dared to fool around. Everyone knew that, though he was patient and fair, if he got angry, he could knock someone out with just a look. "Why does it seem like you're training them for war?" asked Hagrid, watching alongside Flitwick and McGonagall. Einar didn't take his eyes off the training. "Just a feeling," he answered seriously. Because even in a world that seemed peaceful, Einar could feel something approaching. Something dark. Something that would endanger his students. And if he had to challenge Dumbledore himself to protect them, he would. With him there, Hogwarts would be the safest school in the world. With or without his presence. "That was so much fun, even better than the snowball wars," said Fred, laughing, as everyone lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. "Ha ha ha. Especially when everyone targeted Harry and he ended up rolling for his life," added George, bursting into laughter. "I didn't think it was that funny," Harry grumbled, pointing to the word corpse magically written on his forehead. "What about me? I was the first one out. And it was friendly fire." Ron protested indignantly as he sat up. Then he shot an accusing glare at his brothers. "I'm sure it was you too." "Ha ha ha." Fred and George burst into laughter, not even bothering to deny it. Meanwhile, Hermione was examining her forehead with a small hand mirror. She also had corpse written on it, and she frowned in annoyance. It was the first time Einar had written it on her. Until now, she'd always managed to stay safe during training, but not this time. "Looks like you've joined the club," said Harry with a teasing grin. After all, Hermione used to be the only one of the trio who never ended up as a corpse. "Shut up," Hermione muttered, still staring at her reflection. That day, Einar was training the third-year students in the gardens near the forest. A bit further away, Hagrid was teaching the fourth years, guiding them through an activity with Nifflers who had to search for gold coins buried as part of a competition. Einar's class, in contrast, was lively but orderly. They were learning to conjure magical shields and testing their resistance against each other with light spells. Einar observed them calmly when he felt something small moving by his foot. He looked down with curiosity, and found a Niffler staring at him before nimbly climbing up to his waist and slipping into the bag he carried at his side. Einar raised an eyebrow and reached in to pull it out. Inside that bag were things that definitely shouldn't be within reach of a Niffler. "Professor. You haven't seen a Niffler around here, have you?" asked Hermione, approaching with a worried look, scanning the ground. "Are you talking about this one?" Einar replied, lifting the mischievous creature with one hand. The little animal was holding something shiny above its head, a crown. But it wasn't just any crown. It was the etheric crown, a jewel made of gold and diamonds that retained the power of a menhir, in this case, the power of the Philosopher's Stone. That crown could increase magical learning speed by 20%. "Ah. I'm sorry. Professor Hagrid lent them to us for a kind of competition. We're supposed to search for gold coins around the area," Hermione quickly explained, reaching out to take the Niffler. The little creature, upon seeing her, took off the crown and offered it to her naturally, as if it knew it had to. Hermione took it gently. Her eyes sparkled at how beautiful it was, but she immediately returned it to Einar. "It's yours," he said without taking it. "After all, he found it for you," he added with a smile. "What? No, I can't accept this. It looks incredibly expensive," Hermione stammered, visibly nervous. "It's a special crown. It will help you learn magic faster," said Einar, extending his hand slowly to take it, giving her time to think. Then. I'll just borrow it for a while. I'll return it later, Hermione said, blushing slightly under Einar's gaze. That's fine, he replied calmly. Thank you. I need to get back to my group, she said, turning around and almost running off, her face flushed. Einar shook his head with a smile before turning his attention back to the students still training. Later that day. During his usual patrol of the Hogwarts grounds, keeping watch so that no creature from the Forbidden Forest got too close, Einar crossed paths with Fleur Delacour. The young woman was walking alone back to the Beauxbatons carriage. Professor Einar, it's a pleasure to see you. I'm sorry I didn't come earlier to thank you for the photo of my grandfather. I've been a bit busy, Fleur said with a smile, although in truth she had been avoiding Einar because her sister kept teasing her about him, making her blush just at the thought. It's all right, he said in his usual calm and serene tone. What are you doing out so late? They just showed us the last task. It'll be a maze, she explained, visibly excited. A maze? Einar repeated, frowning. He didn't like the idea. If the same incompetents who designed the previous tasks were still in charge, this one wouldn't be simple either. Part of him wanted to go rip off a few limbs, but he knew he couldn't interfere openly. After all, it was an honor for the 4 champions to complete the trials on their own. Thoughtful, Einar looked at Fleur for a moment, then pulled out several magical tomes, placing them carefully in her arms. Candlelight, Oak Skin, Freeze, Healing, Calm, and Clairvoyance. They'll be useful in the last task. Just in case, he said before Fleur could ask anything. But it's up to you whether you can master them. Spells? But, wouldn't that be cheating? She asked, a bit confused upon seeing the runic covers of the books. I'll give clairvoyance to the other champions too, Einar replied, unconcerned. Fleur understood immediately. Only, clairvoyance would be shared. The other spells were a gift just for her. She felt heat rise to her face until she turned as red as a tomato. Thank you. She finally whispered. Einar frowned, his gaze fixed on the shadows of the Forbidden Forest. Return to the carriage and study the spells. Stay there, he ordered in a grave voice, his eyes still on the horizon. All right, Fleur replied, not noticing the change in his expression. She trotted off, light and happy, as if floating across the grass. Once she disappeared from his sight, Einar slowly drew his sword. The blade, forged from an ancient alloy, shimmered with a faint bluish glow under the moonlight. With firm steps, he ventured into the trees. He advanced without hesitation, guided by a bad feeling. It didn't take long for him to find Harry and Cedric, crouching next to an older man covered in wounds with a lost gaze. He looked like a vagabond, a madman. But Einar recognized him immediately. Barty Crouch. What are you doing? Einar asked in a harsh voice, appearing from the shadows. His sudden presence made Harry and Cedric spin around, startled. Professor Einar. This man, he appeared like this, from the forest, Harry explained quickly. Cedric nodded, confirming his version. Should we get help? Harry asked. But before he could get an answer, Crouch grabbed his tunic desperately. Dumbledore? I need to see. Dumbledore, he murmured in a broken voice. Go for help, Einar ordered Cedric. He didn't hesitate and ran back to the castle as fast as he could. You! Crouch shouted as he saw Einar. His voice, full of rage and madness, pointed a trembling finger at him. You ruined me. You ruined me. It's your fault, he screamed while sobbing. No. No. I did something foolish. Suddenly, he turned toward a nearby tree and began muttering as if talking to an invisible person. Thank you, Waterby. And then I want some tea. My wife and son will be here soon, we're going to see a play with Fudge. My son got 12 OWLS. Yes, of course I'm proud. What do we do, Professor? Harry asked, unable to take his eyes off the man crumbling before them. It was my fault, Berta, dead. My son. I have to tell Dumbledore. But Einar was no longer listening. His gaze was fixed, tense. He felt the danger. Something was moving. Harry, fall back. Prioritize your safety, he said in a low voice, sharp as his sword. What is he talking about? Harry started, but couldn't finish. A rain of spells emerged from the trees, heading straight for Crouch. Without thinking, Einar pushed Harry aside, throwing the old man to the ground to protect him. At the same time, he summoned his bow and fired an enchanted arrow with such speed that it broke the sound barrier. The projectile disappeared into the trees, but a scream of pain confirmed that it had hit its target. Protection! Harry shouted, taking up a defensive stance with his wand in front. The spells kept coming, relentless. Einar fired continuously, holding his position between the attackers and the boy. He couldn't move too much. If one managed to slip through and flank them, Harry would be in danger. A green light crossed the air, heading straight for Crouch's trembling body. Einar reacted instantly. With a brutal kick to the ground, he raised an enchanted shard of earth that intercepted the Avada Kedavra just in time. Without losing momentum, he raised his left arm. "Kill them," he roared as an ice Atronach was summoned. The air froze. A titanic, bluish figure emerged from a runic circle, roaring with cold fury before charging into the forest, hunting the enemies with relentless savagery. Einar stood firm in front of Harry, his senses stretched, scanning every corner, every sound, every movement. An eternal few seconds passed. Then, the Atronach returned. With reverence, it knelt before Einar before vanishing into a cloud of frost that dissipated in the wind. "What happened here?" exclaimed Professor McGonagall, appearing with several other teachers as she looked with alarm at Crouch lying on the ground and Harry still holding his wand up. "Stay alert," Einar ordered sternly. Then, without further explanation, he ventured into the forest. In minutes, he found the bodies. One by one, he examined them. Assassins. All of them. Except one. That one had a mark on its arm. A snake emerging from a skull. Which seemed to become more alive with every passing moment. "Perfect," Einar murmured sarcastically, wiping the blood from his gloves. Another day at the safest school in the world. With one last look at the starry sky, he turned and returned to the others. Chapter 73, Changes 1.1. Changes 1.1. "Did you find anything, Einar?" asked McGonagall upon seeing him arrive with firm steps. "Yes. It seems like there were two groups," he replied, crossing his arms gravely. "Some were sent specifically to silence him, and the others, I have no idea." "Silence him," repeated Flitwick, surprised. "Why would anyone want to do that?" "I have my suspicions," said Einar calmly. "But I won't make any claims without proof. Let's go to the infirmary." "Let's see if Crouch can say anything," ordered McGonagall at once, as she set off with Einar and Flitwick toward the Hogwarts infirmary. There, Nurse Poppy Pomfrey was carefully examining Barty Crouch. Harry had already been sent back to his dormitory, unharmed. But Crouch was a different story. After a preliminary checkup, Poppy frowned deeply. "We need to transfer him to St. Mungo's immediately. His body shows signs of having been subjected to multiple curses, and his mind is collapsing. Imperius, Cruciatus, too long under their influence. I don't think he can recover. He's completely lost in madness. Nothing he says can be trusted." Einar nodded silently, saying nothing. Then, with an unreadable expression, he turned and walked toward his quarters. But his mind kept working. He was thinking about the mark. That cursed mark he had felt on the attacker's body. A mark he knew well. Karkaroff had it. Snape too. And each day, it seemed more vivid. The first time he saw Snape, he could barely sense it, like a faint shadow in the wind. But now, he felt it clearly. As if something were awakening. The next day, Einar was summoned to the headmaster's office. He had been a direct witness to the attack on Barty Crouch and to the few enigmatic words he managed to say before completely losing his mind. Upon arrival, he found Dumbledore waiting alongside a short, chubby man with a rather ridiculous bowler hat and a gaze full of ambition. That expression was all too familiar to Einar. One look was enough to read him, a man who wouldn't hesitate to betray you if it meant climbing one more rung on the ladder. He had met many like that, and they all ended the same way. Einar crossed his arms, not bothering to hide his indifference. "Why did you call me, headmaster?" he said, getting straight to the point. "Einar, this is the Minister for Magic of the United Kingdom, Cornelius Fudge. He's here to hear what you managed to catch from Crouch," explained Dumbledore evenly. Fudge, with a gaze full of skepticism and arrogance, barely turned to Einar. "Crouch is completely insane. Whatever he said about Berta Jorkins is irrelevant," he declared, dismissing the matter before it even began. "I see. The same useless man who tried to silence Sirius Black to cover up the Ministry's incompetence. And the one who approved this stupid tournament, Einar replied with contempt, his voice as sharp as steel, his gaze piercing behind the mask. Fudge turned abruptly, red with rage. Watch your tone, boy. Oh yeah? Or what? Einar shot back, as his eyes turned golden and an overwhelming, invisible pressure fell like an avalanche on the minister. One wrong move, one more word, and the whole room would know Fudge wasn't up to facing the threat before him. Fudge's instincts told him as much, instincts that had helped him rise so high in the ministry. Seeing the minister's face pale, Einar smiled disdainfully. Typical, fear the strong, crush the weak. That brief confrontation told him everything he needed to know. Cornelius Fudge was nothing but a coward with power. And the ministry under him seemed useless. Einar withdrew the pressure and returned to his usual calm. Crouch said Berta dead, and he also mentioned his son. He said he made a mistake. I assume he meant releasing him. I'm convinced he was manipulated. Probably under control. How do you know that? Asked Fudge immediately, surprised. He himself had ordered that information covered up. Because I caught him, replied Einar coldly. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll return to my class. I don't have time for your political games. Without waiting for a response, Einar turned and left the office, feeling Fudge's burning glare on his back. As soon as he crossed the door, he heard the minister begin ranting at Dumbledore, demanding that Einar be fired before he committed some crime. That made him smirk. If only they knew. When he arrived at his office, he noticed someone was waiting for him. A young woman with shifting hair sat in front of the door, lost in thought. Every gesture seemed to tint her strands with a different emotion. When she saw him, her surprise was so great that her hair turned white, before changing to a bright pink. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Nymphadora Tonks, or. But call me Tonks, please. I'm here to speak with the defense against the dark arts professor about the attack on Barty Crouch, she said with a slightly nervous smile. That's me. Einar Dovahkian, he replied calmly. Dovahkian. Wow, looks like I'm not the only one with a weird name, Tonks joked, although Einar's steady gaze made her cough awkwardly. Anyway. I'd like to hear what happened, as well as any clues you might have about the attackers. Don't worry, we know it was self-defense. Go ahead, said Einar, inviting her in. After all, Aurors were something like the military of this world. Reporting the incident accurately was the best course. Though honestly, he didn't expect much from them. He calmly explained how he defended Harry and Crouch, detailing every move, every enemy taken down. You used a bow. And arrows? Asked Tonks, surprised. Why not your wand? A spell in the middle of the night is easy to detect and dodge. An arrow, not so much, Einar replied, raising an eyebrow as if the answer were obvious. Ah. Well, that makes sense, admitted Tonks, scratching her head, still intrigued by how he could read expressions behind a mask. But in the magical world, objects with such powers weren't exactly rare. Did you find out who the attackers were? Einar asked, changing the subject. Most of them were hired assassins with warrants on their heads. Don't worry, it's unlikely there will be any retaliation. Other members of their group disappeared months ago. These were the last ones. But, one of them might be problematic. He belonged to a pseudo-noble English family. Though it seems he was a rejected son, so I don't think he'll cause us much trouble. Are you talking about the one with the tattoo? Asked Einar. Tattoo? We didn't find any, Tonks replied, slightly confused. I see, Einar murmured, understanding instantly. It wasn't an ordinary tattoo. It was a cursed mark, connected to something or someone. And upon death, that connection simply vanished. That's all, Professor Dovahkian. If I need anything else, I'll send an owl, all right? Of course. Then, goodbye, ah. Before she could finish her farewell, her foot caught on one of the chairs, and she stumbled forward. Instinctively, Einar raised his arm and caught her by the wrist, preventing her fall. Sorry. Thanks for that, Tonks said, recovering with a nervous laugh as her hair turned a deep red. It's all right, Einar replied with a calm smile. After Tonks left, a pair of firm knocks at the office door caught Einar's attention. Come in, he said in a composed voice. The door opened, revealing Harry Potter. His expression was tense, his eyes slightly downcast, as if he were carrying thoughts far too heavy for someone his age. Professor Einar, do you have a moment? He asked, a bit uncertain, though there was a flicker of contained determination in his gaze. Of course, Einar replied while organizing some papers on his desk. He looked up with interest. What's going on? Harry entered and closed the door behind him, took a deep breath, and approached. I was in the headmaster's office. He began in a low voice, and Einar raised an eyebrow, listening. There was something called a pensieve. I was able to see some of the headmaster's memories. I saw Karkaroff being judged as a Death Eater, how Dumbledore defended Snape, saying he was a spy. I also saw Ludo Bagman judged for passing information to Voldemort, though he swore he didn't know who he was helping. The trial of Barty Crouch Jr. and other Death Eaters, they were the ones who tortured Neville's parents until they were broken. Harry swallowed. His voice trembled, but he didn't stop. After that, Dumbledore appeared. He told me he believes the things with Berta Jorkins and Crouch are connected to Voldemort. That something is moving. Einar watched him silently, stroking his chin. Then, without a word, he raised his wand and cast a gentle calming spell on Harry. The tension in the boy's shoulders eased slightly. Harry took a deep breath. The spell helped, but his mind was still a storm. Something didn't add up. From the name in the Goblet of Fire to Bagman's actions, Snape's silent role as a former Death Eater, Dumbledore's calculated words, it was all too much. Too precise, too orchestrated. He felt like a leaf blown by the wind, unable to choose his own fate. A leaf thrown into a storm he couldn't understand. A puppet with strings pulled far too well. It's frustrating, isn't it, said Einar, as if he could read every thought crossing Harry's mind. That everyone seems to have control over you, and you can't do anything to stop it. Harry raised his head. For the first time, his eyes burned. Not with confusion. Not with fear. But with a silent, steady, fiery rage. Yeah, it's really frustrating, he said hoarsely. He was no longer a child crying in the dark. He was someone ready to light his own flame. Einar stared at him, and for a moment, his own memories pulled him back. He remembered the day he broke the chains binding him to an imposed destiny. He fulfilled that destiny, but in his own way. And in that moment, he saw in Harry a reflection of the young man he had once been. Professor, said Harry with a look no longer shaped by circumstance, but by choice. I want to be strong. Just like Neville asked you. I don't want to train just to survive the tournament. I want to train so I won't have to depend on anyone. I want to fight for myself, for what I believe in. Of course, said Einar with a faint, sincere smile. There was pride in his eyes. But I warn you, it'll be much harder. And possibly more painful than any training you've had before. I don't care, said Harry firmly. I want to be like you. Einar let out a short, powerful laugh, remembering the times he'd heard those same words in Skyrim, from his children, before they became the little monsters he himself had trained. Like me? Ha ha ha, you have no idea what you're getting into, Harry Potter. He stood up, his imposing figure stepping forward. Your training starts tomorrow at dawn. Along with Neville. Be ready. You will no longer be a leaf in the wind. Harry nodded. For the first time in a long while, he felt he was taking a step of his own will. A step toward his true self. And Einar smiled. Chapter 74, The Path of Pain and Steel. The Path of Pain and Steel. Good. I hope you're ready, said Einar in a deep, firm voice, his eyes settling on Neville and Harry, who stood before him holding wooden swords. In a corner of the training field, Hermione and the twins watched with sharp eyes. Though Fred and George looked slightly distracted, their hands never stopped working, preparing more crystal balls to sell during the final task of the tournament. They had reinvested all the money they earned in the previous round into new materials, all while keeping an eye on the new training Harry and Neville were about to endure. That was just how the Weasley twins were, cunning, ambitious, and always alert to the show. Yes. Harry and Neville replied, a little nervous. Although Harry had already trained under Einar's guidance, most of that time had been spent dodging the Nordic summoned creatures. And even then, he always ended up exhausted. But, Professor, what about the trainings with Cedric? Harry asked quickly. Of course they'll continue, Einar said with a smile that hit storms. That's why I told you to get ready, to suffer. Harry swallowed hard and began to wonder if he was still in time to back out. Well then. Einar unsheathed his own wooden sword, which shimmered faintly under the light thanks to the enchantments cast on it. I think these enchantments will be enough to keep you from dying. The sword wasn't meant to enhance its wielder, quite the opposite. It magically weakened Einar's power, placing him on equal physical footing with his students. "Wait, Professor. Are we fighting you?" Harry asked, his voice shaking, while Neville was too shocked to speak. "Of course. The best way to improve is by fighting with your life on the line," Einar replied with a deadly calm. His gaze was so cold and firm that both boys felt their souls freeze. "Brace yourselves." Without further warning, he lunged at them. The wooden sword moved like lightning, aiming straight for Harry's neck. On instinct alone, Harry ducked just in time. But his dodge placed Neville in the path of the strike. The boy raised his sword to block the attack. Clank! The impact thundered through the field. Neville's arm went numb, as if he'd been struck with an iron hammer. "Don't lose focus," Einar growled, before sending him flying back several meters with a powerful kick. Without stopping, he spun and charged at Harry, thrusting directly at his shoulder. The wood didn't cut, but the pain was real. Harry screamed on reflex, thrown backwards and landing beside Neville. "Professor!" Hermione shouted from the sidelines, clearly alarmed. "They don't even know how to use swords yet." "I already said it," Einar responded calmly, never stopping his movement. "A warrior learns in the midst of battle. We all did." Their arms and endurance were forged while carving their own daggers. "Their reflexes, during our surprise skirmishes." His voice dropped lower, rumbling like a war drum. "There are no pretty moves. Only the experience of receiving and returning blows." And he attacked again. Sword raised high. The intent clear, to give them a beating they would never forget. Of course, as he struck them down, he corrected their mistakes. He was teaching them, through sweat, shouts, and pain. For 2 eternal hours, Neville and Harry lived their own personal hell. When the training finally ended, both lay on the ground, panting, drenched in sweat, and covered in bruises. Einar, unfazed, healed them with magic and tossed them each a stamina potion. And while no physical wounds remained, the pain in their muscles, and their souls, would linger for a while. "So?" Einar asked, voice firm, gaze unwavering. "Do you still want to continue training?" Neville and Harry exchanged a glance, then, without hesitation, their faces hardened with resolve. "Yes," they answered in unison. Einar gave a proud smile. "A wild, but sincere one. Good. I hope you're ready. It will be painful, it will be hell, but the fruit of this training will make you strong enough to fear nothing and no one." With those words, Einar turned and began walking back, while Hermione and the twins helped Harry and Neville to their feet. Despite the trembling in their legs and the fatigue weighing on them, their eyes burned with renewed determination. After all, the afternoon training still awaited. Cedric was waiting. Because the path to strength had only just begun. In Skyrim, the young children of Einar had ventured into one of the oldest and most mysterious ruins in the entire continent, the Shadow Limit. A vast network of underground tunnels, hidden deep within the world, where massive caverns stretched beyond sight, covered with glowing mushrooms, trees that resembled giant jellyfish, and crystal-clear lakes bathed in an ethereal glow that seemed to emerge from the very heart of Nurn. However, as was typical for them, it didn't take long before they got separated while exploring the depths. "How silly, my brothers got lost again," muttered Lucia, the youngest of the group, with a hint of annoyance that vanished instantly, replaced by a calm smile. "Well, I just have to find them." With that carefree attitude, she began walking in a random direction. If her brothers had heard those words, they probably would have exploded with indignation. After all, Lucia was always the one who disappeared without warning. All it took was for her to see a glowing butterfly to stray from the group without saying a word. That's why they constantly told her to stay close. But, as was clear, Lucia rarely listened. She walked with eyes full of wonder, observing the luminous trees and translucent creatures floating in the air, unaware that the shadows had begun to move around her. A faint snap broke the silence. Lucia stopped. A moment later, an arrow whistled through the air and grazed the spot where she had just been standing. The girl turned her head calmly, without losing her smile. Her gaze landed on the hunched figure of a farmer, hidden among the rocks, its grotesque face scarred and blind eyes seeming to stare straight into her soul. Around her, others began to emerge from the shadows, deformed creatures, once snow elves, now reduced to savage beasts by corruption and darkness. "That wasn't very nice," said Lucia, frowning as if she'd been scolded for getting dirty. The farmer didn't answer. They couldn't. They no longer understood human speech, nor retained their own. Only growls, guttural screeches, and violence. And violence was what they brought. Lucia sighed. With a swift movement, she unslung the weapon on her back, a warhammer as large as she was, icy blue and seemingly absorbing the light. It was made of Stalrim, a rare and powerful material from Solstheim, enchanted by Einar himself. Why did Lucia use it? Because it's pretty. She had once said. But it wasn't just that. The fact that an 11-year-old girl could wield such a weapon so naturally was proof of the brutal training their adoptive father had subjected them to, preparing them for the dangerous world of Skyrim. The farmer hesitated for a moment. The mere presence of the hammer made them stop, as if remembering fear. But that hesitation didn't last long. Screeching in fury, they charged at her. Lucia let out a cheerful cry. Hap! She spun like a whirlwind, and her hammer carved a wide arc that struck the first one bold enough to get close. The impact sent it flying like a ragdoll, crashing into one of the hidden archers. Without stopping, she used the momentum for another spin. The Stalrim glinted briefly before coming down with a brutal blow on another farmer, crushing its skull into the ground with a sickening thud. Dark blood stained the weapon. Ah, they dirted my hammer, she muttered with a sad expression. The remaining farmer became enraged. They raised their bows and unleashed a rain of arrows that hissed like serpents. But Lucia was no longer there. She moved with astonishing speed, dodging the arrows with short steps, as if dancing with death. She rushed toward them, dragging the hammer, which carved a trail in its wake. She jumped. And in the air, she spun as if the whole world froze for a second. The Stalrim struck a farmer's head dead on, smashing it against the stone. Without letting gravity catch her, Lucia flipped and landed with a crushing blow, splitting the ground and the final enemy in one swift motion. The rocks cracked beneath her feet. And then, silence returned. Lucia stood still for a few seconds, observing the mess she had made. Her hair swayed with the underground breeze, and the glow of the floating creatures lit her small figure, now covered in dust and splatters. That's what happens when you're mean, she said in an innocent voice. Then she sighed and added, now then, time to keep looking for my brothers. She took a few steps, then stopped. She sat on a nearby rock and, with all the calm in the world, pulled a small cloth from her pouch and began to clean her hammer as if nothing had happened. After all, it wasn't the first time something like this had happened. And it wouldn't be the last either. After 2 weeks of intense training, Harry's body was exhausted, but his spirit burned with determination. The third task loomed ahead like an inevitable shadow, and although he felt stronger than ever, he knew that any advantage could mean the difference between victory and death. It was then, just one day before the challenge, that Einar called him and Neville with a seriousness they had never heard in his voice. Come with me. I have something important for you. They followed him with furrowed brows, exchanging confused and expectant glances. Einar led them through the forbidden forest, to a strangely clear area. There were no trees, no signs of life. The ground looked as though it had been purged by some ancient force. The air was thick, charged with something they couldn't name. Einar stopped at the center of the clearing. His steps ended in solemn silence. He removed his mask for a moment, revealing a face that looked carved from steel. Then he raised his eyes to the sky and, with a voice that thundered across the vast forest, shouted. Odah vying. Der Nehvr. The echo of his words spread like an invisible wave, making the earth itself tremble. Harry felt every hair on his body stand on end. He recognized one of those names, Der Nehvr. A dragon. A real one. The one who had helped him. But the other name, he had no idea. What's happening? Neville whispered nervously. Then it happened. A violet flame ignited before them, and with it, the life around them began to die. Flowers withered. Moss turned black. From that flame emerged a winged skeleton, which slowly began to take shape. Rotting flesh covered it like a cursed veil, until a roar erupted from its throat. A moment later, another roar, louder, more alive, shook the air. A red dragon descended from the sky like a flaming comet. Neville took a step back, mouth agape. Harry couldn't look away from them. They were enormous. Majestic. Ancient. The weight of time and history fell on their shoulders just by gazing at them. Why have you summoned us, Conran? Growled the undead dragon, its voice like a wail from beyond the grave. I am here, Dovahkiin, said the red dragon, Odahvying, acknowledging his old comrade with respect. His eyes met Durnavir's, but no more words were exchanged. They simply waited. Einar didn't waste time. From his bag, he drew two objects wrapped in thick leather cloth. When he revealed them, both dragons snorted in unison. Eggs. Dragon eggs. Impossible. Murmured Odevain, with a touch of nostalgia and surprise. Centuries without the birth of even one. But their souls are not like ours, Durnavir warned in a somber tone. They're similar, yes. But without a powerful essence, they're nothing more than common beasts. They're dragons from this world, Einar explained. Here, they're treated like livestock. Raised in captivity. The word struck like a blasphemy. Livestock, roared Odevain, outraged. The creatures of Akatosh, reduced to mere animals. A mockery, Durnavir murmured sadly. What do you plan to do with them, Conran? Einar lifted his gaze, his voice as firm as a mountain. I will give them to my students. As companions. As allies. The dragons fell silent. Only the crackling of fire dancing on the edge of the clearing could be heard. MMH. I understand, said Durnavir at last. These humans? Odevain inquired with a trace of disdain, glancing at Harry and Neville as if they were ants. Yes. They are the first I have accepted as disciples in this world. And I want them protected. I want them to have something that reminds them of the power that can be forged when life and honor are upheld. Odevain narrowed his eyes. But then, with a resigned snort, he nodded. If they are yours. I will help. Without another word, Durnavir opened his jaws and released a violet flame. As it touched one of the eggs, it turned a deep black with violet streaks, as if the night itself had embraced it. Give this one to Harry Potter, he said solemnly. It is linked to your soul, boy. Take good care of it. It will grow with you. Slowly, his form began to fade into a dark mist. Odevain, meanwhile, turned to Neville. He observed him with piercing intensity, as if reading his heart. Only because the Dovahkian asks. I will accept you, he finally growled. Then he released a torrent of red fire over the second egg, which turned a bright crimson hue. Take care of it. Or I will come for you. With a final roar, he took off, vanishing into the clouds. Einar turned to his students, handing them the eggs with a calm smile. Here you go. Harry held the black egg with reverence. Neville stared at his with awe, as if he were holding a heartbeat in his hands. Professor, raising dragons is illegal. And they grow really fast. Einar cut him off with an enigmatic smile. These are different. They won't grow like the common ones. They're stronger. And if anyone tries to take them from you, you tell me. Just then, a crack broke the silence. The shells began to fracture. Harry and Neville froze, mouths open. Let's go back to Hagrid's cabin, Einar said immediately. It's better they meet their companions in a safe place. They both ran after him, hearts pounding. Because that day, their destinies had just changed forever. Chapter 75, The Dragons. The Dragons. How exciting. Watching the birth of dragons is always a spectacle, said Hagrid with a mix of awe and tenderness as he watched the two eggs on the table closely. Neville and Harry were equally expectant, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Einar, on the other hand, leaned calmly against the wall, arms crossed. However, his gaze was intense, full of interest. After all, in Skyrim, dragons had been extinct for centuries, until the rebirth of Alduin and the awakening of those ancient beings. Dragons laying eggs was extremely rare. The more ancient and powerful a species was, the harder it was to produce offspring. Even his master, Parthurnax, one of the wisest and oldest, had no child of his own. He had only adopted a young dragon revived by Alduin, killed in the past, whose parents had never been found. Amid the reverent silence, both eggs began to crack rapidly. The red egg vibrated with wild energy, and suddenly burst into pieces, causing everyone to flinch. A small red dragon emerged from the fragments. It shook itself fiercely, scattering the shell remains as if they were unworthy of touching it. Then it lifted its head proudly, locking eyes with Neville. Showing no fear, in fact, with a touch of arrogance, it walked toward him and let out a playful growl. Neville, surprised and a bit nervous, cautiously reached out his hand. The red dragon immediately accepted the gesture, rubbing its head against his fingers. But its attitude changed instantly when it saw Hagrid approaching. With unexpected speed, it dashed across the table and stood before the giant in an attacking stance. In its eyes gleamed a clear desire to challenge. Roar, it roared, despite how tiny it looked compared to Hagrid's massive figure. How adorable. Hagrid laughed as he reached out a massive hand to pet it. The red dragon didn't hesitate to bite his finger fiercely, making Hagrid chuckle and gently pull his hand back. With a satisfied look, the small dragon returned to Neville. But as it passed by Einar, it suddenly stopped. It stared at him from a distance. Then, as if recognizing something in him, it quickly ran and leapt into Neville's arms, hiding. Not completely, of course. It poked its head above Neville's arm, casting an inquisitive and challenging look toward Einar. Einar gave it a slight smile. That bold, proud, and reckless personality was so very dragon-like. The atmosphere grew tense again when the other egg, the black one, began to crack. From the fissures emerged a dark head, its scales gleaming and its piercing green eyes scanning everyone. It stared silently until its gaze settled on Harry. Ignoring everyone else, it began to bite the shell calmly, eating it with majestic, almost noble composure. Even as hatchlings, they have an incredible presence. Einar murmured, more to himself than anyone else. The red dragon, seeing its companion emerge, immediately pounced toward him. It planted itself in front of the black dragon and roared, eager to start a fight. Raw! The black dragon merely looked at him with disdain, as if he were a minor annoyance, and continued eating unfazed. Wow, they really do have their own personalities, Hagrid commented with a laugh. He was even more excited than Harry and Neville, who couldn't take their eyes off their respective dragons. Have you thought of any names yet? No, it was all pretty unexpected, said Harry, still amazed, while Neville nodded, completely enchanted with his new companion. The red dragon kept hopping around the other, trying to get its attention, but was thoroughly ignored. When the black dragon finished eating, it walked with dignity toward Harry and stopped in front of him, staring up expectantly. Harry carefully lifted him up, as if afraid of breaking something precious. Rah, said the black dragon softly. His tail moved slowly and his little wings fluttered slightly at the contact. Jealous, the red dragon ran to Neville and began hopping around, asking to be picked up too. Neville lifted him with a nervous smile, and the little one snuggled contentedly into his arms, throwing one last defiant look at the other dragon. After the dragon's birth, Neville, Harry, and Einar left Hagrid's cabin. As they walked back, Einar gave them a calm look before saying, "I'll inform the professors, and issue a few mild threats, just in case." Neville gave a nervous laugh, and Harry smiled, thinking their professor was joking. They still didn't fully grasp how seriously Einar took such things. Both boys arrived at the Gryffindor common room with their new companions in their arms. As soon as they passed through the portrait of the fat lady, murmurs spread across the room. Everyone turned to look at them with wide eyes. "Harry, Neville, what is that?" asked Seamus, immediately approaching with a stunned expression. "Seriously? They're dragons," another student huffed, unable to look away. "You're insane. It's completely illegal to raise dragons without authorization." Hermione burst out, marching over with a stern tone. "Professor Einar gave them to us." Harry jumped in quickly, knowing he had to calm her down before she launched into a speech on magical law. "He said he would take care of everything." At that name, Hermione froze. For a moment she hesitated, then sighed. "Still, dragons grow very quickly. They're dangerous if you don't have experience." "Are you sure that?" "He said they're special. That they'll grow with us and only obey us," Neville interrupted her, with a beaming smile. The little red dragon in his arms seemed to share his excitement, squirming as if wanting to launch at everyone nearby, growling softly with its chest puffed out. The black dragon in Harry's arms, on the other hand, gave the curious crowd a brief look before settling down with total indifference, as if his rightful place was there in the chosen one's arms and the rest of the world was irrelevant. "They're so cute," several Gryffindor girls said in unison, rushing to their dormitories to bring snacks. The red dragon, seeing the avalanche of food, forgot his desire to fight and began devouring everything in sight, shoving his head into a bag of cheesecake with such eagerness that he came out with crumbs and sugar all over his face. The black dragon, meanwhile, examined all the snacks with a sharp gaze, like a noble judging a banquet. He only took a piece of dried meat, bit into it elegantly, and continued resting, not getting even slightly messy. "Be careful what you feed them. They could get sick from junk food," Hermione warned, though less firmly than before. The little reptile's cuteness had drawn a subtle smile from her. Neville, nervous, pulled the sugary food away from his dragon, who began writhing, frustrated at the sudden withdrawal of his feast. Harry, on the other hand, didn't even have to worry. His scaly companion had already decided that nothing else was worthy of his palate. "Einar, you always talk about protecting the students, and now you're giving a dragon to two of them," said McGonagall with a stern look, arms crossed over her chest. The teacher's lounge fell silent. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and everyone waited for the response of the professor from another world. Einar did not flinch. He stood tall, with a straight back and a serene face, like an unbreakable monolith. "They are not ordinary dragons from your world," he replied in a deep, calm voice. "They are true dragons. Their souls are bound to their companions. They possess intelligence that surpasses any humans. In my world, they are the most ancient, proud, and powerful race. What greater protection could a child have than to be bonded with such a creature?" The professors watched him in silence. They knew his story. Einar had never hidden it, though he didn't repeat it unnecessarily. Not out of secrecy, but simple annoyance. "And what's the difference?" "They're still dragons," McGonagall retorted. Her teacher's logic refused to accept the idea of magical beasts walking freely through the castle's halls. "Let me make it clearer," said Einar, stepping forward. "These creatures are not from this world. They are unique. Once bound to a soul, they will fight to their last breath to protect it. And in return, that soul will be strengthened. In my world, there were dragon priests, humans blessed by their bond with these creatures. They were rulers, sages, and warriors. Unbeatable. I myself have faced their revived corpses, and even then, they were a threat, despite being weakened." Slowly, he pulled a small group of masks from his robe. Instantly, a magical pressure filled the air. It was ancient magic, dense, almost oppressive. Those present felt the energy cling to their wands, reminding them that what stood before them did not belong to this world. "These masks, which I use to contain my own power, come from them," he explained. "And now, Harry and Neville have the chance to form a bond no wizard in this world has ever had. I protect my students, Minerva. But I also care about their future. And tearing those dragons away from them would be cutting off their wings before they learn to fly." The silence that followed his words was overwhelming. Even Dumbledore, seated in the back, narrowed his eyes attentively. Everyone knew that Einar had defeated the headmaster weeks ago. He didn't despise wizards, only their fragility. Their complacency. McGonagall studied him carefully. Her gaze was sharp, critical, but also fair. She knew that, in his own way, Einar never lied. He never did. His way of protecting the students was different, yes, but real. "Are you sure those dragons won't endanger the other students?" she finally asked in a tense voice. Because if what he said was true, she could be denying Harry and Neville a brilliant future. Especially Harry, whose life seemed tied to the fate of the magical world, according to Dumbledore. "No," Einar answered bluntly. "Unless their companions are in danger." McGonagall closed her eyes for a moment, bringing her fingers to her temple. After all these months, she had learned something about Einar. He would never do anything that would endanger his students. If he defied the rules, it was to protect them. If he stood against the ministry, it was for them. Questioning him now would be doubting all the times he had risked his life for Hogwarts. "Very well," she said at last, slowly lowering her hand. "But if these dragons lose control or harm another student, their companions, as you call them, will be held responsible. Even if it means expulsion." Everyone present knew her words were more form than substance. McGonagall could be strict, but she never abandoned her students when they needed her most. "Accepted," Einar replied with a calm smile. He turned and walked toward the door. But as he reached it, he stopped. "Although I find it curious that you see two little dragons as a threat, when the Dovahkian is a professor at the school." Upon hearing that, everyone wanted to ask what he meant. But Einar had already left. Chapter 76, Family Visits and Tension Before the Final Task. Family Visits and Tension Before the Final Task. "Einar, it's so lovely to see you after all this time," said Molly warmly as the young warrior approached the common room adapted to the Great Hall. That day, the families of the Triwizard Tournament champions were allowed to visit, cheer them on, or simply check if they were still in one piece. For some reason, the Weasleys seemed to act as Harry's family. Or, to be precise, Molly and Bill Weasley. And, knowing the boys' real relatives, those despicable muggles Einar had barely encountered once, the young Nordic thought this was for the best. Just remembering their faces made his mind start coming up with ways to make them suffer. Einar was no stranger to the pain of others. He had helped, raised, and trained 10 young people in his native world, and he knew how to recognize the signs of abuse. Harry was no different. The same patterns, the same inner wounds. Even some external ones. Einar had noticed scars on his body, hidden beneath school robes, invisible to common eyes, but not to a battle-hardened warrior. He could easily tell what kind of weapon had caused them. He had many of his own, each with a story carved into his flesh. And more than the scars, his reaction gave him away. Every time someone raised their voice, every time an adult approached too quickly, Harry tensed like a cornered animal. The school was partly to blame, yes, but it was obvious his home was even worse. But that was a topic Einar would save for later. Now was not the time. In the room, Crumb's parents were already present, a woman with jet black hair and a burly man with a stern gaze. On the other side was the family of who was probably Cedric. Amos Diggory, whom Einar had already met, hadn't made a good first impression, and that was putting it mildly. Then, a clear voice rose nearby. "Mama, Papa. That's the elf professor," exclaimed Gabrielle Delacour, pointing excitedly at Einar. Everyone's gaze turned toward him, and Einar turned to the 2 adults beside the girl. The woman was simply stunning, with a radiant and inhuman beauty. The man, though handsome and dignified in bearing, was inevitably overshadowed by her. All eyes were on her, and she knew it. "Bonjour. Professor Einar, yes," said Madame Delacour with a charming, too charming, smile. "Our daughter Fleur has told us so much about you." That "so much" had a particular tone, one that didn't go unnoticed by anyone. Monsieur Delacour merely sighed with resignation, as if already used to his wife's playful innuendos. "I see." Einar replied with his characteristic calm. "A pleasure." "Thank you for protecting our little one," Monsieur Delacour quickly interjected, offering a firm and sincere handshake. "We had no idea something like this could happen. We only agreed to let her accompany her older sister, not to get involved in this kind of madness. Of course, I filed a formal complaint with the ministry and the organizers. In fact, we didn't even want Fleur to compete, but she can be a bit difficult. Proud. Fussy. Ah. But she's a good girl," Madame Delacour interrupted with a radiant smile, anticipating the end of his sentence. Before Einar could reply, the doors to the hall opened and the champions made their entrance. Victor Crumb was first, followed by Fleur, who moved with natural grace. Cedric appeared next, pausing a moment before fully stepping in to say something into the hallway. Finally, Harry entered, smiling with slight disbelief upon seeing Molly and Bill waiting for him. Fleur ran to her parents, hugged them joyfully, and then flashed a quick but brilliant smile in Einar's direction. He responded with a slight nod. Calm. Present. Unshakable. Harry, for his part, looked sincerely relieved. There was a light on his face rarely seen. He had feared the Dursleys might be the ones to come see him, but knowing them, they were probably happier knowing he could die in the competition. In fact, if they knew his name had come out of the goblet, they probably would have thrown a party. That's why, not seeing them, he had nearly gone to find Einar to train, until Cedric called him to the hall. "Harry, dear," exclaimed Mrs. Weasley before hugging him and giving him a warm, motherly kiss on the cheek. In the eyes of many, Molly was more of a mother to him than any blood relative. "How are you?" Bill greeted with a friendly smile, patting Harry on the shoulder and offering a polite nod to Einar. "Charlie wanted to come, but his new boss has been making a lot of changes, and he's swamped with work. But he asked me to tell you that you were great with the horntail." Then, he lowered his voice and leaned a bit closer to Einar, throwing an arm around his shoulders with camaraderie. "By the way, what's up with that stunning blonde? She hasn't stopped looking this way since we arrived. For a second, I thought she was looking at me, but, nah. It's you, no doubt." Einar, used to the extroverted nature of the Weasley brothers, didn't even flinch at the invasion of personal space. "Beauxbatons student," he said in his usual impassive tone. "That explains nothing, and you know it," Bill replied with a conspiratorial grin. "Are you interested?" "Maybe." "Oh. That's enough. We came to see Harry, not to pry into Einar's love life," Molly quickly interrupted, though the smile on her face betrayed that she, too, was curious. "Thanks for coming," Harry said sincerely. "For a moment, I thought it'd be the Dursleys." Mrs. Weasley's face hardened at the mention of that name. She didn't say a word, staying true to her habit of not speaking ill of other families in front of children. But her eyes burned with contained contempt. After a brief conversation about Mrs. Weasley's school days, Bill suggested going for a walk through the castle gardens. Einar, with his hands clasped behind his back and a calm gaze, decided to join them. As they passed Amos Diggory, he turned with a sardonic smile on his face and looked Harry up and down with barely disguised contempt. "So you're here, huh?" he said in a voice heavy with disdain. "I bet you're not feeling so smug now that Cedric has caught up with you in points." Harry frowned, confused. "What?" he replied, stopping for a moment. Mrs. Weasley and Einar also frowned, but didn't stop walking. The air around them seemed to tighten. "Don't listen to him," Cedric quickly intervened, looking at his father with clear disapproval. "He's upset since he read Rita Skeeter's article, the one that paints you as the only Hogwarts champion." "Sure, and you didn't bother correcting it, did you?" Amos said loudly, as if deliberately trying to be overheard by everyone nearby. "But it doesn't matter. You already beat him once, Cedric. Tonight, you'll do it again. It'll be easy." Mrs. Weasley couldn't contain her irritation. "Mrs. Skeeter would do anything for attention, Amos. I thought you, working at the ministry, would already know that," she snapped sternly. Amos opened his mouth, ready to fire back with something even nastier, but his wife stopped him by placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Her gaze was as sharp as lightning. He closed his mouth, but someone else had no intention of letting it slide. "Second impression, and you're still wrong," said a cold voice, loaded with an implicit threat. Amos looked up and found himself face to face with Einar. The young Norseman's gaze was so intense and lethal that a chill ran down his spine. An ancient and dangerous shadow seemed to lurk behind his eyes. What? He didn't get to finish. A fist appeared in his field of vision with the speed of lightning. A second later, his body was flying through the air, crashing into several tables. The sound of splintering wood and bone echoed in the hall. Muffled gasps filled the room as everyone turned, alarmed. Einar walked forward without hurry, each of his steps echoing like hammers striking stone. Amos writhed on the ground, gasping in pain. He barely managed to lift his head when he felt the shadow of a foot plant itself firmly on top of it. He trembled. "Professor!" Cedric shouted, rushing toward them. He stopped near Einar, breathing heavily. "Please. I'm sorry. My father's an idiot. I'm really sorry." "I'm fine," Harry added firmly, looking at Einar. "He wasn't worth it." Einar glanced down at both of them. His eyes scanned the faces of his students. He took a deep breath and removed his foot. Then he leaned slightly toward Amos, who couldn't move. "I don't care about your pride. I'm not interested in your scorn. The only reason you didn't lose a leg is because you're the father of one of my students." His voice was like iron striking an anvil. "Oh, and don't worry. If someone ever spoke about Cedric the way you did about Harry, I'd do exactly the same. They're both my students." He turned away calmly, walking as if nothing had happened. All eyes followed him in silence. Amos, overwhelmed by physical pain and the crushing pressure of Einar's aura, passed out. His wife, unsurprised, simply sighed and shook her head as if she had always known something like this would happen one day. It was clear she knew her husband well. The only reason he had never received such a lesson before was likely due to his position in the ministry, and because she always stopped him before he crossed the line. The group continued walking, and soon Mrs. Weasley resumed the conversation, now with a nostalgic smile. She told them how she had planted one of the garden trees during her student days, and shared some anecdotes about the old gamekeeper who came before Hagrid. Harry changed the subject. "How's Percy?" Bill let out a short sigh. "Not great. He's pretty shaken," Molly added with concern. "The ministry doesn't want people to know about Crouch, or that he was being mentally manipulated. They've called Percy in several times to question him about the tasks Crouch assigned. He's under a lot of pressure. He's no longer judging the final task. Minister Fudge himself will be taking his place." After that, Einar broke off from the group. With the last task of the tournament taking place that night, he needed to make sure the idiots organizing it hadn't put anything too lethal inside the maze. Harry accompanied Bill and his mother to the Great Hall, where they met up with the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione. Then they wandered around the castle, trying to take their minds off things. That evening, during dinner, Fudge had joined the professor's table. His gaze constantly searched for Einar, but the Norseman ignored him while eating peacefully. A small mind that holds grudges, Einar thought, noticing how Fudge tightened his lips. A weakling who only knows how to give orders. If I hit him like I did Amos, I'd probably crack his skull, or leave him in a coma. Suddenly, the enchanted ceiling of the great hall changed, darkening to a deep violet hue. Dumbledore rose to his feet. A reverent silence fell over the room. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced clearly, in 5 minutes, we will move to the Quidditch pitch to witness the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Champions, please follow Mr. Bagman and Mr. Dovahkian to the stadium. The 4 champions stood up immediately, greeted by excited applause. Curiously, none of them approached Ludo Bagman, who looked slightly puzzled by this. They didn't take long to leave the great hall. How are you feeling, Harry? Bagman tried to ask as they descended the steps. Fine, Harry replied coldly. Bagman frowned in confusion. He had always supported Harry, even acting overly friendly toward him. He didn't understand the attitude. Einar observed him in silence for a few seconds, as if evaluating him. Then, without saying a word, he looked ahead again. When they arrived at the field, the sight was imposing. A 6-meter-tall hedge surrounded the entire pitch. Right before them, a dark and dense entrance opened like the mouth of a creature waiting to devour them. The inside of the maze seemed to absorb light, hiding its horrors in shadow. 5 minutes later, the stands began to fill with students, professors, and visitors. In the distance, the Weasley twins could be seen selling glass spheres with great enthusiasm, surrounded by a sea of eager buyers. The final task was about to begin. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Hagrid approached them, each wearing large glowing red stars on their hats, except for Hagrid, who had his strap to his back. We'll be on the outer perimeter of the maze, McGonagall explained quickly. If you encounter difficulties and wish to be rescued, shoot red sparks into the air and one of us will come help. Understood, she added, handing a star to Einar. He glanced at it briefly before placing it on his head, prompting a few stifled chuckles from the students. Even the other champions had to cover their mouths to keep from laughing before quickly nodding to McGonagall. Well then, you may go, said Ludo Bagman, his voice full of excitement. Einar stayed near the entrance, standing off to the side so he wouldn't be in the way. While Ludo began his animated commentary for the crowd, Hermione, with a small black dragon in her arms, and Neville, with a proud red dragon perched on his head, approached Einar. Hermione would take care of Harry's black dragon while he was inside the maze, and the red dragon seemed to have settled on Neville's head as if to declare that he was the tallest. Chapter 77, The Maze. The Maze. Everyone watched the crystal balls in silence, each displaying a different champion. The tension was palpable. Every image projected from within the maze was followed with restrained anticipation. Harry was the first to enter. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the entrance shut behind him with a muffled boom that even cut off the outside sounds. A thick darkness enveloped him, limiting his vision to just a few meters ahead. Without hesitation, he drew his wand. Lumos, he whispered. The dim light illuminated his immediate surroundings. Then, with his other hand, he summoned a strange runic ring that responded instantly, projecting a bright blue trail that snaked into the depths of the maze. Without delay, Harry began to follow the trail, firm and determined. In the stands, the judges frowned upon seeing the spell. Murmurs of indignation and confusion began to rise. Dumbledore. Karkaroff growled with an icy glare. What kind of spell is that? Is it guiding Potter straight to the cup? So it seems, Dumbledore replied calmly, without losing his composure. That's cheating. Madame Maxime exclaimed immediately. Karkaroff stood up, beside himself. How can this be allowed? If he can see the path, the maze loses all purpose. There is no rule prohibiting the use of spells to locate the objective, Ludo Bagman quickly interjected, though he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Seeing Harry take the lead so effortlessly thrilled him. After all, he had bet everything on him. I demand an immediate restructuring of the tournament. Karkaroff bellowed. The competition has already begun, Ludo responded without missing a beat. And there's no rule against the spell he used. The judges were visibly unsettled when it was Cedric's turn. To the surprise and frustration of Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, Cedric repeated the exact same steps, light, blue trail, and then moved forward quickly, though not hurriedly. His pace seemed calculated. Hogwarts is cheating. Karkaroff shouted furiously, glaring at Dumbledore as if he were his worst enemy. Don't worry, Mr. Karkaroff, Cornelius Fudge said with an opportunistic smile. The Ministry will investigate any possible conspiracy. Although he owed his position to Dumbledore, Fudge never missed a chance to seek a way to escape his shadow. This might just be the opportunity he had long awaited. When it was Krumm's turn, and he did the same as the previous two, Karkaroff fell into a tense silence. Even Madame Maxime, who had previously protested fervently, chose to remain quiet. Their eyes then turned to Einar, who stood next to Hermione and Neville. They said nothing, but were beginning to understand. Fleur was the last to enter. When the wall closed behind her, she didn't raise her wand like the others. Instead, she lifted both hands, and an enchanted glow ran over her body. Oak flesh. Einar murmured with a satisfied smile. He was the only one who knew what spell she had cast, one that hardened the skin, granting resistance against cuts and blows. A subtle but powerful enchantment. For Fleur, it was also a cosmetic wonder. What woman wouldn't want to emerge unscathed and flawless? Then she created a floating orb of light that generously illuminated her surroundings, before casting the same path-marking spell. She drew her wand and began to run. The headmasters understood immediately. Einar had given those spells to all the champions. Though Fleur seemed to have some extras, no one said a word. Einar watched the crystal balls with a slight smile. Each champion moved at a different pace, but there was a shared logic behind it. They were counting. When Fleur entered, they all began running at the same time. He understood instantly, this wasn't an unfair competition, but an honest race. They had waited until everyone had equal conditions. It was no longer a maze to solve, it was a race against fate, with deadly obstacles along the way. The routes were different, but the distance to the cup was practically the same. The fastest would win, if they survived. Harry was the first to encounter something unexpected. A tug pulled at his pants. Quickly, he looked down, wand raised. And then he saw it. Vire. A small black dragon looked up at him with gleaming eyes, clinging to his leg. It shouldn't be there. Vire. The name he had given it in honor of Durnavir, the undead dragon who had bestowed his blessing upon him. What are you doing here? Hermione was supposed to be taking care of you. He murmured as he picked him up. The little dragon lazily wagged its tail and, without waiting for instructions, slipped inside his clothes as if that were its rightful place. Harry sighed, unsure what to do. In the end, he continued on, Vire hidden within his robes. Outside the maze, Hermione stared in astonishment at the orb showing Harry, then looked down at what she held in her arms, a simple black blanket. Empty. When did, she whispered, surprised. It seems he cares about his companion, Einar commented with a soft smile. The others hadn't clearly seen what Harry had picked up. Just a black shadow vanishing into his clothes. But had they realized it was a dragon, chaos would have erupted instantly. Only Einar and those who knew Vire understood what had happened. What was that? Fudge asked with a frown. Seems like a pet has escaped, Dumbledore replied calmly. No problem. If the Ministry of Magic were to discover the existence of that new species of dragon, now bonded with Harry and Neville, and its magical potential, just as Einar had warned, there was no doubt they would try every means to take them away. That would place them all in a dangerous position, and make Einar a direct enemy of the system. And it wasn't time for that yet. Cornelius Fudge merely frowned in discomfort as the crowd kept their eyes fixed on the crystal spheres, watching the champions race through the maze, dodging traps that appeared unexpectedly. It wasn't until Victor Crumb came across a group of blast-tailed Scroots that the audience finally began to cheer with excitement. At last, a battle. But the excitement vanished as quickly as it came. Victor simply hurled a massive ball of water, dousing their glowing tails and avoiding the conflict. Then he continued running as if nothing had happened. Einar simply shook his head from his seat in the stands. He found it impressive how those creatures raised by Hagrid seemed to grow faster than the dragons from his own world. Meanwhile, Harry had briefly crossed paths with Cedric. They exchanged quick words, shared useful information, and went their separate ways. But as Harry turned a corner, he came to a dead stop. A Dementor awaited him at the end of the corridor. It wasn't floating, it wasn't gliding, it was walking. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its face was still hidden beneath a tattered black hood. Rotten hands, covered in pus and sores, dangled from its sleeves, stretching blindly forward as if searching for prey. Harry swallowed hard, raised his wand firmly, and shouted. Expecto Patronum. A majestic silver stag burst forth in a flash of light, charging the Dementor with force. The creature tripped awkwardly on its own robes, falling flat on its back. The audience fell into shocked silence, and then burst into laughter. A Dementor falling so ridiculously was as terrifying as it was hilarious. But Harry wasn't done. Ridiculous. With that second spell, the grotesque being vanished like smoke, revealing its true nature, a boggart. Elsewhere in the maze, Fleur was running non-stop. A swarm of magical spiders had forced her to retreat, only for her to discover more descending from the top of a giant hedge. She was surrounded. She shouted spell after spell, trying to repel them, freeze them, stun them. Several were thrown back, others lost legs, a few fell unconscious. But it was useless. It was as if all the spiders in the damn maze had been called to her by some magical scent. Her skin, reinforced by the bark skin spell, was starting to lose its effect. Bleeding scratches already marked her body. She cast a healing spell, trembling, while continuing to back away. One of the spiders rammed into her, and her wand went flying. Desperate, she began to channel elemental magic directly from her hands. She froze the air around her, halting several spiders. Thank Merlin Einar had given her those magic tomes. She tried casting a calming spell, and for a moment, it worked. But only for a moment. As if something inside her provoked them, the spiders lunged at her again. Seeing her wand on the ground, she dove for it, rolled through the mud, recovered it, and shot a series of red sparks into the sky. She curled up on the ground, in a fetal position, continuing to reinforce her skin and heal what she could. Her clothes were in tatters, barely covering the essentials. She had to hold on. Just a bit longer. Just a bit more. And then, the world trembled. The maze shook with a deep, muffled, ancient roar. The spiders froze. Their legs trembled. Their bodies tensed. And then, they fled. In terror. As if staying a second longer would mean death. Too late. A blue lightning bolt cut through the air. A visceral, savage explosion reduced the nearest creatures to nothing more than scattered viscera. Fleur looked up. A massive hole had been opened in one of the maze walls, as if an unstoppable force had sliced through it like butter. Standing in the middle of the breach, was Einar. With a two-handed sword resting on his shoulder. It was no ordinary sword, it was the Stalrim greatsword, forged from a mineral as ancient and dense as the eternal ice of Solstheim. A jewel from another world. Blue, radiant, solid as a mountain. His silhouette was imposing. The wind whipped his black cloak as his white hair flowed like it burned with its own will. His presence silenced everything. "Are you all right?" he asked in a deep voice, lowering the great sword, still stained with blood and spider venom. "Why, yes. Thank you for coming to rescue me," Fleur whispered, her cheeks burning as she tried to stand with dignity. Einar tossed her a small enchanted stone, which struck the crystal orb embedded in her wand's handle, shattering it instantly. The transmission was cut. Then, without a word, he took off his cloak and placed it over her head. Fleur blinked, confused, until she looked down and noticed her torn clothes, barely clinging to the necessary parts of her body. Her face turned crimson. From the stands, the audience began to protest the interrupted broadcast, unaware of what was truly happening. But their complaints died down when they saw the massive hole in the maze, and the figure of Einar emerging from it. Fleur followed him, wrapped in his cloak, not daring to lift her gaze. Her face looked like it was on fire with shame. Hermione watched them intently, saying nothing, but her lips seemed to form a single word. "Beach. Look. Harry and Cedric are in front of the cup." Neville shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Einar turned his gaze toward the crystal orb. Both boys stood side by side, their hands inches from the trophy. They looked at each other. Nodded. And touched it at the same time. Fireworks, celebratory music, and cheers began to erupt, but no one appeared. Seconds passed. 1, then 2, then 10. But they didn't come back. The cup hadn't returned anyone. And on the crystal orb, the two champions were no longer in the maze. They were somewhere else. Just as dark. Einar frowned. The atmosphere shifted. His cloak whipped violently in the wind. And his clothes began to transform. Chapter 78, Dragon. Dragon. "Let's grab the cup at the same time," said Harry, staring at Cedric with unshakable calm. "Are you sure?" "You got here first," Cedric replied in surprise, his eyes narrowed in doubt. "Yes. We're both Hogwarts champions," Harry said with a calm, almost brotherly smile. Cedric looked at him for a moment longer, then nodded, returning the smile. Then, let's do it. They both turned to the cup, which shone like a star trapped in the heart of the maze. Standing side by side, hands outstretched, they counted together. 3, 2, 1. And then they touched it. Reality seemed to tear apart around them. An invisible whirlwind enveloped them, dragging them as if caught in the current of a magical hurricane. The journey was more violent than anything they had ever experienced, their stomachs churned, their vision warped, and when they finally landed, it was with a hard thud against the cold ground. The cup flew off, rolling away into the darkness. Both were gasping for air, staggering as they tried to get up. Around them stretched an ancient graveyard, drowned in thick shadows. The only source of light came from a large cauldron, bubbling and lit with greenish flames, casting eerie, dancing shadows. "Where are we?" Cedric whispered, still disoriented. Before anyone could say more, a beam of green light shot through the air with a deadly screech, fired directly at Cedric. The Avada Kedavra. It was so fast, so unexpected, that even with Einar's training, with all his reflexes, Cedric barely managed to turn his head toward the threat. The only thing his eyes saw, in that instant stretched into eternity, was death approaching. But then, something happened. A violet flare, searing and pure, shot from Harry's chest. Like a whip of divine fire, it intercepted the killing curse and disintegrated it on contact, reducing it to magical ashes. Silence. Cedric stood frozen, breathless. Harry stared at his chest in disbelief, where a small black head was emerging, with bright eyes and a proud glint. "Vire!" Harry exclaimed, a mix of amazement and joy. His little dragon had just saved Cedric's life. Cedric, still in shock, could only nod in gratitude, but both readied themselves when they heard footsteps approaching among the graves. A voice rose, filled with fascination. "That was fabulous, I must say. A creature that destroys an Avada, that shouldn't exist, should it, rat?" From the shadows emerged a man dressed entirely in black. His face was hidden behind a plain cloth mask, nothing ceremonial, just practical. But the way he walked, radiated a tangible threat. Behind him, stumbling with a look of panic, came Peter Pettigrew. In his arms, he held something, a deformed, small figure, barely human, but Harry recognized that face. "Pettigrew!" Harry roared in fury. "And Voldemort!" "What?" said Cedric, tense, his wand still raised. "Kill him already," rasped Voldemort. Sure, said the masked man, raising his wand and launching another Avada Kedavra. But this time Cedric was ready. He moved with a swift spin and dodged the deadly beam by mere inches. "Stupefy!" Cedric shouted, counterattacking. The spell flew straight, but the stranger blocked it effortlessly, as if he had anticipated it. "If you're going to face someone trying to kill you, boy, you'll need to be more lethal," the masked man murmured, casting a curse. Cedric managed to dodge it, but where it hit, the ground exploded, and a brown liquid splashed out, staining his clothes. Cedric watched in horror as his robe began to dissolve, turned to dust by the corrosive substance. Harry, meanwhile, raised his wand, aiming at Pettigrew. "Defindo!" Pettigrew reacted surprisingly fast. Spells flew in both directions like a storm, blocked, deflected, exploding between tombstones. Though a coward, Pettigrew had survived the war, and now he was casting precise spells, not to kill, but to capture. "You're as annoying as a fly," the masked man growled at Cedric, preparing something more powerful. "Wait!" Voldemort suddenly intervened. "That boy is interesting. Don't kill him. Control him." The masked man lowered his wand at once. Cedric blinked, confused. Was he surrendering? He took a step toward him, but stopped, his instincts screaming in warning. Too late. A spell hit him from behind, and his body tensed instantly. He was paralyzed, trapped inside his own body like a frozen puppet. "Cedric!" Harry shouted, running toward him. But Cedric suddenly turned. His arm trembled, and pointed his wand at Harry. "No!" Harry whispered, confused. A blast hit his chest, throwing him backward. He struck a statue behind him and, as if it had come to life, it wrapped around him tightly, restraining him with arms of stone. "Well done," the masked man said with cold satisfaction. Behind Cedric, someone else approached. Their face was shrouded in darkness, but something about their gait, their figure, felt disturbingly familiar to Harry. "Well done, not," Voldemort said, with a twisted, inhuman smile. With that, I'll forgive your earlier recklessness. Thank you, my lord, the man replied, kneeling with devotion. Wormtail. Begin. Voldemort commanded, his voice trembling with anticipation. Peter Pettigrew lunged toward Harry with a dagger in hand, his eyes wild with fear, devotion, and madness. Before Peter could get close enough, a violet flame burst from Harry's chest, like a spear of ancient fury. The tongue of fire shot forward like a burning lance, forcing Pettigrew to raise his wand desperately, conjuring a shield. Protego, he cried. But it was useless. The fire tore through the shield as if it were smoke, striking him directly in the chest. A blood-curdling scream filled the graveyard. Aha! No! Mercy! Peter writhed on the ground, his clothes burning without visible flame, as if his very soul were being ripped apart. From Harry's chest, Vire, the little black dragon, leapt out fiercely, landing with wings spread and bared fangs. Despite his size, he loomed like a sacred creature, a guardian from a forgotten legend. His eyes gleamed with unsettling intelligence and deadly resolve. Lord Nott, wasting no time, raised his wand and shouted. Avada Kedavra. The green bolt struck the small dragon squarely. No! Harry roared, his soul shrinking as he watched the killing curse engulf Vire. But when the glow faded, Vire was still there. Unharmed. Not only that, but he wore a mocking smile, as if he had just witnessed a ridiculous attempt. A spark of irony gleamed in his eyes. Are you seriously trying to kill a dragon blessed by the one who walks with death? His gaze seemed to say. With a restrained roar, Vire responded by unleashing a burst of emerald green fire. Nott barely rolled to the side before the flames could reach him. The fire didn't hit a human, but rather a nearby tree, which withered completely within seconds. Its leaves shriveled instantly, the bark cracked, and the trunk collapsed with a dry crunch. This wasn't normal fire. It wasn't a curse. It was the very essence of death wrapped in flame. Everyone stood frozen for a moment. Even Voldemort narrowed his eyes in surprise, and greed. Capture it, he bellowed in fury. Nott and the other Death Eater moved at once, conjuring arcane traps and curses on the ground. Enchanted branches, black chains, and containment circles emerged like serpents. But Vire was a living whirlwind. He leapt, spun through the air, spewed violet fire that melted barriers and shattered spells. It was glorious chaos. Until Nott, with cunning, slipped behind Harry and pressed his wand to his throat. Move, and your master dies, he hissed coldly. Vire froze instantly. The fire vanished. The dragon slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Harry. Vire, run. I'm fine. Harry shouted urgently. But Vire didn't move. A moment later, the chains coiled around him like vipers, binding his body to the ground. Shut up. Nott growled, digging his wand into Harry's neck. Swiftly, he grabbed the dagger Pettigrew still held, raised it, and cut Harry's arm, drawing his blood. Harry gritted his teeth to avoid screaming. Blood dripped as Nott collected it, hurrying toward Voldemort. Meanwhile, Pettigrew, still trembling and burned, crawled to the altar with his head bowed. Continue, Wormtail. Continue. Voldemort shouted, his face twisted with impatience and desire. Why yes, my lord. Peter murmured, taking the dagger now soaked with the Chosen One's blood. The ritual was about to begin. Meanwhile, in the stands, at the exact moment Harry and Cedric vanished in a flash from the tournament, a shiver ran through Einar's body. His gaze, normally calm and controlled, shifted to a mix of unease and indescribable gravity. The air around him thickened, as if the very atmosphere knew something was about to be unleashed. His eyes sharpened, his jaw clenched. And without a word, his clothes began to dissolve into particles of light, floating gently like golden ash, until they were replaced by something far more imposing. Everyone present turned instinctively. Not out of curiosity. Not by will. Something ancient within them compelled them to look. Einar's new armor assembled over his body as if summoned by the gods themselves, dark plates with glowing veins, forged in ancient fire and forgotten magic. 2 massive dragon horns adorned his helm, which looked more like a crown fit for a celestial warlord. His chest and shoulders were guarded by thick plates etched with draconic runes, but his arms, bare and scarred, radiated untamed, inhuman power. It was the armor of Ismir. The armor of the Dragon of the North. Not a fashion choice. The only thing strong enough to endure what Einar was about to release. Mull. He intoned, deep and resonant, his voice heavy with power. The earth itself trembled. The animals around Hogwarts fell to their knees, as if crushed by an invisible force. Some crawled, others simply collapsed, trembling, eyes wide with terror. Quah. He continued, the sound like the roar of a newborn volcano. In hidden corners of the world, dragons, few and concealed, roared in unison, raising their heads to the skies. It wasn't fear. It was glory. It was honor. It was recognition. He finished, and the sky answered. A golden light descended from the heavens, wrapping Einar like a celestial mantle. It was as if the universe itself recognized his bloodline and granted him permission to reveal his true form. Ancestral terror gripped everyone present. A primal, instinctive fear beyond all reason. They couldn't breathe properly. Most didn't dare raise their heads. And the few who did, were left breathless. Einar's eyes turned golden, incandescent like newborn suns. His pupils sharpened into the slits of a millennia-old beast, shifting between the patience of a hunter and the fury of a god. His hands became clawed, covered in golden scales that shimmered like living jewels. From his back, two majestic wings unfolded, made of golden fire. Not common fire, liquid light, pure power, elegance incarnate. A golden aura, warm, immense, overwhelming, engulfed him entirely. He was a dragon. He was a god. He was Einar. Hermione and Fleur, nearby, couldn't take their eyes off him. Fleur trembled, mouth agape, as if her heart might burst. Hermione, for the first time, had no thoughts. Her logical mind found no words, no explanation. It was, too much. Einar didn't look at them. Didn't look at anyone. He leaned forward slightly, charging energy into his legs. The ground cracked beneath him, leaving a deep mark where he stood. And then. Would not kest, he roared, his voice thundering like a divine storm. In an instant, he vanished. A sonic explosion thundered violently. Spectators were thrown to the ground, ears bleeding from the pressure, a sharp ringing filling the air as if reality itself had been torn. Minister Fudge, pale as a corpse, screamed. What the bloody hell was that? No one could answer. No one dared to. Far away, in a place beyond time and realms known to mortals, someone was watching. A man. One who had already transcended. He sat atop a floating rock in the middle of a glowing nebula, his silhouette shining with a light akin to what now enveloped Einar. He smiled. Looks like my little brother has learned something fascinating. He said softly, almost fondly. I never had that chance. There were no dragons in my era. And yet, I still became one of them. His eyes gleamed with nostalgia, and anticipation. I wonder, how far will he go? Though he's still young. Far too young to control that power. His robe, his armor, was the same Einar now wore. The mark of those who not only inherited the power of dragons, but became their equal. Chapter 79, The Roar of the Sky announced his arrival. The roar of the sky announced his arrival. Einar soared through the firmament like a divine spear, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms with each burst of his voice. Would not kest, he roared again and again, making the air itself tremble. The sky seemed to split apart as his body, wrapped in draconic power, tore through the wind. His wings of energy vibrated with a golden light, and each thrust sent shockwaves rippling through entire clouds. At intervals, he raised his hand and cast the spell of clairvoyance, guiding his path through the ethereal chaos. The sphere of vision floated before him, cracking under the sheer amount of magic Einar was channeling at once. Within it, he saw Voldemort. He had returned. Around him, Death Eaters appeared one by one, kneeling, trembling, as if terror itself had taken form. Voldemort smiled cruelly as he slowly approached Harry, raising a trembling hand, full of longing, to touch his forehead. Just a little more. Einar growled through clenched teeth, increasing his speed further. He could feel the transformation beginning to falter. He hadn't fully mastered this power yet. Not because he lacked strength, but because it was too much. Even with dragon souls roaring within him and a body forged for battle, controlling such power was a colossal challenge. Would. Nah. Kst. His final shout tore the sky apart. And then he saw it. The graveyard. Without wasting a second, he folded his wings and dove like a comet of light. On the ground, Harry was still trapped within the cold arms of a marble statue, an angel carved with a scythe. In front of him, the Dark Mark had just been summoned using Wormtail's blood. The rat-like man lay shaking, his bleeding stump transformed by dark magic. "You have served me well, Wormtail," Voldemort whispered, crafting a new silver hand for his servant. The man burst into tears of gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." Voldemort did not answer. Instead, he stepped toward the small chained dragon a few meters away. Vire could barely move. Exhausted, the young dragon teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, having drained his magical reserves. "Oh, what a curious creature," Voldemort murmured, nudging it with the tip of his foot. "Don't touch him!" Harry shouted furiously. "Harry? I'd almost forgotten about you," the Dark Lord laughed, turning mockingly as he walked over the bones of his own father. "The boy who lived. What a pitiful joke your legend is. Do you want to know the truth about that night? Do you want to know how I truly lost my power?" He stopped before his followers. "It was love," he said with disdain. "Your mother, her sacrifice invoked ancient magic. It rejected me. Destroyed me. I couldn't touch you. But that no longer matters. Not today." His voice dropped, trembling with pleasure. "Because now. I can." He extended a finger and pressed it against Harry's forehead. His eyes lit up with sick ecstasy, as if the war was already won. "It's amazing what a bit of—" Voldemort never finished the sentence. A deafening roar tore through the skies. Everyone looked up. But it was too late. A figure plummeted from the heavens like a meteor of judgment, crashing into the earth with the force of a star. The impact kicked up a storm of dust and earth, blinding all around. One knee struck the ground, cushioning the fall. Not applicable, the hero pose had arrived. From the smoke, a golden flash surged forward, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Voldemort turned instinctively, and then he saw it. A golden claw, covered in gleaming scales, barreled toward his chest. Time froze. His eyes widened in terror just as the claw was about to pierce him. But at the last second, it transformed into a simple human hand. Einar gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, restraining the power. "TSK, time's up," he muttered, watching as his draconic transformation faded, the golden armor slowly dissolving. Voldemort was flung through the air like a ragdoll, smashing through trees as he flew. The dust settled. All eyes turned to the lone figure now standing in the middle of the battlefield, clad in ancient armor. "Who are you?" a Death Eater screamed in terror. The only response was a red spell bursting beside them. Suddenly, they began attacking one another, overcome by magical fury that made them see enemies everywhere. Einar had raised a hand, channeling the rage spell. With the other, he split the marble scythe binding Harry in two. "Professor!" Harry exclaimed, caught between joy and fear. But then he saw something that made him pale. Cedric had stood up behind Einar, raising his wand. "Watch out!" Harry shouted. Einar didn't even turn. He picked up a chunk of marble from the ground and hurled it backward without looking. It struck Cedric right in the chin, knocking him unconscious. "There were gentler ways to do that, but there's no time," he muttered, turning to Harry. "Protect him, and protect your friend," he added, as his armor began to change. An armor Dumbledore knew all too well emerged from his body like an echo from the past. The Daedric armor, one of the strongest in Einar's arsenal. In his hands appeared a great sword wrapped in runes, and a runic shield which he hurled forward like a disc. At that moment, a killing curse soared through the air, aimed straight at Harry. The shield spun midair, and blocked it. From the nearby forest, Voldemort emerged once more. His robes tattered, his face twisted with rage. You're the professor who almost ruined everything," Voldemort spat coldly, his gaze like blades stabbing into Einar's eyes. But Einar didn't talk to corpses. "Would na kst." His voice boomed like an ancient roar. In a blink, Einar appeared before the Dark Lord, his colossal greatsword raised like an executioner's axe. The blade came down with the fury of a storm, clashing against a magical shield Voldemort raised at the last second. The steel didn't pierce it completely, but it cracked it wide open. Einar didn't hesitate. He dropped his sword instantly, and as if his hands were iron hooks, he drove them straight into the heart of the magical shield, tearing it open with brutal force. Voldemort's face twisted in surprise. He had no time to react, a brutal kick to the chest sent him flying backward, as if the very god of war had struck him. A Spartan kick. The sword, still suspended in the air above, fell along with the shield's destruction. Einar caught it mid-air with a violent spin and brought it down in a descending slash just as Voldemort was being launched away. But the Dark Lord reacted. He used apparition at the last second, vanishing into thin air with a crack. Einar's sword struck the ground with such power that a fissure split the earth for several meters, cleaving a distant tree as if it were made of paper. All of this happened in just a second. To those watching from afar, it was a flash of power, a whirlwind of strength and magic so fast it was nearly incomprehensible. Crash! Voldemort reappeared several meters back, crashing violently into a tree. He had escaped, but not unscathed. Damn half-blood, he growled furiously, rising with a face twisted in hatred. He raised his wand and conjured a tongue of infernal fire, while a giant snake emerged at his side, hissing with a thirst for death. F.O. cracked in. Einar's icy breath burst from his lips like the wind of an ancient mountain. The serpent froze instantly, transformed into a sculpture of ice. Voldemort didn't hesitate. A blast of energy shattered the frozen creature, sending a rain of icicle shards, sharp as daggers, hurtling toward Einar. But Einar was ready. He drew Oriel's shield, a sacred artifact that stored energy with each block. When activated, it released a golden shockwave that disintegrated the shards in a burst of light. Voldemort vanished again with a crack, reappearing behind Einar and casting a spell of pure darkness, a fragment of living night that writhed like a nightmare. Einar spun sharply and unsheathed the spell breaker, the curse-eating shield. The dark magic disintegrated upon contact, like smoke caught by sunlight. Would not kest, he roared again. Einar appeared right in front of Voldemort, this time wielding a warhammer. The impact was brutal. Voldemort raised another shield, but was sent flying like a ragdoll. He roared, enveloped in black mist that halted his ascent and made him float, as a shockwave rippled through the entire forest. Einar finally spoke. "Looks like you're finally getting serious," he said in a calm, deep voice, letting the hammer fall to the ground. Each strike echoed as if hammering the foundations of the world. On the fourth impact, the ground began to crack around him. "I don't know where you come from, but interfering with my plans is asking for death," Voldemort growled, floating like a dark specter. "You talk too much, typical." Mirek did the same. "Seems arrogance is the food of all villains," Einar replied, with a smile full of contempt. Voldemort appeared beside him once more, casting an Avada Kedavra like a bolt of green lightning. Einar dodged by spinning on his axis and, before the spell's echo had faded, used his shout again. "Would na kst." This time, Voldemort appeared instantly, dodging the attack with supernatural reflexes. Einar tried to trap him before the portal closed, like he had done with that assassin months ago. But Voldemort was faster, after all, he was more skilled in magic than that killer. The portal closed just in time, severing Einar's right arm. The limb fell at the Dark Lord's feet, who looked at it with mockery. "Arrogant," Voldemort murmured, pointing his wand at the arm. A burst of flame shot toward it, but Einar raised his left hand. With a sharp gesture, the severed arm flew back toward his body. A second later, it reattached as if it had never been removed. A flash of healing magic ran across his skin, leaving no trace of injury. "I have to admit, you're better than Dumbledore." "But still not enough," Einar said calmly. Though he didn't yet know that Dumbledore was far weaker, because his own wand had betrayed him. He lifted his gaze, and the air around him grew heavy. His aura swelled. The ground trembled. The sky seemed to darken. "It's time you understood what it means to be serious." Tid Clo. Time slowed around him, but Einar moved freely. A final whisper. "Would na kst." And he vanished. Voldemort barely had time to widen his eyes. The warhammer struck his chest with a seismic crash, launching him backward with devastating force, smashing through trees in his path. Einar didn't stop. He used whirlwind sprint once more, appearing above Voldemort from the sky, descending with his hammer as if judgment itself were falling upon him. Voldemort barely managed to apparate. The blow didn't land fully, but one of his arms twisted grotesquely from the partial impact. The hammer continued downward, smashing into the earth with a massive explosion. Entire trees were flung into the air. The ground was left scarred by a massive crater. If that blow had landed directly, Voldemort would have been reduced to rubble. Even Einar frowned, surprised that his enemy had managed to dodge. Voldemort reappeared, gasping, with black blood pouring from his mangled arm, just a short distance from Harry. And Einar. Einar emerged from the forest through smoke and embers, walking among the fallen trees like a force of nature. Silent. Invincible. Damn you. Voldemort murmured, finally realizing he was no match for Einar. The Nord was about to launch another attack when his serious gaze quickly shifted to Harry. There, a rat transformed into a hunched man, Peter Pettigrew. Wasting no time, he raised a small wand, aiming directly at the young wizard's neck. "Stop, or I'll kill him!" Pettigrew shouted with a sickening mix of fear and false confidence. Einar halted his advance with barely a step, frowning as he watched him. "Now, master." Peter stammered, never taking his eyes off his lord. Voldemort clenched his teeth in disgust. The act repulsed him, but it was useful. Without a word, he raised his wand, darkness condensing around him. Avada Kedavra. A green flash shot through the air like a venomous lightning bolt. "No!" Harry screamed as the spell struck Einar squarely in the chest. But Einar didn't fall. Only a single drop of blood trickled from his nose. Then, his eyes turned golden. Not like gold, but like the liquid fire of a god. And in that instant, a primal, ancient fear froze the world. Even death seemed to hesitate. Einar had been lying. He had never fought seriously. For him, this had been nothing more than another dance. In Skyrim, he used to wander wild lands in search of challenges. But he became so strong, so monstrously powerful, that even dragons couldn't resist him anymore. He heard rumors of champions in other lands, the Nerevarine, the hero of Kvatch, but to face them would have meant unleashing wars. And now, when he finally found a worthy fight, they resorted to a hostage. The fun was over. Voldemort's eyes widened in horror. His killing curse had only made that creature bleed. Meanwhile, Pettigrew trembled. He tried to step back, but felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw the dagger, the same one all students had learned to summon. Harry had stabbed him. The young Gryffindor didn't stop, he struck Peter's arm, making him drop the wand, and finished with a knee to the gut. Peter collapsed, unconscious. But Einar's fury didn't fade. An ancient weapon appeared in his hand, a hammer as black as the night, crowned with multiple spikes that vibrated with dark, primal energy. Volendrung, the Daedric artifact that could crush mountains with a single blow. Without a word, Einar charged at Voldemort. And for the first time, Voldemort felt fear. Real fear. Human fear. In desperation, he used his magic to disappear. Time seemed to slow down. As he faded, he saw the massive hammer descending like the judgment of a Nordic god. Just as it was about to crush him, an external force, an invisible hand from the other side of the portal, pushed him, accelerating his escape. Einar's strike missed, but the shockwave was devastating. The ground rose like a wave. Trees were torn from the roots. The earth trembled. Before him, only a plain remained. "Tsk. Coward," Einar spat. He looked around, expecting to find Death Eaters, but there were none. Strangely, he could still feel their presence, as if they hadn't moved. He raised his hand and launched a wave of fire toward where they should have been. Nothing. He turned toward Harry. The young man held Vire in his arms, asleep. Cedric lay at his feet. Peter, unconscious. Einar approached with a freshly summoned sword in hand, ready to finish what Peter had started. But Harry's voice stopped him. "Wait, Professor. Please, don't kill him. If we turn him in, maybe Sirius can be freed." Einar looked at him. His golden eyes still shone, and for an instant, Harry felt a chill run down his spine. But then, Einar's eyes returned to their natural green. "Sigh. Do what you want. It's my fault you were taken hostage. Normally, I don't have to worry about protecting anyone when I fight. Sorry about that. It's okay. Professor, you saved me. If you hadn't come. Enough. It's time to return to Hogwarts." He raised his hand, cutting him off. Harry nodded, picking up Cedric, Vire, and reluctantly, Peter as well. Einar extended his hand, and the tournament cup floated toward him with a faint hum. As he caught it, he thought, "I really need to learn that apparition spell." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. In a flash of magic, the four of them vanished from the place, transported back to Hogwarts. Where many awaited them. Where the crystal spheres had shown nearly the entire battle. And now they knew, that among them walked a Nordic god. Well, half Nordic. Chapter 80, Plains. Plains. At the Riddle Mansion. Arg. Damn mudblood, or half-blood, whatever. He must die, roared Voldemort in fury, ripping a black dagger out of his shoulder. He didn't understand how it had gotten there. He had only noticed it once he was already safe, inside his mansion, surrounded by the remnants of his entourage. That was when he looked toward the other Death Eaters, lying scattered on the floor, still bleeding and groaning from their own disputes. Luckily, none had cast a killing curse, otherwise, he would have lost more useless fools. In the dimly lit room, in a quiet corner, stood the man who had saved him. Covered with a black mask that completely hid his face, he was Voldemort's best Death Eater. The only one with the wit and strength to hold Voldemort back at just the right moment, allowing him to escape from the professor who had nearly destroyed him. A grim smile crossed Voldemort's face as he looked at his loyal warrior. That man had arrived one day during the war, like a shadow amidst chaos. He had joined their ranks without asking for anything in return, proving himself to be an unstoppable war beast. He had never failed a mission. He even seemed to enjoy the bloodbath he left behind. Pure chaos. Pure destruction. A being made for war. Well done. You've earned a reward, said Voldemort with satisfaction. This Death Eater was the only one he didn't demand bows or to be called, my lord. I don't need a reward, replied the masked man in a calm, almost satisfied voice. I've already found what I was looking for. And his gaze drifted toward the horizon, as if he were already seeing the next battlefield. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts. The air was heavy when Einar's group suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The crowd in the stands watched in disbelief. No one knew what to say. Everyone had seen it. No one could deny it, or so they thought. My son, cried Amos Diggory, running toward Cedric, who lay unconscious on the ground. He checked him quickly and, seeing he was alive, let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank you, thank you. He repeated over and over to Einar and Harry, completely forgetting any past resentment. He had seen his son mere seconds away from death under an Avada Kedavra. That image had squeezed his heart like never before. But in the midst of the emotion, a voice thundered across the stadium. Cold. Full of authority and distrust. Dumbledore, what are you playing at? It was Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, his face contorted with rage. Murmurs began to rise among the crowd. Everyone was listening. Such an elaborate deception. What are you planning? Did you hire actors? Stage this whole scene, he accused, pointing furiously at those present. This won't be left alone. The Ministry will investigate every corner of this theater. Every piece of evidence, every lie, will be exposed. And without waiting for a response, he turned and left, followed by his officials, leaving behind a trail of distrust. The stares began to shift toward Dumbledore. Some filled with doubt. Others with disappointment. And a few still firm, trying to believe. Einar sighed in frustration. His voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. This is why I hate bureaucrats and their power games. He walked slowly away from the scene, Harry by his side and Vir asleep in his arms. Hermione ran after them without hesitation. Fleur wanted to follow, but her duty was to stay with her family and her schoolmates. The nurse quickly rushed to tend to Cedric, then to Harry. But he had already been healed by Neville. He had no injuries. Just exhaustion. Mental exhaustion, knowing that Voldemort had returned. Still, he was forced to stay in the infirmary. He stared at the ceiling, not really knowing how to feel. Lost. Looks like you've got a lot on your mind, said a voice beside him. Harry jumped. Einar was sitting next to his bed, eating an apple. He hadn't appeared suddenly. He had just moved so silently that Harry hadn't noticed him. Maybe he did it on purpose to scare students. Professor, he's back, said Harry in a grave voice, as if saying it made it more real. Yes, Einar replied calmly. Almost as if he didn't care. You almost killed him. But he escaped. He's alive now. Free. Einar stopped his hand just before biting into the apple. He knew how strong he was. He had fought enemies of inconceivable power. And when he crossed spells with Voldemort, he knew he could have destroyed him from the beginning. Even holding back, enjoying the fight as he usually did, would have been enough. It wasn't his style to let monsters live when they endangered his students. So, Why had he held back? Why didn't he destroy him? Was it because of the prophecy? No. That didn't make sense. There was something else. Something he couldn't see. Einar, the Destroyer. The Dragonborn. Son of Akatosh. Bearer of over 100 dragon souls, had he been manipulated? Had someone tampered with his mind? He couldn't stop thinking about the masked man who helped Voldemort escape. For the first time, someone had stolen a prey from him. And that, though he didn't want to admit it, had wounded his pride. Looks like you'll have to train even harder, Harry, said Einar seriously, watching him intently with a piercing gaze full of experience and expectation. I'll help you however I can, but it seems we both have a mission here. Harry nodded, fire in his eyes, a fierce emotion he had never felt with such intensity. If Voldemort had returned, then he would become strong enough to face him, and defeat him. A while later, the infirmary filled with voices and hurried footsteps. Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Ron, Hermione, McGonagall, and even Dumbledore, Fudge, and Snape stormed into the room, arguing heatedly. I've always given you freedom, Dumbledore. I've shown you respect, even when I haven't agreed with you. I've kept quiet. Not many in my position would have allowed you to hire a werewolf as a professor, or to keep Hagrid here, or to decide what to teach your students without consulting the ministry. But if you're going to act against me, the only one I want to act against is Lord Voldemort. And if you're against him, then we're still on the same side, Cornelius, interrupted Dumbledore, his voice firm but calm. He can't be back, Dumbledore. He can't, insisted Fudge, as if trying to convince himself. Then Snape stepped forward. With a deliberate motion, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm. On it glowed the dark mark, vivid, dark, pulsing as if it burned. Look, said Snape tensely. Look at this mark. It hasn't been this clear in years. Tonight, just an hour ago, it was pitch black. The Dark Lord used this mark to brand all his followers, to identify and summon us. When he touched one mark, we all had to appear at his side. This mark has been darkening all year. And Karkaroff's too. Why do you think he ran off tonight? Because he fears the revenge of the one he betrayed. Fudge stumbled back abruptly, pale as a ghost, shaking his head as if refusing to understand. He looked at Snape's mark with revulsion, then raised his eyes toward Dumbledore, murmuring with a broken voice. I don't know what game you and your professors are playing, but I've heard enough. I have nothing more to say. Tomorrow, we'll discuss the future of the school. For now, I'll return to the ministry. He turned to leave, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Einar standing in the doorway, arms crossed and his gaze as solid as stone. An involuntary shiver ran through him under that stern stare. He swallowed hard, turned back around, and took a few steps toward the bed, placing a pouch on the small table next to Harry. Your prize. 500 galleons. The other 500 will go to young Diggory, who was taken to St. Mungo's by his father. After all, it was a tie. And without another word, he hurried out, slamming the door behind him. Dumbledore watched him go, shaking his head slightly. Then he turned to Molly and the others. There is much to be done, he said gravely. Molly, am I wrong to think I can count on you and Arthur? Of course you're not wrong, Mrs. Weasley replied at once. Her lips were pale, but her eyes gleamed with determination. Arthur knows Fudge well. His enthusiasm for muggles is what got him sidelined at work. Fudge thinks he lacks pride as a wizard. Then we'll ask Arthur to use his position at the ministry to speak with those not as blinded as Cornelius, Dumbledore said quickly. I'll go see him, said Bill, standing up. I'll go right now. Tell him I'll see him as soon as I can. Fudge mustn't suspect I'm interfering with the ministry, Dumbledore added. Leave it to me, said Bill, giving a quick salute before striding out. Minerva, please bring Hagrid to my office as soon as possible. And Madame Maxime as well, if she's willing, Dumbledore instructed, not missing a beat. McGonagall nodded silently and departed with her usual efficiency. Then Dumbledore's eyes turned to Einar, who still stood calmly, arms crossed, watching everything unfold with a faint mocking smile on his lips. It wasn't a childish smirk, but the smile of someone who understood perfectly the strings behind the theater playing out before him. Einar knew the truth. He knew Dumbledore didn't improvise. Everything had been planned from the start. When Harry was taken to the graveyard, Einar had left Dren with clear instructions, including to keep a close eye on the headmaster. And when Dumbledore saw Voldemort reborn using Harry's blood, His face had filled with a restrained emotion, an emotion he barely managed to conceal. That old man knew. He may have even arranged it. So far, no one knew who tampered with the goblet of fire to add Harry's name. But Einar suspected Dumbledore already knew. And he, Einar, knew as well. That was why the mocking smile. Because both of them knew the truth, and both knew the other knew it too. Excuse me. Professor Dovahkian, could you call him? Asked Dumbledore, not looking at anyone else. Einar knew exactly who he meant. He responded calmly. He's been here from the beginning. He glanced toward a corner of the room, right beside Harry's bed, and gave a slight nod. In that instant, a figure appeared out of thin air. As if it had always been there, just unnoticed. Sirius Black, cried Mrs. Weasley, her voice a mix of surprise and fear, instinctively placing a hand on her chest. Relax, Mum. He's innocent, Ron quickly said, stepping forward to calm her. The revelation caused an immediate impact. Snape froze, his face rigid with an expression of fury mixed with horror. What is he doing here? He spat venomously, while Sirius stared back at him with the same loathing. I trust him, Severus, just as I trust you, Dumbledore intervened solemnly, looking firmly at them both. It's time to let go of old grudges. You must trust each other, even if only for now. The weight of Dumbledore's words filled the room. Of course, he had known that Sirius had been lurking around Hogwarts for some time. He himself had summoned him. He even had an artifact similar to the Marauder's map, created months ago to track a particular person. However, whenever that name appeared, the dot burned and vanished from the map, as if someone wanted to stay hidden even from him. Strangely, it wasn't just one name, two different names behaved that way. Though Dumbledore suspected it might be the same person using multiple identities. Eventually, he discovered that Sirius often visited Hagrid's hut whenever Einar was there. It didn't take long to conclude that the two had become allies, perhaps even friends. I'll settle for a truce, Dumbledore finally said, seeing Sirius and Snape exchange glances full of hatred. Both reluctantly agreed. The circumstances demanded it. Even Sirius decided to momentarily set aside the grudges he still held against Dumbledore, for his godson could be in danger if Voldemort had truly returned. Sirius, I need you to find Lupin, Mrs. Fig, and Fletcher. Gather the old group. Hide at Lupin's house. I'll come to you when the time is right, Dumbledore ordered swiftly, like someone executing a long-awaited plan. But with Wormtail captured, it's only a matter of time before Sirius is proven innocent. Harry interrupted excitedly. His voice was full of hope. Dumbledore stood still for a moment, as if the idea had momentarily slipped his mind. For a brief second, a strange expression crossed his face, and only Einar noticed it. A crack in the mask of the wise strategist. Einar smiled silently. One of the headmaster's plans had just been disrupted. Wormtail was already in the custody of Aurors, and Einar had made sure he would reach trial alive. He had cast special enchantments to keep him conscious and breathing, just long enough to speak. Don't worry, Harry, said Sirius, turning to his godson with a confident smile. I'll warn the others and come back for the trial. I'm sure I'll soon be able to walk freely by your side again. He then turned to Einar and gave him a slight nod. He said nothing, but the message was clear, take care of him. With that, he vanished before everyone's eyes, fading into the air like a fleeting shadow. Dumbledore stood lost in thought for a moment, perhaps readjusting his strategies, redrawing his invisible web. Severus, you know what I need from you, he said seriously, locking eyes with Snape. If you're willing. I am, Snape replied, paler than usual, as if already feeling the weight of the danger ahead. Then, good luck, said the headmaster, his gaze tense and a note of apprehension in his voice. Snape gave a slight nod and left silently. After a moment, Dumbledore turned to Einar. Professor Dovahkian, would you accompany me to my office? I'd like a word with you. With that, he began to leave the infirmary, nodding respectfully to those present. Einar followed without a word, his steps calm, though the gleam in his eyes remained that of someone playing a game of chess, and knowing he's about to check the king. Chapter 81, Crash. Crash. Alright, midnight crazy theory time, if a wand is embedded in a ring, would it still work, or am I getting too creative? And another thing, if you cast Expelliarmus on it, would the ring fly off with the whole finger? Technically, the tips of a wand are used to absorb and channel magic, but a ring doesn't have tips, so, would the spells just get stuck spinning in a loop? Or worse, would you end up casting magical punches? Ha ha ha, the weird things I think about at midnight. Anyway, here's the chapter. Einar burst into Dumbledore's office, taking advantage of the fact that the headmaster had just been dragged out by Cedric's furious father, who was demanding answers after seeing his son nearly die. The Nordic didn't waste any time. The moment he crossed the threshold, the gazes of the other headmasters pierced through him. Some were full of reproach, others of respect, even friendship. Pust. Einar frowned. He heard the sound and quickly scanned the room. Then he saw it. On top of a display case, the Sorting Hat stared at him with a grave, unusually serious expression. "Over there," murmured the hat, slightly shifting one of its tassels toward a corner of the office. Einar followed the direction with caution. There, on the floor, lay a small potion vial, fallen, but intact. He picked it up carefully, examining it. Only a single drop of golden liquid remained inside. He removed the stopper and sniffed. His eyes widened in surprise. He recognized it. One of the first things he had mastered upon arriving in this world was alchemy. Among all the potions he studied, one in particular had caught his attention. One so rare it was said to contain a trace of divinity, Felix Felicis. "Looks like you found it," said a firm voice from the doorway. Einar turned slowly. Dumbledore was watching him, face tense, anger beginning to show through the mask of wisdom. "You used the luck, so I wouldn't kill Voldemort?" asked Einar, his voice deep, his eyes fixed on the old wizard. "Or did you use it so he could come back tonight, no matter who got in the way?" The headmaster didn't reply immediately. But Einar saw the subtle shift in his gaze. A blink, a slight twitch in his eyelids. That was enough. In order for Voldemort to truly die, he must first have a body, Dumbledore finally answered, his voice sounding more like he was trying to convince himself. It was going to happen anyway. Even if you killed him today, he would return. And if that happens years from now, I might not be here to stop him. "Were you the one who put Harry's name in the goblet?" asked Einar. His tone remained calm, but his eyes now glowed with an unnatural golden hue. "No, it was Barty Crouch." "I saw him," the headmaster replied, but the hesitation in his voice said otherwise. Einar closed his eyes in frustration, bringing a hand to his forehead. There was still a chance to fix this. All Dumbledore needed was a good beating. But then he felt something. "What did you do?" he asked suddenly. His voice hardened as he sensed something within Dumbledore, something that shouldn't be there. The shock was such that even the old man's mask cracked. For the first time, he looked confused. "Vulnerable. Looks like you noticed," Dumbledore murmured, his face heavy with regret. A staff appeared in his hand. One that shouldn't exist in this world. Einar went pale. He immediately searched through his expanding pouch. It can't be. It wasn't there. It can't be. Sheogorath had given it to him. The Wabbajack itself. A forbidden, chaotic, cursed artifact. And now it was in Dumbledore's hands. That could only mean one thing. Sheogorath knew where he was. Or worse. Dumbledore had become his champion. "You absolute fool." Einar spat with rage as he lunged at him, ready to strangle him with his own hands. His fury wasn't just about the staff, it was about what it represented. Sheogorath wasn't the most evil of the Daedric princes, but he was the most unpredictable. A being so chaotic it was impossible to know what he would do. 99% of the time you wouldn't understand what he was thinking, and the remaining 1% you'd be wrong trying to guess. He might laugh at a joke, or turn you into a chicken and toss you into a slaughterhouse. Maybe he'd change your gender and leave you in a brothel under an aphrodisiac spell, only to show up at the end and say it was all a little prank. And that would be one of his good days. Just as Einar was about to touch Dumbledore, the Wabbajack glowed with a distorted light. They both vanished. They reappeared outside the castle. Right in the place where, weeks before, Einar had humiliated Dumbledore in battle. "You should let that go, you don't know what you're holding. It changes you. Poisons your mind. Sheogorath is." "I know what he is," Dumbledore interrupted, voice dark. "And you still took it." Einar's anger mixed with disbelief. "It's your fault." Dumbledore shouted, his voice finally overflowing. "You changed everything. Everything. Everything I worked for. Yes, there would have been casualties, but what war doesn't have them? Voldemort's reign of terror would have finally ended. His followers, the ones who once escaped, would have been caught. The hidden evil would have crawled out of the shadows, and then, the wizarding world would have been purged. But you ruined everything. Dumbledore took a step forward, unhinged. You appeared out of nowhere, and everything fell apart. You left me no choice. Die a hero, or live long enough to become the villain. What do you think they'll remember me for? My greatest achievement? Defeating Gellert, and what else? That I was his friend. That I stood by his side when it all began. That's what lasts. You ruined it. You're not from this world. You changed the script. I just wanted to be remembered. Not for gold, or power, just a name. A legacy. For the history books to give me a chapter. For the chosen one's children to carry my name. Is that so bad? While the old man poured his heart out, Einar noticed a faint flicker of light on the Wabbajack. The staff was acting up. Distorting. Controlling. But since when had he had it? Weeks? Months? If that was the case, then Dumbledore had been corrupted for a long time. Idiot. Einar muttered, his face hardened. You've doomed this world. A brutal darkness erupted from his body. His armor, black as night and seemingly devouring the light around it, slowly materialized and cloaked him. His gaze carried the weight of impending judgment. Daedric princes don't come to save. They come to destroy. To take whomever they want. To turn this world into their playground. And you just opened the door for them. Harry can fix it. He is the chosen one meant to protect this world. After all, as you once said, you saved yours. You were the chosen one there, Dumbledore replied with his usual calculated calm. That's not how a stupid prophecy works, Einar growled, his voice rough and brimming with restrained fury. I succeeded because I became strong, losing much along the way. I succeeded because I shattered my bones again and again to improve. I succeeded because I wanted to. A dark sword appeared in his hand, coated with a viscous, living texture, almost like it had tendrils. In his other hand, the Spellbreaker's shield shimmered with its usual arcane glow. For the first time, Einar was fully prepared to fight a true wizard. He knew the staff Dumbledore wielded, the Wabbajack, was as unpredictable as its master, functioning at the whim of luck, and if he was right, the Felix Felicis potion was still running through the old man's veins. They stared at each other like predators on the edge of an inevitable clash. That's when the other professors came running in, confused by the palpable tension in the air. Professor Einar, please, not again. McGonagall pleaded, deeply worried. This time I have a special reason, Minerva, Einar said, never taking his eyes off Dumbledore, pointing directly at the staff. That thing he's holding will bring about the end of humanity in this world. And if it doesn't, it'll attract the attention of someone who will. What are you talking about? Dumbledore, what is that? McGonagall asked, trying to understand what was slipping past her. Don't worry, Minerva. Once I finish using this staff, I'll return it to its rightful owner. I just need to disarm Mr. Einar, Dumbledore replied, with that gentle voice he used to mask secrets. But that answer reassured no one. The professor's eyes filled with doubt. Something was different this time. Yes, Einar was armed, but he hadn't attacked immediately like before. He was calculating every move, as if the threat was greater than it seemed. And most disturbing of all, Dumbledore hadn't denied a single thing. The old man still believed he was in the right. Before anyone could react, the staff in his hands glowed with chaotic energy. Even Dumbledore seemed surprised he hadn't consciously cast anything. A magical shockwave crashed into the ground, shaking everything. From the earth, a massive hand of stone emerged. Then another. As if some creature were rising from its grave, a gigantic golem roared and ascended from the castle's depths. TSK. Einar clicked his tongue, gathering magic in his hands. Dragon priest summoning. A portal opened behind him, producing a sharp yet deep sound. From it emerged a skeletal figure, wrapped in floating robes, its eyes burning with magical fire. Dukan, the dragon priest, had arrived. His mere presence made the air heavy, and more than one professor stepped back with pounding hearts. Though he had no flesh, the contempt in his gaze was palpable. Take care of that, don't destroy the school, Einar ordered. The priest bowed solemnly, one hand over his chest, and without a word unleashed an ice storm straight at the golem, freezing its arm while nimbly dodging its colossal blows. Einar had another target. He turned to Dumbledore and roared with power. Fus Aro Da. The shout shook everything. Dumbledore was hurled like a ragdoll into the forbidden forest, crashing through trees and leaves. Einar had no illusions, this battle would endanger the entire school. And he was right. No sooner had Dumbledore hit the forest floor than he raised the staff, and the sky responded with unspeakable fury. In an instant, a lightning storm covered the heavens. It wasn't gradual, just a flash, and then the sky roared. Bolts of lightning fell like rain, chasing Einar. He zigzagged through them, dodging strikes that split trees and left craters in the ground. Then, he raised his sword, Mirac's sword. From it emerged a dark whip, like a living tongue of shadow, lashing toward Dumbledore. But the old man was ready. A shield appeared, completely violet. And with bows? A shield with bows blocked the whip. Einar pressed a hand to his temple, annoyed. A shield with bows, he muttered in frustration. Perfect. I'm fighting the damn Wabbajack's wielder. And deep within the plains of oblivion, Einar was sure. Sheogorath was rolling on the floor, holding his stomach, laughing himself senseless with the chaos he had unleashed. Chapter 82, Fight. No, maybe it's too much. Let's calm things down. So I toned it down a bit from my original idea. I hope that, even with this adjustment, you still enjoy it. Every time Einar tried to approach, Dumbledore's staff acted on its own, raising powerful energy shields or summoning massive stone walls that blocked his advance, as if the very world were siding with the old man. Frustration built up inside Einar, his gaze grew fiercer, and his steps made the ground tremble under the weight of his restrained fury. Yol Tur Shul, he roared with the voice of a dragon. A devastating stream of fire burst from his throat like an infernal torrent, scorching everything in its path, charring trees and warping the very air with its searing heat. But Dumbledore didn't flinch. He spun his staff with nearly impossible speed and, in response, the water within every plant, leaf, and root of the nearby forest rose all at once. In an instant, a massive sphere of water formed and collided head-on with the flames. The impact was brutal. The clash of fire and water caused an explosion of steam that blanketed the battlefield in a dense, burning fog. But Einar didn't stop. Vengar Nas, his voice thundered, and the steam was sucked up by a cyclone that erupted from his mouth like a living storm. The vortex grew rapidly, drawing in air and energy with overwhelming force. Trees bent violently, stones lifted off the ground, and even Dumbledore had to anchor himself with magic to avoid being swept away. With a quick gesture, the old wizard created a magical rift at the cyclone's center. A small glowing hole appeared in the air and began absorbing the storm like a vacuum from another world. The wind collapsed inward and vanished, devoured by the spell. But Dumbledore didn't rest. He struck the ground with his staff, and the trees around him twisted to life. Branches lengthened, turning into sharp spears, and shot toward Einar as if the forest itself was trying to kill him. Einar raised his shield with a shout. Zunhalvak. A runic energy barrier appeared around him, repelling the attacks with dry booms. Branches bounced off and shattered against his defense, as if striking an enchanted wall of steel. Suddenly, a disarming spell flew through the air. Einar dodged it with a sidestep, unfazed. He responded instantly. Sujh done. A storm of ice burst from his hands, blanketing the forest in frost. The ground cracked, trees froze from root to crown, and a fine layer of snow fell from the sky as if winter had descended in seconds. Dumbledore was caught in a freezing wave, his body encased in a coffin of ice. But a cracking sound shattered the silence. Palm. The ice exploded from within, and the old man emerged wrapped in a glowing blue aura, panting, his face serious. Einar didn't waste a second. He summoned his two-handed axe, black as night, and shot toward Dumbledore like a lightning bolt. He was going to cleave him in two. The elder barely managed to dodge, sliding to the side with an agility that defied his age. He struck the ground with his staff, and a stone hand erupted from the earth, grabbing the axe at the last moment. The hand crumbled under the impact, but it was enough for Dumbledore to cast another spell and retreat. He knew one hit from Einar could be the end. With a roar that shook the forest, Einar changed his weapon to a massive two-handed warhammer. The air itself seemed to quake as he swung it in a horizontal arc and smashed it into the ground with superhuman force. Arachich, he bellowed as an entire section of earth rose up, torn as if ripped away by a wrathful god. The ground cracked and a massive slab of rock and roots was torn free and hurled like a blazing meteor straight at Dumbledore. The old wizard's eyes widened a fraction of a second before he raised his staff. A glowing force field emerged just in time, wrapping around him like a shimmering bubble. The mass of earth collided with the shield, causing a deafening explosion. The rock disintegrated on impact, turned to dust by the magical defense. The dust cloud covered the area, blocking the view of both fighters. Dumbledore coughed lightly, barely affected, but never lowered his guard. Ventus repulso, he exclaimed firmly. A supernatural gust of wind swept away the dust, and with it, he tried to repel the young warrior, who was already charging again. But Einar wasn't so easily stopped. He plunged two short swords into the ground, one in each hand, using them as anchors as the gale pushed him with brutal force. His muscles tensed, his boots screeched against the ground, but he didn't yield a single step. His gaze burned like living fire, fangs clenched as he resisted. "You won't stop me," he roared like an untamed beast. With a fluid and fierce motion, he ripped the swords from the ground and launched himself forward again, almost gliding over the dirt. In a move of lethal precision, Einar spun and hurled one of the swords with such speed it whistled through the air like a black arrow. Dumbledore barely managed to dodge, but the blade slashed through his robe and sank partially into his left shoulder. Blood trickled in a crimson line that stained the fabric, and the old man took a step back for the first time. Not because of the pain, though he felt it, but because of the realization, this young man wasn't just strong. He was a storm in human form, unstoppable, furious, and getting closer. The worst part, he could feel Einar was holding back. As he had once said, if he used his full power in this world, everything would break like paper. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts Castle, students, professors, and guests had stepped outside, drawn by the magical tremors. A massive earthen golem was battling a skeletal figure clad in arcane robes, whose screams shook the skies. "It sounds just like Einar's roars," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Harry recognized him instantly. The screams, the elemental magic, it was him. Although what he was witnessing didn't look like a simple spell. The skeletal mage was freezing parts of the golem with concentrated blasts of ice, shattering them into pieces. But the golem regenerated with the earth around it, as if the very planet was feeding it. Could it be one of Professor Einar's summons? Harry asked, remembering what he had once told them about dragon priests. "You want to interfere with that?" Ron said, his voice trembling at the sight of the chaos. "What do we do?" Hermione asked, biting her nail, distressed. Then, with a sleepy yawn, a tiny creature emerged from Harry's chest, the small summoned dragon. Annoyed by the noise disturbing his sleep, he let out a childish shriek. "Elqothcam." And with that high-pitched command, the ground cracked open, and skeletal hands wreathed in fire and shadow began to emerge. An army of the undead crawled out of the abyss, armed skeletons, warriors cloaked in flames, misty shadows screaming in forgotten tongues. The battlefield was overrun in seconds by these infernal creatures, who joined the attack against the golem without hesitation. The students watched, jaws dropped. What is this?" one of them whispered. "This looks like the end of the world," another shouted, as the sky darkened with fire and lightning erupting from the forbidden forest. Hermione and Harry looked at little Vir, who, after summoning the apocalypse, yawned again, nestled back into Harry's clothes, and went back to sleep. As if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the sky above the forest roared. A vortex of fire rose into the clouds, followed by a hellish lightning storm spiraling down to the earth. Amid the unleashed hell, where flames danced like wild beasts under a sky blackened by chaos, Einar stood motionless. His dark, imposing figure looked carved from stone as the fire lit the edges of his black armor. His eyes, full of fury and disappointment, were fixed on the old man before him. Dumbledore, his face marked by wrinkles of exhaustion and despair, raised his wand. "Expelliarmus," he roared. A crimson bolt, far more powerful than usual, tore through the air like lightning, heading straight for the warrior's chest. Einar reacted instantly. He lifted the spell nullifier, using his last reserve of magical protection, and with one swift motion switched weapons, now wielding the legendary ebony shield, covered in anti-magic runes that glowed faintly, as if even light feared their power. The shield fit perfectly with his black armor, wrapping him in the image of a god of war. Unstoppable. Unbreakable. But then, Dumbledore spoke. His voice, normally firm, was now a broken whisper, choked by guilt. "Just let me. I just want to return it. I can feel it corrupting me, little by little. I just want to give it back. Please, let me." The words fell apart before leaving his lips. The staff of Sheogorath, still in his hand, trembled as if it pulsed with a mind of its own. And for a moment, just one, Einar hesitated. He looked him in the eye. And something, perhaps pity, perhaps a flicker of respect, crossed his gaze. A spark of regret pierced him. Deep down, he felt it was his fault. That if he hadn't brought that mad relic into this world, Dumbledore would never have fallen so low. But before he could say anything, Dumbledore cast again. Expelliarmus. Einar saw it coming. He could have dodged it. He could have blocked it. But he didn't. He remembered how Dumbledore had given him a chance. How, thanks to him, he had met Harry, Hermione, all those young ones he now trained and protected. So, he lowered the shield. The bolt struck him square in the chest, and his sword flew through the air. The flames around them extinguished, as if the world had held its breath. Dumbledore dropped to his knees, gasping, his hands trembling as he let the staff of Sheogorath fall to the ground. "Thank you," he murmured faintly. "Let's make a truce, until Voldemort falls. I swear it on my life. No more strategies. No more putting students at risk. I swear it." He looked older than ever. Not in body, but in soul. He had lost more than a battle. He had lost part of himself. Einar looked at him in silence. Then let out a huff, almost in contempt at his own weakness. "TSK. Seems I've gone soft since coming to this place," he said, frustrated. He walked toward him with firm steps, picked up the staff from the ground, and the moment he touched it, a voice echoed in his mind. "It was fun, wasn't it? See you next time." Einar clenched his teeth. Dumbledore watched from the ground, defeated. "I know it was foolish. I'm sorry. I was, too manipulative. Even I, an old fox, fell to its whisper." "You're an idiot, Dumbledore," Einar said coldly, without a trace of compassion in his voice. "I owe you nothing. If you ever become my enemy again, there won't be a second chance. You won't manipulate Harry or any other student again. If the adults still want to believe your games, let them. But the children are my line. Understood?" "Yes." Dumbledore replied, and in that word, he broke. Not just from physical pain, but from the weight of his mistakes. His shoulder was still bleeding, but Einar did nothing to help. He simply looked at him one last time, and turned away. The fire had gone out. The castle no longer burned. And in the skies, the battle was over. High above, the dragon priest floated upright, his imposing silhouette silently watching the professors and students who gazed back at him in fear. He didn't attack. He said nothing. He just stared, like a god waiting to be worshipped. "You may return," Einar ordered, without turning around. The priest gave him one last look, placed a hand over his chest, and bowed with solemn reverence. Then, a portal opened behind him, and he vanished into it without a word. The skeletons summoned by Vir burst into violet flames, turning to ash. As if they had never existed. Only silence remained. The echo of a war, that almost no one truly understood. I wanted Dumbledore to get what he deserved, no doubt. But then I realized, if it weren't for his manipulations, Einar would have never become a professor or met the kids. So what's the point of holding a grudge? In the end, the good that came out of all this weighs more than Dumbledore's strategic games. Let's forgive him. Just this once. Chapter 83. At the highest point of a colossal castle, hidden among perpetual clouds and endless blizzards, stood a solitary cell, built to house a single man. That castle, with its imposing grey walls, was once the symbol of his vision, the manifestation of his power and ideals. Its name was Nurmanguard. And the one who lay imprisoned within its walls was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had brought the entire world to its knees. Even more feared than Voldemort himself, not because of his strength or the destructive power of his wand, but because of his ideas. Because of his unbreakable charisma. That dangerous ability to make people believe in him, follow him, love him even as he led them straight into darkness. Grindelwald was a threat because of what he represented. And the only man who had ever managed to stop him now stood directly in front of his cell. Albus Dumbledore. His robes were stained, his hair disheveled, his face marked by the recent battle. The dirt from the duel he had just finished still clung to him. As soon as the silence fell after his confrontation with Einar, he hadn't thought of rest or healing. The first thing that crossed his mind was this, seeing Gellert. That man he had once loved with all his soul. With whom he had shared dreams, ideals, and who had also caused his greatest fall. Dumbledore hadn't even stayed to preside over the final feast of the three champions. He had left that task in McGonagall's hands, while he came here, dragged by a need he couldn't fully explain. This place, this prison, this figure behind the bars, they were all part of who he was. Even if he didn't want to admit it. I ruined it, Gellert, were his first words after a long silence, his gaze lost somewhere between the bars and his own memories. From inside the cell, a deep, aged voice broke the stillness. So it seems, Grindelwald replied with a calmness that was unsettling. Despite the passing of time, the years of confinement and abandonment, there was something unbreakable in his presence. His once golden, radiant hair was now completely white. His grown and unkempt beard fell to his chest, and his robes were in tatters. There was no longer any trace of the nobility that had once shone in every one of his movements. And yet, his eyes remained the same. Calm. Clear. Impossible to read. I fear that my arrogance may have brought something worse into the world than you. Dumbledore whispered, his voice broken by the weight of guilt. Sometimes, when one searches for an answer, they find something else entirely, something unexpected. That's how life works. Grindelwald tilted his head gently. You can't keep believing everything will go as you hope, Albus. Not anymore. You've grown old. You should have stopped fighting, retired, rested. Perhaps I should have done so a long time ago. But now I no longer can, Dumbledore said, lowering his gaze. Then, he took a step forward and added, with a glimmer of hope. Gellert, help me see. Help me see if the world can still be saved. Be it through Harry, or through Einar. There was silence. Then, Grindelwald slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Albus. I can no longer see beyond. That boy. Einar, since he arrived, the future has vanished from my sight. It's as if he follows no written destiny. His eyes narrowed, intrigued. He is different. Perhaps I cannot see his future, because he himself can rewrite it at will. Yes. He's very special, and even so, I've pushed him to become my enemy. Dumbledore's voice trembled. His expression darkened. Thank you, Gellert. It was good to see you again. He turned, ready to leave. His silhouette looked more hunched than ever. But before he could walk away entirely, a voice called to him softly. Albus. Dumbledore stopped. It was good for me too. To see you again. Grindelwald then stepped back, retreating into the deep shadows of his cell, until the only thing left visible were the cold bars of Nurmanguard. And Dumbledore left. With a heart heavier than before. Skyrim, Shadowbound. Aventus stopped in the middle of the mist-covered trail, slowly turning on his heels as he scanned the surroundings. By Akatosh, they got separated again. He brought a hand to his face in frustration. These idiots. Fine, I'll wait here. He sighed, making sure there were no enemies nearby. Then, he sat on a moss-covered rock, pulled a slightly worn book from his backpack, and began to read calmly. A few meters away, Sophie was sitting cross-legged on a fallen log. She had laid out all her magical staves in front of her, lining them up with precision. You need a new gem, and you're almost empty, she muttered to herself as she examined each staff with a critical eye. They never stop draining energy right when I need them most. I should start crafting my own enchantments. She pulled several soul gems from her pouch, comparing their sizes and glow. The calm on her face didn't quite hide the slight tremor of excitement in her hands. Preparing for battle was almost as thrilling as the battle itself. In another part of the dark forest, Lucia was darting between the trees, jumping over roots and laughing like she was playing hide-and-seek with ghosts. This place is awesome. Everything's scary, but in a fun way, she shouted, the massive hammer on her back bouncing with every step. Where is everyone? It's no fun if no one's here to see my epic moves, she cried, spinning around and raising her hammer to the sky, never stopping. Deep inside an abandoned house, Sissel was devouring food like she hadn't eaten in a week. Dry bread, aged cheese, salted meat, everything went straight into her mouth. This isn't half bad, she mumbled, cheeks so puffed up she could barely speak. Why is it always me who finds the pantry first? With each bite, she looked more like a hungry hamster than a young adventurer, but she didn't care. Surviving required energy too. Across a clearing, Blaze was running non-stop, visibly flustered. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he whipped his head left and right, worried. Aventus. Lucia. Sophie. Where are you? He yelled over and over. Why can't anyone stick together for more than 5 minutes? He stomped his feet, more out of frustration than necessity, muttering to himself. I swear, when this is over, I'm calling a mandatory family meeting, and no one's getting out of it. No one. Meanwhile, Ailsan had found a small lake of dark waters, hidden between cliffs. Oh, perfect, he said with a serene smile. Somehow, without anyone noticing, he pulled a fishing rod from his backpack and sat at the edge of the lake in complete peace, like he was at home. If anyone asks, I was studying survival tactics, he told himself as he cast the line into the water. And if I catch something, even better. A little further north, the clash of metal and the crunch of bones filled the air. Roar spun with brutal precision, wielding two one-handed axes. His breathing was steady, controlled. He said nothing, but his actions spoke for him. The Falmer fell before him like they were made of paper. Tifike. Shunk. Crack. Lifeless bodies piled around him. When the last one fell, Roar simply wiped the blood off his weapons on a fallen enemy's robe and kept walking, as if nothing had happened. Elsewhere, Samuel and Lars were walking up a steep trail. Well, walking, although one of them clearly wasn't enjoying it. And then I told the giant no, the goat was mine, but he didn't understand a word, so I had to teach him some manners, with an arrow to the eye. Lars rambled on, gesturing wildly with obvious lies. Samuel closed his eyes, fists clenched with barely contained patience. Lars? Yeah. If you keep talking, I swear I'll cast a silence spell, and it won't be temporary. Lars just laughed. Oh, come on, you know you're entertained. Who better to liven up this mission? Samuel sighed and muttered. By Azura. I should have stayed with the Falmer. Meanwhile, a young woman dressed like a Dark Brotherhood assassin stood atop one of the massive, jellyfish-like trees, using binoculars to spot each of them, a smile hidden beneath her mask. My brothers, as weird as always, she said. Now, where did those other two idiots wander off to, she added before scanning the area for the last two who had also gone astray. And so, amid chaos and separation, the young ones explored the Shadowbound in their own ways. Each one different, each one unique, and without knowing it, they were slowly drawing closer to each other. As always. Chapter 84, Trial and New Beginnings. Trial and New Beginnings. So, Mr. Dovahkian, you captured the one responsible for luring Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory into a trap at the cemetery? A conspiracy in which Mr. Peter Pettigrew was the main assailant, accompanied by other accomplices who fled the scene, asked Cornelius Fudge in a pompous tone, like a man who sees himself as judge, jury, and executioner in a trial he clearly did not want to hold. The trial to exonerate Sirius Black. Einar raised an eyebrow. He wasn't stupid. Fudge wasn't seeking justice. He only wanted to clean up the Ministry's image, divert attention from the return of the Dark Lord, and place all the blame on Pettigrew, and conveniently, on a dead man like Barty Crouch Jr., who could no longer defend himself. It was a cowardly political maneuver, like everything the Ministry did. And he, Einar, had neither the time nor the patience to play politics. Yes, he replied coldly, his voice rumbling like dry thunder. No embellishments, no emphasis. Just a single word, heavy with contempt for everything that courtroom stood for. He was sick of it. He was only there because Harry had earnestly begged him. Reluctantly, Einar had agreed to stand before that court of incompetent, cowardly fools in ties. You may step down, said Fudge quickly, eager to remove the uncomfortable presence. But before Einar could move, a poisonous voice interrupted. Minister, may I ask Mr. Dovahkian a question, said a woman softly, with a powdered face, a fake smile, and eyes sharp as blades. Dolores Umbridge. Of course, Dolores, replied Fudge with a forced smile. Mr. Dovahkian demonstrated considerable power during the Triwizard Tournament. My question is, if he is so strong, how is it that the other culprits managed to escape? Or is it perhaps that Mr. Dovahkian let them go deliberately, once they had already failed? Her words dripped with venom, each syllable crafted to implant the idea that Einar was an accomplice. And seeing the satisfied gleam in Fudge's eyes, Einar understood, this wasn't just a question. It was a trap. A desperate attempt to paint him as an ally of darkness. The air in the room shifted. Einar slowly raised his head. His voice was a low whisper, laced with threat and deadly certainty. Indeed, I'm strong enough to behead half the people here before they raise their wands, and give the other half enough time to watch the massacre before joining it. The temperature plummeted. An aura of blood, of battle, of impending death surged from his body like an invisible storm. Everyone in the courtroom froze. Some gasped. Others trembled. Dolores felt the air vanish from her lungs, his thirst for blood was aimed directly at her. Her lips trembled. Her throat seemed to swallow her breath. And yet, Einar spoke with chilling calm. While I was fighting Voldemort, someone else helped the others escape. I don't know who it was. The forbidden name thundered through the court like lightning. Several jurors flinched. Fudge went pale as a sheet. He hadn't expected Einar to say the name, much less so casually. He had counted on Einar losing his temper, reacting violently to Umbridge's attack, so he could accuse him of hostile conduct and derail the entire trial. But Einar didn't fall into the trap. He did worse. He exposed him, and made him tremble. Nonsense! Fudge shouted, his voice trembling. Silence still hung in the air like a tombstone. Umbridge, red-faced and shaking, clung to her last card. Why you are an illegal animagus. Your transformation during the tournament confirms it. I'm not an animagus, Einar interrupted with supernatural calm. An animagus doesn't partially transform into a dragon. His words were final. Irrefutable. And just as if his murderous aura had been an illusion, the bloodlust vanished instantly, like a shadow erased by light. I've said all I needed to say. If you plan to keep digging for a crime to charge me with, be warned, I am not a friendly person, he said firmly, his mask reflecting a cold, hard light. Fudge clenched his teeth, visibly frustrated. Einar hadn't just withstood the attack, he had won. And pressing further would only make their desperation more obvious. You may leave, Fudge growled at last, curt and bitter. Einar turned around without looking at anyone. He walked steadily toward the exit, leaving behind a courtroom that still felt haunted by his shadow. Well then. With the statements of Mr. Potter, Mr. Diggory, Mr. Dovahkian, and the confession of Peter Pettigrew under truth serum, how does the jury find Mr. Sirius Orion Black free? Fudge asked hurriedly, eager to close the chapter. A tall witch with chestnut hair stood with a parchment in hand. The jury finds Mr. Black innocent of all charges, except that of being an unregistered animagus. However, considering he spent 12 years in prison for a crime that carries a sentence of 4, the ministry will compensate him with 100,000 galleons for each additional year. All properties, titles, and rights of the Black family are hereby restored. Fudge lowered his gaze. His lips formed the words that pained him most. Case closed. Sirius Orion Black is hereby released. The ministry officially apologizes for the mistakes of the past. The bang of the gavel rang out like a bell of freedom. Sirius stepped out with his head held high. His eyes shimmered with pride, emotion, and contained relief. Outside, Harry waited for him alongside Einar. As soon as they saw each other, the boy ran to embrace his godfather. I'm glad it ended quickly, Padfoot, said Harry with a genuine smile. The minister just wanted to use this trial as a smokescreen. Of course they'd speed it up. I'm sorry, Einar, said Sirius with a tired smile. It's fine. It's not the first time this happens. Though usually I ended up being blamed for something my children did, he added quietly. Sirius let out a laugh. Now I can be your legal guardian in the wizarding world, Harry. The boy smiled with a joy that lit up his eyes. How about I join your journey? Sirius suddenly asked. What journey? Harry asked, blinking in confusion. Sirius turned his head to Einar. You didn't tell him? Why ask? I'm just going to take him, Einar replied calmly. On Privet Drive, there was a house that prided itself on being the perfect example of normality. Well-trimmed lawn, spotless curtains, a devoted wife, a spoiled son, and a husband with a well-paid job. Everything in that house screamed ordinary happiness. But even in the most normal families, exceptions are sometimes born. An anomaly. A freak, to paraphrase the man of the house's favorite word. And in this family, that freak had a name, Harry Potter. The neighbors knew about him, of course. Not because they saw him often, the Dursleys made sure to keep him hidden like a dirty secret, but because of what was said about him. According to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Harry was a rude, troublesome brat, expelled from several schools and finally sent to an institution for juvenile delinquents. A disgrace to the family, they would often mutter. Although those who caught glimpses of him from afar, with his baggy clothes and reserved gaze, couldn't help but think he didn't seem dangerous at all. Still, just in case, no one got close. Maybe, just maybe, Vernon Dursley was right to be afraid. Not because of what Harry was. but because of who came with him. That afternoon, the artificial calm of Privet Drive was shattered by the arrival of two figures who looked as though they'd stepped out of a nightmare. The first was Sirius Black, the notorious fugitive whose face had graced newspapers for months. Authorities said that if you saw him, you shouldn't even try to capture him, shoot to kill was the only recommendation. The second was even more unsettling. A tall young man with a strange mask covering his face, an imposing presence, and a piercing gaze. There was no news about him. None was needed. His mere presence chilled the blood. Einar. Vernon Dursley himself went pale at the sight. His legs trembled, as if his body recognized the danger before his mind did. Behind the sofa, Dudley cowered and shook, remembering with a shiver how that same young man had taken away his tongue with a single motion. Though the healing had been instant, the trauma was seared into his memory. Not a day passed without a nightmare waking him in cold sweat. What do you want here? I'll call the police. A convict and a psychopath. Vernon bellowed in desperation, his voice shriller than ever. But Harry interrupted him, for the first time in his life, without a hint of fear. Sirius has been cleared. He's free. So calling the police won't do anything. He said it with a calmness that even surprised his uncle. There was something in his gaze, a new flame. He was no longer alone. He stood flanked by two giants. Two shadows of power. Sirius stepped forward. Let's get to the point, he said in a grave, irrefutable tone. Harry is coming to live with me, in the magical world. This is not a request. It's not a suggestion. It's a fact. From the hallway, Petunia, who had been spying with a tense expression, rushed to speak. He can't. Dumbledore said the protection. Sirius raised a hand. The gesture alone was enough to silence her. We already spoke to Dumbledore. For the protection to remain, Harry only needs to see you once every 6 months. And with what's happening today, that's more than enough. The rest. I don't care. You never protected him. Never cared for him. And still, you benefited from him all these years. Petunia's eyes filled with panic. But Dumbledore told us that we might be targets too, for being his guardians. Sirius narrowed his eyes. If you had treated Harry like a family member, he might have moved heaven and earth to protect you. But after everything he's told me, I won't lift a finger. I came to inform you, not to negotiate. I recommend finding a place far from Britain. As far as possible. He turned without looking back. Einar followed, in his usual frozen silence. Harry, before crossing the threshold, paused for a second. He looked at his aunt and uncle. There was no fear anymore. No hatred. Only calm indifference. Freedom felt as vast as the open sky after years of captivity. Outside the house, the sun warmed his face. So, what now? Harry asked, with an uncertain smile. He felt free, yes. But also lost. Like a bird unsure of where to fly. Einar answered without hesitation. We're going to Egypt. Egypt? Harry and Sirius repeated in unison, confused. Yes. Ruins. Ancient magic. I get bored easily, and after nearly a year teaching, I need to see something interesting. Sirius let out a low laugh, the first in a long time. Egypt it is, then. He said with a shrug. I guess Dumbledore and the Order can handle Voldemort for a while. I've got more important things to do. He looked at Harry and, for the first time, smiled like a real godfather. Let's make this new life worth it. Chapter 85, Waldra the Wicked, SS. Waldra the Wicked. I can't believe this. Blaise growled in frustration, frowning as he looked at his scattered siblings. I take my eyes off you for 1 second, and you all scatter like headless chickens. You don't even bother to look for each other. The mentioned ones just scratched their heads awkwardly. If someone gets lost, Avento commented, arms crossed, the smartest thing to do is stay put. Shut up, Blaise snapped without looking at him, before fixing his eyes on the tallest of the group. Roar, why are you covered in blood? There were a lot of enemies, Roar replied calmly, as if talking about the weather. I didn't run into any, Samuel chimed in. Me neither, said Sophie, shrugging. Not at all. I just went fishing, added Ailsan. No, Sissel shook his head. I was just exploring. I found a few, Lucia said while inspecting her massive hammer. They dirted my weapon. The others nodded, confirming that only she and Roar had seen action. You're welcome, Roar added with a proud smile, as if he'd done them a favor. Whatever, let's get out of here. Blaze grunted, still annoyed. And why did we even come into this place in the first place? Sissel wanted to see what it looked like, Avento said, shrugging. He kept asking until you gave in and agreed. Well, he's seen it, hasn't he? Blaze growled. Mission accomplished. We can move on. We're supposed to be in a hurry to find the master. No one protested. They just shrugged in resignation and followed him toward the exit. Leaving was surprisingly easy. The place was wide open, no doors or barriers. Definitely Einar's work. After several minutes of walking, they finally emerged at the summit of a snow-covered mountain. The freezing wind lashed their faces mercilessly, forcing them to pull coats from their backpacks and bundle up before continuing. I see a nearby cave, Avento pointed out, squinting. We could spend the night there and head out at dawn, before we freeze to death. Yeah. I'm hungry, Sissel complained. I don't like the cold, Ailsen added with a slight tremble in his voice. Fine, I get it, Blaze relented. We'll stay there for the night. We'll light a fire. But as they approached, something in the air shifted. A wave of unexpected heat came from the cave. And then they saw him. Someone was already inside. A man sat by a fire, roasting what looked like a rabbit over the flames. His massive silhouette cast a fearsome shadow on the rocky walls. He was a burly figure with a long, tangled beard, short hair, and a scar running from his eye to his jaw. His muscles were like boulders, though he also had a prominent belly. Beside him rested a blood-stained war axe, still dripping fresh red. The man looked up as he noticed their presence. A twisted, intrigued grin spread across his face. Avento turned pale. Walger the Wicked, he whispered, a mix of tension and awe in his voice. The rest of the group instantly grew serious. Ha ha ha. For that guy's kids to recognize me, what an honor, Walger laughed mockingly. You must have heard his stories about me, huh? Not exactly, Avento replied coldly. We heard them from bards who were threatened, forced to repeat that exaggerated tale, about how you fought our father for 100 rounds and were the only one who escaped alive, bearing only that scar. An obvious lie, Blaze added, stepping forward. You faced the master when he had barely begun his journey. As soon as you were wounded, you ran like a coward. But you keep bragging as if you'd survived a god. You're just a lucky loudmouth. Tisk, TSK. Walger clicked his tongue, rising slowly as he grabbed the axe. Looks like your father didn't teach you manners. Maybe, as his oldest and mightiest enemy. I should be the one to do it. His rotted grin widened. And if you die? I'd love to see the look on Einar's face when he finds out. The tension shattered like glass. The youths drew their weapons instantly. They knew this man was strong. Maybe, the strongest they'd ever faced. Yes, he was just a bandit who had escaped from Einar. But that didn't make him weak. Einar's enemies were all monsters. And if someone had survived his wrath, it was because they were a monster too. Walger stood tall, his massive body casting a titanic shadow. Lifting his axe, he rested it on his shoulder with chilling ease. The mountain's cold seemed to intensify. Without warning, he lunged forward like a savage bear, axe raised, charging at the largest among them, Roar. Shield! Avento shouted from the back, conjuring a magic barrier. Roar raised both of his axes just in time to cross them in front of him. The impact was brutal. The magic barrier shattered into 1,000 glowing shards, softening the blow just enough. Roar was pushed backward, his boots carving deep tracks in the snow. Explosion! Sophie shouted, pointing with her staff. A sparkling fireball shot through the air. Walger turned, swung his axe, and cleaved it in two. Both halves exploded behind him. Lucia appeared at his back like a shadow, her massive hammer crashing down toward one of his legs. Hiya! But Walger leapt, surprisingly nimble for his size. He dodged the strike and spun in the air like a beast mid-dance. Sissel seized the moment and fired 3 arrows at once, aiming for his torso. Walger spun his axe in a wide arc. The gust it generated knocked the arrows off course like dry leaves. Samuel muttered enchantments, quickly boosting his teammates. Avento clasped his hands, aiming both toward the spot where Walger would land. Fire rune. Frost rune. Lightning rune. 3 magical seals lit up under Walger's feet the moment he touched the ground. The fire rune exploded violently. The bandit screamed, but used the blast's momentum to launch himself at Blaze with unthinkable speed. Blaze raised his great sword, cloaked it in magic, but it was useless. The blow catapulted him backwards, sending him flying several meters before violently crashing against the cave wall. Blaze! Avento shouted. Luckily, Samuel had cast an oakflesh spell on him, and now another healing spell wrapped him in light. Walger, still bleeding, smiled with his axe at the ready, like a demon fueled by battle. But his priorities quickly shifted. His bloodshot eyes from the last charge locked onto Samuel, the healer, the support, the soul of the group. If he wanted to break these brats, he had to destroy their heart first. But just as he prepared to strike at the boy, a figure flashed in front of him like lightning. It was Lars. The chatterbox of the group, always quick with a joke, said nothing this time. His face was set in iron focus, and his gaze was as sharp as the twin swords in his hands. With an almost ghostly grace, he glided across the snow. His feet spun with agility, and his swords danced in a whirlwind of steel and wind. He moved with a master's precision and a warrior's passion. The blades carved circles, lines, thrusts, fluid as water, violent as a storm. Walger growled and countered with powerful axe swings, but though brutal, his strikes were slower. Lars dodged, rolling under one of them, and in a spinning leap, like a lethal top, slashed across the brute's chest with both blades, leaving a crimson trail in the air. The impact was real. The cut seared into the brute's flesh. But Walger wasn't just anyone. With a roar, he took advantage of the close distance and slammed a fist directly into Lars's stomach. Gah! The blow was so strong it sent the young man flying like a rag doll, crashing into the snow several meters away. Humph, looks like that guy did train them well, Walger growled, seeing the blood on his chest. He looked up and locked eyes with the closest one. Sophie. She had switched staffs. Now she held a green one, with an organic texture like a living ancient branch. Upon seeing it, the other siblings instinctively stepped back. They knew what it meant. Sophie began chanting a spell softly. From the staff, black roots and green tendrils grew, spreading like a plague across the ground, quickly entangling Walger's legs with venomous speed. A sinister hiss accompanied the lashes of energy coursing through his body. The poison entered. His balance broke. Graph. With brute force, Walger tore through the roots and freed himself, raising his axe to cleave the witch in two. Sophie. A rain of arrows forced him to raise his arm. Sissel, from a flank, had covered her just in time. And in that very instant, Lucia appeared like a bolt of lightning. Ha! The girl wielded a hammer twice the size of her torso. She held it with both hands, and when it struck Walger's stomach, her entire body trembled with the channeled power. The impact pushed him 2 meters back. Walger landed on his feet, but his breathing was heavy, and his stomach trembled with pain. When he looked up again, his eyes burned with uncontrollable rage. You cursed pests! I'll kill you all! With an inhuman scream, his body exploded into a vivid green aura. He's a red guard! Blaze shouted from the rear. He activated adrenaline, he's recovering his stamina. The aura wrapped around Walger like a second skin. His muscles tensed, his speed returned, and his eyes locked once more on Sophie, who was trying to switch staves upon realizing Mirix wasn't effective enough. She wasn't fast enough. Walger was already in front of her. The other siblings ran desperately, but they knew they wouldn't make it in time. Sophie! Avento yelled, his voice vibrating with seriousness. Sophie looked at him. She smiled with determination. Firestorm. The sky roared. And the world burned. A fiery explosion burst from where Sophie stood, expanding in all directions like a terrestrial sun. The wave of heat forced everyone to throw themselves to the ground to avoid being incinerated. Walger was blown out from the heart of the inferno, turned into a human torch. Avento raised his head from the snow, stunned. That's why I keep telling her to stop playing with staves, she can cast master-level spells easier than I tie my boots, he murmured as he stood up, a mix of pride and jealousy in his voice. All the siblings nodded with tired smiles. But Walger was still alive. Covered in blood and ash, his face was a mask of burned flesh. His leather armor was completely destroyed, with only his pants intact. His left arm hung charred. And still. Damn you! The scream made the snow tremble. But before he could move another inch. A shadow. A flash. A spray of blood like a fountain. Walger's head flew through the air, spinning slowly before landing in the snow. Blaze stood behind him, firm and unrelenting. His bloody greatsword still dripped. "Don't you dare touch my siblings," he said, his tone so serious it chilled the blood. Then he flicked his sword, cleaning the blade in a single motion. "That was awesome!" Lucia exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. The others gave her odd looks. "What?" "It was," she replied, shrugging as the others just shook their heads and approached Blaze. "Well done, brother," Avento said, patting him on the back. "He was tougher than we thought." "If we'd fought him alone, we would have lost," Lars admitted, sheathing his swords. "TSK. I didn't get to fight much. He sent me flying right away," Roar grumbled with frustration. "Let's rest." "Let the beasts take care of the rest," Sissel said, turning toward the cave. One by one, the siblings began walking toward the shelter. But among the trees, someone else was watching them. Runa. Her clothes were singed, but her body was intact. She had reacted just in time to protect Sophie before the spell, though part of the explosion had reached her. Still, she smiled. She was happy. Everyone was okay. Everyone was strong. "They can take care of themselves now," she whispered before looking at Shadow B and Shadow C. "You can go back. I'll protect them from now on." "Well, if you say so," Shadow B replied with resignation. He knew that even though they were assassins, they were far beneath Runa's level. Both vanished among the trees, leaving the young girl alone in the snow. "Runa! Stop hiding, we saw you ages ago." Blaze shouted from inside the cave. "What can you do? Looks like they missed me," she said with a smile as she removed her mask. She was young, barely 15. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a face as beautiful as it was fierce. She had been the oldest girl at the Hall of Honor orphanage before Einar killed Grella the Kind. She never asked to be adopted. She wanted to protect the others. And so, Einar took her to the Dark Brotherhood. There, she was trained by the best, and by him. Since then, her life had purpose, to protect those she once called siblings. "Hey, Runa! Stop hiding already!" Lucia shouted, running toward her with excitement. And Runa smiled, knowing she was finally home. Chapter 86, Journey to the Muggle World. Point 1. Journey to the Muggle World. The only time Einar had ventured into the Muggle world was that night when they helped rescue Mad-Eye. But even then, he hadn't seen much. The place where they found him was so remote there was barely any trace of technology. The only thing that caught his attention that time was a large metal cart that moved without horses. Although, considering all the magic in this world, it didn't seem too strange to him. But now it was different. He was in the very heart of the city, surrounded by hundreds of those automobiles, all moving without a single wizard guiding them. Some emitted flashing lights, others loud noises. All moved quickly, obeying signals he didn't understand. "Einar, you should take off the mask," Harry said in a low voice. "You're drawing way too much attention, or worse, someone might mistake you for a thief." Even with the stealth magic activated, his presence was still noticeable. That kind of spell only made someone less noticeable, not invisible. And with his unusual appearance, strange clothes, and mask covering his face, it didn't take much to attract attention. That's why Einar wore his magical pendant, the one that helped modulate his voice. As he removed the mask, his eyes remained fixed on the vehicles passing in front of him. His usually calm expression now showed a hint of surprise. "Wow, this is odd. We've never seen it like this before, have we?" Sirius commented with a teasing smile. "Well, Professor Einar has never really gone out into the Muggle world," Harry replied, almost as if defending his teacher's honor. "So, are we heading straight to Egypt by Portkey, or do you want to try the Muggle way?" Sirius asked. Einar narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. "Now that I think about it, I haven't even explored the kingdom I'm currently in. Let's change plans. Before going to Egypt, I want to know more about this place." "Well, Sirius laughed awkwardly. "I don't know much about this kingdom, as you call it. What about you, Harry?" "I live here, but I don't know it well either. You know, my aunt and uncle weren't exactly fond of taking me places." "Then we'll need a guide," said Sirius. "I know the perfect person," Harry declared. What he did next was lead them to one of those public phone booths. After a brief explanation on how it worked and inserting a few coins, he dialed a number. Einar watched everything with genuine interest. Why doesn't the magical world use things like this? He asked Sirius. In Skyrim, sending messages was a whole ordeal. Either they used messengers, who might die or get lost, or they relied on caravans, which was far too expensive just to deliver a note. Here, even without magic, communication was instantaneous. Electrical devices tend to break down when magic is nearby, Sirius explained, shrugging. And even though we could replicate them with magic or alchemy, most wizards are so old-fashioned they don't even try. They hate imitating muggles. That's quite stupid, Einar said seriously. Tell me about it, Sirius laughed. My family still cooked with coal and firewood. You should have seen their faces when I built a muggle motorcycle. I think that's when they officially disowned me. We need to go to this address, said Harry after hanging up. We'll take the night bus, Sirius informed them. I can't apparate there, I've never been, and you still have the trace on your wand. If we use magic near you, the ministry will think it was you. Harry's permission to use magic outside of Hogwarts hadn't been approved yet. They claimed it was to protect minors, but everyone knew that rule only applied to those living in the muggle world. Just another hypocrisy from the ministry. Sirius raised his wand, and within seconds, the night bus suddenly appeared in front of them. The three of them boarded. When they got off, Harry looked dizzy. Sirius wore a grimace of discomfort, while Einar stepped down with complete calm. Nothing that vehicle could do compared to riding the back of a dragon at full speed. Before them stood a lovely house. As soon as they approached, the door opened and Hermione came out smiling. She ran to hug Harry, then warmly greeted Sirius and Einar. I'm so glad you came. Harry told me you needed a guide, she said enthusiastically. Yes, your beloved professor wants to explore interesting places in case he finds a hidden dungeon, Sirius said in a teasing tone. He was going to Egypt, but changed his mind after realizing he knows nothing about the muggle world. Hermione blushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. That's perfect. My mum agreed to let me join you on one condition, I have to call her every day. She was visibly excited about the idea of going on an adventure with Einar, and Harry. And well, Sirius too. At that moment, the Grangers stepped into the hallway just in time to hear the conversation. Mrs. Granger looked at Einar with curiosity, then at her daughter, and finally at her husband's grim face. Both seemed to reach the same conclusion. Dad, this is Professor Einar. Our defense against the dark arts teacher, said Hermione. Both adults were surprised. They didn't expect that such a serious-looking young man could really be a professor. From their daughter's stories, they always imagined someone older, like Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall. And although they wouldn't say it out loud, they didn't like the way Hermione's eyes lit up when she spoke about him. Because they knew that Glow wasn't academic. Well, Mr. Granger knew. Mrs. Granger, on the other hand, was fascinated. Mrs. Granger elbowed her husband because of his expression, then approached warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hermione has told us a lot about you, she said with a smile. Likewise. I didn't bring a gift, so I'll give you this instead, Einar said as he pulled out two staffs that glowed with enchantments, surprising Hermione's parents. Professor, they're not wizards, she said softly. I know. These staffs have their own magical charge, good for 10 uses, Einar replied. He was well aware of what had been unleashed in the magical world. And even if he wasn't sure whether it would target muggles, since Hermione was a witch, her parents might not be so safe. One of the staffs was a restoration staff, able to heal any injury. The other was a conjuration staff that summoned a pack of astral wolves. Sirius quickly understood what Einar was doing. In the last war, many families of muggle-born wizards had been murdered. Although he was surprised by a staff that could be used to perform magic without being a wizard, he thought it was a good thing. Mr. Granger, as a man, was immediately interested, though also a bit conflicted. It looked quite expensive. Don't worry. I can craft them with just a piece of wood and a soul stone, Einar said, noticing what was holding him back. Although, about the soul stone, it was probably impossible to find here. Or rather, it didn't exist in this world. Fortunately, Einar, or rather, Dren, had many stored away. He was the one who usually gathered and filled them for Einar. All right then. How about we have something to eat before you head off on your adventure, said Mrs. Granger, glancing at her husband, who had already lost the urge to protect his daughter after seeing a magical staff. As they talked about the trip and asked where they were going. "Wait, did you say you're riding a dragon?" said Mr. Granger, his eyes wide with surprise. They had seen photos of the dragons from the Triwizard tournament that their daughter had shown them. "Well, I have a carriage, but I think it would draw a lot of attention around here," Einar said. "Otherwise, we could take the night bus," Sirius added. "How long will your trip last?" Mr. Granger asked seriously. "If there's nothing to explore, just a couple of days. Though we'll have to ask our guide about the places we'll be visiting," Einar replied with a smile. Hermione quickly picked up on this and stepped forward with a map, which she spread on the table with several locations marked. "I chose 5 places, well, the most well-known ones. I don't know how fast we'll travel, but a week should be enough," Hermione said with a smile. Even though Mr. Granger wanted to stop his daughter from traveling with 2 young men and an adult, it was also a grand adventure for her. Stopping her didn't make much sense either. "Would you like to come with us?" Einar asked, understanding Mr. Granger's fatherly thoughts. Mr. Granger was surprised by the sudden invitation. "Are you sure? This is a trip for wizards, and I'm not one," he said quickly. "You give too much credit to the wizards here. Where I come from, 10-year-old kids could beat them up, even without magic in their bodies," Einar said calmly. "Hey," said Sirius, feeling insulted. That made everyone laugh, while Mr. Granger glanced at his wife. "I know you want to go. Ever since we discovered the world Hermione is now part of, you've been dreaming of an adventure. Go ahead. Don't worry, I'll take care of the dental clinic," she said affectionately to her husband. "Then I'd love to join your adventure," said Mr. Granger with a friendly smile. Chapter 87, Journey to the Muggle World. Point 2. Journey to the Muggle World. Point 2. "These are the ruins of this ancient kingdom," said Einar, observing the crumbling remains of what was once a castle. They had just arrived via a port key, the fastest, and technically cheapest, way to travel long distances in the magical world. The place they had landed was known for its connection to the legend of King Arthur, though nowadays only time-worn stones remained, barely standing. However, its location gave it a majestic air, a melancholic beauty that endured despite the decay. They were at Tintagel Castle. Yes. Tintagel Castle is a medieval fortress located in Cornwall, United Kingdom, explained Hermione, flipping through a book on magical history. "It's famous for being linked to the legend of King Arthur. According to Geoffrey of Monmouth, Arthur was conceived here when Uther Pendragon, with Merlin's help, took on the appearance of the Duke of Cornwall to be with Igraine. It's also connected to the story of Tristan and Isolde. And beneath these ruins, there's a cave that legend says was home to Merlin himself." Einar scanned the area with a piercing gaze, alert for any magical signals, hidden traps, or enchanted artifacts. He found nothing, for now. Meanwhile, Harry, Mr. Granger, and Sirius silently observed the distant mountains, enjoying the view. After a while, everyone scattered to explore. Einar descended into the cave said to be Merlin's home, but found only damp stone. No trace of magic. He returned to the ruins, bored. He was about to give up when he felt a faint magical tingle in a forgotten corner of the wall. A tiny rock, seemingly ordinary, was drawing him in. He cautiously approached and examined it. It was an old magical trigger. Upon touching it, one of the ruins behind him changed. Where there had been nothing, a massive stone appeared, as if it had been there for centuries, and embedded in its center was a sword, entirely silver, glowing with a soft magical light. Words were engraved on the hilt. "Whoso pulleth out this sword shall be proclaimed by right King of England." Einar read aloud. He looked at it for a few seconds, grabbed it effortlessly, and pulled it out. There was no resistance. He examined it with disinterest and, after a pause, placed it back in its place. It doesn't even have a good edge. Even a common iron sword would be more useful," he remarked, clearly disappointed. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione, who had witnessed the scene from afar, stared at each other, speechless. They had just been discussing how Excalibur wasn't the same as the sword in the stone. But seeing how casual it all was, they shook their heads, deciding maybe they imagined it. After that, they visited a few more ruins across England, but Einar found nothing worthwhile, until the final stop. Stonehenge. As soon as they arrived, Einar stopped in his tracks, eyes locked ahead. "A gate to oblivion," he whispered, more to himself than to the others. No one understood what he meant, but he immediately walked toward the stones, examining them fervently. However, not sensing any magic, his enthusiasm faded. Looks like a gate to oblivion, more mundane than I expected. Though perhaps I'm mistaken, he added seriously, inspecting each stone carefully. Thanks to the portkeys and good planning, they visited all of England's major ruins in just 2 days. They still had time before returning, so they decided to take advantage and travel to Egypt. Traveling wasn't hard, you simply had to go to the Department of Magical Transportation at the Ministry, pay a few galleons, and request an international portkey. Within minutes, they were in Egypt, under a blazing sun and an immense sky. It was there, among the desert sands, that Einar finally felt his boredom begin to fade. They were exploring a pyramid protected by ancient runes when, unintentionally activating a hidden mechanism, a magical trap was triggered. In an instant, they were transported to the depths of the complex, inside an underground chamber. Finally, something interesting, murmured Einar, smiling for the first time in days. Einar opened his magical bag and pulled out several sets of enchanted leather armor, tossing them precisely to each member of the makeshift exploration team. Without wasting time, he handed a second magic staff to Mr. Granger, imbued with controlled fire spells, and distributed enchanted daggers to the others. Gear up. There's magic in the air, and it's not recent, Einar warned gravely, his golden eyes flashing as he picked up arcane traces invisible to the rest. With the spellbreaker's shield secured on his back and a sword at his hip, he took the lead with a determined stride. Click. The dry sound made them all freeze. Everyone turned to Harry, who had just stepped on a loose slab. A low rumble echoed from deep down the corridor. A massive stone ball began rolling toward them at crushing speed. The others backed away in panic, their faces filled with fear, but Einar only sighed. He turned his back to the group, adjusted the shield on his back, and drew a runic warhammer. When the sphere was close enough, he struck it with a devastating blow, shattering it into fragments. Let's keep going, he said calmly, as dust still floated in the air. Watch out, Dad, shouted Hermione, firing an explosive curse at a mummy that tried to bite her father. Mr. Granger, sweaty but excited, spun his staff clumsily but enthusiastically, roasting giant spiders. Harry and Sirius fought back to back, blocking and countering the mummies lunging at them with sickle-like weapons. A few meters away, Einar watched attentively, evaluating the team's performance. A mummy leapt at him from the side, but Einar simply turned and punched it. The impact reduced the undead to a cloud of dust. In the middle of the chaos, Harry stepped on another trap tile. Everyone turned to him with annoyed expressions as new mummies emerged from the shadows. Sorry, Harry muttered, embarrassed. But then a new danger erupted, slits opened in the walls, and a rain of arrows shot out. Einar jumped in front of the group. Viens, he commanded with force. A blast of cyclonic wind swirled around them, deflecting the arrows that whistled past, causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. Let's move, he ordered with resolve. They walked toward a door adorned by 2 colossal stone statues with jackal heads. Einar stopped, examined them, and with a quick gesture, fired 2 fire projectiles that exploded against the heads of the guardians. The statues cracked and crumbled without resistance. Done, he said, pushing open the door as the others followed in awe. As they crossed the threshold, they were blinded by a golden glow. Thousands, perhaps millions, of coins and ancient artifacts shimmered under the chamber's faint magical light. But Einar didn't look at the gold. His eyes locked onto 3 dark objects resting atop a sarcophagus at the far end of the chamber. He advanced cautiously, feeling a dense, ancient magical pressure. As if something were watching him. His armor shifted instantly, transforming into a defensive set of dragon scale plates, while he raised a hand and signaled the group to stay back. Suddenly, the sarcophagus exploded. The lid was hurled against the ceiling and shattered to pieces. From within, a man emerged as if awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. He was bald, with dark brown skin, covered in golden pendants and rings. His bare chest displayed magical tattoos, now faded with time. He wore only a white cloth that hung to his knees. He looked human, except for his eyes. They were completely black. Not like coal, but like pure void, where light went to die. His gaze settled on Einar, devoid of any emotion. Another thief, flesh for my hunger. He said with a deep, guttural voice, in a language forgotten for centuries. But Einar understood, thanks to the ring Dren had given him to decipher any tongue. Even if you do not seek my gold, it matters not. I hunger, the being added, raising a golden staff topped with a blood-red gem. A serpent of fire burst from the air, lunging at Einar with lethal speed. Einar unsheathed a great sword etched with Nordic runes and brought it down in a vertical arc. The serpent was cleaved in two with a magical shriek before vanishing. But from the ground, a black spear shot up at impossible speed, striking his chest. He hadn't seen it coming. The spear shattered on impact with his armor, leaving only a spark of magic that faded instantly. Einar raised his gaze, smiling. It was a dangerous smile, the smile of someone who had just found something worthy of his time. Sirius, take the others further back. This one's mine, he said firmly. A chill ran down everyone's spine. The air grew denser, colder. Even the gold seemed dimmer. The true battle was just beginning. Chapter 88, Journey to the Muggle World. Point 3. Journey to the Muggle World. Point 3. Oh. Seems you're not just any coward, the sorcerer muttered, fixing his gaze on Einar with growing interest. Then he looked away toward the others and calmly stepped back, as if what was coming was inevitable. It doesn't matter. You've only delayed the inevitable. No one leaves this place without my permission. A faint smile formed on Einar's face, barely visible beneath his helm. His eyes gleamed with a nearly feral excitement. Oh, your corpse will give it to me, he replied firmly, eyes alight with a thirst for battle. Arrogance? Pride? I've seen plenty like you. They all kneeled before me, or never left at all, the mage growled as he raised his staff. Without uttering a word, the shadows stirred as if answering an ancient call. From the corners of the chamber, they stretched forth like living tentacles. The air grew heavy. The walls pulled back, expanding the room with an arcane creak. The piled-up gold crashed down, scattering as though fleeing what was to come. From those shadows, dark spears shot toward Einar at a dizzying speed, far beyond that of an ordinary wizard in this world. Einar reacted on instinct. He moved in a zigzag pattern, the weight of his dragon armor making the ground rumble with each step, his evasions accompanied by a symphony of clashing metal. Two swords materialized at his back, one a black blade with red edges that exuded infernal power, and the other golden, radiating purifying light, crowned with a gleaming gem. The Daedric sword, and the legendary Dawnbreaker. With both hands, Einar slashed at the incoming shadow spears. Each strike sparked flashes of light that briefly cut through the gloom. The blades sang through the air as they repelled the darkness. Suddenly, the mage vanished in a blink, reappearing right behind Einar as a blotch in the shadows, wielding a black spear that descended like a scythe toward his back. But Einar felt him. Without looking, he crossed both swords, one from above, one from the side. The impact rang out like a thunderclap of steel. Then another spear erupted from the floor, aiming straight for his head. Einar merely tilted his neck slightly, and the tip grazed his helmet. The mage let go of his weapon, which instantly turned into a pulsating orb and exploded violently. The blast forced Einar to step forward, but his dragon armor shielded him from all harm. Beneath the helmet, his smile widened. His excitement was overflowing. Still, he knew he had to adapt. That armor, nearly impenetrable though it was, slowed him down too much. With a dark flash, his gear changed. Now he wore the ebony armor, the same one he had used against Dumbledore. Lighter, more flexible, and reinforced with runes of magical resistance. The Daedric blade vanished. In its place, the ebony sword appeared, wrapped in crimson veins that pulsed like living flesh. It still held the power of its previous owner, a corrupted and powerful soul. The sorcerer, watching from the shadows, frowned at Einar's transformation. With a guttural roar, he raised his staff, its gem glowing like a dark sun. "Rise, my servants." The shadows roared. The ground cracked with a deafening boom. From the fissures came skeletons, hooded wraiths, mummies, and corpses wrapped in blackened bandages. Armed with swords, shields, and wands, they formed a grotesque army of death. Einar didn't flinch. Would na kst. In the blink of an eye, Einar vanished. When he reappeared, it was like a lightning bolt cutting through the darkness. His sword danced, decapitating enemies with such speed that their bodies hadn't yet fallen before their heads were already flying. And then, he was in front of the mage. The Dawnbreaker plunged straight into his chest. The sorcerer's eyes widened in horror, and in a single breath, his body crumbled into dust. His entire army fell with him, reduced to ash. Einar frowned. His eyes showed only disappointment. That was it. But before he could turn around, he felt a tremor. The dust stirred. A trinket near the sarcophagus exploded. Another began to glow. The shadows and remains swirled furiously until they formed a figure. The mage was reborn, but no longer human. He had become a mummified abomination. His dry skin hung from his bones, revealing his teeth. His eyes, black pits of hatred, burned with inhuman rage. "You, bastard! How dare you!" From his mouth erupted a scream soaked in madness. From the darkness surged plagues, scorpions, beetles, serpents. A living tide of poison and death hurled itself toward Einar. Webnovel tur shul. A blazing roar erupted from Einar's chest. Draconic flames burst from his mouth, engulfing the swarm and incinerating everything in their path. "Filthy, disgusting mortal. I'll rip out your soul and make you part of my eternal army. We'll rule this world together." From the grave, the sorcerer screamed, delirious, aiming his staff directly at him. Black lightning, like hellish serpents woven from curses and hatred, slithered across the chamber walls with an unnatural hiss. They lunged at Einar with a speed that tore through the air. He reacted instantly, launching himself to the side with force. His jump left a trail of sparks as his obsidian greaves scraped the ground. For the first time in this battle, he felt a glimpse of real danger. The gold coins beneath his feet, touched by the bolts, melted like wax before a bonfire. An acrid stench spread through the air. "Doesn't seem lethal, but it'd hurt," Einar murmured with a twisted smile beneath his helmet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The sorcerer wasted not a second, raising his staff in a frantic gesture. "Let the plague consume you," he bellowed with a demonic voice. From the dark crystal of his staff, a vortex of rot emerged. Impossible insects, carriers of plague and death, shot out like a living tide. Black flies, rotting rats, scorpions, worms, and floating spores covered the hall like a shroud. Einar raised a hand. A sphere of fire formed, burning with increasing intensity, until he clenched it with fury. A searing explosion erupted around him. Flames roared like unleashed dragons, incinerating everything in their wake. The creatures screamed before being reduced to ash. But even then, Einar felt poison and disease trying to infiltrate his body. A burning sensation inside him, an itch in his blood. Until his chest glowed with a golden light, as if the very sun had pulsed within him. The corruption was purged instantly. "Die," the sorcerer howled, all traces of sanity gone. The shadows came alive. From every crack, from every stone in the ceiling, floor, and walls, spears tipped with dark fire emerged like swarms of death. Einar danced among them with supernatural precision. He dodged as if he could see the future. Then, in his hand, a spear of pure steel materialized, gleaming like the dawn. He held it for only a second. "Amino." The word echoed like thunder. He hurled the spear with tremendous force, and it split into dozens, then hundreds, as if Einar's will multiplied its edge. A rain of death descended upon the sorcerer. The sorcerer raised his staff. The ground shook, and a wall of stone and bones rose like an unnatural bulwark. The projectiles bounced off, shattering columns and walls, but not the sorcerer. The sorcerer sneered before pointing at the walls. They cracked as if obeying an ancient command, and hundreds of holes opened. Then he pointed at the ceiling. It collapsed like a mountain crashing down upon Einar. "Now," the sorcerer cried. But Einar was already moving. He leapt back with impossible grace for someone in armor, like a wolf dodging a trap. The walls vomited a rain of arrows coated in green venom that sizzled upon contact with the air. The arrows struck his armor, bouncing off as if they were toys. "That's it," Einar said in a deep voice, brushing an arrow off his shoulder. "Neither poison nor steel can pierce my will." The sorcerer roared. "You're in my domain. This place belongs to me. Every stone, every shadow, every breath of air is under my command. Coming here was the worst mistake you've ever made." Einar laughed, a short, fearless laugh. "Then that's perfect. Would na kst." His shout thundered like a storm. His body became a fleeting blur, a dark lightning bolt streaking across the battlefield. He appeared beside the sorcerer, his great sword descending with a roar of steel, aiming to cleave him in two. A shield black as the void emerged just in time to block the strike. The impact was so brutal it made the ground quake. The sorcerer smiled confidently, locking eyes with Einar. "I've got you." His staff rose with lightning speed, pointing straight at Einar's heart. And a green spell, one Einar knew all too well, struck him in the chest. Chapter 89, Journey to the Muggle World. F. Journey to the Muggle World. F. Upon seeing the death spell strike Einar square in the chest, the sorcerer let out a broken, dark laugh, full of contempt. A twisted smile curled on his rotten face, as if he were already savoring victory. But that expression froze instantly. A sharp pain pierced his chest. He looked down, and saw it. Einar's hand, wrapped in a faint fiery glow, had pierced through his torso. Between his fingers beat a heart blackened by corruption. What? The sorcerer managed to stammer. Einar didn't answer. He closed his fist with brutal determination. A wet crack echoed through the chamber, and the organ burst like rotten fruit. The sorcerer's body convulsed once, then disintegrated into a cloud of cursed ash, dragging with it the second vessel, which shattered into 1,000 fragments, unleashing a wave of dark energy that shook the walls. Silence. Beneath the ebony helmet, a thin drop of blood trickled from Einar's nose and vanished into the shadowed, gold-covered floor. For the first time since arriving in this world, he had bled. And that, far from troubling him, only ignited the flame of his excitement even more. However, he knew this wasn't a battle where he could unleash his full power. If he used destructive attacks, he would risk the lives of others. The presence of allies, of innocents, was a chain that limited his fury. But that limitation, also made the fight more delicious. And it was about to end. The final vessel, the oldest and most cracked one, began to glow with a sickly dark light as the other lights in the chamber faded, as though an eternal shadow was devouring them. A scream emerged from the depths of the pyramid, a harrowing wail that seemed to come straight from the heart of hell. A whirlwind of shadows erupted from the floor, spinning with supernatural force, and from the vortex emerged the sorcerer, though he was no longer human. His new form was monstrous, his body had morphed into a tall, muscular beast with black skin and exposed bone. He resembled a hellhound standing on 2 legs, with fangs like blades and 2 curved scythes instead of hands. The staff had vanished, replaced by savage brutality. If Hermione had been there, she would have screamed a name, Anubis. But Einar didn't know the gods of Egypt. He simply watched with cold calm. "An animagus?" he asked dispassionately, as if commenting on the weather. "Don't compare me to those pathetic wizards who turn into rodents and cats," the sorcerer growled with a deep, resonant voice that seemed to drag darkness with every word. "This form is that of a higher being." He stepped forward. "In ancient times, they called us gods. We were heirs of the night. Gods among mortals. They worshipped us. Feared us. I didn't think one like me still walked this world." Einar didn't respond. He simply watched. And the sorcerer lunged. He vanished from human sight, moving with ghostly speed. His scythes sliced through the air like invisible reapers, aiming to decapitate Einar in a single strike. But Einar calmly raised a hand. He blocked both blades with his armored forearms. "Abandoning your magic to face me in hand-to-hand combat was a mistake. It took away the only thing that gave you a chance." He struck a direct kick to the stomach. The impact was brutal, the sorcerer was hurled back, crashing into a pillar and toppling it. "I don't just fight with my body," the beast roared, as the shadows in the chamber sprang to life without him even summoning them. "I am the master of darkness." Shadowy whips, spears of black fire, and crawling creatures burst from the walls and ceiling, charging at Einar with terrifying speed. Einar moved among them like a war dance. The spears scraped against his armor, sparking, but never touched flesh. The sorcerer charged again, his scythes carving lines of death through the air. And then, Einar's armor changed. It vanished in a cloud of ash, replaced by another, lighter, darker, faster. The legendary armor of Skyrim's Thieves' Guild. A black hood covered his head. An enchanted mask hid his face. In his hands, 2 Orcish daggers gleamed with enchanted edges. The sorcerer attacked, but Einar was no longer there. A flash. A cut appeared on his chest. And all the spells cast at where Einar had been struck only the empty air. The sorcerer turned instinctively. A gust sliced past his head. He barely managed to dodge in time, but a thin line of black blood opened on his neck. Einar vanished again. He was enjoying the fight. Like a hunter toying with his prey. The creature charged once more. Shadows stabbed from every direction. But Einar was a dark blur, impossible to catch. Until everything was plunged into darkness. For a second, there was only total blackness. And then, as the light returned, Einar was driving one of his daggers through the monster's chest. The sorcerer looked at him with maddened eyes full of hate, knowing it was the end. "Damn you! I curse you, he spat with a guttural voice, vomiting his despair. A black shadow enveloped him. It tried to spread, to touch Einar, to consume him. But upon contact with his body, the darkness exploded in a vortex, rebounding as if it had struck a divine barrier. The shadow was sucked back into the sorcerer's chest. His eyes widened in shock, and then dimmed. His body turned to dust. Seems I can't be cursed, Einar said calmly. The chamber fell silent. The gold and ancient artifacts slowly began to shift, as if a spell had been lifted. They returned to their places, piling around Einar as if recognizing their new master. And he, standing among the ashes of a false god, simply watched. Calm returned to the pyramid like the echo that follows thunder. The battle was over. One by one, the others began to approach cautiously, staring at Einar's body, still standing amidst the golden remains and the ashes of the sorcerer. Hermione was the first to run toward him, her eyes full of worry. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. Mr. Granger, on the other hand, simply shook his head with resignation, as if he had already accepted that Einar simply defied all logic. "Inevitable," he muttered. Sirius, wasting no time, raised an eyebrow as his eyes scanned the chamber. Gold. Gold everywhere. Ancestral weapons made of precious metals, enchanted goblets, statues, and even a solid gold sarcophagus radiating ancient power. "So, what are you going to do with all this gold?" Sirius asked, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Einar shrugged with absolute calm. "You can keep it. I find chambers like this all the time." They all turned in unison to behold the mountains of wealth. It was enough not only to build a fortune, but a legacy. If a single magical family got their hands on it, they'd instantly become the richest in the British wizarding world. Sirius blinked. "Wait, what? Did you say all the time? How many have you found?" Einar thought for a moment before replying. "At least 100. Though at some point, I stopped taking the gold. I started collecting only weapons or tools with unique magic. They're worth far more." Sirius stared at him, mouth agape. "So you're not rich? You're absurdly rich. And here I thought I had money. Mine's not even a quarter of this." Hermione, still a bit shy, repeated in a low voice. "Are you sure you're okay?" Einar nodded calmly. "Yes. You can divide it among yourselves. You all fought to get here. I just took down the boss, for fun." "Then say no more," Sirius exclaimed with a grin, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Come on, Harry. Help me check if there's anything really interesting before we split it up." Both eagerly dove into inspecting the scattered relics across the chamber, shields with runic inscriptions, swords wrapped in static fire, enchanted rings whispering in dead tongues. In one corner, Hermione and her father flipped through ancient books, their hands covered in dust and forgotten magic. Einar watched in silence. Then he spoke in a low, almost imperceptible voice. "Dren. Take everything that's cursed, or could harm them." A shadow emerged from his feet, gliding like a whisper between the piles of treasure. It touched anything dangerous, and in a blink, it vanished into darkness. After a while, Sirius used a massive accio, causing piles of gold to fly into an expanded magic bag. With a gesture, he began dividing the loot. "Time to head back. I desperately need a bath," he said, raising an arm and sniffing himself with a grimace. "Yes, I think it's time," said Mr. Granger, brushing off his robe. "If my wife finds out I left her with all the work." Hermione hesitated for a moment. Part of her wanted to keep traveling with Einar. But with her father and Sirius returning with Harry, staying would feel strange. Besides, her father would hardly allow it. "And you, Professor?" she asked softly. "If there's a ruin like this one here, there might be more nearby," Einar replied. "I'll keep exploring during the break. I'll be back before classes start. I'll consider it a vacation." Hermione nodded, hiding the sadness in her eyes. It had been an incredible adventure, and she didn't want it to end. "Oh, right," Einar said, pulling out several books and placing them in Harry's hands. "Spells, history, battle strategy. And some soul gems." Harry looked at him, surprised. "When I get back, I expect you to have kept training. If you skipped even one day, prepare for a hellish winter. And don't try to hide it. I'll know." Harry swallowed and nodded quickly, storing the books in the magic bag. "Also, take this," Einar added, handing him a massive black greatsword, dark as night. Harry took it with both hands, but the weapon overwhelmed him instantly, dropping to the floor as he stumbled. Einar watched him in silence for a few seconds. He finally sighed, pointed his hand, and cast a lightning spell on the sword. You should be able to handle it now, more or less. Do at least 500 swings a day. And here. He handed him a training manual, handwritten by Einar himself. Give Neville a copy too. Yes, Professor, Harry said, already mentally resigned to weeks of physical suffering. Finally, they all exited the pyramid. They were covered in dirt, dust, and sweat. But they carried with them a new story, a great adventure to tell. Just as they were about to search for the portkey that would take them back to England, something small stirred. From inside Harry's robe, a tiny black head with lazy but bright eyes peeked out. Vire? Harry said with a smile. The others chuckled softly. The little dragon had been there the whole time, hidden, watching. Hermione gently stroked his back, while Sirius clicked his tongue in amusement. Even dragons don't surprise me with you anymore, Harry. And so, one by one, they walked toward the place where magic would carry them home. Except for Einar. He stopped, turned in the opposite direction, and whistled loudly. From the horizon, a massive winged figure descended with majesty, cloaked in freezing fire. His loyal mount had answered the call. Einar mounted with elegance, the wind sweeping his dark cloak. From above, he cast one last look at the pyramid. Another ruin conquered. Another story the world would never fully know. And then, he disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 90, The Roar of the Second Act. The Roar of the Second Act. Einar looked down at the kneeling vampire with indifference. The corpse still retained a shred of consciousness, though its body was covered in cuts and blood, as if it had walked through a storm of blades. Einar, on the other hand, didn't have a single scratch. Behind the vampire, dozens of victims remained locked in small magical cages, all neatly stored inside a simple suitcase. As if the vampire had gone on a camping trip, carrying his food along. I am the descendant of none other than Vlad Tepes, you foolish mortal. Not even the purebloods of your entire country would dare raise their wands against me, spat the vampire, trying to maintain his arrogance. But before he could finish his sentence, everything began to spin. For a moment, he saw a headless body wearing the same clothes he had put on that morning. His clothes. A golden light enveloped him. In the moment he realized it was his own body, his head burst into flames and disintegrated into dust. I have no idea who that was, said Einar, calmly sheathing Dawnbreaker. He then tossed a set of keys toward the nearest prison, freeing the captives, and turned around to leave without saying another word. After stepping out of the magical suitcase, he cracked his neck with a faint pop. He had spent weeks exploring ruins around the world. Some were interesting, others not so much. In Greece, for example, he got into a bit of trouble. While walking through the muggle world without his mask, a woman saw him, and instantly fell madly in love. Unfortunately, she turned out to be the daughter of the local minister of magic. In less than an hour, he was surrounded by Aurors who tried to force him to the minister's mansion. A forced date wasn't on his to-do list, so he simply knocked them all out before entering the ruins of the ancient Parthenon, where he hoped to find something valuable. After a few hours of fruitless searching, the Aurors returned, this time with an arrest warrant for assaulting ministry personnel. Einar knocked them out again without much effort. Then he appeared directly in the minister's house, beat him up for ruining his vacation, and left. A few weeks later, the scandal exploded. The minister was removed from office for abuse of power, corruption, and sending assassins after his political rivals. His daughter was also arrested. Apparently, she had a habit of kidnapping handsome men and chaining them in her private cellar. Einar didn't even bother to read the details. He just felt it was time to return to England. Meanwhile, in England, Sirius and Harry had been enjoying a fabulous vacation together. Harry couldn't have been happier living with his godfather. Sirius wasn't exactly a father figure, he was more like a close friend, someone who shared his love for fun. That's what made their bond so strong. Of course, Harry hadn't skipped training for a single day, even though Sirius had tried everything to get him to take a break. And finally, that day, he succeeded. You'll see, Harry, said Sirius with a confident grin as they walked through the muggle streets. Today I'll show you what the adult world looks like. Yeah, whatever you say. I just want to get it over with. If Professor Einar comes back, I'm sure all hell will break loose, and with it, even harsher training, Harry replied with a sigh. Don't worry, I've got your back, Sirius said with a carefree smile. But in mid-step, he froze. He looked up at the sky with a tense, almost frightened expression. Sirius? Asked Harry, worried, following his gaze. The sky, once bright and clear, was suddenly covered in grey clouds. A chilling wind swept through the streets like a whisper of death. Run, Harry! Run! Sirius shouted urgently. They couldn't apparate, Harry didn't have permission, and the Ministry had made it clear they'd use him as a scapegoat against Dumbledore if he broke the rules. Harry ran alongside him, confused by his godfather's sudden seriousness. He'd never seen him so scared, but he knew exactly what was coming. Behind them, dozens of Dementors soared through the sky like living shadows, gliding between buildings with the coldness of death. Sirius drew his wand, ready to use a Patronus if necessary, but he made the mistake of glancing back to count them. That was a mistake. A Dementor appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, he felt the first pull of his soul. Sirius! Harry shouted, drawing his wand instantly. But another Dementor used the moment to attack from behind. It caught him off guard. If Einar had been there, he probably would have kicked them both for letting their guard down over a simple trauma. Another Dementor descended upon Sirius. But at that moment, Harry's eyes filled with determination. Expecto Patronum, he roared. A silver stag burst forth with strength, charging the Dementors with a brilliant light that forced them all to retreat, shrieking, before vanishing into the shadows. Harry ran to his godfather, who was trembling slightly, his eyes still wide with the memory of Aszkaban pulsing inside. You're okay. Harry murmured, relieved. Looks like I really did need that magical therapist, Sirius joked, though not without seriousness. Ahem. I was caught off guard, Sirius muttered, embarrassed. Harry just shook his head. What a mess, Sirius growled, frustrated. You used your Patronus. Silence fell. Sirius frowned. We have to go back. We'll be getting a letter any moment now. On the way back, Sirius kept glancing at the sky, wand still in hand, on full alert. The moment they stepped through the door at Grimmauld Place, they were met with an explosion of red-headed fury. Where were you supposed to be? Harry should be training, and suddenly you disappear. Molly Weasley yelled, shooting daggers at Sirius with her eyes. Ahem. I took him somewhere, but that's not important now, Molly. We were attacked by Dementors. Harry had to use the Patronus, Sirius admitted, guilty. It had been his responsibility. Dementors. And you used the Patronus? Molly asked, horrified. Harry nodded with a grimace. Before anyone else could speak, a letter burst through the fireplace and floated in front of Harry. In the air, it took on a face and recited in a dry, authoritative voice. Dear Mr. Potter. The Ministry of Magic has been informed that at 6:23 this evening, you performed the Patronus charm while underage. As this constitutes a clear violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, you are hereby officially expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With best regards, Mafalda Hopkirk. The letter lost its magic, crumpled up, and fell to the floor like dead weight. What happened? Hermione came running down the stairs, alerted by the commotion. Molly picked up the letter and read it silently, her indignation growing with every word. I've been expelled from Hogwarts. Harry murmured, collapsing onto the couch like his soul had left his body. We need to contact Dumbledore. Molly cried, rushing toward the fireplace to use the Flu network. Sirius stood silently, full of guilt and anger. He was supposed to protect him. Hermione demanded an explanation, and Sirius gave her a quick summary. We need to contact Professor Einar, she said decisively. Yes, definitely, Sirius nodded. They had left Harry in his care, and now he was already in trouble. It was better if his teacher was present. Hermione already had a piece of parchment in her hand. As she began to write, she paused for a second and slapped her forehead. This isn't the time to smile, but I'm glad I have an excuse to write to him, she murmured before continuing. At that moment, Molly returned from the fireplace. I spoke to Arthur. Dumbledore has already stepped in. The expulsion has been temporarily suspended. You'll have a disciplinary hearing, Harry. A hearing? Harry repeated, slowly coming out of his shock. We need to gather evidence. Maybe a witness. Don't worry, Harry, everything will be fine. You did it to protect me. If I have to testify under Veritaserum, I will. I won't let them expel you, Sirius said, now with renewed determination. Then I'll send the letter, Hermione confirmed with a serious expression. Sirius nodded. Yes. Let Einar come. It's time the Ministry learns what it means to mess with Harry Potter, and that his teacher is watching. Chapter 91, Playing with Prince, Special. After defeating Walger, the children took shelter in a cave within the cold northern mountains. Outside, the snowstorm still howled, but inside, the crackling fire and the smell of soup created a warm bubble of tranquility. They laughed and chatted, unaware of the destiny already weaving invisible threads around them. Then, a rock in the cave ceiling shimmered, just for an instant, with a golden glow. It fell right onto Sophie's head. Ouch, she exclaimed, clutching her head from the blow. The surprise made her drop her bowl, spilling the soup into the fire and extinguishing it instantly. The cave was plunged into a dim darkness. Idiot! Be careful, said Avento, quickly approaching to check on her. With the magical protections in her clothes, it wasn't common for something to hurt her so easily. It was a rock, Sophie said, a bit annoyed, rubbing her head. A rock hurt you? Asked Blaise, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Sophie insisted, crossing her arms. Avento conjured a small magical light with a gesture, scanning the ground until he found the stone. He picked it up carefully, and his eyes hardened. What is it, Avento? Asked Runa, noticing the tension in his expression. I don't know, but this rock has mana. And it's not normal. We need to leave. Also, the storm is over. We can move on, Lars added, peeking out the entrance. Alright, what are we waiting for? Grab your stuff, said Blaise. They didn't take long to get ready, and soon they were descending the mountain under a cloudy sky. When they reached the first village, they noticed something strange. Several people were gathered in the square, murmuring nervously. The children approached out of curiosity, but froze in place when they heard a very familiar voice. Someone lied. Someone told the guard that poor Cicero did something he didn't do. They stopped us, delayed us. The Night Mother must reach the listener. But you wouldn't know anything about that, huh? Of course not. Because then Cicero would get angry, and that would be unpleasant. Just look at Loretto. Loretto learned what unpleasant means. The voice, loaded with mocking and dangerous madness, chilled their blood. Damn it, it's Cicero. We better not let him see us, whispered Blaise, motioning for them to stay quiet. What's he doing here? He went out looking for Dad when he disappeared. He carries the Night Mother on his back, explained Runa tensely. We're leaving through the other side, Blaise directed. With silent movements, they backed away and took an alternate route. Fortunately, Cicero, tired of arguing with the villagers, shoved everyone aside and left the village in the opposite direction. Had the children come down just a few minutes later, they never would have crossed paths with him. A simple stone changed everything. They had been walking for hours under a persistent drizzle. A spell kept them dry, but the mud made progress difficult. Dawn was gray and silent. What's that? Lucia suddenly asked, pointing at something in the middle of the road. A portal shimmered with an unsettling red light. Around it were animal pelts, lettuce, soul gems. An improvised shrine, no doubt made to summon something. Something powerful. But there were no mages nearby. No one. As if the place had appeared out of nowhere. What if Dad went into one of these? Sophie asked in a low voice, staring at the portal. It sounds ridiculous, but also very likely, Avento murmured. Then let's go in, Lucia proposed, stepping forward. Runa grabbed her arm tightly. It's dangerous. I don't feel anything good coming from in there. But before they could decide, a figure emerged from the portal. He wore an extravagant mix of colors and fabrics, as if his clothes had never heard of fashion, or good taste. His white hair and perfectly trimmed beard contrasted with a smile that looked straight out of a disturbing painting. In one hand, he held a staff of impossible shape. Without saying a word, he gestured to them, and stepped back into the portal. The children looked at each other, confused and afraid. What do we do? Whispered Blaise. Run, murmured Runa. Her instincts screamed at her to flee. But then, the man's hand appeared again. He beckoned them, and vanished once more. Damn it, he's a prince, Runa whispered, and they all paled. Before they could move, the figure popped his head out of the portal again. His smile widened unnaturally. If you don't follow me, I will follow you. One by one. Until I catch you. The threat wasn't shouted. It was spoken gently, but it pierced their souls like a freezing blade. Trembling, unable to resist, the children stepped toward the portal. One by one, they crossed the threshold. And just as the last of them disappeared, the portal closed, as if it had never existed. Minutes later, a mage appeared at the site. He carried more pelts, more lettuce, more soul gems, and this time, a basket full of cheese. Perfect, this time it should work, he exclaimed excitedly, placing the items around the runic circle. He waited. Waited a bit more. Nothing happened. What's going on? What's missing? He muttered, flipping through his notebook in a hurry. Pelts, lettuce, gems, cheese, that's everything the note said. He kicked the shrine in fury. Damn it. I've been scammed. And he stormed off, frustrated. Moments later, a hand emerged from a small portal, grabbed a piece of cheese, and vanished. Meanwhile, in a place beyond time. A divine plane, where reality seemed to be made of pure sacred light and the air vibrated with power. Columns of white marble rose into a golden sky, and the floor shimmered beneath a mosaic of ancient runes. The walls were forged from celestial gold, not crafted by mortal hands, but born from the thoughts of the gods. At the center of the hall stood a throne of pure light, which cast no shadow. There, sitting with a serene bearing, a man watched a great basin of water suspended in the air. On its surface danced moving images, the children, the mountain, the red portal, the chaos growing. His armor was golden like the dawn, adorned with engravings of ancient wars. Two wings emerged from the sides of his helmet, and a cape flowed behind him despite the still air. He was the living reflection of the statues that worshipped him on Nurn. He was Talos. I hope they're up to the task. If they get in trouble, I might have to go down and lend them a hand, he murmured, with a smile that couldn't quite erase the shadow of concern in his eyes. After all, there can't be children who don't find their father. He paused, and his gaze turned more serious. I don't have the power, but he does. As if his words summoned an immediate response, the entire hall began to tremble. The marble rumbled. The sacred lights flickered. From the ethereal horizon, a shattering roar tore through the heavens, as if the gods themselves had been challenged. A roar only one being could utter. Akatosh. A dragon. Not just any dragon. The first. The eternal. Time itself. His wings could envelop worlds, and his gaze judged empires with a mere blink. His wrath was pure fire, and his roar, destiny. Talos frowned as he sensed his arrival. Humph. I'm not your son, Akatosh. Though you gave me the blood of dragons. I became divine through my own strength. He stood, and his figure blazed like a star about to explode. But I'd better hide for a while. With a sly smile, he vanished into millions of golden particles, as if he had never been there. And a second later, the ceiling exploded. A massive golden dragon descended with force, crushing the throne of light beneath a single claw. His body looked like fire restrained by scales, and his breath was as warm as the forge of Mundus. Talos, you imbecile, roared Akatosh, his voice reverberating across planes beyond existence. Who told you to interfere? Flames burst from his mouth in a scorching wave, consuming columns, walls, and sky in a storm of divine destruction. For long minutes he burned everything around him, blinded by rage, until he realized Talos was no longer there. With one final snort that split the clouds of the divine sky, he spread his wings and rose once more into the eternal horizon. The hall of the gods lay in ruins, but the echo of the conflict between the mightiest still lingered in the air. And very soon, the mortal world would feel its effects. Chapter 92, Disciplinary Hearing. Disciplinary Hearing. The Order of the Phoenix had called an emergency meeting at Sirius's house. All the witches and wizards Harry had seen coming and going over the past few weeks were now gathered in what had once been the dining room, temporarily transformed into a war room. As usual, the children had been unceremoniously kicked out, considered too young to hear what the adults were discussing. Harry was frustrated. The past weeks had all been the same, whispers, tense faces, conversations that stopped the moment he entered the room. No one wanted to explain anything clearly, although the newspapers hinted at how serious things had become with headlines about disappearances, attacks, and ominous warnings. But the most obvious thing was the fear that filled the house. Fred and George, in a desperate attempt to eavesdrop, had placed one of their magical crystal balls near the dining room. But Mad Eye Moody caught them almost immediately. Since then, the old Auror seemed to have quite literally kept an eye on them at all times. To make things worse, Dumbledore couldn't be present. The Ministry had been watching him since the day classes ended last year. Every move he made was under scrutiny, forcing him to act with extreme caution. The adults were visibly nervous. They were waiting for Einar, the only one, aside from Dumbledore, whose mere presence could bring them a sense of calm. The problem was that Einar was nowhere to be found. He wandered the world, and no one knew whether he'd return before the start of the school year, or after. Still, he was helping them, whether he realized it or not. While passing through England to check on Harry and Neville's training, he had captured over a dozen werewolves under Fenrir Greyback's command, as well as several vampires who had supported Voldemort in the past. But he didn't stay long. In one of the vampires' mansions, he had found an old map, and then vanished again. Vying, get back here. Neville came running out of one of the rooms, chasing after his small red dragon, who had one of his books clutched in its mouth. He had copied Harry when it came to naming his dragon, drawing inspiration from his godfather's name. In Neville's case, his red dragon had been sponsored by Oda, so he named him Vying. Harry's, on the other hand, was named after Durnavir and went by Vyre. The names were similar, but the dragons couldn't have been more different in personality. Vying was restless, mischievous, and destructive. Vyre, by contrast, was calm and sleepy, and often curled up in Harry's clothes as if they were his personal nest. As Neville chased his own dragon around, Harry silently thanked the heavens for having Vyre. The little dragon poked his head out at the commotion, and Harry gently stroked his head. Vyre closed his eyes, content. Despite having been together for months, neither of the dragons had grown. Clearly, they were not ordinary dragons. More surprisingly, they seemed to understand and even speak a few words, in Dovizol, the dragon language. Neville was learning it with Harry. The adults' meeting finally ended. The first to leave were a couple who moved cautiously, as if expecting an ambush at any moment. The man had his hand in his pocket, ready to draw his wand at the slightest sound. "Neville, we're leaving," the woman said, giving Harry a respectful nod. "Coming, Mum." "I just have to catch Vying," Neville called back, diving for his little dragon and finally managing to catch him. He ran downstairs to join his parents. They had only recently recovered after years of suffering. Though they still weren't completely well, loud noises caused them involuntary spasms. Neville had done what most thought impossible, he brought them back. He'd used mental spells that Einar had taught him, healing potions, calming magic, and sheer determination. Neville couldn't have been happier. But the fact that his parents had awakened just before another war made everyone paranoid. Though his grandmother opposed it, they refused to hide. Not this time. Harry came down the stairs and stepped into the dining room just as Snape was walking out. The professor gave him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and left. "Why can't I listen to the meetings yet?" Harry demanded, frowning. "We've talked about this, Harry. You're still young. It's not a child's responsibility to worry about the problems adults must solve," Molly said seriously. "What about us?" said Fred and George, entering behind Harry. "You're young too," Molly insisted. "We're the same age as Einar," said Fred. "And he's out there hunting vampires, werewolves, and even ancient pharaohs," added George with a cheeky grin. "It's Professor Einar to you. And you can't compare yourselves to him. Even if he's young, he's stronger than Dumbledore. If you can defeat Dumbledore in a duel, then I'll consider letting you attend," Molly said firmly, leaving them speechless. "All right, let's drop it for now," Arthur interjected to ease the tension. "Tomorrow we have to go to the Ministry, Harry. I'll accompany you. Sirius will be there too, as a witness if needed. But listen carefully, you must be prepared. They might try to use you to attack Dumbledore, or even Einar." "The Master?" "Why?" asked Harry, his brow furrowed. "Because they know Einar is powerful. And because they believe he's Dumbledore's most dangerous ally," explained Sirius, arms crossed. "Even if it's not exactly true, they're looking for any excuse to go after him. They can't allow someone that powerful to be on Dumbledore's side." Molly frowned but said nothing. Everyone knew Sirius was right. What? He has to know. Just how filthy politics can get, Sirius muttered darkly. "He's still young," said Molly, worried. "And he's Einar's student. He's being prepared for a reason, to make his own decisions and take control of his life," Sirius replied seriously. Molly was about to launch into another argument, but Lupin, who had been silently sitting nearby, interrupted gently. Molly, this time, as hard as it is to admit, Harry needs to know at least some of it. He has to be ready for tomorrow. Everyone looked at one another. The tension in the room thickened, as if an invisible weight had settled on their shoulders. Sirius slowly approached Harry and began to speak in a firm voice. Harry, the Ministry doesn't want to admit that you know who is back because they're afraid. Truly afraid. Fudge, especially, fears that Dumbledore is using the chaos as an excuse to take his position. That's why he's doing everything he can to discredit him publicly. And the only reason they haven't attacked Einar yet, is because they haven't found a weakness. He paused before continuing. Einar isn't from here. He doesn't belong to their structures, he doesn't follow their rules. Dumbledore, on the other hand, is rooted in Hogwarts, in this country, in the system they control. If the Ministry ever finds a way to attack Einar, they won't hesitate. A wizard that powerful, beyond their control, is intolerable to them. Maybe that's why Einar has been traveling the world, cleansing entire regions of dark threats. And that, in a way, has held back the Ministry's attempts. Because if Einar decided to leave for another country, or worse, become their enemy, they know they couldn't stop him. Maybe they want to believe they could, but deep down, they know they can't. Sirius crossed his arms and looked Harry straight in the eyes. That's why tomorrow, in that stupid trial, they'll likely try to attack you, Dumbledore, and Einar all at once. You need to be ready. Just say what happened that day. What you saw, what you did. Nothing else. Understood? Yes, Harry nodded seriously, understanding the weight of what was at stake. Good, said Sirius with a small smile. I'm not too worried. When Einar shows up to protect you, the Ministry will stop attacking you. They'll focus only on Dumbledore. Sirius had long stopped being a true follower of Dumbledore. However, given the circumstances, they had buried old grudges for a greater cause. It was a temporary alliance, a silent pact among those who knew Voldemort was the real enemy. Among them were Neville's parents, Lupin, Mad-Eye, and Sirius himself. None of them blindly followed Dumbledore's orders. In fact, they often thought twice before agreeing to his plans. Even within the Weasley family, there was division. Charlie was on Einar's side. As a joke, he called their group the Order of the Dragon, in reference to their leader. Arthur and Molly, on the other hand, preferred not to take sides. They considered both men, Einar and Dumbledore, trustworthy, and if they ever ended up at odds, they wouldn't intervene on either's behalf. Fred and George weren't official members of the Order yet, so their opinions didn't formally count. But they had already said they preferred dragons over phoenixes. All right, time to eat, said Molly, interrupting the conversation as she brought in a huge steaming pot. Everyone began sitting around the table. The next day, Hermione and Harry were still at the window of the Order's headquarters, eyes fixed on the sky. They had been waiting for over an hour, hoping to see a silhouette cutting through the clouds, anything to indicate Einar's arrival. But the sky remained silent. No roar, no shadow overhead. Maybe he's running late, or the letter arrived too late, Hermione murmured, anxiously biting her lip. Harry sighed, his face a mix of nervousness and disappointment. But there was no time to waste. He had to dress in a rush. Arthur Weasley and Sirius were already waiting downstairs to take him to the Ministry of Magic. Luckily, they could travel using the Floo network, which saved precious time. One after another, they stepped into the fireplace and appeared in one of the main atriums of the Ministry. Instantly, they were surrounded by the usual crowd of witches and wizards in formal robes, floating parchments, and the echo of footsteps on polished marble floors. They passed the wand inspection post, where Harry had to hand over his wand temporarily. Meanwhile, Arthur stepped aside for a moment to speak with an official. When he returned, his face had changed. He was pale and visibly worried. The hearing's been moved up, he said tensely. When? Asked Sirius grimly. They both knew what it meant, a strategic move to catch Harry without Dumbledore, and without Einar. Now, Arthur replied. And without wasting another second, he led them quickly down one of the Ministry's side corridors, away from prying eyes. Without a word, Sirius reached into his cloak and pulled out a small polished crystal sphere. He tapped its surface with his index finger, and almost immediately, it glowed with a bluish light. Molly Weasley's face appeared floating inside, as if trapped in a magical bubble. The twins, Fred and George, had invented these communication orbs. Now every member of the Order of the Phoenix had one, designed specifically to send urgent messages without being intercepted. For security, only adults used them. They didn't want the younger ones hearing things they shouldn't. Unfortunately, they hadn't had time to give one to Einar. Molly. The hearing's been moved up. Tell Dumbledore. Has Einar arrived yet? Sirius asked urgently. Molly shook her head, her expression equally worried. No. Maybe it was a bad idea to send the letter with Errol, she said, rubbing her forehead. I'll let Dumbledore know. Don't worry. Good luck, she added before her image vanished from the sphere. Sirius quickly tucked the crystal orb back into his pocket. No one said it out loud, but they all knew the truth. They were alone. And the trial was about to begin. Chapter 93. In a vast chamber flanked by ancient columns and surrounded by wizards of all ages, ranks, and bloodlines, a tense silence reigned. At the highest point, like a sacred tribunal, Minister Cornelius Fudge sat in the judge's seat, watching everything with a mix of arrogance and nervousness. At the center of the room, completely exposed, Harry Potter sat on a large enchanted chair that floated slightly above a platform. Dozens of eyes were on him, evaluating him, judging him. Some were filled with compassion, others with disdain, and many with pure curiosity. It was as if the entire weight of the wizarding world had descended upon his shoulders in that very moment. A subtle tremor ran through the floor, causing the walls to creak slightly. Murmurs spread like wildfire but were quickly silenced, blamed as usual on the ministry's alchemists, always suspected of some accidental explosion. From his seat, Harry could see Percy Weasley sitting beside the minister, frantically taking notes like his personal secretary. The same Percy who, just weeks before, had had a furious argument with his parents. According to the twins, it all exploded when Arthur reminded him that he'd only gotten the position thanks to being his son, and because of the family's connection to Dumbledore. Percy, outraged, had accused his father of being a joke at the ministry, someone who never advanced because of his obsession with muggles. He stormed out, leaving a heartbroken Mrs. Weasley sobbing. Since then, he hadn't returned home. Now, there he was, scribbling coldly, pretending none of it mattered. Disciplinary hearing on the 12th of August, for the crimes committed by Harry James Potter, who currently resides in, where does he live, asked Fudge, frowning as he scanned an illegible scroll. He looked to Percy for help, but the young man just shook his head, visibly uncomfortable. Other wizards did the same, unable to answer. Well, no matter. Present Inquisitors, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. Before he could continue, a solemn voice echoed through the hall, instantly imposing silence. Witnesses for the defense. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, announced the headmaster, walking with a firm yet composed stride, as if each step measured time itself. Beside him followed a man with long hair and a rebellious expression, carrying himself with a casual air. And Sirius Orion Black, the third, added Sirius, lifting his chin with a cocky smile aimed at Dumbledore, clearly competing to see who had the most impressive name. Boom. Crash. Stomp. Suddenly, the ground shook, this time unmistakably. Sounds of destruction and heavy impacts echoed beyond the doors, as if an army were breaking through from the depths of the world. The atmosphere grew heavy. Sirius grinned with confidence. Dumbledore frowned, already knowing exactly what was coming. The massive doors of the chamber didn't simply open, they were obliterated. The enchanted wood splintered in every direction, leaving deep gouges in the stone walls. A brutal gust of wind burst through with the intruders, knocking over several wizards from their seats. Then, a procession of spectral figures entered the hall. They were warriors, tall and proud, dressed in ancient armor and ceremonial garments that shimmered faintly with ancestral magic. Their presence was not just intimidating, it was nearly lethal. Their aura was so overwhelming that the very air seemed to resist their passage. Some spoke to each other in a harsh, guttural tongue. Others carried, or dragged, several ministry oars, wounded but alive, tossing them aside like broken rags in the corner. And then, he appeared. A young man with silver hair, his face so striking it echoed Vila legends, walked forward slowly. His bearing was regal, his gaze fierce. His dark, elegant robe was embroidered with symbols radiating arcane power, and each step he took seemed to shake the world beneath him. His presence was overwhelming. It was like standing before an ancient dragon, one that didn't need to roar to prove its dominion. Einar Dovahkian, the World Eater. Son of Akatosh and Mara. Witness for the defense, he proclaimed with a voice so deep and resonant that every word seemed carved into stone by fire. Each syllable made the walls tremble, the benches rattle, the hearts pound. That was when everyone finally understood the truth. The earlier tremors hadn't been caused by clumsy alchemists or failed experiments. No. They had been caused by him. By the man who had just entered. Minutes earlier. Einar emerged from the fireplace wrapped in green flames, his imposing silhouette elegantly rising from the dust of the floor network. He had arrived late. The owl carrying the letter warning that Harry was in trouble had only appeared a few minutes earlier, lost, confused, as if something invisible had tried to stop the message from reaching him. As soon as he read the letter, Einar immediately dropped what he was doing. At that moment, he had been in the middle of a lush jungle, observing a strange and fascinating creature, a small being that resembled a fawn, its body covered in golden bronze scales, deer legs, the torso of a lion, the tail of a fish, and a pair of delicate horns. He had never seen anything like it. For no apparent reason, the little creature had grown attached to him, following him with near-desperate loyalty. Einar, unable to simply ignore it, helped it find its mother, tracking her across kilometers of magical wilderness. Only when he finally reunited them did the little one accept parting from his side. Without wasting another second, Einar used his newly mastered apparition technique to cross half the world in a blink and arrived at Sirius's house. The moment he appeared, Molly hurriedly pushed him toward the fireplace, exclaiming, "Go! Go quickly!" And so he did. But as soon as he appeared in the Ministry of Magic, his presence immediately caught the attention of the guards. "Name and wand," one of them demanded. Einar paused for a moment, only to be surrounded by a dozen aurors in tight formation. "Sorry, sir. You'll have to come with us. There's an international arrest warrant from Greece, for assaulting aurors and attacking the minister himself," said one of the British aurors, eyes locked on Einar, reciting his duty as if it could shield him from the obvious danger standing before him. Einar looked at them without a trace of surprise. He immediately recognized the intent. It was an attempt to stop him. Delay him. Maybe even provoke him into giving them an excuse. Fudge was clearly behind it all. Among the aurors, he recognized Kingsley Shacklebolt, whom he knew from Sirius's house. With a barely perceptible gesture, Kingsley pointed at his watch. Time was running out. Einar sighed. "I don't have time for this," he said calmly as he slid a mask beneath his face. And then he spoke. "Hun Kal Zor." The words in the dragon language echoed with a supernatural resonance, tearing through the veil between worlds. A portal of blue energy opened beside him with a sharp hum, as if the skies themselves answered his call. From the portal, spectral figures emerged, warriors from ages long past, clad in ancient armor with eyes that had witnessed more battles than any living human could imagine. "Hey, kid. Looks like you need help with these weaklings," said one of the first to emerge, a tall Nord with golden hair and a mighty beard, wearing hand-forged iron armor and radiating an aura nearly as powerful as Einar's. Ysgramor. Founder of the 100 Companions. A living legend, or rather, an undead one. They're kind of like security guards. "I can't hit them or I'll get arrested," Einar replied, not moving an inch, absolute calm in his voice. "Politics, huh? Annoying," said Ysgramor as more specters surged out of the portal, eager for battle. Before the aurors could even raise their wands, they were tossed through the air like dolls. Some slammed into columns, others rolled across the ministry floor, completely overwhelmed. "Don't kill them. You'll get Einar in trouble," cried a more refined figure, a young man with a golden circlet on his forehead, Torrig, the King of Solitude. "Shut up, Torrig. If an enemy gets in the way, you knock them down," snapped Ulfric Stormcloak, his tone lofty and mocking. "Don't talk to me, Ulfric, you cheater. We're here to help, not to make things worse," growled Torrig, casting sleep spells at the aurors who kept arriving from all directions. Meanwhile, Einar walked calmly toward the source of the energy he recognized as Harry's. On his left walked Codlac Whitemane, hand on his weapon's hilt, escorting him like a loyal guardian. On his right, Jürgen Windcaller moved silently, his grey robes billowing gently as if he were entirely ignoring the chaos around him. Upon reaching the great courtroom door, Jürgen exhaled softly. The wood shattered like paper, flying into 1,000 splinters. The spectral heroes surged in like an unstoppable tide, proud and smiling, as if they owned the entire scene. And behind them, with steady steps and unwavering gaze, walked in Einar. Einar Dovahkian, the Destroyer. Son of Akatosh and Mara. Witness for the defense, he declared with thunderous voice. The walls trembled. Present. Sirius moved immediately upon seeing him, leaving his spot beside Harry so that Einar could stand next to him. Harry, for his part, smiled as his mentor arrived, unable to stop himself from feeling protected. He watched the specters with fascination, the warriors with hardened faces and dominating presences, who looked at every wizard in the room as if they were mere apprentices. "You! What are you doing here? You should be in prison for attacking Aurors. And now you're attacking mine," shouted Fudge, losing his composure at the sight of Einar standing before him. "If you're talking about Greece, that was a misunderstanding caused by a corrupt minister, who is now in prison. And if you're referring to your Aurors, I didn't touch them." "They did," Einar responded calmly, with a mocking smile. "TSK. I despise foolish rulers. Why don't we just rip his head off and use it for target practice in Sovngarde," growled Ysgramor, shooting a murderous glare at Fudge, who paled in fear. "That's why you don't understand politics. They're battles too, just fought on a different field. You must crush the enemy, at his own game," added Ulfric with a sage tone. "Yeah, sure. Spoken like the vile cheat you are," muttered Torrig with contempt. "Enough, you two," intervened Kodlak, his voice firm. "It's best if we just observe, unless Einar wants us to slaughter everyone here. But honestly, he doesn't need us for that." At those words, everyone present felt an invisible pressure in the air. It was as if what Kodlak said wasn't just heavy, it was true. Many witches and wizards began gripping their wands with a mix of doubt and fear. "Zun hail Viik," murmured Jürgen in a serene voice, and at once, every wand in the room flew through the air, slamming into walls and ceilings before landing far from their owners. "It's better if we try to resolve this peacefully," said the monk, his tone calm yet immovable, like a mountain facing the wind. All were left speechless, they had been disarmed by mere words. Words that did not belong to this world. "Very well, the trial may proceed. Consider us, interested visitors in the laws of this land," added Torrig with a calm smile, arms crossed with dignity. No one knew what to think. Especially Cornelius Fudge, who looked at the ghosts, if they could be called that, with the same terror a child has when staring at a shadow in the night. They were too real, too imposing. Too alive. Clack. 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 "Oh, order in the court," Fudge stammered, still trembling before the figures who stared at him with the gaze of ancient predators. In that moment, he realized clearly that Einar was not someone they could simply imprison or eliminate. And that those specters would protect him with divine fury if needed. Einar Dovahkian's actions, and those of his companions, will be investigated later. If the arrest warrant proves to be the result of a misunderstanding, it will be annulled. For now, let's return to the main issue, Harry Potter, said Fudge, attempting to regain some semblance of control. "The charges?" asked Dumbledore seriously, aiming both to protect Harry and to avoid giving Einar any excuse to act. It was a double strategy, end the trial as soon as possible and avoid a massacre. "The charges are, that with full knowledge of the illegality of his actions, young Potter cast a Patronus charm in front of several muggles," Fudge stated loudly. Sirius immediately frowned. "That's a lie. There were no muggles nearby," he said firmly, before Fudge raised a hand to silence him. "That will be heard later," he replied, then looked directly at Harry. "Do you deny having cast the Patronus?" "No, but... Are you aware that it is forbidden to use magic outside of Hogwarts until the age of 18? "Yes, but I..." "Witches and wizards." Fudge turned to the Wisengamot members, ready to declare his sentence, but before he could continue. Thud. The ground cracked from a single stomp by Ysgramor. A fracture ran from his foot straight to Fudge's, leaving the man frozen in place. An invisible wave of ancient bloodlust fell over him like a river. It was so intense, so primal, that even the Wisengamot members recoiled. "This doesn't look like a trial," said Ysgramor in a deep voice, locking eyes with Fudge as if he'd already judged his soul worthless. "I am a warrior, not a judge. But tell me, Torrig, does this look like justice to you?" "Not at all. Even as High King I let others speak. That's why I accepted Ulfric's duel, though he used tricks to win," replied Torrig, his voice severe. Ulfric, of course, scowled in irritation, but Galmar placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him. This was not the time for old arguments. Meanwhile, Einar remained standing beside Harry, unmoved. There was no anger on his face, not even a clear emotion. Only unshakable calm, like someone who already knew how everything would end. The heroes of Sovngarde had taken it upon themselves to play the villains. They intimidated. They acted. Not out of malice, but to protect him. So that no blame would fall on Einar. He knew that if he acted in anger, they would label him a threat, expel him from Hogwarts, or isolate him from the students he now protected. This wasn't just a provocation toward him, it was also toward Dumbledore. That was why, from the beginning, he had summoned the Great Ones. Those who could not be judged by any law of this world. Eternal heroes who feared no one, especially not politicians. And while the old fossils of the Wizengamot trembled in their seats, Einar knew that in the end, everything would collapse under its own weight. Because true justice didn't need permission to be felt. Chapter 94, 93.2 A reality that never was, Wizengamot and the Hall of Judgment. A special. This is a bit of how I had written it before. Of course, now it's a little shorter, and I removed some things. But it was still good. It's like how we all would have liked to have done things. A reality that never was, Wizengamot and the Hall of Judgment. A slight tremor interrupted the solemn calm of the Hall of Judgment. What happened? Asked Fudge, frowning in annoyance. Maybe the potion researchers blew something up again, said Percy Weasley, the young assistant standing to the side. Then let's ignore it and continue, replied Fudge, turning his gaze back to the center of the hall, where Harry Potter sat, watched like a pig led to slaughter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic, where hundreds of wizards came and went through the fireplaces, the ceiling was shattered by a massive red dragon. Its outstretched wings stirred powerful gusts of wind as they moved. On top of the beast stood a young man with silver hair, like a war emperor. The Aurors poured out in force, pointing their wands at the dragon and its rider. Einar landed with a light jump, completely ignoring the Aurors blocking his way to his student's trial. Stop! Einar Dovahkian. We know who you are. You're under arrest for attacking Aurors in Greece and assaulting the Greek Minister of Magic, as well as now breaking into the British Ministry with a dragon. We have orders to kill if necessary, said the squad leader, pointing his wand at Einar with a cold stare. Greece? I thought that was already dealt with, Einar replied with a steely gaze. So firm, so heavy, that the Auror felt one wrong word might cost him his life. He swallowed hard. And no, we know nothing about that. Please, cooperate with the Aurors and raise your hands. You'll be sent to Aszkaban until your trial. There were already over 30 Aurors present, and more kept arriving through the fireplaces. Einar observed carefully. None of them were his allies. No Shackbolt. No Moody. No Tonks. All of them were the minister's dogs. Fodder. What a shame, Einar murmured, his tone alone chilling the air. What? The leader asked, confused. To lose so many men, right before a war. Then Einar vanished. Only a whisper of wind marked his path as he passed through the Aurors, stopping 2 steps beyond the leader. Seconds later, a dozen arms with wands still in hand flew toward the ceiling. Some didn't even realize they'd been cut until blood bathed them. Ah! Attack! Kill him, the leader screamed, just before his head flew off, cleaved cleanly between jaw and skull. Chaos erupted. Spells of every color filled the air, clashing with each other, striking their own allies. But it was useless. A gray shadow danced among them, too fast to be hit. Too lethal. Odahviing roared in fury. His fiery breath fell upon the Aurors like divine judgment, incinerating half of them instantly. Their bodies were charred, melted to the floor like grotesque charcoal statues. Hun Kalzior, Einar intoned in a grave voice. A portal opened beside him. On the other side, Sovngarde, the field of heroes. Dozens of ancient warriors stepped through the portal. Men and women bathed in a spectral aura, some known to history, others long forgotten. They said nothing. Needed no orders. They simply began the slaughter. Anyone who raised a wand, or even a stick, against Einar was executed on the spot. Wizards and witches fled in terror. The Aurors were cut down, crushed, torn apart like mere animals. Einar calmly walked down the blood-stained corridor, letting the heroes of the past clear the way with steel and fire. He reached the great doors of the Hall of Judgment just as Fudge's voice rang inside. Do you deny having used the Patronus? No, but... Were you aware you're not allowed to use magic outside of school? Yes, but... Witches and wizards of the Wizengamot, everything is quite clear. Those were his last words. The door exploded into 1,000 pieces, blasted open by Einar's hands. Silence fell like a tomb. Einar entered with fury burning in his golden eyes, his presence chilling every soul in the room. I made it just in time, he said, walking to the center of the hall. Fudge trembled at the sight of him but tried to hold his ground under everyone's gaze. "Mr. Dovahkian, you are not permitted to be here. And if I'm not mistaken, you should be on your way to Aszkaban right now," he said with false confidence. "Kill him," Einar ordered flatly. An axe whistled through the air. It struck Fudge in the chest with a dull thud. The minister barely had time to look at the weapon before collapsing dead, a trickle of blood running from his mouth. "How dare you!" shrieked a fat witch with bulging eyes, drawing her wand. A figure appeared in front of her before she could act. A Nordic warrior in horned armor, Aszkaban, the first herald of the companions. "Raising a weapon against the boy, is like raising it against us. And we, do not forgive." His hand blurred into motion. Aszkaban vanished and reappeared among a group of wizards raising their wands. Seconds later, he stood once more by Einar's side. The attackers' bodies split cleanly in two. Half and half. They dropped to the floor like freshly chopped firewood. "Harry, we're leaving," Einar said calmly. Still in shock, Harry stood up quickly and followed his master without hesitation. The entire Wizengamot was frozen. Paralyzed by fear. Einar wasn't just a magical prodigy. He was a force of nature. A living storm. The minister had sent spies to investigate him, and everyone knew Einar was a monster. But what they saw today was beyond all comprehension. "Kill those who bear that filthy curse. You can spare the rest," Einar said before stepping through the door. The specters nodded. "Sure, kid. Leave it to us," replied Aszkaban, the only one among the heroes who could speak to Einar that way, not because of power, but out of respect. Behind them, the sound of steel finding flesh echoed loudly. Screams, pleas, death. Blood flowed like ancient rivers bursting their banks. And that day, both the forces of good and evil lost most of their champions. But since this is a special, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to kill someone. Chapter 95, The Trial. The Trial. "You're the Dragonborn student, right?" asked Torg as he approached Harry, who was sitting in the center of the Wizengamot chamber, visibly confused by the recent events. "Professor Einar's student." "Yes, he's my master," Harry replied respectfully. "Then, young man, could you tell us why you decided to act, even though this absurd law says otherwise?" "As a former ruler, I know there are laws one must follow, even in lands governed by fools, but still, we must understand what happened," said Torg in a calm tone, yet with the firm authority of a man who, even without knowing the local laws, had already mastered their spirit. Behind him stood men whose very presence seemed capable of breaking armies. No one dared interrupt him. "Yes. We were walking with Sirius through a muggle neighborhood when dozens of Dementors suddenly appeared and attacked us. First Sirius, then me," explained Harry with a steady voice. "Dementors?" exclaimed a witch from the Wizengamot. "In a muggle neighborhood?" "Yes." Sirius fell to the ground. "Two of them tried to," before he could continue, Fudge interrupted with an incredulous laugh. "Dementors? Muggles can't even see them." "How convenient," he scoffed, trying to distract the Wizengamot. "I'm not lying. There were dozens." "If I hadn't," Harry tried to defend himself. "Enough," shouted Fudge, only to earn murderous glares from every ancient hero present. If not for his pride, he likely would have fainted right there, pants soaked in fear. "This is a trial, isn't it?" Torg asked, turning his gaze directly at Fudge, who now looked whiter than a corpse. "Then why does it feel like he's already been condemned without even being allowed to defend himself?" "Where are the witnesses you mentioned?" "Their memories were erased, to protect the secrecy of the magical world," replied Percy, his voice far softer than before. "Ah, so there are no witnesses. Tell me, how do you know it was Harry Potter who cast the spell?" "It's called the Trace," Sirius explained calmly. "It's a charm that detects magic from students' wands when they're outside Hogwarts, especially in the Muggle world. But it's not precise. It only shows that magic was cast nearby, not who cast it." "Then you, being a wizard, were with him?" "Yes." "And how do they know you weren't the one who cast the spell?" Torg smiled, clearly enjoying turning their political games against them. "Mr. Potter said it himself," Percy jumped in quickly, still defending Fudge. "Yes, but ever since we walked in, the minister has barely allowed him to speak. If anything, he seemed to be guiding him to say it." "That doesn't count as a confession, does it?" Torg asked, looking toward the Wizengamot. "No. It doesn't count as a confession," replied a witch, earning furious stares from some of Fudge's allies. Then, sir. Sirius Black, Sirius said quickly, watching as Torrig took control of the trial with near-imperial authority. Very well, Mr. Black. That day, did you cast the spell recorded by the trace? Yes. It was me. Do you have proof? No. Is there any evidence suggesting otherwise? No. Perfect. Would you like to continue? Torrig asked, glancing at the minister and the Wisengamot members. Some tried to hide their frustration, without much success. Fudge shook his head, visibly sweating. He desperately wanted those foreigners gone. Then the trial is over. Is that acceptable to you, Einar? Torrig asked, looking at the Dragonborn, who nodded slightly. Then we shall take our leave. If you ever need me again, don't hesitate to call. I quite enjoy these ridiculous political games, Torrig said before elegantly stepping through a portal that opened beside him. One by one, the warriors followed, casting threatening glances at everyone present. The last to step through was Iskramor. I know you're having fun, boy, but remember to draw the line. Don't let these fools think they can trample you, or I'll come back myself to knock some sense into you, he said before disappearing through the portal. Always harsh. Always loyal. The first time Einar arrived in Sovngarde to face Alduin, Iskramor had challenged him to 100 rounds of combat. Einar lost the first few, but as the fight went on, he began to match him. They ended up 50-50. He was the only one in Sovngarde whom Einar considered his equal, and respected as such. Good, said Einar now, his voice calm but deadly. Now, I'd like to know why Dementors attacked my student. The pressure in the chamber returned like an avalanche. Those who thought it was all over, instantly paled. Perhaps I misunderstood, sir, but, are you suggesting the ministry sent the Dementors? Asked a fat, bulging-eyed witch who resembled a toad. Did they? Einar asked, his voice like steel. They're unreliable. Stupid. Arrogant. And clearly unconcerned with anyone's safety. I saw it during the Triwizard tournament. I have no good thoughts about any of you. So I want an answer. Who sent them? Why? And if that person dies, I hope they don't have children to leave orphaned. The woman began to tremble, barely able to breathe. Very well, Mr. Dovahkian. An investigation will be conducted, said Amelia Bones, standing with solemn authority. Given that the charges appear to be baseless, as acting head of the Wisengamot, I declare that there is no need for a vote. Unless someone wishes to oppose Mr. Dovahkian. No one said a word. Not even Fudge or Umbridge, who only stared at him with contained fury. Charges are dismissed, Fudge finally muttered, stepping down from his seat with visible contempt. Einar gave a faint, mocking smile. Then he spoke. I'd like to say a few words before everyone leaves. No one moved. Next time you mess with one of my students, I won't be so kind. Today I acted with lightness and pacifism for one reason only, to teach my student. To show him that even the strongest must face fools who think they rule. To show him the reality of political struggles. But, if even one of my students gets hurt because of your dirty games, I'll kill you all. His voice dropped in volume, but became 1,000 times more terrifying. I'll kill you. Your families. Your descendants. And you won't just die. You'll be condemned to a place where suffering never ends. A crimson aura burst from Einar's body, more lethal than any specter or demon. His gaze turned golden, and the spiritual roar of hundreds of dragons rose around him. The ministry's walls cracked. The protective enchantments shattered like broken glass. Everyone dropped to their knees, as if bowing to an absolute king. Everyone, except Sirius, Harry, and Dumbledore. And even Dumbledore could barely stay on his feet. Sweat poured down his forehead, neck, and back. Understood, Einar said, and without waiting for a response, turned away. Let's go, Harry. The two walked through the shattered doorway. Only then could the others move again. Some trembled. Fudge had already fainted. The rest knew they would never return to the Wisengamot if a single Hogwarts student was involved. Because if that man came back, not even magic would save them. Einar, Sirius, and Harry arrived through the fireplace, brushing off dust just as everyone in the room sat in tense anticipation. Sirius, as usual, hadn't bothered to warn anyone, so the entire family waited anxiously for the trial's verdict. Well? How did it go? Molly asked anxiously. All good. Einar showed up with a bunch of ancient heroes, scared everyone, and the trial ended without any problems for Harry. Sirius replied with a slightly embarrassed smile, as if remembering how ridiculous it had been to see the entire Wisengamot trembling. Great, everyone exclaimed at once, just before throwing confetti over Harry, who didn't know whether to laugh or hide. By the way, Sirius added as he shook off his cloak, it'd be better if we gave Einar one of those crystal balls. That way we can track him more easily and avoid so much trouble trying to find him. You're right, Molly said, remembering something. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small crystal ball, one she had confiscated from the twins when they tried to use it to spy on private conversations. She handed it to Einar with a motherly gesture. As the matriarch, Molly was the one who managed and organized all family communications. All the small balls were linked to a larger one she guarded with fierce care. It was her way of contributing to the cause, and secretly, she loved feeling useful and important in that role. Einar examined the ball with curiosity. He had discovered its existence by accident long ago and had gifted it to the twins for them to use however they wished. Now, seeing it again, he thought the boys were rather creative in finding ways to make use of it. Maybe he should give them all his enchantment books, they might surprise him. Although, if we're talking about direct contact, there's a better way to communicate with me, Einar said, just before a voice interrupted him. Einar. Good thing you're here, we were waiting for you, said Fred enthusiastically. Yeah, we've got something interesting to show you. Come on, added George, waving him over urgently. Without giving it much thought, Einar followed them, curious, but calm. Knowing those two, something crazy and interesting was surely waiting. Chapter 96, 7 for Chaos. Aszkaban, the Daedric Prince of Madness, Special. 7 for Chaos. Aszkaban, the Daedric Prince of Madness. The children crossed the portal in a tight bunch, trembling slightly with fear. This wasn't like facing off against bandits or bullies, the person before them could effortlessly defeat their own father and mentor. According to the stories, if this really was Aszkaban, then they were facing the most dangerous and powerful being among his kind. That's why an ancient curse had caused him to change personalities over time. But apparently, those personalities had finally separated, choosing as champion the one who defeated. Why do you keep talking like an idiot? Let the kids enjoy my presence for themselves, interrupted the man known as Aszkaban, lounging with insulting comfort on a sofa made of the hides of creatures that didn't exist in any normal zoo. Who's he talking to? Blaze asked his siblings, who just shrugged, equally confused. Why did you bring us here? Asked Runa boldly, stepping in front to protect her siblings with the fiercest look she could muster. I didn't bring you here, well, yes, but no. Who did? Aszkaban replied with genuine confusion, like a child who had lost his keys. Let me rephrase, why are we here? Runa insisted. No idea, Aszkaban answered with a carefree smile, stretching out on the couch as he pulled out a block of cheese, cutting it into small pieces and popping them into his mouth like he was on a picnic. The children didn't know whether to run or stay frozen. Before them stood one of the most feared demons in all of Nurn, yet he seemed less interested in being good or evil than in, well, eating cheese and... I told you already, stop doing that, Aszkaban said, frowning with an expression that was both serious and completely absurd. The children whispered among themselves, casting nervous glances at the Daedric Prince, who pretended to ignore them but was clearly hearing every word. Suddenly, they all froze as Lucia, without a hint of fear, walked up to Aszkaban. Hey, you like cheese, right? I have 10 slices. If you take us to Dad, I'll give you 3, she said proudly, like she had just made the best deal in the world. Her siblings paled and began to draw weapons, ready to protect her if necessary. Aszkaban stared at her for a moment, then burst into a mocking laugh. Mortal, do you think a few simple slices of cheese will help you in your absurd quest for that arrogant brat? At least it should be all 10. But I found the cheese. I'll give you 5, Lucia replied, standing firm in her negotiation. The prince frowned, and suddenly the ground began to tremble with every word he spoke. I could kill you right now and toss your body to some corner of the Shivering Isles and keep everything you brought, Aszkaban threatened with a mix of anger and amusement. The air around him distorted, revealing cracks that showed thoughts, minds, and scenes of humans, elves, orcs, and creatures they couldn't even begin to comprehend. So, is that a no? Lucia asked, tilting her head innocently. 6, Aszkaban said with a serious, almost resigned look. Deal, Lucia smiled proudly, turning back to her siblings, who were completely in shock at what they had just witnessed. A glowing blue portal opened behind them just as Lucia handed over the 6 slices happily. "Get out of here before I drive you insane for barging into my realm," Aszkaban growled. "Oh, and tell the brat I'm already preparing the next game." He reclined once more on the sofa, placing the cheese on a table seemingly made for that exact purpose. As the children ran through the portal, Aszkaban smiled victoriously and pulled out one more slice. Now he had 7 delicious cheeses. The children were flung out the other side of the portal like they'd been spit out by a temperamental volcano. They tumbled over each other, rolling across the soft grass-covered ground, trying to process whether what they'd just experienced had been real, or a particularly absurd dream. For a brief moment, everything was silent. Then came the scream. "Aya!" shrieked Lucia, her face puffed like she'd bitten into a lemon, wounded pride written all over her. Everyone immediately went on guard, hands to weapons, eyes wide. "What happened?" asked Sophie, glancing at the little girl who was furiously rummaging through her backpack as if someone had stolen sacred treasure. "He stole from me. He said 6 and took 7. Lucia growled, pointing an accusing finger at the air, as if Aszkaban himself might hear her. "We're going back right now." She turned, determined to jump back into the portal, but... "No!" everyone shouted in unison, diving on top of her in a desperate avalanche. They caught her just before she could take a step. And as if the universe had been waiting for that moment, the portal fizzled with a mocking laugh, and closed. "No!" Lucia wailed, tears welling up. "It was mine. My 6 cheeses." "That's not fair," he said. 6. It's okay, calm down." Lars said, smiling with big brother confidence. "We'll get you more. I don't think there's a world without cheese." "Yeah, we'll find food. And if we're lucky, cheese." "Maybe, magical cheese," added Blaze, trying to cheer her up while the others nodded with encouraging words. "Well," Lucia mumbled, still pouting, but allowing herself to be hugged. "But you all owe me 7. Then, everyone began to take a closer look at their new surroundings. The air was so pure that each breath seemed to fill them with energy. They stood in a forest straight out of a fairy tale, with tall trees of silver bark and leaves that changed colors like liquid fire. Flowers sang to the wind, brooks laughed as they flowed, and an ethereal fragrance surrounded them. "Where are we?" Ailsan whispered, mouth agape. The answer seemed to lie in the distance, atop a hill, a castle. Not an ordinary one, but a majestic golden fortress that looked carved from solid light. Around it stood more strange constructions, each one radiating a divine aura that made their skin prickle. Even the ground beneath their feet seemed to purify them with every step. Then, a soft and radiant female voice cut through the silence. My, seems I have unexpected visitors. How odd. No one has passed through here, not since Meridia lost her mirror." The children spun around. There, among the trees, floating slightly above the ground, was a woman of inhuman beauty. Her skin gleamed like liquid gold, her hair flowed like flames underwater, and her body was barely draped in a fine, translucent fabric that seemed to exist more for protocol than practicality. Instant chaos. "Don't look," cried Sophie, covering Ailsan and Navento's eyes. "That's not for kids," shouted Sissel, shielding Tar's and Roar's vision. Runa, more practical, and more brutal, jabbed 2 fingers into Blaze and Samuel's eyes, making them double over with pained groans. "Why are you naked?" asked Lucia with total innocence, tilting her head. The woman smiled, utterly charmed. "Well, this is my dwelling. I could ask you why you're wearing clothes." Lucia's eyes widened with a confused realization, as if she'd just uncovered a cosmic mystery. But before she could continue, the woman paused and frowned, turning her head slightly eastward, where one of the golden sanctuaries stood. "Ah. I see. So it was his idea," she said in a sweet voice that didn't hide her exasperation. Looking back at the children, she added with a smile, "Go down that path. Someone is waiting for you." Come on," said Sophie, pulling the kids along before Blaze and Samuel recovered enough to take another peek. "What a shame," murmured the woman as she vanished among the trees. "But I don't want my garden ending up like Talos' throne." High above, at the top of the golden castle, a massive winged dragon, gleaming like the midday sun, let out a roar, or rather, an exasperated sigh. "Aszkaban, curse you. Why didn't you just send them straight to Einar? Now I have to clean up the mess from your absurd game." And as it slowly descended to prepare, another figure deep within the garden let out a victorious laugh. Seated on his throne of chaos and cheese, Sheogorath lifted the final slice he had hidden under his hat. 7. Heh. The odd number always wins. Then he turned his head. See you, he said cheerfully with a wave. Chapter 97, The Auror's Mistake. The Auror's Mistake. With Einar now established at the headquarters of the Order, the atmosphere became more serene. For the first time in a long while, the members could leave to carry out their missions with peace of mind, knowing they were leaving the place in the hands of someone capable of defending it against any threat. And more importantly, the children were safe. In fact, they obeyed Einar more than their own parents, as if his mere presence wrapped them in a mix of respect, admiration, and a strange sense of absolute security. One day, the Longbottom couple came by to meet him. They weren't doing it as members of the Order, but as deeply grateful parents. Professor. Neville has told us a lot about you. Thank you, truly, thank you, said Frank with a trembling voice. Though he tried to remain firm, his legs shook subtly in front of Einar, and for that reason, Alice preferred to stay a bit farther back, observing cautiously. Einar understood well why. His soul was too powerful. Standing before him was like trying to stare into the heart of the sun. Even a veteran wizard like Frank suffered from the crushing effects of his spiritual pressure. And yet, he had come to thank him. That earned him several points of respect in the Dragonborn's eyes. Your son did a good job. He worked hard for you both without a moment's hesitation. He's a good kid. I'm honored to have him as one of my students, Einar said in a deep yet warm voice. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if remembering something. In any case, I think I should give you a gift. As is proper for a first meeting. Frank opened his mouth to politely decline, but didn't have the chance to say anything. A golden light burst from Einar's body like a silent flame. The aura wrapped around both Frank and Alice like a warm celestial glow, melting away fear, pain, and confusion as effortlessly as the sun burns away mist. Frank closed his eyes involuntarily. He felt his mind clear, old internal scars fading one by one, healed from deep within. His soul, once torn apart by years of suffering, was beginning to restore itself. And when he opened his eyes, he no longer trembled. Einar's overwhelming presence no longer crushed him. Now, he simply felt, at peace. Comfortable. At home. Einar had completely healed what Neville had not yet managed to. Though the boy was on the right path, he still had a ways to go. But it wasn't a reproach. On the contrary, thanks to Neville's effort, the healing had been possible. Einar had only finished the job. You should be proud of your son, he said, turning around. Many would have taken years to learn what he already has. He healed you more than you realize. And without waiting for a reply, Einar walked away with calm steps, leaving behind a trail of gentle light that slowly faded. Frank and Alice looked at each other. Silent tears streamed down their cheeks as they nodded with contained emotion. Yes. They were proud. More than words could ever express. Since there was still quite a while before the official start of the school year, Einar decided it would be a waste of time to simply wait. With the war approaching ever faster, every second of preparation could make the difference. So he made the decision to begin extra classes for those who were nearby. In an empty room at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, he used magic to expand the space. In seconds, the small chamber transformed into a training hall worthy of a war zone, stone columns, floating orbs of light that energized the atmosphere. The students, Ginny, Hermione, Fred, George, Harry, and Neville, were sitting in a row, their faces anxious. And for some reason, Tonks was also there, playing with her wand while smiling. Einar looked at her from the center of the room, his cloak fluttering in a light magical breeze. So, why are you here? He asked in a neutral tone, as if he already knew the answer. Well, technically I'm a former Hogwarts student. But, after seeing you take down a squad of Aurors at the Ministry, I had to see for myself how you teach. Let's just say I got curious. Tonks smirked, cocky, as she settled into the seat that, apparently, had been meant for Ron, who hadn't shown up. He didn't mind. One more student wouldn't make a difference. Did you learn the spells I left you? Einar asked, crossing his arms. They all nodded at once, firm. Perfect. Form groups of 2. We're going to have simulated battles. Only the magic I've taught you is allowed, no traditional Hogwarts spells. Quickly, the students got up enthusiastically, pairing off and taking positions. But then Tonks raised her hand. Hey! I don't have a partner. Einar looked at her with indifference. You won't be able to match any of my students. Observe for now. That stung. I'm a certified Auror. Trained at the Magical Academy, with years of experience, even under Mad-Eye Moody. Don't underestimate me. Einar raised an eyebrow, mildly entertained. Very well. Let's pause the class, then. Miss Tonks, face anyone you wish. Choose. Tonks smiled smugly. 1. No. I want all of them at once. That way I'll show them just how powerful a real Auror is. The students exchanged surprised glances. Ginny and Hermione hesitated, but seeing that their teacher approved, they lined up with the others. First mistake, Tonks muttered, drawing her wand with elegance. If you were Aurors, you'd have surrounded me already. That was enough to spark the pride of the young students. They nodded at one another and moved into formation, taking positions as if they had trained on a battlefield. Harry and Neville were the first to advance. Spectral swords wrapped in golden energy emerged from their hands. Their movements were precise, almost military. Hermione covered them with protective spells that formed faint energy shields around their bodies. Ginny, for her part, summoned 2 wolves made of spectral energy, their eyes glowing like burning coals. Fred and George laughed conspiratorially, raising their wands to cast illusion spells of violet hue. Tonks deflected the first spells with elegance. But upon hitting her shield, the enchantments exploded harmlessly, releasing an iridescent gas that distorted her perception of time. She suddenly felt she shouldn't be fighting, that all of this was a waste of time. Instinctively, she lowered her wand. And in that instant, Harry and Neville struck. Neville from the flank, Harry from the front. The spectral sword sliced through the air with a sharp hum. Tonks barely raised a shield in time to deflect Harry's strike, but the impact of the spell shattered it. Protego. The shield reformed, thicker. But it was already too late. Neville came in with a diagonal slash. Tonks spun and cast Levioso, lifting Neville and temporarily removing him from the fight. He reappeared several meters away in a burst of air. One of the wolves leapt at her. Tonks twisted and kicked it, feeling like she'd just struck solid stone. She seized the moment to shout, Depulso. The wolf was hurled into one of the stone columns, vanishing on impact. But another spell was coming. 2, in fact. Tonks looked up and saw the enchantments shimmering with the same illusory hue. She couldn't afford another mistake. Accio chair. The chair flew into her hand, and she used it as an improvised shield, deflecting the mental effects of the twin spells. But then. To her left, Neville landed. To her right, Harry was aiming with a hand crackling with electricity. Neville raised his sword, now wreathed in flames. Protego. Tonks shouted, conjuring a denser shield. However, just as the shield materialized, a ray of purple light struck her from behind. It was Hermione. A paralysis spell. The shield flickered and vanished. Neville's fire and Harry's lightning struck her full on, sending her crashing to the ground. The energy didn't cause serious harm, but it stunned her. Tonks lay on the floor, gasping, staring at the ceiling. Her wide eyes couldn't understand how she had lost. Einar approached slowly. His cloak barely moved, yet the pressure he radiated filled the entire room. Looks like you lost, Miss Auror, he said in his deep, calm voice. And I must add, the children held back. They didn't use destructive or truly offensive magic. Even the twins only cast spells to confuse you. Tonks glanced up at him, a mixture of disbelief and respect in her eyes. Behind Einar, Hermione knelt and began to apply a soft, warm healing spell. Well done, Einar murmured to his students. The battle was clean, effective, and swift. That's how you face an enemy superior in individual power, with strategy, synchronization, and trust. The students smiled. Fred and George bumped fists. Ginny petted one of the spectral wolves before letting it fade. Neville and Harry clapped each other on the shoulder, proud. And Tonks, still on the floor, couldn't help but smile too. Chapter 98, The Year Hope Returned. The Year Hope Returned. While Einar delved into the School of Alteration, he guided the others in learning spells focused on enhancing physical resistance and bodily toughness. Enchantments like Oakflesh or even Dragonhide were useful for withstanding blows or impact-based magic, though he himself warned that against curses like Avada Kedavra, they wouldn't do much. In those cases, the only defense was to dodge, or block the spell with something else. That's why they also trained in telekinesis, a useful tool not only for manipulating objects but for pulling shields or structures into the path of a curse. At the same time, he taught them restoration magic so they could heal quickly in the middle of battle. Although some wizards in this world viewed conjuration spells with suspicion, Einar paid no attention to such prejudices. He considered it vital for them to know how to summon Atronax or magical allies in combat. After all, battles weren't won with power alone, but with strategy. The School of Destruction, on the other hand, was where they showed the most dedication. With Einar's approval and Harry's permission, the students borrowed several advanced spellbooks over the holidays and studied day and night. Hermione, in particular, stood out the most, thanks to the Ethereum crown that Einar had given her, an ancient Dwemer artifact that accelerated magical learning. She managed to master nearly every known spell from the schools of destruction, illusion, and restoration. Meanwhile, in the training area, the students alternated between magic practice and hand-to-hand combat. Swords clashed intensely, spells crackled through the air, and sweat ran down their foreheads. Tonks, now more focused than ever, fought with enviable concentration, using all her experience as an auror to challenge Hermione and the illusionary wolf summoned by Ginny. Then, the door burst open. "Sorry to interrupt, but your Hogwarts letters have arrived," announced Mrs. Weasley as she walked in with several envelopes in hand. The students immediately stopped what they were doing. Swords lowered, spells dissipated, and everyone rushed over to receive their letters. As always, they were accompanied by the school supplies list and a formal welcome letter. However, Hermione and Harry's letters contained something more, a small medallion with the Gryffindor crest and an official note from the school. Both had been named prefects. Hermione was left speechless. Harry blinked several times before smiling shyly. Just then, Ron walked in behind his mother, and froze at the sight. His eyes locked onto the golden badges, and his expression twisted with a mix of disbelief and jealousy. Once again, he hadn't been chosen. "Wow! Prefects! What wonderful news," exclaimed Molly with genuine excitement. Bill, Charlie, and Percy were prefects too. "It's a shame that..." Her voice trailed off as three of her sons glanced at her with mild discomfort. Well. Hand me the lists, I'll take care of the shopping. And I'll use the chance to get everything we need for a little party," she quickly added, gathering everyone's notes with the same energy she always used to manage family chaos. "I'll go with you, Mum," said Ron, in a tone that didn't quite hide his bad mood. All right. I could use a hand carrying everything," replied Molly with a gentle smile. And so, mother and son left the room toward the village. "Prefect. That's fantastic. You're probably the first Potter to earn it. Neither your father nor I were prefects. It was always Remus or your mum, but well, we weren't exactly model students." Sirius spoke with pride and joy as everyone shared a celebratory dinner at the Burrow, rejoicing over the news. He smiled with that rebellious glint in his eyes, though his words made it clear he was genuinely happy for his godson. Harry's chest swelled with pride. For the first time, he felt truly respected for everything he had done. He had faced the Dark Lord, survived, protected others. And even though it was Einar who ultimately saved him, he knew he had given everything he had. Hogwarts owed him, and now, at least, they were acknowledging a small part of that. What Harry didn't know was that, at first, he hadn't been meant to be prefect. In fact, the plan was to give the position to Ron. But during the staff meeting, when that decision was presented, one word from Einar was enough to freeze the entire room. "You're joking, Dumbledore," Einar said in a voice as cold as the frost atop the Skyrim peaks. "This boy has risked his life time and again for this school and he wasn't even being considered for prefect? I don't care what your reasons are. No one deserves it more than him. I've got nothing against Ron, but if Harry isn't a prefect, then no one will be. Don't give me that rubbish about character building. Harry has more character than you ever did." Silence fell. McGonagall stood up. As head of Gryffindor House, her voice carried weight. "I agree. He's our best choice." Dumbledore accepted, though with one condition, that Einar, at least for that year, try not to provoke conflicts with the ministry. Einar, of course, was annoyed. He thought political logic was stupid, but he understood that his students also needed to learn how to face enemies who didn't wield wands or swords, but power and law. Sometimes, strength alone wasn't enough. But it could be used to remind the system that they were not mere pawns. He agreed, for them alone. That night, the celebration was calm and warm. Laughter, soft music, and the aroma of Molly Weasley's cooking filled the house. But when the sky began to darken and the lights of the burrow flickered like magical fireflies, the atmosphere changed. Mrs. Weasley quietly slipped away to clean a forgotten corner, whispering with Alastair Moody. Einar didn't pay attention, until he felt something. A shiver. And then, a scream. A scream of pure terror. Molly. Einar vanished in the blink of an eye, moving faster than sound. He appeared at the threshold of the room, and froze. Everything was covered in blood. His students. His allies. Fallen members of the Order. Even himself, slumped in a corner. For a moment, everything went silent. Einar's gaze glowed with a fierce golden light, a burning fury from the depths of his soul. He understood instantly. It wasn't real. It was a boggart. A lesser creature, a beast born of fear, and this time, it had made a mistake. Because for the first time in its species' history, a boggart felt fear. Real fear. Of the man who stared at it with golden eyes like maddened suns. It tried to transform. It tried to find Einar's greatest fear. But it found nothing. There was no fear. Only rage. The boggart spun desperately in the air, its body shifting aimlessly, trapped in its own illusion. But Einar had already decided. With both hands, which looked like claws of pure restrained fury, he tore the boggart apart with such power that not a trace of its existence remained. The others arrived just in time to see the remnants of the enchantment dissipate into the air, and Molly, on her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Through tears, she explained what she had seen, and then everyone understood the reason behind Einar's anger. He was their protector. Their teacher. Their shield. That day marked a turning point. From then on, they woke before dawn. Trained to exhaustion. Learned, fought, grew. Even the adults joined the training to share their experience. It was no longer just preparation. It was determination. And finally, the day to return to Hogwarts arrived. Moody, ever paranoid, had planned to split them up and escort them in groups. But Einar spoke to McGonagall to return on the express train with them to watch over them. "I'll go with them. It's easier if we all go together, don't worry," he told Moody to convince him. And so, they marched together. With Einar at the front and Moody watching from the rear, his magical eye spinning non-stop, spotting any idiot who dared to attack them would be easy. Meanwhile, Harry approached Einar accompanied by Sirius. "Professor, can I ask you something that's been bothering me?" he said with unusual seriousness. "Of course," Einar replied calmly, never lowering his guard. Like Moody, he kept his senses sharp in case any fool dared to attack while he was present. But for now, there was no threat that worried him. "It's about the clairvoyant spell," said Harry. At those words, Einar looked at him for a few seconds. "You're searching for him, aren't you?" he murmured neutrally before turning his gaze forward. "The clairvoyant spell is useful. Simple, easy, and often helps you find your path. But it's not all powerful. If someone knows it's being used, they can easily create a spell to block it." He paused. "Although, it's a bit strange that someone created a countermeasure here. It doesn't surprise me too much, but it does make me uncomfortable." Einar had also searched for Voldemort on his own, determined to eliminate the threat to his students. However, according to Dumbledore, killing him would only hasten his return in another form. The old wizard had shared part of the truth, enough to maintain a fragile truce. But Einar knew he wasn't telling him everything. Still, with the pieces he had, he remembered his battle with the ancient pharaoh in the pyramid and understood that Voldemort's immortality must have a similar root. He knew finding those objects anchoring Voldemort's soul would be easy. Too easy. And precisely because of that, he thought maybe he shouldn't be the one to do it. Maybe, it was time for his students to take their first flight. Because a bird that never leaves its cage will never know the sky. There was danger, yes. But also growth. And his students were almost ready for their first real mission. "I see," said Harry, understanding the meaning behind his words. "Harry. Go to class. Live like a normal kid, while you still can. Don't lose your freedom worrying about things you shouldn't be carrying yet. If you let that stupid prophecy chain you down, you'll lose more than the future. You'll lose the now," said Einar, and for the first time, his voice sounded gentle. A softness that revealed what he rarely showed, genuine concern for his students. "Yes," Harry replied with a smile. A calm, real smile. The first since Voldemort's return. Because Einar was right. As long as he was at Hogwarts, no one would get hurt. He's right, Harry. Let the adults worry for now. You just relax a little. You've been training non-stop for months, said Sirius with a warm smile. Then he added with a light laugh, I love finally being able to legally accompany you on the express. I always dreamed of this day. Harry nodded, and this time not out of politeness, but with genuine joy. He wasn't alone anymore. It wasn't like his first year, when he arrived shyly with only Hagrid by his side. Nor like the following years, when his uncle left him at the station like a burden. Now he had his friends, his teacher, and his godfather. And although he knew there was still a madman out there, he also felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. He thought it would be a good year. He was convinced of it. And in a way, he wasn't wrong. Only it wouldn't be a good year. It would be an absolutely insane one. Especially because of what was coming. Chapter 99, The School Year Begins. The school year begins. Harry said goodbye to Sirius, who greeted him with a proud smile, and then boarded the train with the others. Einar, on the other hand, simply stepped onto the Hogwarts Express without hurry. He didn't need to keep watch every moment, after all, the train was a safe place. No one would dare attack a train full of Hogwarts students, and if someone tried, well, that would be their biggest mistake. Hermione quickly followed him, wearing a slight smile, excited to travel alongside her professor. But as soon as they entered the carriage, she remembered she had to stop by the prefect's compartment first. Professor, you go ahead with Neville and Ginny. Harry and I will go and come back quickly, Hermione said briskly, giving Harry a look that urged him to hurry. Ron, meanwhile, drifted away as soon as he got on the train. He had been acting strange for a while, talking less with Harry and Hermione, sometimes not even looking at them. His behavior was unsettling. Even Einar cast a quick glance at him before Ron disappeared down the corridor. Einar walked calmly while Neville and Ginny followed him. They stopped before a compartment that seemed empty, but when he looked inside, he saw several spectral wolves, some of them flaming, sitting in a row. A young blonde woman, with a peaceful smile, was reading a newspaper, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding noise. Einar opened the door, confident about who he would find. Hello, little dragon professor, Luna greeted with a calm smile, while the 5 wolves fixed their steady gaze on him. Hello, Einar replied with interest, studying the beasts. Some were wolves summoned by the conjure familiar spell, but 2 were flaming wolves, those exploded when attacking and, from the energy he sensed, were quite powerful. They could cause significant damage if they lost control and attacked the students. It's fine that you like to have your pets out, but please don't do it when there are many students around, Einar said in a serious teacher's tone. He knew summoning magic well and understood that no beast, no matter how friendly it seemed, was truly docile. They barely respected their masters. Well, Luna nodded calmly. The wolves, with a mix of disdain, cast one last look at Einar before vanishing with a spell. Ginny and Neville then entered, sitting beside him. Ginny greeted Luna with a friendly smile, while Neville simply followed Einar silently. Looks like you've kept up with your assignments, Einar commented calmly, impressed by the number of spectral wolves Luna could summon, clear evidence of her dedication and effort. No, I just summon them and let them accompany me during the day. When I feel like I can call another, I do, Luna explained softly. Ginny and Neville froze, recalling the effort they themselves had put in to be under Einar's tutelage, especially in recent weeks. Even Einar fell silent for a moment before saying, then it's good that you enjoy it. Quack, suddenly broke the atmosphere. Everyone turned to Neville, from whose clothes poked a small red head holding a green toad in its mouth. Neville's eyes widened in surprise. Vying, drop Trevor, he exclaimed, trying to open the little dragon's mouth. But although Vying was small, its jaws were steel strong. The dragon wasn't about to release its prey. But when its eyes met Einar's cold gaze, it quickly opened its mouth, dropping the toad. Then it floated toward Einar, flapping its tiny wings as if to prove who the real Dragon King was. Einar watched calmly and raised his hand. Vying bit it, causing Neville to look at his dragon with a mix of surprise and fear. The little one kept nibbling on Einar's hand, throwing glances as if they were locked in an epic battle for dominance. Neville quickly stood up and said seriously, Vying, come here. But Einar stopped him with a gesture. All right, better that he gets distracted this way than making a mess and hurting someone, he said firmly. It seemed those words struck a chord with Vying, who released Einar's hand. A small flame glowed deep in its mouth, ready to launch an attack, but Einar, lightning fast, closed his hand over the dragon's snout. Only 2 small flames escaped Vying's nostrils as it shook its head and let out soft snorts. Einar gave it a steady look. "Be careful where you use your fire. You could hurt the students," he warned in a low but authoritative voice. The dragon froze for a moment, then recovered its composure, still ready for 100 more battles. It continued biting Einar's hand, but without flames this time. Just then, Harry and Hermione arrived, looking like they had been running, though Harry's expression showed he had been dragged along hurriedly. "Professor Einar, we're back." It was a quick meeting, Hermione said with a smile, trying to keep things normal. Harry had a lot to say, but it was better to stay silent. Their eyes quickly fixed on the little dragon locked in a life-or-death battle with Einar's fingers, though the professor remained unfazed. Then a noise caught Vyer's attention, Harry's small black dragon, who peeked out from his clothes. Seeing Einar for a moment, Vyer jumped, fluttering his wings as he flew toward him. Unlike Vying, who still nibbled at him, Vyer simply settled calmly on Einar's lap, as if that was now his designated place. Harry and Hermione exchanged surprised looks. Vyer never strayed far from Harry, while Vying was known to be restless. Einar watched both dragons with quiet interest, thinking silently about what might cause such strange behavior. He had a slight suspicion but wasn't sure yet. Hermione and Harry joined in and began talking calmly, while Einar stayed focused on the dragons, a faint smile barely visible on his lips. "First years, please follow me," announced a professor who had taken Hagrid's place, a fact Harry noticed immediately and found strange. "Professor Einar, where is Hagrid?" he asked. "Hagrid was sent by Dumbledore to speak with the giants," Einar replied calmly, not bothering to hide the secret mission. "The giants?" Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't they supposed to be dangerous?" "I suppose so," Einar answered serenely. "Don't worry. I gave Hagrid special armor. He'll be fine. If he gets hurt, it'll be more because of his own pacifism than a lack of protection. Besides, I put an enchantment on him to help if things get complicated." "Then I'll hurry," Einar said. "You take the cart with the winged horses." Without waiting for a reply, he started walking quickly toward the castle. "Winged horses?" Neville asked, puzzled. "Yes, the ones that pull the carts," Harry answered calmly, while Hermione nodded slightly. Luna, meanwhile, looked at both of them for a moment before averting her gaze. "The carts have always moved by themselves. Since when are they pulled by winged horses?" Neville asked, confused. "What are you talking about, Neville?" "Since last year, they've been pulled by them. Don't you remember?" Hermione replied, equally puzzled. "That's because Thestrals can't be seen by just anyone. Only someone who has witnessed death can see them," Luna explained in her ethereal voice. "It seems you saw someone die last year, so you can see them. I've seen them since I arrived at Hogwarts." Saying this, she calmly walked toward the carts and climbed aboard without hurry. Hermione was surprised. She had assumed the horses had been added last year and hadn't given it much thought, since Harry, Ron, and the twins had also seen them without anyone questioning it. "Wait, last year, during the Quidditch match," Harry muttered, thinking of some death he might have witnessed. Hermione, along with the entire Weasley family and Harry, followed Einar as he used his bow to take down the Death Eaters. "All right, better hurry," Hermione concluded, sharing the same thought. Neville and the others climbed into the carriage, the winged horse began to walk, carrying them toward the castle. Upon entering the Great Hall, the first thing that caught Harry's attention was a plump woman dressed in pink, wearing a proud smile and an annoyed expression that seemed familiar. There was no doubt, it was the same woman who spoke during his trial at the Ministry, Dolores Umbridge. Meanwhile, Hermione had barely stepped inside when she noticed a platinum blonde woman sitting near Einar, chatting with him and wearing a radiant, confident smile. That simple detail was enough to crush Hermione's mood completely, which until then had been slightly cheerful about traveling with Einar. "What is she doing here?" Hermione asked, her voice tinged with venom and confusion. "I don't know, maybe Fudge sent her," Harry replied. "What? Why would the minister send Fleur Delacour here?" Hermione frowned, puzzled. "Fleur?" Harry shifted his gaze and spotted the woman Hermione was talking about. "I was talking about that lady. I think her name is Dolores Umbridge," he said quickly, trying to clarify. "Who cares about her? I want to know why Fleur is here," and with Professor Einar, Hermione said, brushing it off. Harry sighed, then remembered something Einar had once told him. If another man, or woman, looks at what you desire, don't respond with jealousy. Respond with greatness. A man's heart isn't one with dark looks, but with actions that make her look at you. Harry scratched the back of his neck, confused, as if those words were too big for him. Hermione turned around, raised an eyebrow, and said with a hint of irritation in her voice. "Shut up, it's better if we just sit down." And without another word, she took a seat, clearly annoyed. Harry just shrugged to himself, thinking that, without a doubt, understanding the heart of women was a mystery far more complicated than any spell. Chapter 100, Ignorance is Fun. Ignorance is fun. That new year at Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat's song was unlike any of the previous ones. This time, it didn't speak of house rivalries or ancient glories. Its magical voice delivered a message of unity, of camaraderie, and of how there would always be a place for everyone at school, regardless of their origin. It was a serene yet powerful melody that resonated deeply in the hearts, at least in those who were truly paying attention. After the ceremony and once the new students had been assigned to their houses, the great hall buzzed once more with murmurs and anticipation. It was time for Dumbledore to speak. The headmaster, with his usual serene smile, rose slowly, extending his arms with theatrical flair before beginning his speech. He spoke of hope, of new beginnings, of the importance of learning, and of the responsibility to look after one another. A long speech, certainly. So long that most students mentally checked out not long after it started, exchanging glances, whispers, or simply waiting for the food to arrive. Einar was no exception. Not because he didn't respect Dumbledore, but because he had more pressing matters on his mind. His eyes were fixed on the first year's table, calmly observing the new students. Nervous faces, curious eyes. He would train them, sooner or later. When the speech finally came to an end, Dumbledore resumed his jovial smile. "And now, before we enjoy our long-awaited feast, I'd like to introduce the new members of the staff." He turned toward a young, foreign-looking woman who was standing timidly near the staff table, someone quite familiar to everyone. "She is our new library assistant. She applied for the position to improve her English while volunteering without pay. Which, quite frankly, is already a great help to Hogwarts." His attempt at humor earned a few soft chuckles, and a severe look of disapproval from Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore cleared his throat, ready to continue, when a sharp cough interrupted him. A pink-clad figure stood up from her seat with exaggerated delicacy. "It's best if I introduce myself, headmaster," said Dolores Umbridge, her tone dripping with condescension and laced with a faint air of superiority. Dumbledore yielded the floor with a simple wave of his hand. "A pleasure to meet you, children. I am Dolores Umbridge, sent by the Ministry of Magic as an inspector in matters of education and student welfare. Due to the many irregularities that have occurred in this school over the past years, it was deemed necessary to supervise its operations more closely." Her gaze, though brief, landed on Harry Potter like a velvet-wrapped dagger. "Like when the Ministry organized a tournament that endangered the lives of 3 students from different schools. And also those of their families." The voice that spoke was clear, firm, but not raised. Everyone turned to Einar, who spoke calmly, yet his eyes held a glacial hardness. Umbridge spun on her heels, visibly irritated by the interruption. "Ahem. The Triwizard Tournament is a historic competition. No one would get hurt in such an event. And I'm sure you, as a professor, know the Ministry did everything in its power to ensure the champion's safety," she replied swiftly, in a defensive tone. "False. As a professor, I was the one who protected the students," Einar said, his expression unchanged. His voice, though composed, left no room for argument. Dolores pressed her lips together, still trying to remain composed. "Then that must mean I have quite a bit of work ahead of me, don't you think?" she said, trying to sound charming, though her smile resembled more that of a snake. "I will make sure all students are safe, and protected from dangerous individuals." She looked directly at Einar, clearly trying to intimidate him. But when he slightly narrowed his eyes, her gaze instantly shifted, as if an invisible force had crushed her spirit. "I hope we can get along, children. Remember, I'm here for you. To ensure your safety," she added in her shrill voice, sending a chill down more than a few spines. "Well then, I believe it's time to eat," Dumbledore said with a forced smile, just as the plates magically appeared on the tables. The tension dissipated the moment the aroma of delicious food filled the hall. As the students began serving themselves, Fleur scooted a little closer to Einar, seated not too far from him. "So, Professor Einar, it seems we now share the same job," she said with a playful smile. "Ahem. I believe assistant is not quite the same as professor, chimed in Professor Sinistra with a gossipy tone, eyeing both Fleur and Einar with a bit too much interest. Alright, Sinistra, don't tease the new girl, Flitwick said with his usual kindness. By the way, a pleasure to meet you, Professor Einar. I believe we hadn't had the chance yet, said Grubbly Plank, Hagrid's temporary substitute, extending her hand politely. A pleasure, Einar replied calmly, giving a slight nod. However, before he could say more, he felt something tug at his legs. Looking down, he saw two little dragons pulling at his trousers, one with a combative expression, the other simply seeking attention. Vyre and Vying, the mischievous scaly twins, had escaped their caretakers. Einar bent down and picked them up with ease, one in each arm. My, murmured Grubbly Plank, her eyes sparkling with genuine fascination as she watched the young teacher hold the baby dragons like they were mischievous kittens. Fleur looked at them, enchanted. They're beautiful, she said, watching the red dragon fiercely try to bite Einar's hand, while the black one comfortably curled up in his lap. Dragons! Umbridge suddenly shrieked, leaping from her seat. Her screechy voice made the nearby professors flinch. Why are there dragons at Hogwarts? This is a flagrant violation. I must inform the minister immediately. The entire table fell silent. And Einar, with a dragon in each arm, simply raised an eyebrow, and didn't say a single word. He didn't need to. His eyes said it all. Don't worry, Madam Umbridge, said Dumbledore in his usual calm tone. Last year, there was a reported incident involving lizards that resembled dragons. It was officially explained as the result of a failed transfiguration spell. Minister Fudge is well aware, he even saw them personally. A dragon expert confirmed they weren't real, mainly because they lacked the internal organs typical of any known species. He paused to smile gently before continuing. Furthermore, these little ones don't grow. They're simply a magical scam, sold to 2 students by an unscrupulous merchant. Fortunately, they pose no danger. In truth, they had already taken every precaution to cover it up. The expert, who examined them was Charlie Weasley, alongside a worker from one of the most prominent dragon farms in the north, which had recently changed management to allow greater magical freedom. The tests showed that the creatures did carry traces of magic in their blood but no genetic markers of any known dragon species in the wizarding world. That was enough for the ministry to accept the explanation. Umbridge frowned. No sane person could look at those beings and not see that they were unmistakably dragons. Small, yes. But dragons nonetheless. Still, she chose to hold back her disgust. Regardless, I will notify the minister again, just as a precaution, she said through clenched teeth. If you'll excuse me, I must leave. There's much work to be done. Without another word, she turned and marched away, her face rigid with frustration. The other professors, those who knew the truth, didn't even bother to stop her. No one in their right mind would dare take the dragons away from Einar, much less by force. Only a fool would try. After all, Vyre and Vying had unintentionally become Hogwarts' unofficial mascots. The students adored them and often gave them snacks or sweets when they saw them scampering through the halls. Vying, the restless and destructive one, usually got into trouble faster than he could fly. Vyre, on the other hand, was so quiet and sneaky that some students claimed spotting him brought good luck, especially when he hid in Harry's clothes. That night, all eyes in the Great Hall were on Einar. Not just because he held both dragons with unshakable calm, one fiercely nibbling on his fingers and the other sound asleep, but because of the image he presented. Many students, especially the girls, weren't sure whether to envy the dragons for being in his arms, or envy the professor for holding them. Harry and Neville approached him, a little nervous. Sorry, Professor. I didn't notice he'd slipped away, said Harry, moving to pick up Vyre, who looked at him with shining eyes and allowed himself to be held without protest. Meanwhile, Vying refused to go with Neville. He kicked, scratched, and squirmed with clear intent to keep wrestling with Einar. Neville had to hold him with both hands, struggling to keep him still, which caused a wave of laughter among the onlookers. Well, Professor, it seems you're quite beloved by magical creatures, said Grubbly Plank with a genuine smile, watching with interest. Einar didn't answer with words. He simply nodded calmly and returned to his meal, as if holding 2 dragons were the most normal thing in the world. The welcome feast came to an end, and the students were led to their dormitories by the prefects. The professors also retired to rest, knowing that the real work would begin the following day. All except Umbridge. She walked briskly to her private office, lit the fireplace, and tossed in a handful of flow powder. Her face appeared first in the green flames. "Are you certain, Minister?" she asked, her brow deeply furrowed. "Completely," replied Fudge with visible irritation on the other end. The school board representative was present at the time to examine those things. They're magical anomalies, not weapons. They can't be used to attack either Dumbledore or that professor. And besides, they're under the custody of Harry Potter and young Longbottom. He paused, his voice now tinged with resignation. Augusta Longbottom, though retired, still has influence. Her son was an Auror with many connections. Now that he's returned, those connections are active again. And with Potter, if we keep targeting him, people will say we're bullying an orphan. We've had enough trouble already. Many still believe Dumbledore and his professor's staged story. Umbridge pressed her lips together tightly, furious at not having complete control. "I understand, Minister. Then I'll stick to observing. Waiting for him to slip up." "Exactly. Your job is to provoke him. Make him look like a threat to the students. Once he exposes himself, we'll handle the rest." "We?" she repeated curiously. "Some witches and wizards have recently approached me. They share our goal, to get rid of Einar. We don't want another Dumbledore running wild. But with him, it'll be easier. He doesn't yet have the popularity to protect himself." "Yes, Minister," Umbridge replied with a dark smile, delighted to be useful, and to get her revenge. It wasn't just about obedience. She hated Einar. She hated how he intimidated her with a single glance. How he remained completely unfazed by her authority. She hated his poise, his presence, that air of superiority he didn't even try to hide. He reminded her of a half-Vila she'd once met in her youth, someone who had stolen attention, and respect. To her, Einar was nothing more than a foreign wizard with strange powers. Powerful, yes. But no one is above the Ministry. No one. Not even Dumbledore. Dumbledore was protected by his fame. That's why they were slowly discrediting him, weakening his influence. But with Einar, all they needed was an excuse. One small justification. And with that, they wouldn't just expel him. They'd destroy him, right in front of his own students. Sometimes, ignorance was fun. Chapter 101, It's time to say goodbye to the Stormborn specials. The group of young ones followed a rocky path that glowed softly with each step, as if the ground itself was welcoming them. With every step, they looked around with growing curiosity and excitement. The forest they had crossed earlier had already felt fantastical and cool, but this felt like they had stepped into something far older and more magical. The mountains, the structures, even the air was charged with a magical energy they couldn't ignore. "Is this heaven?" Sophie whispered, eyes wide with awe. "No, dummy. If it were heaven, there'd be floating cakes," Lars replied in a know-it-all tone, though clearly impressed himself. "And baby dragons licking your face while you sleep," Lucia added excitedly, throwing her arms up as if she were already hugging one. Despite the peaceful feeling, the sheer intensity of the magic around them kept them on edge. Even the most distracted among them could tell that this kind of power could become dangerous if unleashed the wrong way. After a few more minutes, the path led them to a massive temple surrounded by flowers so perfect they seemed lovingly cared for by divine hands. And maybe they were, figures could be seen nearby, or rather, souls. Ethereal pairs of men and women walked together, tending to the temple in harmony. As the children passed, every spirit greeted them with a kind smile, as if welcoming long-lost family members. "They're waving at us," said Lucia, waving back eagerly. "Hi, nice ghosts." "How do you know they're nice ghosts?" asked Sissel. "Because they're not flying at us with weapons," Lucia replied matter-of-factly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Sissel huffed and turned forward with a grumpy expression. The 11 kids walked toward the temple entrance, a bit nervous, guided by the spirits who pointed the way. "I don't know if I should be scared or not," Lars muttered with a tense smile, glancing at a ghost who winked at him. "I'm 47% scared and 53% fascinated," said Samuel, eyes darting around the place. "I've got a feeling I know where we are, but let's look around a bit more before jumping to conclusions," said Avento seriously, scanning every inch of the temple. It looked a lot like several temples found in Skyrim, which only made him even more cautious. Before Runa could even reach out to touch the large doors, they opened on their own with a golden glow that made them all shield their eyes. "Come in, my children," said a loving voice from within, warm and comforting like a soft blanket. Sophie blinked. That voice, it sounded familiar. She tilted her head, trying to remember where she'd heard it before. Meanwhile, the older kid stepped in front protectively, just in case. Though honestly, it was hard to imagine anything in this place being hostile. As soon as they stepped past the threshold, just a few feet in, they saw a woman sitting gracefully on a golden seat, though it was rather small and cushioned with fluffy pillows that made her look even more at ease. Sophie instantly recognized her and let out a surprised "ah." It was the same woman she had seen in the Temple of Mara. The one who looked so much like her father. The other kids also widened their eyes in shock. The resemblance to Einar was undeniable, but there were differences. This woman was blonde, with green eyes and a youthful face that didn't seem a day over 20. Her smile, however, radiated a warmth that completely disarmed them. "It's so good to finally see you in person," said the woman with a sweet smile. "Who are you?" asked Blaze, frowning in confusion. "It doesn't matter who I am. You can think of me as a pretty grandma," she replied with a charming chuckle. "And, possibly a terrible mother," she added with a hint of sadness. The kids glanced at each other, more confused than ever. "A grandmamom? This is getting weirder by the minute," muttered Ailsan. "Wait, does that mean we're like, half-magical ghost children?" Roar squeaked, equal parts excited and horrified. "Of course not, idiot," Avento groaned, smacking his own forehead. As they whispered among themselves, a new voice interrupted from behind them. "It's not your fault," said a calm, masculine voice entering through the door behind the children. "I already said it, you can blame it all on me. I made a poor choice." He was a tall man with an imposing presence. His golden armor looked like it was made of fine scales that moved like leather but held the strength of the finest steel. His platinum white hair gleamed under the temple's light, and his golden eyes, with slit-shaped pupils, watched them with a mixture of seriousness and regret. His beard, though short, was perfectly groomed. His stern face commanded respect, but also bore a weight of guilt he couldn't hide. "You're right. It is your fault," the woman said calmly. The man fell silent for a moment, then nodded with a sigh. "Sir. Are your legs all better now?" Lucia suddenly asked, recognizing him as the man she had seen earlier on the street. "My legs, yes, they're much better. Thank you for your concern, little one," he replied with a gentle smile. "I must apologize to all of you, but you can't stay here much longer," the man then said, turning serious once again. Seeing his wife's displeased expression, he swallowed hard and hurried to explain. "Your bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the magicka of this plane for too long. Right now, you're protected by a blessing, but if you remain here much longer, you'll end up like the residents outside." "Transparent and floating?" Lars asked quickly. "I don't want to float forever. I haven't even learned how to kiss yet," he added, causing several to laugh. "Is that so?" the woman murmured, lowering her gaze sadly. "So we have to go back?" Lucia asked, disappointed. "But Shio didn't just steal my cheese, he also closed the portal," she added bitterly. "Shio?" the man asked, with the faintest hint of jealousy in his tone. "Don't worry," the man said, regaining his composure. "I'll help you get where you need to go." "Can you also open portals and get stolen cheese back?" Lucia asked excitedly. "One thing at a time, little one," he replied with a resigned smile. "So you can send us to our dad?" Sophie asked, stepping forward before the others, who were just about to ask the same thing eagerly. "It's too soon for that." The man began, but before he could finish, his wife gave him a sharp, warning look. He stopped, swallowed, and corrected himself. "Yes. I'll send you to your father." That was enough. Too much time had passed keeping the children away from their father, or their father away from them. "Great!" Sophie exclaimed with a little hop of joy. The man extended a hand toward a corner of the room, and slowly, a golden portal began to form. The light sparkled like liquid fire, swirling and expanding until it was large enough for all of them to pass through together. "I hope you have a fun journey. And please, tell him we're very sorry. Ask him to forgive us for not being by his side." The woman said, her voice full of sorrow. "A powerful soul can harm more fragile ones if not careful. Tell him we've always protected him from where we could," she added fondly. "Also tell him that, once he learns to control his power, he'll be able to come here. Or return to his world. It won't be long before his body fully accepts that power," said the man, his gaze firm. The children didn't understand every detail, but they understood enough. They were talking about Einar. "So, we're leaving?" Avento asked calmly, eyeing the man and the woman with narrowed eyes, as if he recognized something in their faces he couldn't quite put into words. "Goodbye, pretty grandma," said Lucia with a wide grin, remembering how the woman had introduced herself earlier. "Thanks for not turning us into ghosts," added Ailsan before stepping into the portal. "Goodbye," the woman said, her smile full of tenderness. One by one, the children stepped through the golden portal, laughing, bumping into each other, and making noise right up until the last second, like a small whirlwind of pure energy. At last, they vanished, and the portal closed behind them with a soft flash. The man let out a deep sigh and turned to the woman with a serious expression. "How many blessings did you place on them?" he asked directly. "All of them," the woman replied, with a calm that bordered on teasing. "All of them," the man repeated, somewhere between disbelief and resignation. "I'm sure Debella added a few too, you know how she is. Probably blessed the girls with beauty, and the boys, well, no need to say what she'd do," she said, shaking her head as if talking about a mischievous old friend. "Also, I sense Talos' presence. They probably ran into him along the way." The man ran a hand slowly down his face and across his beard. "You gods are unbelievably troublesome. Giving blessings in person isn't the same as doing it at a temple," he grumbled, exhausted. "Not even our son has that many blessings." "Maybe you should check his records again," the woman murmured with a mischievous smile. Chapter 102, Words That Burn. Words that burn. Harry walked with a frown next to Neville, gently cradling Vire in his arms and softly stroking the little dragon's scaly head. The baby dragon allowed himself to be pampered, calm as if nothing in the world could bother him. "Are you okay, Harry?" Neville asked, noticing the tension in his friend. "Didn't you notice?" Harry replied with a scowl. Everyone was staring, and pointing again. "You think it's because of—" "Of course it's because of Voldemort," snapped Harry angrily. "The prophet keeps saying it was all a strategy by Dumbledore to promote his Hogwarts champions. A sham. Even though plenty of people saw it with their own eyes." Neville frowned, thinking it over. "Well, Harry, they didn't see it directly. Only through the twins' crystal spheres. A lot of people will want to find an excuse not to believe he came back." That answer was more logical than Harry had expected. He glanced sideways at Neville, surprised by his rare display of insight. "What?" asked Neville, sensing the look. "My parents told me that when the Dark Lord started gaining power the first time, no one believed it either. It wasn't until he formed an army and began hunting down Muggle-born witches and wizards that people reacted. That's when the Order of the Phoenix was born." "And what happened next?" Harry asked, curious. He only knew bits and pieces: terror, war, and the near end of the wizarding world. At first, many ignored him because it didn't affect them directly. But when the half-bloods, as they call them, started falling, people realized his true intentions. Now it's happening again, only worse. The Ministry itself is ignoring the truth or refusing to see it. No one wants to admit that Voldemort is back. And that, no matter how you look at it, is never good news. Harry nodded silently. He knew the saying well, there's no one more blind than the one who doesn't want to see. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, she shot them a glare before speaking. "If you don't give me the password, you're not coming in." Harry blinked, confused. He hadn't been paying attention. He looked at Neville, who wore the same puzzled expression. "Now what? Wait for someone to come open it for us?" Harry grumbled, crossing his arms. It was then that Vying, dangling like a sack under Neville's arm, lifted his head. Until now, he had been strangely calm, but his eyes locked onto the fat lady. He'd never really paid attention to her, until now. She was big, loud, and blocking the way. A challenge? Clearly, a worthy enemy. Vying suddenly stretched out and, without warning, unleashed a blast of red fire directly at the portrait. A protective shield activated instantly, crackling with magic. It had been added after the incident with Sirius Black. Though more than an attack, it had been an outburst of frustration over being denied entry. But Vying's flame was no ordinary fire. It roared against the magical barrier and, to everyone's surprise, began to burn it for real. The fat lady's eyes widened in horror. "Wait! Stop him! I'll open," she shrieked, watching the shield start to melt. Neville reacted quickly, pulling Vying away as the little dragon squirmed, eager to finish the fight. The fat lady opened the portrait at once and flattened herself against the wall, as if trying to disappear. "That's enough," vying. She gave up. You won, said Neville firmly. The dragon understood. He puffed out his chest, flapped his tiny wings proudly, and stayed still, gleaming with satisfaction. Harry gave him a half-smile, then looked down at Vire, still sleeping peacefully in his arms. Lucky I got the calm one, he thought. Why does he always want to fight everything? Last time you burned my grandmother's broom and we both got punished, Neville muttered, scolding his dragon. Vine just responded with a haughty, almost mocking glance. Neville shook his head in resignation and hugged him before entering through the portrait hole. As soon as they entered the common room, where a few students chatted by the fireplace, Vine wriggled free, and Neville let him down. The dragon scampered toward the fire like it was his personal throne. The students, by now used to his presence, greeted him affectionately and began offering him snacks. According to Einar, dragons like Vying and Vire didn't get sick from human food. Even so, students always brought healthy treats just for them. Vire opened one eye as he saw his companion getting spoiled after nearly torching a portrait. He rolled his eyes and went back to sleep. Oh. The dragon knights have arrived, said Fred with his usual teasing smile. At this rate, you two will be the mounts, and they'll be the riders, unless you start growing a bit more, added George. Harry ignored the comment, already used to them, but noticed one of the twins was carrying a rolled-up scroll under his arm. What's that? He asked. This, dear Harry, is the official announcement of our future shop, replied Fred, dramatically unfurling the banner. We're making products and looking for brave volunteers to test them, said George with a mischievous grin. Come on, George. Let's pin it to the board before someone steals our spot, Fred exclaimed, running toward the notice board. See you later, Harry. George shouted, following him enthusiastically. Harry just shook his head and quietly headed up to his dormitory. Neville, before following, glanced at Vying. The dragon had amassed a nice pile of treats in front of the fireplace and was eating calmly, ignoring everything else. Neville sighed. As long as he wasn't bothering anyone, he'd let him enjoy it. And with that, he followed Harry up the stairs. When Harry opened the dorm room door, he saw Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas chatting animatedly. However, the moment they saw him enter, both fell silent. Hey, Harry greeted calmly, walking toward his trunk. Hey, Harry, Dean replied casually as he put on pajamas with his favorite football team's colors. Did you have a good summer? Not bad. Though Professor Einar gave us a lot of training, Harry answered, though he didn't feel like summarizing everything that had happened. Explaining it would take all night. How about you? It was great, said Dean with a light laugh. Way better than Seamus's, that's for sure. He was just telling me. Why? What happened? Neville asked curiously while pulling out a small golden house from his trunk, enchanted to look like it was made of solid gold. It was Vying's personal castle, where the dragon liked to stash food and shiny things, though he usually slept on Neville's head. My mum didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts, Seamus said with his back turned, pinning a poster to the wall by his bed. What? Asked Harry, surprised, as he adjusted Vire on a small pillow beside his own. She didn't want me to come back, Seamus repeated, pulling out his pajamas without looking at Harry. Why? Harry pressed, remembering that Seamus's mother was a witch and not understanding why she'd sound so much like the Dursleys. Well. I guess because of you, Seamus said calmly as he changed into his pajamas. What do you mean by that? Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. Not just you. Also Dumbledore, Seamus clarified without raising his voice. She believes what the prophet says, doesn't she? Harry asked, already guessing the answer. She thinks everything that happened was a stunt. That what happened to Cedric and me was just Dumbledore's plan to get attention. That I'm a liar. And that he's too old to think straight, letting a dangerous teacher work here. Yeah, something like that. Seamus finally looked up to meet Harry's gaze. Anger flared in Harry's chest like a fire. He clenched his teeth but said nothing at first. He walked to his bed, set his wand on the nightstand, took off his robe, folded it neatly into his trunk, and changed into his pajamas. Vire remained curled up by his pillow, breathing softly. Then Seamus spoke again. Hey, what really happened that night? He asked cautiously. We saw something through the twins' crystal orbs, but honestly, we didn't understand much. Everything was moving so fast. We just saw destruction in the background and blurry shapes of you and Cedric. Dean, who had been about to climb into bed, paused. He wanted to hear too. As if the words were the only thing that could bring clarity to what they'd seen. Why are you asking me now? Harry replied, annoyed. Why not just read the prophet like your mum? Everything's in there, right? Don't talk about my mum, Seamus snapped, anger rising in his voice. I'll talk about anyone who calls me a liar. If you don't want to see the truth, then wait until it punches you in the face, Harry retorted. Don't talk to me like that. I'll talk however I want, Harry said, nearly reaching for his wand again, his fury pounding in his chest. And if it bothers you to share a room with me, go tell Professor McGonagall to move you. That way your mum can sleep peacefully knowing her son isn't rooming with a liar. Leave my mum out of this, shouted Seamus, stepping forward with clenched fists. But before either of them could move, a burst of black fire shot from Vire's mouth, aimed at the ceiling. The magical roar echoed through the dormitory, freezing them both in place. The small dragon shot them an irritated glance, clearly annoyed at being woken up. Then, with elegance and disdain, he lay back down as if the warning was more than clear. The air grew heavy, and though the flame left no mark, the message was obvious. Harry and Seamus stared at each other, anger still in their eyes, but neither of them eager to continue. You're insane. And so are the people who believe you, Seamus muttered as he climbed into bed, rage still simmering. Yeah. Then go tell that to Professor Einar. He believes me too, Harry said coldly. Seamus didn't respond. His face paled slightly, and he pressed his lips tightly together before yanking his bed curtains shut with a sharp motion. Just then, Ron entered the dormitory. His eyes scanned the room and briefly landed on Harry before heading silently to his own bed. He began unpacking his things with calm, quiet movements, saying nothing. Harry watched him for a few seconds. For weeks now, Ron had been distant, acting strange, as if something was bothering him, but he refused to talk about it. Harry didn't have the time or energy for a childish spat with Ron, and after the argument with Seamus, he wasn't in the mood for another confrontation either. So he simply pulled the sheet over his head, nestled closer to Vire, and closed his eyes. Chapter 103, Master Class. Master Class. Einar entered the classroom with steady, composed steps, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing as he looked over the students already seated. Once he confirmed that everyone was present and in order, he spoke in a clear and direct voice. Grab your things. Today we're having a practical lesson. A spark of excitement lit up the students. That day's class was shared between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, which meant it would be a lively, cheerful, and somewhat chaotic session. But what truly thrilled them was the fact that it was a class with Professor Einar. His lessons were famous for being intense, realistic, and, above all, unlike anything else at Hogwarts. Einar led the group through the corridors, while the students followed, chatting quietly among themselves. They knew he didn't mind talking during transitions, as long as they remained respectful and serious when it mattered. He wasn't strict for the sake of it, he valued discipline, yes, but more than that, he valued readiness. Their destination was the newly renovated training field. Once a rough patch of earth and logs, it had been completely transformed by Einar himself, with the help of Sirius Black. Now cleared of all accusations and fully in control of his family's fortune, Sirius had decided to invest in the security and education of Hogwarts students. He had become the official patron of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. As a newly appointed member of the school board, he used the influence of the Black name not only to protect Harry but to keep a close eye on Dumbledore, and the growing interference of the Ministry. As the group approached the exit leading to the field, a shrill, unpleasant voice interrupted them. Oh. Professor Einar, is it already time for your lesson? Because according to school policy, students should be in their classrooms. The voice belonged to Dolores Umbridge, though it sounded more like that of a spoiled child than a Ministry official. Her over-the-top pink outfit, with a matching bow perched in her hair, clashed grotesquely with her powdered face and authoritarian demeanor. Einar turned slowly. His expression, as always, was unreadable. We're about to begin the lesson, he said in a neutral tone. I'm sorry, Professor, Umbridge replied, forcing a sweet smile for the student's sake, but as the new High Inquisitor and Security Officer of Hogwarts, appointed directly by the Ministry, I must know exactly what subjects will be taught outside the classroom. Self-defense, Einar answered with a muted sigh, barely concealing his annoyance. Oh, I see. But surely you've received the new official textbooks from the Ministry, with the proper guidelines to ensure the students are taught in a safe and authorized way. Dolores pressed, either missing, or ignoring, the tension in his voice. I have seen them. And only a complete idiot could have written such drivel, Einar replied with perfect calm, though his words sliced through the air like a blade. They're useless. My students need to learn how to defend themselves. How to take the head off any monster, even if that monster smiles and hides behind a friendly face and an official title. His words landed hard. Umbridge's smile faltered as her expression tightened. I'm afraid I can't allow that, Professor. Students are to be taught inside a safe classroom. And even if you disagree with the ministry's curriculum, you are paid to follow it, not to do as you please, she said sharply, letting her true hostility show. Einar stared at her silently for a few seconds. Then he turned to look at his students. He saw their attentive faces, some confused, others curious, and in that moment, he knew it was time to teach them something beyond spells and dueling. Very well, he said at last, utterly calm. Very well. Umbridge echoed, caught off guard, believing she had won. Yes. If you want me to teach them nonsense, I'll do just that, he said in a dry tone before turning around and walking calmly back toward the classroom. The students exchanged confused glances. Einar was acting strange. Back in the classroom, he sat at his desk without missing a beat and addressed the room. Take out the precious ministry books. Today, we're going to learn how to face a dangerous world, by politely baring our necks and preparing to be murdered with manners. The irony in his voice drew muffled laughter from the students. Even the Hufflepuffs, normally more reserved, couldn't help but grin as they flipped open the absurd official texts. Read silently, Einar instructed, picking up his own copy of the book between two fingers like a piece of garbage. He casually tossed it into the wastebin beside his desk. If you have a question, ask. Umbridge stood stiffly near the back, lips pressed tight. She looked like she was chewing chalk. But when she saw the students opening their books and pretending to read, she smiled faintly, convincing herself she had won. Professor, I have a question, Harry said, raising his hand with resolve. Einar nodded, resting his elbow on the desk. Why does the book say we live in a world free of danger? Why does it insist there's peace everywhere? Because your government wants you weak and obedient. That way, they can rule without resistance. Next question. The answer was so blunt that several students looked at him with a mixture of shock and admiration. Ahem. Umbridge interrupted, her high-pitched giggle forced and trembling. Allow me to clarify. There is no danger outside Hogwarts. That is what the Ministry and Aurors are for, to ensure all citizens live safely and happily. There is nothing to fear. Einar leaned back in his chair, silently scanning the classroom. If his students believed that, he'd be sorely disappointed. But no. Their skeptical expressions, raised eyebrows, and subtle eye rolls said it all. They weren't buying the lie. And that, honestly, gave him hope. But what happens if we run into dark wizards, or curses during the holidays? Werewolves, vampires? Harry asked again, frowning, his voice unwavering. As I said, the Ministry will handle those things. You just need to stay away from danger, Umbridge replied immediately, reciting the official slogan almost like a spell. During my last trip to Egypt, with friends, my godfather, and one of my professors, we came across an ancient wizard who had awakened and put our lives at risk. We were trapped inside a pyramid for hours, with no way out. In situations like that, what exactly are we supposed to do? Harry pressed, this time with more conviction. The tension in the room thickened. Umbridge shifted uncomfortably, her patience rapidly wearing thin. You shouldn't be poking around places you don't belong. If you followed the rules, these things wouldn't happen, she snapped coldly. And what if the Death Eaters? Mr. Potter. Umbridge cut in sharply, raising her voice louder than necessary. She had stopped pretending to be calm. Einar, who had been calmly leaning against his desk until now, straightened up and took a few slow steps toward her. His gaze was sharp as a blade of ice. It seems, he said coolly, that as the professor in charge of this class, I have every right to teach it as I see fit, even if I'm using the ridiculous books your ministry sent. So unless you plan to answer these questions calmly and respectfully, I suggest you leave my classroom. Questions are part of learning. Curiosity is not punished here, it is encouraged. Umbridge narrowed her eyes with barely contained fury, unable to reply without further losing face in front of the students. After a tense pause, she shot Harry a murderous look and turned on her heel, marching out of the classroom. As the door closed, Einar allowed himself the faintest of smiles. Well done, Potter. Keep asking questions, he said as he returned to his desk. His voice wasn't mocking, it carried genuine pride. Harry hadn't just challenged a corrupt authority figure, he had done it with reason and poise. With Umbridge gone, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Hands started going up across the room, now emboldened by their newfound freedom. "Professor," Neville asked, "if we don't learn to use defensive spells, how are we supposed to protect ourselves if we ever get attacked?" Einar looked around at his students, his expression serious but steady. "Then you'll have to find the answer on your own. For now, toss those books. We won't be holding practical lessons while the Ministry keeps sticking its nose in. But I'll use theory to drill into your heads how to face real threats. You'll have to train on your own. Outside of class. Understood?" Everyone nodded with quiet determination. They weren't going to be passive victims of a system that wanted them defenseless. After class, as the rest of the students filtered out, Harry, Hermione, and Neville stayed behind. "Professor, why did you accept what Umbridge said?" Harry asked, still confused. "You're not usually one to follow orders so easily. Even during the trial, you brought powerful warriors, but kept to the sidelines." Einar crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with his usual unreadable expression. "Because it's time you started learning something that has nothing to do with muscles, or spells, or swords. Political power. Psychological power," he said with a calm that didn't stem from indifference, but from control. "Right now, sure, we could fix everything with brute force, but you wouldn't learn a thing. You'd only learn to be like me." Harry frowned, confused. "And what's wrong with that?" Einar smiled, but it wasn't a warm smile. "You're not me. I'm strong. Far stronger than you realize. That's why I'm not afraid. But you have something to lose. Families. Friends. Roots in this world. I don't." The three young students lowered their gaze, slowly beginning to understand the weight of his words. "If you act impulsively, if you push too hard without understanding the consequences, you won't be heroes. You'll drag everyone you love into the fire with you. That's why you need to learn something more important than just casting a spell, knowing when to use it. And when not to." Einar sat down again, this time more relaxed. "Don't worry. While you're under my watch, I won't let anything destroy you. But you need to understand something, no one can always be there for you. You must become your own guardians. Masters of your choices, and of your fate." Hermione, Neville, and Harry nodded slowly. For the first time, they understood that the greatest danger wasn't the visible enemies, but the invisible ones. The system. The rules. The politics. And they had to learn how to play the game. Harry and Neville left in silence, deep in thought. But Hermione lingered. "Professor, are you going to leave?" she asked in a shaky voice, as if afraid of the answer. Einar looked at her calmly. "No. At least, not for now. But I didn't come here for a holiday, Hermione. I came because something's stirring. Something that shouldn't be. And if the time comes, I'll have to act." Hermione opened her mouth to ask more, but Einar was already gazing out the window with a serious look, as if he were seeing something far beyond the castle. He was thinking of him. The Daedric prince who had given Dumbledore his power. Akatosh had hidden him away so he couldn't be found, but those who hunted him wouldn't stop just because Einar vanished. Maybe he'd have to do what he did last time, offer a piece of cheese he'd found in an ancient ruin. The plan had been ridiculous, and yet, somehow, it had worked perfectly. And somewhere in the chaos, the Prince of Madness was smiling, waiting for the perfect moment to make his next move. Because on this chessboard, even madness could be part of the strategy. Chapter 104, The Revelation of the Dragon Priests. The Revelation of the Dragon Priests. All the students paused, curiosity sharpening their attention as they watched Professor Einar walk calmly through the castle corridors. It wasn't just his imposing presence or the long black coat that floated elegantly with every step, it was what he carried in his arms. Nestled like restless pups, he held two small dragons, one red as dawn fire, the other black as a moonless night. Vying, the scarlet dragon, twisted excitedly with endless energy, flapping his tiny wings and releasing golden sparks with every breath. Vyre, the dark dragon, was usually the calm one, watchful, composed, but today, he was just as agitated as his brother. Seeing Vying excited was normal. Seeing Vyre this restless, definitely wasn't. Einar walked on without a word, unaffected by the dozens of eyes following him. He passed through staircases and stone arches until he reached his office. Once inside, he closed the door gently, cast a silencing charm, and placed the 2 dragons on his desk, though he had to stop vying from diving headfirst into a bookshelf in search of scrolls. Los Kolduhai? Einar asked seriously, speaking in Dovizul, the ancient dragon tongue the 2 understood better than any other language. What's the matter with you 2? Vyre sat back on his hind legs, puffed up his tiny chest, and answered in a shrill but noble little voice. Dova cried. Zin. Sar. Harii. Dragon King. Honor. Priest. Harry M. His eyes sparkled with adorable intensity, fixed on Einar's own. He was doing his very best to express himself. Not wanting to be left behind, Vying spun in a circle and shouted boldly. Kren. Dova. Zin. Zin. Neville. Defeat Dragon King. Honor Neville. Einar narrowed his eyes slightly, not confused, but intrigued. He tilted his head with calm understanding. I see. So it's time to make them your priests, isn't it? He murmured, recognizing the seriousness behind the small dragon's request. Both looked up at him with unwavering determination. Vyre even stepped forward, solemn and proud despite his tiny, scaly form. I suppose you want my blessing then. Without hesitation, Einar brought both hands to his mouth and made a small cut on each thumb. A drop of blood welled up from each wound. Leaning forward, he gently pressed his thumbs to the dragon's foreheads. The moment his blood touched their scales, it shone like molten gold, tracing an ancient symbol, one reminiscent of the amulet of Akatosh, the father of dragons, but personalized and unique. The golden light slowly sank into their bodies, and both dragons released a low, rumbling sound of satisfaction. For creatures so small, the resonance of their voices made the walls vibrate gently. You have my blessing to accept Harry and Neville as your dragon priests, Einar declared solemnly, his gaze steady and full of purpose. Vyre curled up contentedly, wrapping his tail around himself like a pleased cat. Vying, on the other hand, bounced excitedly on the desk and chanted. Kren. Dova. Zin. Defeat Dragon King. Defeat Dragon King. Einar allowed himself a faint smile. You'll have to grow stronger if you truly want to do that, he said softly, lifting both dragons into his arms once more and heading out of his office. As soon as he stepped outside, he nearly bumped into Fleur Delacour, who was waiting just a few steps away, pretending it was a coincidence. She held a stack of books in her arms, one hand tucking a silvery strand of hair behind her ear with effortless grace. Oh, Professor Einar. What a coincidence, she said, though they both knew it wasn't quite so accidental. Hello, Fleur, he greeted, his voice calm and steady. It's funny. We work in the same castle and I still see you less than I did during the Triwizard tournament, she said quickly, her voice teetering between cheerful and nervous. Of course, with the inspector breathing down everyone's necks, it's understandable. I'm not saying you're avoiding me, or are you? Well, maybe I should stop talking now before I say something more. Einar watched her patiently, his expression warm and composed. Changing environments is always difficult, even if the place is familiar. Fleur glanced down for a moment, but her smile remained. Yes, a little. But, it's worth it, right? For my future. There was a quiet charm in her words, a soft double meaning that didn't go unnoticed. Working towards something always brings rewards, Einar replied. Even if they're not quite what we imagined at first. Just then, he felt Vying and Vyre squirm slightly in his arms, eager to return to their chosen ones. I'm sorry. I need to return these 2 to their companions. Of course. Then, shall we talk later? Fleur asked with a hopeful smile. Of course, he replied, walking away with the dragons nestled close. Fleur watched him as he left, and when he was far enough, she gently touched her cheeks, realizing they were warm. She let out a quiet, bashful giggle, her fingers playing absently with the edge of one of her books. Meanwhile, the dragons wriggled happily in Einar's arms, Vying repeating his warrior chant again and again, and Vyre, back to his calm self, slowly drifting off to sleep. Einar arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. As usual, she seemed ready to toss a snide remark about unscheduled visits, but when her eyes fell on the red dragon in his arms, her face turned pale. Without a word, the painting creaked open violently, as if it were trying to leap off the wall and escape. Einar stepped into the Gryffindor common room. His coat swayed like smoke behind him, and at his entrance, the room turned to stillness. Students froze mid-laugh, mid-spell, mid-conversation. The very air felt charged, like something powerful had just crossed a threshold. But then they recognized him. And as always, with Einar, fear gave way to trust. However, the moment they saw the calm expression on Einar's face, every student exhaled the breath they'd been holding. Though he was strict in class, Einar was also one of the most respected and beloved professors in the school. Not just because of his youth and the closeness in age, but because he was always the first to defend them when no one else would. Direct. Loyal. Reliable. He was someone you could believe in. "Hello, Professor. What brings you here?" asked a curious girl with a friendly smile. "I'm looking for Harry and Neville," Einar replied in his usual composed tone, and all eyes shifted inevitably toward the two dragons in his arms, Vyre, the black one, and Vying, the red. "Did they do something wrong?" asked one student, quickly standing up. "If they broke something, please don't be mad at them. They're still little and just like to play." "It's not about that," Einar answered, easing the tension with a faint smile. "I'll go get them," another student said, rushing up the stairs before anyone could stop them. One of the older students raised a hand. "Professor, may I ask you something?" Einar nodded. "We heard what happened at the ministry, that you fought the Aurors without hesitation to protect Harry. But now, with Madame Umbridge here, why haven't you stopped her?" The question was bold. Serious. The entire common room fell silent. "The answer is simpler than you think," said Einar with a smile that carried a hint of something deeper. "I've only ever intervened when my students were in real danger. While I find Umbridge annoying, she hasn't yet done anything to endanger your lives. But if she ever dares, neither her title nor her political power will save her. I will tear her limb from limb and send her to the deepest circle of hell." The bluntness of his words didn't frighten the students. On the contrary, it brought visible relief. They trusted him, completely. "That said, part of your training this year will involve learning to navigate politics and psychological warfare. You improved a lot last year. I expect even more from you now, or I'll have to triple your training schedule," he added, causing many smiles to twist into groans of dread. The seventh years, on the other hand, wore smug grins. They were almost out. "Professor," Neville called out, appearing at the top of the stairs with Harry beside him. Both hurried down at once. Einar said nothing. He simply turned and began walking toward the exit. The two boys followed without question. Far from the noise and crowd, in a quiet corridor where no portraits or prying ears could interfere, Einar stopped. He handed Vying and Vyre to the boys. The dragons climbed instantly to their shoulders, curling up affectionately. Harry, barely able to contain his curiosity, asked, "Professor, what are we going to do?" Einar didn't respond right away. Instead, he raised both hands to his face and slowly removed his mask. He held it in front of them so they could see it clearly. Then, with a firm voice, he began to speak. "Millennia ago, dragons ruled the world like gods. To maintain their power, they chose the most devoted among humans and bestowed their magic upon them. These men became the dragon priests. They weren't ordinary servants. They were champions, imbued with the power of the Thursday and gifted with enchanted masks, capable of commanding flame and eternity itself. But ambition corrupted them. Some became monsters, others eternal guardians. And when they fell, their masks remained, echoes of what they once were. But now, something is changing. The dragons have begun choosing new priests. Not to dominate, but to guide. Not to serve, but to bring balance. You two are the first." Harry and Neville's eyes widened in awe. Vyre and Vying nestled closer to them, as if the revelation had sealed an invisible bond between them. "Your task this year," Einar continued, "is to create your own masks. You don't have to copy the old ones, but you may use them for inspiration. This is your trial. A mask is not merely an object. It is an extension of your soul, of your destiny." He placed a small box in front of them. Inside were fragments of volcanic stone, dragon scales, and enchanted pearls, ancient, magical materials, waiting to be awakened. Your companions have lived with you since birth. They've watched you, protected you, and chosen you. Don't betray that trust. And in return, you will gain power. Not to destroy, but to command your own fate. Einar slowly placed his mask back on. When he spoke again, his voice echoed softly with arcane resonance. "It doesn't matter how you use the power these masks grant you, but I truly hope you don't choose the path of darkness." And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a thick, reverent silence. Harry looked down at Vire. The little dragon stared up at him with total trust. You can count on me, Vire. You're my friend. I'll never let you down. Neville, meanwhile, smiled gently as he hugged Vying. The red dragon, true to his nature, squirmed dramatically to get free, but in the end, let himself be held a little longer. The bond between them was no longer just friendship. It was an ancestral vow. Chapter 105, Movements. Movements. A cold night enveloped the castle, while the wind howled fiercely from the top of the astronomy tower. The treetops of the forbidden forest swayed as if trying to send a warning. In the midst of that darkness, standing atop the highest tower, Einar watched in silence. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, on the shadows stretching beyond the forest. The breeze stirred his cloak, but his posture remained firm, unshaken. He didn't need to look back to know someone was approaching. He had already sensed it. "That's why you let me live, isn't it?" asked an old voice, heavy with resignation. It was Dumbledore. Einar didn't respond right away. His gaze remained locked on the darkness, as if speaking to the world itself. "Sometimes, death is a gift," he said calmly, without turning. "You touched something you shouldn't have. As a former master of this world, you should have known what happens when you cross that line." He turned slightly, his voice as firm as steel. "Even I don't use that artifact. And I could. It's powerful, but foolish." "How much time?" Dumbledore asked, his voice low. "Maybe a year. Maybe more. Or maybe less. There is no cure. Your mind will be corroded, broken, twisted. You might become a tyrant, or simply fade away. No one truly understands how that thing thinks." Silence fell between them, heavy as lead. "You wanted to be remembered in the history books, remember?" Einar finally said, slowly turning to meet his eyes for the first time that night. His voice was serene, yet an unshakable judgment pulsed within it. "I'm sure you'll make it. Looks like you'll have to accelerate whatever plans you had." He walked past him without stopping. "Einar," Dumbledore called out seriously, halting him. "It was my fault. Just, protect the students." Einar looked over his shoulder. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it struck like thunder. "That's what I've been doing since the day I arrived." And with those words, he vanished like a shadow into the night. Dumbledore remained alone at the top of the tower, gazing out over the scattered lights of the castle, now farther away than ever. 1 year is enough time, he murmured to himself before leaving in silence. Later. "Harry, you were brilliant in defense. You should have seen the look on the pink toad's face when she couldn't say a word," said an excited student passing him in the corridor. "I still can't believe the ministry keeps denying what happened, when we all saw it," another commented. Harry stopped, instantly sensing the enthusiasm in their voices. "You guys, believe me?" he asked, genuinely surprised. Both students looked at him as if the question were absurd. "Of course we believe you. We saw it with our own eyes. The professor turned into some kind of dragon and flew off to save you. The crystal sphere didn't show everything, but we're not stupid," explained one of the Hufflepuffs. "Then why do people keep staring at me or whispering behind my back?" Harry asked, still confused. "At first, we thought it was a prank, something the Weasley twins might pull," said the other. "But Cedric." Cedric spoke. "Cedric? What did he say?" asked Harry, intrigued. At that moment, someone pulled out a copy of the Quibbler and another of Witch Weekly. On the cover of the latter, Cedric was smiling confidently beneath the headline, "One of the Triwizard Champions, the truth the ministry doesn't want you to know." It came out this week. Cedric used the opportunity to tell everything about, you know. The Quibbler also interviewed him, and this time he was direct. He spoke the truth, no sugarcoating. The ministry wants to arrest him, but they have no excuse. So now they're saying Cedric's gone mad, just like they said about you. They fired his father from the ministry, added another student. But word is, he's supporting Cedric all the way. He's not ashamed of his son. The students were just scared, Harry. Scared of the truth, one of the older ones finished. Harry slowly nodded. A spark of confidence reignited in him as he climbed toward Gryffindor Tower. On the way, Hermione caught up with him, walking briskly. "Did you hear about Cedric?" she asked. "Yes," Harry replied calmly. "It's like, it was the missing piece for everyone to finally see the truth," she said with a smile. Several Gryffindor students approached. Hey, Harry, what was he really like? Cedric said he looked like some horrible snake. That Professor Einar called him. Argonian, one of them asked with curiosity. He said you both fought bravely, but that he was controlled, and because of that, you got captured, another added. Harry could have been upset that people were only now believing Cedric and not him. But he wasn't naive. He understood how things worked. He and Dumbledore were attacked relentlessly in the Daily Prophet, while Cedric was simply ignored, perhaps in hopes that he'd stay quiet. But now it was clear Cedric had only been waiting for the right moment. And now that they were saying the same things about Cedric that they'd said about him, that only proved one thing. The Ministry didn't attack liars. They attacked those who told the truth. Meanwhile, in Einar's office. The faint glow of a magical lamp lit the surface of the black stone desk. Einar held a crystal orb between his fingers, calmly watching the flickers of light within. Across from him, Cedric Diggory, recently accepted into the Order of the Phoenix, smiled with confidence. I was right, Professor, Cedric said, resting his hands on the back of a chair. If I had spoken up at the same time as Harry and Dumbledore, they would have just said I was being controlled by both. His expression turned serious. How did you know? How did you know the Ministry would react exactly like this? Einar let out a short, dry chuckle. From the very first moment I met the Minister. I knew what he was. I've dealt with idiots like him before. In my world, I defeated them with brute force. But to destroy them at their own game. A sharp smile tugged at his lips. According to Torrig, that would be more fun. He gave a slow nod, granting permission. Go. Enjoy it. Don't say it twice, Professor, Cedric replied with a grin. Oh, and by the way, I've been assigned to the Dragon Order team. I think that's what the twins called it. And with a flash of magic, he vanished. Einar remained alone. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the silence fill the room. Then, with an almost solemn calm, he murmured. Even if Dumbledore doesn't move faster. I will. A shadow materialized beside him. Sir, said Dren, appearing without a sound. It seems certain creatures are about to join the enemy. What are your orders? Einar gently tapped his desk with one finger, thoughtful. Should I go myself? Or wait for them to make the mistake of trying to run? He pondered aloud. I also found several mortals lurking around the castle and the nearby village, Dren added. Einar slowly opened his eyes. Yes, they're looking for an excuse to. But he stopped mid-sentence, his thoughts suddenly taking a different path. At the Ministry of Magic. What the hell is going on? Bellowed Cornelius Fudge, throwing a copy of Witch Weekly and the Quibbler onto the floor, both of them featuring the smiling face of Cedric Diggory on their covers. Beside him, Percy Weasley stood silently, notebook in hand, expression unshaken. We were supposed to have bought him off. He accepted the money to keep his mouth shut, and now he shows up saying nonsense. Fudge roared, red with anger. Percy looked up, his eyes cold as steel. He's one of the 3 students chosen by Professor Einar. Even if he's no longer at Hogwarts, he still answers to him. That damned professor again. Muttered Fudge, clenching his fists. Order Umbridge to increase the pressure on the Hogwarts staff. And spread the word, Cedric Diggory is under the Imperius curse, being controlled by Dumbledore and Einar. Say he needs medical help. Say what was seen during the Triwizard Tournament was actually Potter casting Imperius on him. Yes, Minister, Percy responded firmly. But as he exited the office, a faint smile crept onto his face. In a whisper only he could hear, he said. We're all still his students. In the northern wilderness. Grara. A thunderous roar shook the ground as a giant charged with rage. Around him, a dozen of his comrades lay unconscious, defeated. Before them stood a single man. Tall by human standards, yet still a mere ant before the towering colossi. And still, he did not flinch. His armor, black as polished obsidian, gleamed under the sun. A smile, a blend of pure excitement and challenge, curved his lips. And though anyone who knew him would say he was a peaceful man, a lover of magical creatures, in that moment, he was reveling in the fight. The giant struck him with a massive wooden log. The blow shattered into splinters against the ebony armor, barely making him step back. Then the man raised his fist and drove it into the giant's stomach with precision. The colossal being bent over like a shrimp taking a punch to the jaw, and collapsed unconscious, joining his comrades. Ha! Einar was right, "This feels amazing," exclaimed the man, laughing as he flexed his shoulders. "A good old fistfight, to make new friends." The remaining giants, still angry, now looked at him with a strange mixture of respect and bewilderment. Some even clapped. From a distance, a tall and elegant woman watched the scene. One still aglow with a red enchantment, her eyes sparkled with emotion. "Hagrid's going to be furious once the spell wears off," murmured Madame Maxime, her voice filled with awe. "But he's so gallant." Einar had given her 2 special spells, only to be used if the giants became dangerous: call to arms and valor. Thanks to them, Hagrid was fighting with fearless courage, unmatched by any normal man. The armor he wore had been a personal gift from Einar, an enchanted artifact that raised his defenses to monumental levels. And it was a good thing too, because giants are not known for their friendliness, not even toward half-giants like Hagrid. By tradition, newcomers had to prove their worth in combat before being allowed to speak. What began as a simple test had now become a brutal contest of endurance. And Hagrid was in his element. Challenging each giant, one by one, without hatred, only with the joy of battle, and the hope of making friends. Many claimed Einar had corrupted the gentle gamekeeper. But Einar believed the opposite. Hagrid wasn't corrupted. He was free. Chapter 106, Dren and Plains. Dren and Plains. Deep within a place long forgotten by the gods, only crimson fire torches pierced the absolute darkness. Their flickering light cast violent, sickly shadows upon the black stone walls, tinting the air with a bloody, violet hue, as if every corner seeped cruelty. The heat was unbearable, suffocating, a scorching wave that would have incinerated any ordinary human the moment they stepped inside. Through the halls of that hell, walked a man. Or, more accurately, a creature. 2 long, twisted horns protruded from his forehead, like those of a crowned demon. His skin was matte black, marked with intricate red patterns that glowed faintly, like magma beneath a volcanic crust. He wore a flawless butler's uniform, black as the void, seemingly unbothered by the grotesque contrast between his refined appearance and the monstrous place around him. This wasn't just any dungeon. It was his home. He stopped before a thick, heat-warped metal door. From behind it came the echoes of moans, muffled screams, and pleas barely human, drifting through the cracks like a chorus of the damned. Without a hint of emotion, Dren, a Dremora of the highest rank, pushed the door open and stepped inside with the ease of someone inspecting his garden. He looked around with disdain at the figures chained to the walls. What were once men were now twisted shadows of themselves, bodies covered in wounds, burns, and mutilations, held together by sheer agony. Among them were a notorious assassin, a treacherous pseudo-noble, and a cowardly former headmaster from one of Europe's 3 magical schools. Upon seeing Dren, their eyes widened in desperation, terror, and dying hope. Dren studied them with cold contempt. He walked to a corner and picked up a metal bucket filled with a thick, dark liquid that shimmered as though it contained corrupted blood and mana. Without a word, he tossed it through a barred window. Instantly, grotesque shrieks from wild creatures rang out beyond the walls. The feast had begun. Next, he took a small vial of dark red potion. With calculated precision, he dropped a few drops into the mouths of each prisoner. Their wounds began to close slowly, bodies regenerating, but this wasn't mercy. It was a sentence. Normally silent, Dren allowed himself to speak this time, his deep, calm voice resonating with an eerie serenity. "It's true, my master has become rather soft since arriving in this world," he commented while rummaging through a table covered in rusted tools, many deformed by repeated use or crusted in dried blood. Before, he would have taken down the entire government in a heartbeat, beheaded their leader without a second thought. "But I understand, it's because of the mortal whelps he started to care for." The same thing happened back in Nurn, when he met his little ones. He picked up a long dagger, its blade chipped and rusted, and raised it like an artist choosing his brush before the first stroke. "Many would think a Dremora like me would despise that weakness." He smiled, but it held no joy, only cruel delight. "But I couldn't be happier. Because it means all the dirty work is left to me. Murder, torture, destruction. All of it, under his blessed permission. Ah, you have no idea how happy it makes me to be allowed to inflict pain, ruin, corruption, death." And without further warning, he drove the blade into Karkaroff's chest. The scream was strangled. Blood gushed forth, and the man's eyes turned glassy in seconds. "Oh, seems I got a bit carried away," Dren said casually, watching the life drain from the body without hurry. Meanwhile, he continued arranging his tools. Several minutes passed. Once everything was laid out with meticulous precision, Dren turned back. Karkaroff lay dead, pale, hollow. But not for long. The Dremera's hand glowed with an unnatural white radiance. A cold light fell upon the corpse, which began to twitch like a broken puppet. The dead man's eyes snapped open, wide and filled with horror, and his body rose again, if it could still be called a body. Upon seeing Dren before him, he simply gave up, completely broken. "I must admit, I'm quite excited to receive that archmage as well," Dren murmured with satisfaction, picking up a jagged, rusted saw. "But his punishment will be far, far worse than death." After finishing his task of preparing food for his pets, a cruel euphemism for the prisoner's fate, Dren left the chamber calmly, wiping his hands on a dark cloth stained with old marks. His footsteps echoed crisply as he walked toward another room, one far quieter, but no less impressive. This chamber was a vast armory, arranged like a fusion between a war museum and a sacred shrine. Weapons and armor of all kinds rested upon enchanted shelves, magical pedestals, and rune-protected display cases. The entire arsenal belonged to Einar, though, in truth, the Dragonborn owned so many pieces that he had long since entrusted their upkeep to Dren. And like any devoted infernal servant, the Dremora treated that duty with fanatical discipline. Every item held a story, a death, a battle behind it. Dren himself had cleaned and recovered many of those relics after tearing them from the corpses of his enemies. His master had a habit of collecting anything useful, and many things that weren't, during his adventures. So much had been accumulated, that the room alone could arm an elite army. Dren began his usual routine of sorting and inspecting, as he always did when Einar was away. He enjoyed it, dismantling, polishing, re-enchanting. Not just out of duty, but as a quiet way of proving his worth, and of feeling part of his master's purpose. As he moved through the room, the Dremera's eyes scanned the treasures surrounding him. Oriel's bow hung imposingly above a white stone shelf, its elegant shape standing in stark contrast to the brutality of the room. Wuthrad rested in a place of honor, its blade still stained with the blood of ancient enemies. The mace of Molag Bal gave off a faint magical tremor, as if it still hungered to devour souls. Near it, Marun's razor remained sheathed in its slender scabbard, dangerous and lethal, even in slumber. The armor sets were no less striking. A Daedric set, black and crimson, gleamed with a sinister glow beside a dragonbone armor, as heavy and unyielding as a mountain. Mirrek's armor, with its alien design and otherworldly textures, seemed to gaze back at anyone who dared approach. Accessories were displayed in a hand-carved case, protected by multiple sealing runes. There rested Hersen's ring, the ebony crown, the amulet of Talos, Mirrek's ring, and many other enchanted trinkets. Some were divine artifacts. Others were mere magical junk, though even that junk could be lethal in the right hands. In a more secluded corner stood 7 small tables, each one bearing a black book of Apocrypha. Relics of Hermias Mora, brimming with forbidden knowledge and pure corruption. Dren stopped when he noticed one of them beginning to release a thin wisp of black smoke, as if it were trying to open a portal to another realm. "Oh, that's a problem," he murmured calmly, and in the blink of an eye, rushed toward the book, casting several spells in rapid succession. Magical shields layered one atop another, interlaced like a golden fortress. Concealment runes activated, sealing any arcane signature that might leak out. Slowly, the smoke dissipated, and the threat was contained. "Perhaps I should reinforce the seals on all our prince's weapons. We don't want to be found too easily." He paused, glancing toward the back of the room, where one particular object rested with arrogant defiance. The Wabbajack. One of the most powerful and unpredictable Daedric weapons ever created. The only artifact that had managed to escape the sealed room, breaking through every magical barrier with almost insulting ease. "Phew, well, he's special," Dren said with a resigned tone, though his voice carried a mix of respect, annoyance, and fear. Then, without further delay, he resumed his duties, returning to the order and cleaning of that dangerous collection. Einar walked calmly through the castle corridors, his steady footsteps echoing against the stone. He was on his way to his next class with the third-year students when a shrill voice, one that had been testing his patience all week, rang out once again. It didn't seem directed at him this time, but it immediately caught his attention. "No, no, no. You can't just walk around with those things roaming free. You could endanger the students," shrieked the high-pitched voice of Umbridge, utterly scandalized. In front of her stood a young blonde girl with a confused expression. Around her, 6 wolves of varying sizes and types surrounded her in silence. Bright eyes, pelts of frost, flame, mist, and stranger elements still. All of them stared at Umbridge with a clear, predatory intent. Why? Luna asked in her usual serene tone, as if she didn't quite understand the issue. What do you mean, why? It's dangerous. I cannot allow you to put the students at risk, absolutely not. Who was the idiot that taught you that spell? Where did you learn it? Are you a necromancer? That's dark magic. It's illegal. Surrender the spell this instant and undo the summoning, or I'll have you sent straight to Aszkaban. Umbridge bellowed, every word laced with disdain and exaggerated outrage. A deep, cold voice cut through her tirade. I prefer you didn't threaten my student. Umbridge froze. She turned slowly and found herself face to face with Einar's green eyes, staring at her with an expression as severe as it was unreadable. His presence alone made the air grow heavy. A primitive fear began to take root in the woman's chest, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. As she's using illegal and dangerous magic, she stammered, trying to justify herself. Magic is only dangerous in the hands of idiots, Einar replied with absolute calm, though each word struck like a hammer. And summoning magic is not illegal. The fact that you confuse it with weak, unstable dark magic from your pitiful world only proves why I'm a professor, and you're just a fool following orders, risking your life without even knowing it. His tone never rose, but the weight of his words left Umbridge breathless. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Her whole body trembled. A moment later, a foul liquid pooled at her feet. Einar looked away from her with disinterest. Luna. You may continue on your way. The young girl smiled sweetly upon hearing her name, as if the entire scene had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She waved cheerfully to Einar and skipped away, her enchanted wolves following her loyally with silent, imposing steps. Einar watched them go for a moment, then gave Umbridge one last glance, still trembling and frozen in place. At last, he turned and walked away without another word. Perhaps Umbridge's plan had failed. Or perhaps Einar had simply used too much force in his words. Chapter 107, Decrees, Shadows, and Silent Guardians. Decrees, Shadows, and Silent Guardians. That same afternoon, following the brutal verbal clash between Einar and Umbridge, a headline shook the wizarding world. Mass escape from Aszkaban, screamed the front pages of every newspaper, the chaotic black letters spilling over like ink from a shattered bottle. Several magical photographs displayed the distorted faces of notorious Death Eaters, among them, Bellatrix Lestrange, cousin of Sirius Black. The Daily Prophet, always quick to twist reality, wasted no time seizing the opportunity. Alongside the images of the escape, a photo series showed Sirius walking through a London street, visibly irritated, shielding his face from magical cameras. A bold caption read, Sirius Black, traitor in the shadows. The article claimed the ministry would launch an official investigation, subtly pointing at his familial connection to the fugitive. The message was clear, blaming someone was easier than admitting the Dark Lord had returned. Harry exploded upon reading it. They can't do this to Sirius. Not again, he shouted, standing so abruptly he knocked his chair over, then bolting toward the dormitory exit, eyes blazing with fury. Hermione, alarmed, immediately sent word to Einar. He appeared in the common room moments later, his expression unreadable, calm as ever. Without a word, he raised his hand, and with the precision of a northern hunter, struck Harry softly at the nape with his knuckles. The boy collapsed to the floor, more from shock than pain. I told you not to act without thinking, Einar said, his voice low but firm, like the crack of ice under pressure. But they're accusing Sirius. They say he helped her escape. That he's going back to Aszkaban. Harry protested, fists clenched in helpless rage. 12 years in that tomb of a prison, do you really think he's afraid to return? Einar replied, his gaze piercing Harry like a blade of frost. And do you believe they'll send him back just because a paper says so? The ministry fools still don't know who they're dealing with. Harry's rage dulled, replaced by heavy silence. Sirius may be reckless, but he has experience, far more than you. What were you planning to do, Harry? Storm into the ministry with a protest sign. Einar then pulled out a bluish crystal orb, its runes glowing gently with mana, and handed it to Harry. Use this. It's linked to the Order of the Phoenix base. Speak to him, find out what's really happening, and stop acting like a hero without a cause. Harry held the orb carefully, his breathing still uneven. If you do something stupid again without thinking, you'll deal with the consequences alone. I won't defend you, unless you're truly in danger. Got it? Yes, Harry muttered, lowering his head slightly. Thanks, he added, lifting the orb. Watch him, Einar said to Hermione, who nodded at once. Then he walked away down the hall, his steps calm and heavy, like a frost-covered giant fading into the mist. The next day, Hogwarts trembled under a new storm of pink tyranny. Dolores Umbridge had been named High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. With that title came absolute authority, to impose decrees, create rules, evaluate professors, and even fire them. New posters flooded the Great Hall's walls. The boldest one read: "Teachers are strictly forbidden from interacting with students outside of necessary academic duties." It was a calculated strike. A direct assault not only on Einar but on anyone who dared to oppose the ministry's script. Einar's reaction? None. Not a twitch. Not a word. His class was the first to be evaluated. Umbridge sat in a corner like a poisonous toad with a quill, ready to ruin reputations with her sickly sweet words. Einar didn't even glance her way. His voice remained firm, drawing the students into a world of real danger and knowledge. Today, you'll learn how to properly defend yourselves against a vampire. Not the kind from fairy tales. The real ones. The ones that breathe darkness. To everyone's surprise, Umbridge didn't interrupt. Perhaps, Einar thought with a flicker of sarcasm, her hatred for half-breeds extended to vampires as well. What do we know so far? He asked, arms crossed. Hermione, as always, raised her hand. Vampires use a form of dark magic linked to blood and necromancy. Their fangs and claws are lethal, and their hypnotic abilities can overpower even adults. It's best to avoid combat unless properly equipped. Weaknesses. Einar continued. Garlic, sunlight, fire, and starvation. The longer they go without feeding, the weaker they become. Harry raised his hand quickly and added with a grin. They're also pretty useless without a head. The class burst into laughter. Einar didn't mind, humor helped memory. Not just vampires. Many creatures are quite helpless without a head, he said dryly, closing the topic. That's all. Dismissed. Just as students began packing up, Einar turned to Neville and Harry. And how's the assignment I gave you both? Before either could respond, an all-too-familiar and detestable cough echoed. Ahem. It was Umbridge. Harry and Neville turned, clearly annoyed. I do hope that was a conversation about schoolwork, she said, voice dripping with false sweetness. According to Educational Decree No. 23, teachers are not to engage with students outside academic topics. Perhaps none of your previous teachers, or current ones, with the possible exception of Professor Quirrell, would have passed a ministry inspection, she added venomously. Harry narrowed his eyes. With a smile as sharp as his words, he replied. Yeah, Quirrell was a great teacher, except for that tiny inconvenience of having Lord Voldemort sticking out the back of his head. The silence that followed was like a gathering storm. Umbridge flushed red with fury. Potter. Report to my office this afternoon. You've earned yourself detention, she barked, spinning on her heel and storming off. Harry looked at Professor Einar, waiting for a reaction. You really need to work on that bad habit of speaking before you think, Einar said without changing his tone. If something strange happens during your punishment, come to me. With that, he picked up his things and walked away. Harry sighed in frustration. This time, he couldn't blame anyone. He had really brought it on himself. With Umbridge enforcing her absurd rules, Hogwarts felt more like a prison with each passing day. The new regulations, led by the infamous order that no teacher may interact with students outside strictly academic matters, had even forced Professor Einar to temporarily suspend all combat training. Theoretical lessons were now his only option, for now. Still, the students weren't about to sit around and do nothing. That very afternoon, in a discreet corner of Hogsmeade, a group of students gathered at the Hog's Head Inn. The air was heavy with tension, but also determination. The news of the Death Eater escape had shaken the foundation of their safety, and the Ministry's inaction was more terrifying than the chaos itself. We need someone to train us, said Hermione, looking around the room with a serious expression. We can't rely solely on what we're taught in class. This goes beyond that. And who better than Harry? Dean added. He trained with Professor Einar over the holidays. We've seen him face things most of us couldn't even imagine. Neville nodded, though he didn't look entirely confident. To be fair, Neville had also been taken under Einar's wing, and his improvement was obvious. But public perception still cast him as the clumsy kid of the past, while Harry, well, he was Harry Potter. Murmurs of agreement filled the room. No one objected. Meanwhile, outside, leaning against a stone wall with his arms crossed, Einar looked up at the sky. His dark cloak swayed in the afternoon breeze as his eyes scanned the area, ensuring no one was following his students. He knew exactly what they were doing. And while it technically wasn't allowed, he had no intention of stopping them. On the contrary, if anyone was going to watch over them, it would be him. But, as if the universe conspired against them, a new decree appeared the next day. Educational Decree Number 24. The formation of clubs, groups, teams, or any kind of student organization is strictly prohibited without the express approval of the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. As soon as students saw the notice on the walls, anxious glances were exchanged. Einar, on the other hand, read it for a second, then kept walking without a flicker of expression. He didn't have time to worry about scraps of paper. It was then, while turning down an empty corridor, that he heard it, a sob. One that felt familiar. With quick steps, he approached the room the sound was coming from. When he opened the door, he saw her, Fleur Delacour, sitting on the floor by the window, eyes shut and hands covering her face. She startled the moment she saw him. Professor. She whispered, quickly hiding behind her hands again. Einar frowned and walked over to her. What's wrong? He asked, his tone a bit harsh, though not directed at her. It sounded more like his anger had already found a target, and that target wore pink. And nothing, Fleur answered hastily, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. But Einar didn't speak. He simply watched her in silence, his firm gaze cutting through the room like an arrow. It's nothing. Just that. Umbridge said I shouldn't be here. That I'm useless, even if I offer my help for free. That I'm only here to seduce students, that I'm disgusting, a half-breed trying to win affection from men. Fleur's voice cracked. She said I should go home and stay there. Like a good little villa. The last words dissolved into a quiet sob. Fleur was normally strong. But those words had struck her where it hurt most. Because deep down, Umbridge wasn't entirely wrong. Fleur had come to Hogwarts for one reason, Einar. And ever since Umbridge arrived, that reason had turned into a nightmare. She watched her. Judged her. Made her feel filthy for having emotions. And worst of all, she couldn't even talk to Einar without risking punishment. Then she felt him move. He took off his mask, the Vulcan mask. And with unexpected gentleness, he placed it over her face, carefully shielding her expression. His large hand came to rest on her head, tousling her hair with a mix of awkwardness and comfort. Why do you care what that abomination says? He asked, his voice strangely soft, his gaze calm. And why does it matter why you're here? Do you think every professor came out of pure love for teaching? Even that repulsive woman is only here to attack Dumbledore. Fleur didn't respond, but she didn't move either as he completely messed up her hair. Professor Einar, you're ruining my hair, she murmured, her voice a little more alive now, though barely audible under the mask. Thankfully, he had put it on her, because if he saw her face now, flushed as it was, she might have fainted on the spot. Einar looked at her a moment longer. Her hair now resembled the nest of a particularly wild phoenix. He lifted his hand once more, this time slower. Just do what you believe is right. Don't listen to her. She won't be around much longer. With that, he gave her one last look, calm, gentle, almost protective, and walked off down the hallway. Fleur watched him leave without saying a word. Then, slowly, she removed the mask and looked at her reflection in the windowpane. Her cheeks were glowing, and her eyes sparkled. Why do you do this? You're only making me fall even more, you idiot, she whispered, hugging the mask with a silly smile. What she hadn't realized yet was that it was his mask, the one he had been wearing seconds before. When she found out. But that is another story. Chapter 108, Einar's Students Strike Back. Einar's Students Strike Back. Harry, you have to tell Professor Einar, said Hermione as she noticed the mark on Harry's forearm. He quickly pulled his sleeve down to cover it. Neville, who was standing beside them, silently observed the words etched into his friend's skin, I must not tell lies. They were deep, red, and clearly painful. How do you think the professor will react when he finds out someone hurt his students? Harry said calmly, though his eyes betrayed something deeper. He kicked Dumbledore's ass just for putting us in danger. Can you imagine what he'd do if he found out about this? I mean, I want to see Umbridge suffer too, but he'd definitely get involved, and wouldn't hesitate for a second, he added, still serene. He told us this year we need to learn how to move through political games. If I go crying to him at the first problem. Do you really think hiding it will help? Hermione interrupted, her serious gaze locking on his. She, too, was worried about causing trouble for Professor Einar, but knowing him, even a small injury could unleash hell on earth. It's fine. I still have the healing potions the professor gave me. I'll just use one and it'll vanish, no big deal, said Harry, trying to downplay it. He figured Umbridge was simply lashing out at him for constantly contradicting her. He could handle it, and the potions would take care of the rest. Harry, I think Hermione's right. Professor Einar is extremely perceptive. If he finds out you hid it, it might make things worse, said Neville in a calm but firm tone. All right, Harry sighed. I need to take responsibility for what I say. I'm not a kid anymore. I'll treat this as a lesson, to think before I act. This is nothing, he added, turning to head up to his room. Minutes later, he returned holding a red vial. Without hesitation, he poured it over his forearm. The words burned into his skin began to vanish quickly, as if they had never been there. See? You're worrying for nothing. I've had worse cuts while training with swords. That's why the professor gave me these potions, Harry said with a calm smile. But that was during training, not because someone evil hurt you, Hermione muttered, frowning. But Harry had already made up his mind. To him, it wasn't worth bothering Einar over something so minor. He believed he could handle it on his own, it was just punishment for provoking Umbridge, nothing more. Hermione and Neville stopped insisting. The three of them said a quick good night and went off to bed. Harry, however, didn't realize that maybe telling Einar at that moment would have been the smartest move. At the very least, the professor would have made Umbridge suffer just the same. The next morning, Neville, Hermione, and Harry left the Gryffindor common room together. As they made their way toward the Great Hall, something unexpected stopped them in their tracks. Fleur was walking casually, wearing a mask of Einar on her face. They all froze, especially Hermione. From the clothes and the hair, it was clearly Fleur, and probably no one else in the entire castle would dare wear a mask of Einar so shamelessly. What are you doing with that? Asked Hermione, her tone laced with mild irritation and jealousy. This? Oh, Professor Einar gave it to me, Fleur replied cheerfully, her voice radiant even from beneath the mask. Thankfully she was wearing it, her beauty alone could have stunned half the Great Hall into a trance. Why? Asked Hermione, her frown deepening. Fleur noticed the jealousy on Hermione's face and smiled triumphantly beneath the mask. She stepped forward gracefully and, almost teasingly, patted Hermione lightly on the head. You're so pretty, she said with sweet, false innocence. Hermione blushed, but not from flattery. She was furious. She glared at Fleur as she entered the Great Hall, now drawing the attention of several students. Neville and Harry, standing behind Hermione, exchanged glances, unsure whether to say something or stay quiet. Suddenly, Hermione spun around and fixed her gaze on Harry, who reflexively took a step back. W8. Hermione, what are you doing? He asked nervously as she approached, apparently about to pull off his robe. But in truth, she was looking for something that was always with him, Vire. The little black dragon, disturbed from its slumber, opened one eye with a confused and very annoyed expression. He stared at Hermione like she had just ruined the best nap of his life. Vire, how about we go see Professor Einar? Hermione asked sweetly, her voice melodic and affectionate. Vire's irritation vanished instantly. His tail gave a soft wag at the mention of Einar. That was all he needed to hear. I'm taking him, said Hermione to Harry, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Harry could only nod quickly. And so, Hermione walked off cheerfully with the small black dragon in her arms. Girls are terrifying, muttered Neville as he watched the wild mood swings of their friend. Meanwhile, outside a lesser-known newsroom, a minor publication overshadowed by the Daily Prophet, yet still supported by a loyal readership, Cedric Diggory stepped out with a calm smile after another interview. This time, he had spoken about the Triwizard Tournament, what happened in the graveyard, and the new path his life had taken. He was no longer just a champion. He was now a public figure, and a silent agent working under a mission assigned by Einar. His task kept him on the move and allowed him to send money home, especially after his father had been fired from the ministry for openly supporting him. But as soon as he stepped through the front door of the building, his smile faded. Something was off in the street. For men in dark robes emerged swiftly from different directions, their wands hidden within well-tailored folds. In a matter of seconds, they had him surrounded. Cedric Diggory. You are under arrest for slander and defamation against the British Ministry of Magic, declared one of them coldly, holding up an Auror badge. That's arrest-worthy now? Cedric asked, raising an eyebrow. I thought that kind of thing only got you a summons. We're not going to let you stir up more trouble. We know you've received high-level training, and considering what you pulled off in the tournament, we're not taking any chances. If necessary, we'll use force. Cedric chuckled quietly and lowered his gaze. Finally, something fun. Professor Einar trains us to become refined monsters of war. He said if things ever got ugly, I should enjoy myself. His wand slipped naturally from his enchanted sleeve into his hand. Instantly, his robe reacted, the defensive enchantments woven into it shimmered faintly along the collar and cuffs, boosting his reaction speed and reducing physical damage. One of the Aurors aimed a quick Expelliarmus, but Cedric was already moving. He dodged to the side with surprising speed and aimed at the ground. Telekinesis. A cobblestone ripped itself from the pavement and shot toward the Auror's head. The man raised a shield just in time, only for Cedric to follow up with a second spell. Confringo. The stone exploded in a controlled blast, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. Protected by the layered enchantments on his dark robe, Cedric dove into the haze and conjured a practiced spectral sword, a blunted blade designed for non-lethal combat. One Auror, disoriented in the thick dust, tried to locate him by sound. But Cedric moved like a shadow, silent and lethal. He appeared at the man's left flank and struck his wrist with the flat of his spectral blade, making him drop his wand. Then, with precise aim, Cedric pressed his wand to the man's chest. Bombarda Maxima. The impact hurled the Auror several meters backward, slamming him into a wall where he collapsed, unconscious. Another Auror cast a red streak of energy blindly. Cedric ducked and rolled forward, raising his wand. Ray. A bolt of lightning erupted from the tip. The spell, amplified by runes carved into the inside of his sleeve, stunned the Auror on contact. He convulsed briefly, then hit the ground hard. A third opponent cast Ventus, dispersing the dust cloud in a gust of wind, but it was too late. Cedric had already activated invisibility, combined with his enchanted boots that bore Einar's custom stealth enhancement rune. To the naked eye, he was completely gone. He reappeared behind the fourth Auror and delivered a clean elbow strike to the back of the neck, knocking him out cold. Then he turned swiftly to face the last man. This one was already shaken, barely managing to lift his wand before Cedric whispered. Fear. The Auror's eyes widened in terror. Magical illusions flooded his vision, showing him surrounded by dark, shifting shadows. Screaming, he dropped his wand and fled down the street in a panic. Cedric straightened up, breathing evenly. Not a scratch on him. His robe still shimmered faintly from the active enchantments. Ah, that was fun, he said, flashing a radiant smile. People nearby had watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, equal parts awe and fear. A boy fresh out of Hogwarts had just defeated 4 trained Aurors. Sorry for the commotion, Cedric said calmly. It seems someone tried to arrest me illegally. Please, spread the word. And with that, he walked off with composure, as if nothing had happened. From a nearby balcony, a man with a magical camera had been snapping photo after photo. He smiled. Around the corner, in a quiet alleyway, Cedric made sure he was alone. He pulled a magical communication orb from inside his robe. A soft glow activated it, revealing the image of Percy Weasley, his face cold and eyes sharp. The so-called traitor who had joined Fudge, or had he? It's ready. Cedric asked in a low voice. All set, Percy replied efficiently. Tomorrow morning, the headlines will say the ministry tried to silence the boy who was nearly killed in a graveyard. Emotional damage, censorship, abuse of power, it's the perfect narrative. Cedric nodded seriously. Lie low for a few days, Percy added. After this, they won't just send Aurors. They might try something worse. Don't worry. Professor Einar already gave me a new mission, Cedric replied with pride. He glanced around one last time. Take care of yourself, spy. The orb dimmed and shut off. Cedric carefully tucked it away into a hidden pocket inside his robes. Then, with a slight movement, he vanished into thin air with a clean crack. Chapter 109, Shadows in the Ministry. Shadows in the Ministry. Who was the bloody idiot who gave the order to arrest that brat Diggory? He's on the front page of every newspaper now. Fudge's voice thundered through the office as he slammed the headline down onto his desk with a fury that made the ink seem to sizzle. The still fresh letters blazed like fire. The Ministry tries to silence a young hero, for Aurors ambush Cedric Diggory in broad daylight, but even they weren't enough to subdue one of the champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Percy, standing calmly in front of the minister, read the first line with the unshakable composure of a spy planted behind enemy lines. Not a single muscle of his face twitched, though inside he was torn between contempt and the urge to burst out laughing. How could such an incompetent man be running the country? You gave the order, sir. His voice was so neutral that for an instant, Fudge was left speechless, gaping like a fish pulled from water. Then, his face darkened into a furious red, on the brink of bursting. That's not what I ordered. I said to find a way to shut that brat up. To threaten him with Aszkaban if he kept spewing that nonsense. Not to attack him in the street like some common criminal. Percy didn't move an inch. He remained standing, unflinching, like the silent witness who sees everything and forgets nothing. Fire one of the Aurors. Tell the press he acted out of personal revenge, some nonsense about a lost bet during the tournament. Let him take the blame. And from now on. His hand jerked in an angry, clipped motion. I want more discreet tactics. I want that boy to become a problem that disappears without anyone knowing how. Yes, sir. Percy inclined his head slightly before turning to leave. At that moment, the door creaked open. A tall, broad-shouldered man stepped in without bothering to knock. Percy paused for just a second, studying that brutal face. It was Goyle. Not the son who had always skulked behind Draco Malfoy at Hogwarts, but the father, an old follower of Lucius, now turned into Fudge's liaison to the pureblood families. The stump of his left arm, replaced by a black iron prosthetic engraved with runes, stood as a living reminder of the scars Einar had left on his enemies. Percy suppressed a shiver. If there was anyone in that room who represented real danger, it was that man. And he knew it. Without looking back, he finally stepped out of the office, while in his mind, details and observations piled up, information he would later pass on, with utmost care, to the report Harry and Einar would receive before midnight. Meanwhile, far from that office, Cedric Diggory walked at a calm, steady pace down a cobblestone street in an old wizarding district. The place exuded the discreet opulence of those who had always had too much money and far too little conscience. Around him, the late afternoon dyed in golden hues. No one noticed the instant his silhouette flickered under a violet shimmer. His features blurred, his body seemed to fold into itself, and then simply ceased to exist. The cloak of nocturnal shadow, given to him by Einar after taking it from Sirius, since Cedric needed it more, wrapped him in perfect invisibility and absolute silence. It wasn't an ordinary spell, even an enchanted eye like Moody's would not have been able to track him so long as he remained still. It was a dangerous mission. That was exactly why he had accepted it. The objective was clear: identify where the remnants of Voldemort's forces were regrouping. And every rumor, every clue, pointed to the old Malfoy Manor. Ever since Lucius had been killed by Einar, and Narcissa and Draco had fled to America, the abandoned mansion had turned into a haven for the most fanatical. From a narrow alleyway, Cedric watched. Every movement was carefully recorded in his enchanted notebook: names, descriptions, routines. Some were illustrious surnames that made his teeth grind, others, unknown faces that reeked of danger. And then he saw him. A man so tall he seemed like a living shadow. Black hair, brown eyes, his face covered in scars that slashed across his jaw, his neck, even his knuckles. Cedric felt a cold shiver. He didn't know his name, but the way everyone stepped aside as he passed said more than any introduction. It was as if Mad-Eye Moody had been pulled from another universe, stripped of all humanity, and set loose without a chain. Cedric held his breath. That man was too dangerous. He began to jot down every detail, when, suddenly, the stranger turned his head, slowly, with an unnatural precision. Those empty eyes locked onto the wall Cedric was using as a hiding place. The voice, rough and deep, rumbled in the deserted street. I thought, there was something here. A deadly silence fell as the man raised his wand. Cedric didn't dare blink. No. The stranger tilted his head, like a predator tasting the air. Yes. Someone's here. Cedric turned his gaze away. He knew that sometimes attention itself was a magical thread that betrayed one's position. Where are you, little rat? The man's smile spread with a quiet, vicious pleasure. To hell with it. His wand flared, and a torrent of curses exploded against the walls. The alley trembled as chunks of brick and mortar flew in all directions. Cedric rolled across the cobblestones, reactivating the cloak and swallowing a shout. For a second, he thought he had escaped. But an instant later, the stranger flicked his wand with a movement almost lazy in its precision. A spell lanced toward him like a sniper's bullet. Cedric barely had time to press his palm to the medallion at his chest. The barrier burst to life with a sputter of energy, absorbing the curse, but the rune etched into it split clean down the middle. He collapsed to his knees at the far end of the alley, gasping for air. "Fool!" he muttered, heart hammering in his ears. That was dangerous. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his eyes on the notebook. His mission was compromised. But at least he had a list. A lead. A map of enemies. I haven't failed completely. He forced himself to his feet, his silhouette blending into the shadows once more. Not this time. After visiting Hagrid, who had finally returned, it was obvious he was quite happy to have completed his mission. As he spoke with enthusiasm, he carefully removed the ebony armor Einar had given him, which still bore deep claw marks and dents. Despite the dark bruises covering his arms and a cut across his cheek, he pointed them out proudly, as if they were trophies of victory. It seemed Einar had passed on that habit of turning any wound into an epic story. He already had everything prepared for his next class, which he mentioned with an almost excited gleam in his eyes. It was going to be about Thestrals. Just hearing the word made a shiver run down Harry's spine, but he said nothing. They had to hide for a moment when Umbridge showed up at the most inconvenient time possible. The moment she laid eyes on Hagrid, she looked at him with such obvious disgust she didn't even bother to hide it. With her cloying, fake sweet voice, she announced that she would be present in his next class, to make sure everything was conducted according to standards, though from her expression it was clear she'd be much happier if she could fire him on the spot. Before leaving, she cast one last look of disdain that made it obvious her decision was already made. Meanwhile, Harry got into an altercation with a group of Slytherin students. It all started with a comment he decided to ignore, but when one of them shoved him, he couldn't hold back any longer. The argument escalated so fast that they ended up rolling on the floor, grabbing each other's robes and shouting in the middle of the corridor. When they were finally separated, he was told he was expelled from the Quidditch team. Harry was in such a foul mood that he hardly spoke to anyone the entire day. Until Neville appeared in the Great Hall, running in with his face flushed and a newspaper in his hand. "Did you see this?" he exclaimed, unfolding the front page. The headline spoke of Cedric facing off against 4 Aurors in the middle of the street and escaping arrest. Everyone fell silent, reading the details, until Umbridge's voice echoed through the walls. Through a magical megaphone, she announced that from that moment on, newspapers were forbidden inside the school. Harry noticed how some students exchanged incredulous looks. At this point, only an idiot could believe the ministry wasn't hiding something. The news lit a spark among the students. More than a few started coming up to Harry to ask if they could still join his training group. He had already been searching for a place where they could meet, but the problem was that Umbridge had surrounded herself with several Slytherin students who seemed to take pleasure in spying and causing trouble for everyone, along with Filch, who prowled around with a look of satisfaction and a list of punishments ready. "Cedric is doing something. We can't just sit back," Harry said seriously as he folded up the newspaper. "Dobby told me about a place. We have to go see it tonight." Neville nodded with determination. For Harry, the simple idea of doing something useful eased a little of the frustration that had been building up since morning. It was then that Hermione arrived, carrying a mountain of books with colorful covers, each one etched with runes and symbols. She was smiling so broadly it looked impossible she hadn't dropped them all. Vire was perched on her shoulder, lazily flapping her tiny wings. "Did you raid Professor Einar's office for his books?" Harry asked, a little surprised. "Of course not, you idiot. He gave them to me," Hermione replied proudly, before casting a teasing look toward the staff table. Fleur, who recognized the volumes, returned a look that was equal parts curious and amused. "With these, we'll be able to train the students. The professor, technically, gave us his permission." Vire fluttered her wings and flew over to Harry, who immediately reached out to catch her. The little creature nestled into his robes with a sleepy sigh, searching for her usual place to rest. That night, after checking that the room Dobby had described was perfect, with shelves, cushions, and plenty of space to practice, Harry went to bed feeling a little calmer. Even so, he still felt a tight knot of worry about Sirius and everything else that was happening. Before closing his eyes, he took the sphere Einar had given him. He didn't even have time to speak the activation incantation. Suddenly, an image formed inside it. Arthur Weasley appeared, injured, his robes soaked in blood as a massive snake coiled around him. He seemed to be trying to reach for another sphere like Harry's. "Einar, help!" Arthur managed to say, his voice trembling. Harry felt his heart slam against his ribs. He jumped out of bed and ran through the dormitory, bolting down the corridors without caring about the noise he made until he reached the area where the professor slept. Without hesitation, he began pounding on Einar's door with all his strength. "Professor! Mr. Weasley is in danger. He's being attacked," he shouted desperately. His cries woke up half the castle. The door swung open instantly, and Einar appeared, fully dressed, his face so serious that Harry fell silent on the spot. He held up the sphere, but the image had already vanished. Even so, Einar didn't ask a single question. Without wasting a moment, he turned to the fireplace in his room. Green flames erupted from the stone, and in a blink, his figure disappeared into the fire. Harry stood there staring at the place where he had been, feeling his heart finally begin to slow down. If anyone could save Arthur, it was Einar. The other doors in the corridor opened. McGonagall emerged in her flannel nightgown, her brow furrowed, but when she saw Harry's expression, her voice was gentler than usual. "Follow me, Potter," she said firmly, before striding quickly toward the headmaster's office. Chapter 110, The Gaze That Broke the Serpent. The Gaze That Broke the Serpent. A massive serpent coiled around Arthur, moving with a slow, calculated intent that seemed designed to inflict more pain than death itself. Each time it struck with its fangs, Arthur raised his hands to fend it off, though every bite tore a strangled groan from his throat. Blood soaked his sleeves, mingling with the sickly gleam of dark magic that clung to the creature. For an instant, as he struggled to stay conscious, Arthur saw someone take the crystal sphere he had managed to activate. Someone would come. He only had to endure a little longer. Then, suddenly, the serpent froze, as if receiving a silent command. Slowly, it turned its head, ready to slither back into the shadows. But before it could retreat, it realized someone was watching. There stood Einar, perfectly upright, his black cloak billowing in the wind pouring through the shattered windows. His golden eyes blazed with an inhuman gleam. They weren't the eyes of a serpent. They were something above any creature of this world. The snake, which had withstood curses and fire, fell utterly still. A tremor rippled through its body as it understood it could no longer move, that it couldn't even flee. In the span of a heartbeat, Einar's hands closed around its neck with a force no human should possess. The scaled body began to writhe as a high-pitched shriek pierced the air. And then, with a dull crack, the serpent's form exploded into a cloud of dark blood and fragments of corrupted magic that sputtered before fading into nothing. Arthur could barely keep his eyes open, but even so, he managed a weary smile when he saw him arrive. Einar didn't waste a second. He strode over, murmuring a string of healing incantations that flowed from his hands in waves of pale light. From his belt he drew several vials, some violet crystal and others amber-colored, and began carefully pouring them over the open wounds. The last one he placed in Arthur's trembling hand. "Drink. You made it in time," Arthur murmured, feeling the potion's warmth spread through his chest as the injuries began to mend. "Why didn't you use the leather armor I gave you?" Einar asked, his voice a mix of reproach and concern. His eyes remained fixed on each wound as he cast more healing spells. "I'm sorry. I gave it to Percy. He might be in danger too, being, you know." Arthur replied with a faint, awkward smile, as if he couldn't quite bring himself to say the word spy aloud. Einar sighed, though there was not a trace of reproach in his gaze. "Only understanding. It's fine. I understand. I didn't have time to give him anything when he left with Fudge. I didn't expect him to try this without warning." As he continued chanting spells that lit the room in rhythmic pulses, he heard hurried footsteps approaching down the corridor. He didn't need to turn to know who they were. "Einar, what happened here?" Kingsley demanded, stepping in with his wand raised and taking in the blood staining the floor. Behind him, Tonks stifled a gasp when she saw the creature's remains. "Is Mr. Weasley all right?" Tonks asked anxiously, moving closer to see how the torn skin was slowly knitting back together. "I'm better now," Arthur replied with a sigh, letting his head rest against the wall as the potion did its work. "Come on, help me get him back to base," Einar said firmly. Kingsley moved immediately, slipping an arm under Arthur's shoulders to help lift him. "Arthur, for Merlin's sake. Molly exclaimed, pacing the room with a face as white as parchment. Bill sat by the fire, his expression tight with worry. When they saw the figures appear through the fireplace, they rushed forward. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy," Arthur said, trying to reassure his wife as Bill took his other arm. Einar drew a small leather case and produced several potions, handing them to Molly with steady hands. "Make sure he drinks them all. He needs to replenish the blood he lost. There are no open wounds, but the venom was potent, or his resistance wasn't enough. I've neutralized most of it, but he must rest for a few days." "Yes. Thank you, Einar." "Thank you so much," Molly whispered, her voice trembling as she struggled not to cry. "We'll be going back. We can't stay away from our post too long," Kingsley said, nodding to Tonks. "Wait," Einar called, before tossing them 2 reinforced leather vests he retrieved from his inventory without further explanation. "Wear these under your clothes. Just in case." "Thanks," Tonks replied with a tired smile. With a last glance at Arthur, they stepped back into the fireplace and vanished in a swirl of green flames. Nagini. Voldemort's roar thundered through the hall like a storm rising from the bowels of hell. The stone table cracked under the pressure of his long, pale fingers, whose nails looked like the claws of a corpse. All around him, a chorus of shivers ran down the spines of the Death Eaters, who clung to silence with a terror that stank of desperation. No one dared to lift their gaze. Their master's wrath filled the air like an invisible poison, suffocating, deadlier than any curse. A dark gash split open across his forearm, deep as an abyss. From it oozed a thread of black blood, so thick it resembled rotting ink. Voldemort drew ragged breaths, each exhalation a hiss laden with hatred, while his serpentine pupils contracted with an almost inhuman fury. One Death Eater mustered enough courage to step forward. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely point his wand at the wound to cast a clumsy healing charm. Voldemort didn't move. But his eyes, burning coals of rage, never blinked as he felt the connection to his serpent dissolve into nothing. "Send someone to find out what happened to Nagini, now." His voice shattered the silence with a blade that cut into their will. Several Death Eaters nodded in jerky motions before fleeing the mansion in a rush. "Master. I believe it would be wise to summon a healer from St. Mungo's," stammered the Death Eater tending to the wound, his face livid with panic. "It's useless. Nothing can heal this. Do you think I haven't tried?" The final word became a roar before his wand erupted in a crimson blaze. Crucio. The Death Eater collapsed to his knees, convulsing, screaming with a broken voice that no longer sounded human. The others turned away as if that might spare them from sharing his fate. Voldemort held the curse for long seconds, savoring the torment like a twisted bomb. At last, he released the man with a snap of disdain. "Master, mercy." The wretch whimpered between sobs, eyes rolling back in his skull. Voldemort looked away, his lips curling in a sneer of disgust. Then, the door creaked open. A gaunt man stepped inside, his body covered in scars as if they'd been carved there with deliberate cruelty. His presence carried the sickly calm of someone who looked upon the world like a dying animal. "I don't know if this is the right moment to interrupt," he said in a deep voice, almost amused, "but it seems someone has discovered your hiding place." "Who?" Voldemort spat, his words barely a venomous whisper. "The boy from the newspapers." The man crossed the room and sat in a chair without haste, as if none of it truly concerned him. His empty eyes glimmered with a mocking light. "Send someone to silence him at once," Voldemort commanded, turning to another Death Eater. "What happened with the giants?" The chosen Death Eater swallowed hard, unable to meet his gaze. They refused us, my lord." His voice trembled so much it seemed he might collapse on the spot. "What did you say?" The silence grew thicker than the darkness seeping through the windows. They refused us. It was because of the giant that serves Dumbledore." A flash of green lit the room a heartbeat before the man's body fell lifeless to the floor. No one moved. No one breathed. "Accelerate all plans." Voldemort straightened slowly, his robes stained with a trail of black blood soaking his shoulder, a wound that would not heal. A reminder of his defeat. "Yes, master," they chorused in unison, their voices charged with fearful devotion. In the blink of an eye, the hall was nearly empty. Nearly. The scarred man still sat in the shadows, a crooked smile never reaching his eyes. He slipped a hand into his coat and drew out a wand of dark wood, its surface etched with a spiral of corroded runes and a serpent coiled along the handle. And if one looked closely, they would realize it was no ordinary serpent. Its jaws were far too wide. Its scales, far too ancient. How foolish. He murmured in a low voice, caressing the wand with long, almost tender fingers. 7 fragments, when one alone is enough. A dry laugh, devoid of any warmth, twisted across his lips. It's clear these wizards have forgotten what true power was. If only they'd been born in times when gods walked among men, when ancient magic wasn't a secret, but the language of the world itself. His voice trailed off into a whisper heavy with contempt. Then he lifted his gaze to the door, as if he could see something no one else perceived. And he smiled. Chapter 111, An Invitation to Violence. An Invitation to Violence. Cedric stood with absolute calm in the middle of an ordinary square, perfectly visible to everyone, while he brought to his mouth a handful of snacks he had bought a little earlier. Around him, several people recognized him immediately. Some approached shyly to ask for an autograph or a few words, and he offered them a patient smile before resuming his walk. He could have vanished in an instant using apparition or disappeared into the Flow network. But instead, he chose to walk, step by step, with deliberate tranquility out of town, as if he were issuing an invisible challenge to anyone who might follow him. His expression remained serene, but in his gaze there was a silent alertness. Every time his eyes swept over the alleys, the rooftops, and the shadows between the houses, it was as if he registered every tiny detail. "Well, you certainly took your time," he said suddenly, stopping in the middle of the road. His voice rang out clearly in the warm afternoon air. "I've been wandering around for hours, just to see who would dare to show up." He slowly turned his head, and his golden gaze fixed on a small cluster of trees not far away. From the gloom emerged a tall man, his brow furrowed and jaw clenched. He didn't say a word. He simply raised a hand in a silent signal. 2 more figures appeared at his sides, closing a semicircle around Cedric. "So." Cedric inclined his head, his tone a feigned calm. "Are you the ones Fudge sent, or did Voldemort send you?" At the sound of that name, all 3 of them flinched as if they'd just been struck across the face. Surprise and fear flashed across their features like a whip crack. "Fudge, then," Cedric concluded softly. Without taking his eyes off them, he brought a hand to his belt. Slowly, he drew his wand and, in the same motion, pulled out a slender dagger, its runes sparking with blue electric discharges. His expression turned as cold as steel. "If this is an assassination attempt, I hope you're ready to die." Assassination," one of the men stammered, his voice cracking with nerves. His fingers trembled as he tried to raise his wand. "We don't want to kill you, kid, just rough you up a bit. We were paid for that, nothing more." "Shut your damn mouth," growled the one who seemed to be the leader, shooting him a furious glare. "He's got a dagger. He looks dangerous." "I don't want him sticking me with that thing," the other protested, taking a step back. "He's just a brat," insisted the leader, trying to sound confident. "But he beat 4 Aurors. He was in all the newspapers." The third man murmured, swallowing hard. "That was an exaggeration," the leader snapped brusquely, though his voice cracked more with every word. "You know how newspapers are, anything to sell copies." "Actually," Cedric interrupted, his voice suddenly sounding from behind them, "it was exactly the opposite." The leader froze. His eyes went wide as he tried to turn, but before he managed it, he felt a dry impact at the base of his skull. The other 2 tensed, raising their wands, but Cedric had already vanished. A second later, a spell exploded into the second man's chest, launching him into the air before he collapsed unconscious in the grass. The third, completely terrified, spun in place and began firing curses at any shadow that moved. Suddenly, he felt a cold edge pressing against the skin of his neck. "If you move, you're dead," Cedric whispered, his voice as sharp as a blade. "Tell me who paid you." "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Just don't hurt me, it was only to scare you, I swear," the man squealed, dropping his wand as his shoulders shook with fear. Cedric let out a sigh, disappointed. It was then that he heard the dry crack of an apparition. A few meters away, a woman with pink hair appeared in a flash, looking around until her eyes settled on him. "Well, handsome, seems you're more dangerous than I thought," Tonks said with a grin as she surveyed the 2 unconscious idiots. "They're thugs hired by Fudge to scare me," Cedric replied, a slight note of irritation in his voice. "Perfect," Tonks replied breezily. "They'll come in handy, unless they prefer to end up in Aszkaban, of course." "I'll tell everything, I swear," the man sobbed, not daring to move an inch. Looks like we've just secured a nice bargaining chip, Tonks commented with satisfaction, pulling out a pair of shackles that began to float toward the bodies. Let's hope our little friend here left enough traces to tie this to Fudge, Cedric said calmly, sheathing the dagger and wand. The problem is, he'll probably be suspicious again. We'll have to let one of his plans succeed, to throw him off, Tonks replied quietly as she scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, both of them tensed. Without a word, they vanished and reappeared several meters away, just as several green curses struck the ground where they had been standing. Well, looks like the real ones have arrived, Tonks said gravely, eyeing the hooded figures beginning to surround them. They all wore black robes and Death Eater masks. Damn. I said his name, Cedric muttered, frowning. Well, to be honest, I thought it didn't work. Professor Einar tried it several times, but they never showed up. They'd have to be stupid to go anywhere near Einar, Tonks replied, jaw tight. They surely know exactly where he is at all times, and no one with a brain would try provoking him. Cedric drew a deep breath as the 5 Death Eaters raised their wands in perfect unison. Looks like we've caught 2 little lambs, one of them sneered. You should have run when you had the chance. Now that we've raised anti-apparition wards, you'll regret it. Run. Cedric tilted his head, his gaze turning so cold it chilled the air. We were waiting for you. In a single motion, he unsheathed his dagger again. Mocking laughter burst out among the Death Eaters. And what are you going to do with that, boy? This is a wizard's duel, one of them roared, raising his wand. Avada Kedavra. Cedric rolled across the ground with feline agility and lifted his wand. Aura of Stender. A flash of radiant light burst around him, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. In the midst of the glare, there was a whistling sound slicing through the air. Ugh, one of the Death Eaters groaned before collapsing with the dagger buried in his chest. The brilliance faded, and the weapon flew back into Cedric's hand, which he caught with icy composure. Damned, screamed another as Tonks raised an improvised wall of earth. This way, she ordered, taking cover. Cedric dashed behind the barricade just as spells began hammering it in rapid succession. I still haven't mastered this, but... Conjure Flame Atronak, he said in a firm voice. Beside him, a dark portal tore open with a deep roar, as if an abyss had ripped through reality. From within emerged a towering creature, a demon wreathed in living fire that bathed the clearing in orange light. Without hesitation, the Atronak bellowed and unleashed a torrent of flame toward the Death Eaters. Instantly, 2 of them redirected their wands to focus all their attacks on the creature. Curses and jets of water streaked through the air, exploding against the demon's blazing form. I see you're pretty good, Tonks called from behind the wall, peeking out just enough to grin. The Atronak suddenly turned, confused by the conflicting orders, and blasted a wave of fire in her direction. That's what I meant, Cedric sighed, sheathing the dagger and drawing a short sword with a dark blade. As he raised it in a guard position, his figure began to blur until he was nearly invisible. One of the Death Eaters kept conjuring fiercely, sending blasts of icy water that finally pierced the Atronak's burning chest. The demon let out a shriek and exploded in a cloud of embers. The other 2 focused on breaking down the wall of earth that separated them. Bombarda Maxima, one of them roared, his voice charged with hatred. The barricade exploded in a burst of stones and dirt. Tonks rolled aside, raising a magical shield that sparked under the impact of several spells. Crucio, another screamed as Tonks' dove left again, barely avoiding the crimson bolt that grazed her arm. Bombarda, she retorted, firing an explosive curse that one Death Eater deflected easily, smirking in contempt. Meanwhile, the wizard who had destroyed the Atronak was breathing hard but kept his wand aloft. His companions looked equally hardened, their coordination revealed they were no common thugs. Avada Ko. That Death Eater never finished the curse. A gush of blood spilled from his mouth as he looked down, horrified, and saw the tip of a sword protruding from his chest. Cedric materialized behind him, one hand steady on the hilt. The other 2 turned at the same time to strike, but Cedric looked up, his eyes blazing with ruthless determination. Firestorm, he whispered. The ground beneath his feet ignited with a deafening roar. A blast of flames erupted outward in all directions, hurling the 2 Death Eaters through the air. The one he had stabbed was caught in the inferno, motionless, as his body was consumed beyond saving. Cedric pulled the sword free and stepped back, staggering. The magic was burning through his veins, draining every last scrap of strength. Tonks threw herself at him and knocked him to the ground just in time, as a green bolt of light skimmed their backs. Together, they rolled behind a fallen tree. The two surviving Death Eaters struggled to their feet with unsteady movements. Their cloaks were smoldering in tatters, and their masks had melted, revealing faces twisted with hatred. "Damned brats," one screamed in a broken voice, raising his wand to cast a spell brimming with fury. But before he could conjure anything, a beam of light struck him square in the chest. The impact flung him several meters back, slamming him into a tree trunk with a dull thud. The last Death Eater stared wide-eyed at the scene. Suddenly, without thinking, he turned and bolted, blood streaming from cuts all over his body. 3 spells, fired from different directions, hit him in the back almost simultaneously. His body jerked like a ragdoll before collapsing onto the grass. No one could tell whether he was unconscious or dead. "You got here just in time," Tonks said with a sigh, rising from the ground. Her eyes fixed on the figures emerging from the trees. Mad-Eye Moody advanced with his heavy gait and a face set in grim lines. Beside him walked Remus Lupin, Frank Longbottom, and Alice Longbottom. Alice was the first to reach Cedric, beginning to trace healing charms over him, though he wasn't badly hurt physically, his problem was magical exhaustion. "You did well," Moody said, inclining his head in approval as he approached the unconscious Death Eater he'd personally felled. The other bodies, charred beyond recognition, no longer moved. Remus and Frank began stuffing them into an enchanted trunk to remove all evidence before any witnesses arrived. Cedric looked over the battlefield. The smell of blood and scorched flesh mixed with the smoke. A knot rose in his throat, and he bent over, vomiting into the grass. "First time?" Moody asked in his grave voice, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Yeah, obviously," Cedric replied, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand, revulsion in his eyes. "You did well, held off the disgust until the end. If you'd started vomiting mid-fight, you'd be dead," Moody said without a trace of irony. "I have a good teacher," Cedric muttered, though he immediately wondered if that was something to be proud of. "Come on," Remus said, approaching with a weary sigh. "Let's see what we can get out of this bastard." While they bound the only living prisoner, the others continued their work with grim efficiency. When everything was cleaned up, they left in silence, before anyone else dared to come near. Chapter 112, The Inquisitor's Last Mistake. The Inquisitor's Last Mistake. Here are the names of all the people who met with Fudge this month. I've gone through every record. Many of them have clear ties to former Death Eaters. Cedric set the list down on the table, his fingers trembling slightly as the members of the order leaned in to look at the parchment. The silence that followed grew thick, almost suffocating. "Do you think they might be controlling him?" he finally asked, lifting his gaze to the others, clear worry in his eyes. "No," Sirius replied, his tone laced with scorn, his eyes fixed on the list as if he could set it aflame just by staring at it. "That coward doesn't need anyone pulling his strings. He only wants to protect his own interests. For him, Voldemort hasn't returned, or he simply refuses to accept it. And you know how much weight the pureblood family's money carries." Remus ran a hand over his unshaven beard before glancing to the corner, where Mad-Eye Moody sat with his back rigid and his jaw clenched tight. "Were you able to get anything out of them?" Remus asked, his voice lower, almost wary. Moody lifted his eyes for an instant, and an unpleasant gleam flickered across them. "No. He's dead," he said flatly. "He killed himself." "What?" several voices exclaimed at once. Disbelief mixed with a collective shudder. After all, Death Eaters could be arrogant fanatics, but they were not known for ending their own lives so easily. There was a curse on his tongue. Something I'd never seen before. Moody's voice kept its usual rasp, but anyone could tell that this unsettled him more than he cared to admit. "And the 3 idiots we caught?" Tonks interjected, frowning deeply. "They don't know anything useful. I interrogated them separately. Even so, I sent someone to track down the wizard they met with. Maybe we'll learn something before he vanishes." Moody shook his head slowly, as if he still struggled to accept how tangled it had all become. "Cowards," Sirius spat, the word edged with contained rage. His hardened expression revealed the frustration of fighting a war that was no longer waged openly, but in shadows and half-truths. "Well, you lot came in when everything was already burning," Moody murmured, his voice slower, carrying that rough calm only old veterans possessed. "But in the beginning, it was the same. No one wanted to admit what was happening. Although I don't remember them being this meticulous." Frank cleared his throat before raising his eyes. "And what about Einar?" he asked with a trace of unease. "I heard him say he was going to look into something about the Dementors. Does he plan to go to Aszkaban?" Only he would think to walk into the lair of those things willingly, Sirius muttered, a tense smile that didn't reach his eyes twisting his mouth. Let's not count on Einar too much right now, Moody said, his voice becoming a grave echo in the room. He's busy trying to make sure his students learn how to truly survive. We know, Sirius sighed, sounding more tired than he intended. A flicker of pride softened his expression. Those kids will be the future, after all. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts. Harry, Hermione, and Neville were walking down the corridors, their expressions tense, rage simmering just beneath their skin. Another run-in with Umbridge had just ended, another reminder that in their own school, the air itself was poisoned beyond cleansing. All because of that absurd rule forbidding them from speaking to teachers unless it concerned academics. But as they turned a corner, they stumbled onto something worse. A first-year student, barely more than a child, sat on the floor with his face drenched in tears, while Fred and George Weasley tried to soothe him. George was gripping the boy's wrist tightly, crimson blood dripping onto the stone in alarming rivulets. A red potion sizzled where it met the open wound, but it still refused to close. He's the fifth one this week, Neville whispered, his eyes wide with horror. Fred looked up as they approached. His usually mischievous face was marked by a severity that seemed unnatural coming from him. I don't think we can hide this much longer, guys, he said hoarsely. The professor is going to find out, if he doesn't already know. And if he does, he's probably about to cause an apocalypse. Harry, we have to tell him, Hermione insisted, her voice vibrating with pure determination. Harry clenched his jaw. Inside him churned the helpless fury of knowing he could do nothing. He had thought of psychological tactics to break Umbridge down, but that woman was something worse than a monster, she was a coward with power. A detestable combination. There's no need, came a voice behind them. They all spun around at once, a chill racing down their spines. Einar stood there. Without his mask. His crystalline white hair fell loose over his shoulders, gleaming in the torchlight. But it was his eyes that stole their breath, two golden abysses blazing with reptilian pupils. His face, so perfect it could have been carved by ancient gods, was twisted by a primordial fury. Professor. Hermione stammered, her voice trembling. I was aware, Einar whispered, and the stones beneath their feet vibrated with the low power in his voice. But you all worked so hard to hide it. I respected your will. Your tenacity did not allow me to intervene. Until now. His gaze dropped to the sobbing child. But to attack little ones who don't even grasp the cruelty that hangs over them. His voice broke into a murmur that made the suits of armor quiver and the portraits shiver on their walls. That I will not allow. He turned. Every step thundered through the corridor, his black cloak flaring behind him like a dragon's tail. With each footfall, the marble floor cracked, leaving burning fissures that glowed red, as if the very foundations of the castle trembled in fear of him. At that same moment, in the woods surrounding Hogwarts, dozens of hooded witches and wizards straightened with grave expressions. This was the signal they had waited for. Like shadows, they began to converge on the castle. Inside, professors and students felt the quaking and knew that this time, Einar's fury would not be a whisper. It would be a cataclysm. No one dared remain seated, the halls filled with hurried footsteps, anxious looks, and trembling wands. In Umbridge's office, the woman suddenly felt as if an ocean of ice had been dumped over her. A reptilian, ancestral fear hollowed out her lungs and forced her to her knees. Gasping, she crawled toward the fireplace, fumbling for the Flo powder with numb fingers. But it was too late. One of the stone walls exploded inward, hurling debris and dust across the room. Umbridge shrieked like a wounded animal, clumsily raising her wand. And there he stood. Einar stepped forward, the moonlight washing over his silhouette. His beauty was so overwhelming it almost hurt to look at him. A marble face, the bearing of a warrior god. And those eyes, two golden suns blazing with limitless hatred. You. I am the Inquisitor sent by the Ministry, Umbridge stammered, as a sour stench seeped from her clothes. The fear hollowed her out so completely she could barely remain standing. I let you play your little games, Einar said, his voice deep and cold, because I trusted my students to tear down your farce with their own strength. Because your attacks were aimed at me, and at Dumbledore. But you crossed the line. An instant of silence. Then came a deadly hiss. 50 daggers materialized in the air, gleaming with a sickly crimson light. They flew like a swarm of serpents and pierced Umbridge's hands, calves, and shoulders with surgical precision. The impacts were dry and brutal. No blood spilled, but each blade pulsed, transmitting such searing pain that her scream echoed down the hallway. Aha! The daggers throbbed like crazed hearts. The flesh around each wound blackened, but she remained conscious, trapped in endless agony. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an insect, Einar murmured, looking down at her with a contempt so pure it seemed divine. Behind him, the corridor filled with wizards in combat robes, wands raised. Among them, students who had come running, ready to protect their professor. Einar didn't even glance at them. Dren, he said calmly. From a fold of shadows, the demon butler emerged, his silhouette darker than the deepest night. His mere presence made several aurors recoil in terror. She is yours. From now on, you will watch over my students. Support them. Help Harry, Hermione, and Neville, Einar ordered, his tone so frigid the temperature seemed to plummet. Yes, sir, Dren replied with a respectful bow before gliding toward Umbridge, whose eyes bulged in absolute panic. No. No. Help me. You, do something, she shrieked, but her voice was little more than a ragged croak. The aurors began to fire spells. Einar didn't move. He lifted one hand, and with a single gesture, they all froze in place. He drew a deep breath. Then his roar exploded like thunder, shaking every stone of the castle and rolling across the sky all the way to Hogsmeade. In this castle are my students. If any of them are harmed by your government's stupid war, I will destroy this country. And I will kill every last one of the responsible cowards. If my students ever need my help, shout my name to the sky. Einar raised his face. And when he spoke the final word, the heavens seemed to split in a golden blaze. Dovahkiin. A luminous wave spread outward like a blessing. Every student felt a shiver of power and a protective warmth settle deep in their hearts. Einar lowered his gaze. The aurors clutched their heads, stunned and pale. You wanted to send me to Aszkaban, he murmured, a mocking gleam flickering in his eyes. Don't worry. I will go find you myself. He lifted both hands. The air tore open like canvas, revealing a crackling rift brimming with impossible power. He stepped through it, and in the instant he vanished, every protective barrier around Hogwarts detonated in a thunderous crash that shook the very foundations. The aurors remained frozen, trembling before the devastating evidence that they had unleashed something far worse than any Dark Lord. We have to warn the minister, one whispered, his voice breaking. Maybe we've just created an enemy more dangerous than Voldemort himself, another muttered under his breath. The students, meanwhile, stood in stunned silence. Fred and George were the first to break it, nervous grins spreading across their faces. That was monstrously brilliant, they said in unison. And no one there dared to disagree. Because everyone knew that the only reason that demon hadn't slaughtered them all, was the love he held for his students. But soon enough, even the pure-blood families would understand they had awakened something they could never have imagined in their darkest nightmares. Einar withdrew. Because sometimes, letting the serpent believe it is safe, is the only way to cut off its head. Chapter 113, The Fall of Aszkaban. The Fall of Aszkaban. Ha 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 ha, he's completely insane, exclaimed Sirius, letting out a wild laugh as he waved the newspaper in the air with a joy that bordered on euphoria. The other members of the order, who had only just begun arriving for the meeting, froze with expressions of bewilderment before silently stepping closer to look. Bill was the first to take the paper in tense hands. Oi, is this serious? He murmured, reading each line in disbelief. One by one, the others widened their eyes, caught between stunned horror and a grimace that was trying to pass for a smile. By Merlin. Molly whispered, her voice trembling as the black letters seemed to devour her with their threat. Ha ha ha. Moody let out a rough bark of laughter, sharing Sirius's incredulity. Attack on Aszkaban. The island has been seized by a wizard of unknown power. No survivors reported among the Dementors who guarded it. Extreme caution advised. The Ministry is preparing an emergency operation to confront an enemy potentially more dangerous than the Dark Lord himself. Approximately 2 days ago, the Dementors drifted in the air, their presence corrupting every last shred of hope in the prisoners. Among the freezing currents that coiled around the fortress, thousands of those creatures were preparing to withdraw under Voldemort's orders. Then, all of them stopped. Without warning, in absolute silence, every Dementor turned its hollow face in the same direction, as if some ancient instinct compelled them to acknowledge that something older and more devastating than themselves was approaching. A golden radiance appeared on the horizon, swelling until it swallowed the night. And there, hovering above the stormy sea, a being with luminous wings watched the scene with a contempt so absolute that even the ocean itself shuddered. Einar. A dragon who walked like a man. Or a man who could become a god. His silhouette advanced without haste. Each step he took through the air was a sentence written in fire and blood. He allowed the Dementors to surround him, dozens, hundreds, thousands of starving shadows swirling into a black vortex that blotted out the entire world. They did not see a single soul but hundreds merged together, an ancient choir of dragons whose memories pulsed within his heart. Even for the Dementors, it was a feast impossible to resist. Einar's voice rose, deep and resonant, making the waves rise like walls and the black tower of Aszkaban groan with a metallic wail. Aura of Stender. And within the darkness, light was born. A radiant sun detonated in the midst of the swarm, so brilliant it made the horizon tremble. The air ignited. The sea began to boil. The agonized chorus of the Dementors thundered across the sky as their bodies combusted, dissolving into pure ash. The prisoners, buried in their cells, felt for a moment the warmth and clarity. Some, too frail to understand, believed they had died and awakened in another world. In the tower, the Aurors reacted. Their staves lifted as one, activating barriers inscribed in stone and blood for centuries. A swarm of runes blazed in a last act of defense. But Einar kept walking. His silhouette passed through the shields as if they were veils of smoke. Every seal, every incantation, every defense woven through generations shattered into tiny fragments that disappeared on the wind. He stopped at the very heart of Aszkaban, the exact center of the labyrinth. His eyes, golden and searing, opened wide. Joel Hadav. The command rang out like thunder, echoing so powerfully that even the rocks bowed. In an instant, every living thing, man, beast, spectre, fell to their knees, crushed by a force they could not comprehend. Even the sea recoiled. Those who are free of sin, stand. His voice was a divine decree. Only a handful of trembling figures managed to rise. It was not courage. It was not pride. It was the confirmation that Einar did not lie. Before him, no one could pretend innocence. He nodded, and dozens of red tendrils emerged from his shadow. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around those spared and lifted them from the ground, carrying them away to an uncertain fate. Silence returned. Then, his gaze turned colder still. Luin Kriaus. The entire world darkened. Death itself walked with Einar as his aura unfurled in all directions. Not a single soul was untouched. Every criminal, every murderer, every servant of Voldemort collapsed without a final breath. An absolute cleansing. An execution without glory. When it was done, Einar rose to the tower's pinnacle. His human form reappeared, exhausted from maintaining his draconic shape for so long. Even so, he noted coolly that he could sustain it longer each time. From above, he surveyed the stillness of the island, now empty of all evil. With this, no one else will join the war, he declared, his voice so calm that even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Let's see how brave you are without an army, Tom Riddle. He took a step forward. Of course, he would allow his students to witness the war with their own eyes. They would learn not to fear it. But he would never tolerate the enemy having enough power to harm even one of them. Indeed, Einar would begin tearing every hiding place of dark wizards out by the roots. One by one. Because only if the war erupted fully, would it finally end. And he would not allow his students to live years in fear in a cowardly world. As they say, war makes strong men. Peace breeds weakness. Einar was harsh. Implacable. But no one could ever say he was not just. During the Christmas holidays, everyone gathered at Sirius's house. That dark mansion was suddenly filled with an unexpected warmth as they started hanging decorations, lighting candles, and setting the table with wooden plates, steaming mugs, and enchanted garlands that changed color. It was an excuse to celebrate, yes, but also to be together and make sure Mr. Weasley was all right. Even though they had been told he was out of danger, everyone still carried the worry like a stone in their throats, especially the Weasley brothers, who paced back and forth without knowing where to put their hands. But when they reached the dining room and saw him sitting there, calm, eating with an appetite that left no doubt, they all let out a collective sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha, looks like the professor has gone mad," said Fred, leaning back in his chair, laughing as he clutched his stomach with both hands. He was holding the newspaper open, the enormous headline legible from meters away. "Don't say that," protested Hermione, frowning with a scolding tone that couldn't quite hide her unease. What do you think he did with the prisoners? Asked George, peering over his brother's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. We're talking about Einar, what do you think he did? Sirius chimed in, joining the conversation as he poured more tea. His expression was a mix of respect and resignation. Moody found many wizards and witches who'd been prisoners, in a village near the coast. Apparently, they were the ones who turned out to be innocent. Harry lifted his gaze from the tablecloth. That way, Voldemort won't have any more followers escaping to strengthen his army. Exactly, Sirius agreed calmly. A brief silence followed, broken only by the crackle of the fireplace and the tinkling of an ornament. Though I would have liked to spend Christmas with the professor, Hermione murmured, lowering her gaze as her voice grew softer. He's doing it for us, Harry said before he could stop himself. His own words seemed so certain that he could hardly believe he'd spoken them. Because deep down, he was starting to see the pattern in every one of Einar's steps. He and Neville, training without rest, learning to move with precision, to think like hunters instead of prey. Then, Einar stepping back a little, leaving them space to stumble and stand up on their own. And now, marching to Aszkaban, not just to purge the rot but to remove himself from the board and force Voldemort to reveal all his pieces. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. He also remembered that before leaving, Einar had left a safeguard in Hogwarts. Dren. And a warning that no one dared ignore. Even though it always seems like he solves everything with his fists. I have to admit that when he starts strategizing, he's even scarier, Sirius remarked, with a crooked smile as he leaned back in his chair. Maybe because solving everything with fists is easier, and faster, Harry replied, raising an eyebrow and letting out a short laugh that eased the tension in the room. No one argued with that conclusion. Because, though each of them said it in a different tone, they all knew it was true. I knew he was dangerous, I said it from the start, roared Fudge, slamming both hands onto the desk. The papers shuddered, a sea of documents and complaints from pureblood families demanding answers about their relatives imprisoned in Aszkaban, asking if they were still alive. That infuriated him more than anything else. Every letter, every grievance, every accusing stare pointed straight at him, as if everyone had forgotten that he had spent years warning about that man no one could control. Arrest Dumbledore. He hired him. He knew perfectly well he was a monster, hold him responsible for everything, now, he shouted, his voice cracking with panic and fury as he jabbed a trembling finger into the air. Percy, who stood there with unshakable composure, nodded once before turning on his heel and walking out with decisive steps. Wait, Fudge barked, stopping him with a brusque gesture. His feverish gaze lit up with a glint of calculation. I'll go myself. If I can capture him, if I can put that old man in custody, I'll clear part of my name. Shall I call someone to accompany you, or do you believe you alone can face Dumbledore? Percy asked in a tone so serene that to Fudge, it sounded like mockery. But when he looked into Percy's expressionless face, his bloated ego decided it must have been a genuine question. Bring Shacklebolt, and a couple more Aurors. I don't think that old man has the strength to resist, but, better to be sure, Fudge said, trying to make his voice sound firm. Yes, sir, Percy replied before disappearing down the corridor. Shortly after, the group assembled, 20 Aurors with wands raised, surrounding the headmaster's office like a silent army. Fudge, Shacklebolt, Percy, and another Auror advanced in the vanguard. The door opened with an almost solemn whisper. Dumbledore was there, seated behind his desk, his hands folded, wearing the calm expression of someone who had seen everything. Cornelius, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He asked calmly, as if they'd simply come for tea. Don't play dumb, Dumbledore. Fudge snapped, his voice brittle. Your professor took Aszkaban, attacked Dolores, and has now disappeared. All of this happened under your watch. It is true, Dumbledore conceded with a sigh that sounded too serene. It seems I am getting old. I no longer hear everything as I used to. I warned you. I told you to fire that man. But you insisted on keeping him here, and look at the result. This is all your fault. Fudge bellowed, stamping the floor with the tip of his cane. It is, Dumbledore admitted with a serenity that chilled the air. Even for me, Einar was difficult to control. Although, if it's any comfort, he always cared about the students. For an instant, his blue eyes lost their gentle sparkle and turned so cold and ancient that everyone felt a shiver in their stomachs. Fudge was the first to look away. I apologize for that, Dumbledore added, returning to the calm tone that was so characteristic of him. Shacklebolt, Dolish, escort Dumbledore. Take him into custody, Fudge ordered, trying to keep the tremor out of his voice. Sir. Aszkaban. Percy murmured cautiously. I know. Fudge wiped a hand over his sweat-soaked hair. For now, take him to a cell in the ministry. There we will try him for conspiracy and sedition, he added, regaining his satisfied smile. Ah, though I would love to spend some time at the ministry, Dumbledore said as he rose with all the dignity in the world, just like my professor, I have no intention of remaining in a cell. In that instant, Fawkes took flight from his perch. The phoenix beat his wings with a crystalline song and settled on Dumbledore's shoulder. The headmaster clapped once, softly. A blinding flare exploded around them. The wave of heat shoved everyone backward like leaves in the wind. When the brilliance faded, Dumbledore was gone without a trace. For several seconds, no one moved. Only the crackle of embers remained in the room, and the faint scent of clean air and ash. Shacklebolt was the first to break the silence. You may not like it, Minister, he said, brushing the dust from his coat with deliberate calm, but you can't deny that everyone in this school has style. If you're wondering why all of this is happening at Christmas, which is only halfway through the school year, it's because my idea is not to have Harry waste an entire school year hunting for those damn Horcruxes. I, just like Voldy, care about his education. Ha ha ha. Chapter 114, Winter Redemption. Winter Redemption. It's good that we can finally spend Christmas together, the way it should be, Sirius said, a warm smile directed at Harry. His eyes shone with a glimmer that was hard to describe, as if, in that moment, an avalanche of memories had been set free in his mind. Some were dark, laden with despair and loneliness, 12 long years in that wretched place that seemed to devour his soul. But others were precious. Christmases at the Potter's house, filled with laughter and embraces, with James acting the clown while Lily prepared hot chocolate. For a moment, it all seemed to return, just within reach. Yeah, and now you won't have to be on the run, Harry replied, returning the smile, feeling a sense of relief settling in his chest like a bomb. It was the first time he thought that maybe everything was starting to fit, to heal. He no longer had to go back to the Dursleys or stay at Hogwarts pretending it didn't bother him to spend the holidays alone. This time, he truly was part of a family. It's strange to see you so sentimental, Lupin commented softly, eyeing his old friend with an amused expression. Beside him, Tonks appeared, leaning in toward Sirius, her eyes gleaming mischievously and a barely contained smile on her lips. Are you going to cry? She asked, raising an eyebrow as she pulled a camera out of some impossible pocket. She held it up, ready to capture the moment. Of course not. Sirius protested in exasperation. Unable to hide his embarrassment, he stepped over to Tonks and ruffled her hair vigorously. Get off, you idiot, she squealed, shoving him away with both hands as she tried unsuccessfully to fix her hair. In another corner of the room, Hermione was quietly sipping juice, her fingers playing with the rim of her glass while her gaze drifted among the softly twinkling lights. What's wrong? Ginny asked as she sat down beside her, her voice curious but tinged with concern. Nothing. I was just thinking about why the professor couldn't come, even though we're protected by the Fidelius, Hermione murmured with a sigh, trying not to show how much it really affected her. Well, I suppose he's doing something important. A lot of the Order are still working, even on Christmas, Ginny said in a tone meant to be reassuring. I know. I just needed to complain a little, Hermione confessed, slowly turning her glass and watching how the liquid caught the glints of candlelight. You really like him, don't you? Ginny asked, leaning in with a knowing smile. Hermione sat up straight at once, her face flushing with nervousness. You're very easy to read. Anyone with eyes could see it, Ginny said with a stifled laugh. The problem is, you've got competition. Fleur Delacour, she added in a conspiratorial tone. She's not very good at hiding it either. Humph. Even so, I'm not going to give up, Hermione declared with determination, as her pride and competitive spirit flared back to life. Then I'll be cheering you on, Ginny said, giving her a little nudge before laughing. Neither of them noticed Ron a few steps away, standing rigid with a tense expression and clenched fists. Without saying a word, he turned and slipped away down the hall, disappearing in silence. After that wonderful Christmas Eve, a couple of days passed filled with laughter and conversation until the time came to return to the station. The group moved together, the Order discreetly watching the surroundings. Sirius kept walking beside Harry, speaking with the enthusiasm of someone who finally had a chance to reclaim the years that had been stolen. Do you still have the crystal sphere Einar gave you? Sirius asked, throwing him a curious glance. Yeah. I forgot to give it back last time, Harry admitted, taking it carefully out of his pocket. Perfect. That way you can contact me whenever you need to, Sirius said with a touch of gallantry, producing his own sphere and spinning it between his fingers with practiced elegance. Why is yours cracked? Harry asked, frowning at the fracture running through it. Because this idiot was practicing that spell over and over and ended up throwing it, Tonks interjected, suddenly appearing behind him with a mischievous grin. Before Sirius could protest, she slipped away quickly to avoid having her hair ruffled again. Ahem. It only fell once, Sirius muttered, scratching his cheek with feigned indifference. And, how's the mask coming along, he added quickly, eager to change the subject. I think I've finished it, but it feels like something's missing. And Professor Einar isn't around to tell us what, Harry explained, shaking his head, frustration creeping in. I'm sure you'll figure it out yourselves. Don't worry so much, Sirius said, giving him a confident pat on the shoulder. I hope so, Harry murmured, tucking the sphere safely away. Finally, when they reached the platform in front of the express, everyone said their farewells with long hugs and words that were hard to let go of. Even Ron, who had been distant, hugged each of the adults with a strange look on his face, as if needing to make sure everything was still in place. But the moment he climbed into the train, he vanished again, leaving behind a silence no one knew quite how to interpret. Is it that bad? Asked a low, muted voice that resonated softly among the cold stone walls. From behind the bars, two pale, ancient eyes focused attentively on the hunched figure of his old friend, the one who, decades ago, had defeated him and locked him away in that place. But in his gaze, there was no hatred. Only a weary resignation. Grindelwald leaned against the bars of his cell, waiting for an answer he perhaps feared to hear. It is. Dumbledore exhaled slowly, as though every word cost him a fragment of his soul. He was seated on a rough wooden bench, his back slightly bowed under an invisible weight. His silver hair, more disheveled than he would ever have allowed in public, fell over his face. And his expression was that of a man who had spent far too long restraining a storm of thoughts with an ironclad acclimacy. Perhaps. I have less time left than Einar warned me, he added in a hoarse voice. His hands trembled faintly in his lap. I fear that the next time we meet, if it ever comes, I won't be myself anymore. A nearly reverent silence stretched between them. Grindelwald lowered his gaze, as if searching for something among the shadows on the stone floor. Was it worth it, Albus? He asked with unusual solemnity, slowly raising his eyes. All your sacrifices. Every plan you made, everything you did. Dumbledore's shoulders seemed to sink even further. For an instant, his mask of serenity cracked, revealing a flicker of something that looked very much like panic. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded broken. No. It wasn't worth it. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears before he managed to recover that glacial stoicism that allowed him to remain standing. His gaze drifted for a moment to the elder wand, which he held as if it were burning his palm. Do you remember the past, Gellert? When we were young, when we believed we could forge our own destiny, change the world with our hands, protect all witches and wizards from ignorance and fear. He murmured bitterly. Very noble thoughts, for two arrogant fools, Grindelwald replied, letting out a smile so faint it barely creased his withered face. Dumbledore swallowed hard. His lips pressed into a thin, harsh line. I didn't just interfere in a child's life. Perhaps, it was all pointless. All this time, all these years, this entire struggle, for ideals that, in the end, were just another form of ego. At last, he raised his eyes, and his voice cracked again. I am no better than Tom. Grindelwald fell silent. There was nothing he could say to absolve him, no words that could ease the weight of that guilt. And he knew it. That was why he didn't attempt to console him or contradict him. He only spoke with the tiredness of someone who had seen too many winters. You regret something. You only get like this, when that happens. Two things. Dumbledore drew in a slow breath, as though the air itself resisted entering his lungs. The first, you already know. And the second, was not letting that boy grow up the way he wanted. He stood up with deliberate slowness, every movement heavy with solemnity. He took a few steps toward the cell door, but before he vanished into the shadows, Grindelwald's voice crossed the silence once more. Albus. He stopped without turning around. The dark cloak rippled faintly with the rhythm of his breathing. I'm sorry, for that time, Gellert said with a sincerity so calm that, for a moment, it was impossible to remember that this man had once brought all of Europe to its knees. Dumbledore didn't answer. He couldn't. He simply kept walking, moving away with slow steps until he was swallowed by the darkness. Outside the fortress, beneath the salt-laden mist swirling over the sea, he turned back one last time. His eyes seemed to ignite with a melancholy light. "I will do everything I can, as one final apology to my students," he whispered before vanishing in a dry crackle of apparition. Einar was sitting with absolute composure upon an improvised throne, carved from the black stones of the prison once known as the most secure and feared place in the entire wizarding world. His figure, framed by a strange glow, looked almost like a myth given flesh. He rested his elbow on the arm of the throne, his chin upon his hand, while his green eyes followed every detail of the spectacle before him. All around, the scene was a perfect contrast of chaos and order. Hundreds of creatures moved with relentless discipline. Seekers, those shapeless beings with glistening skin and tentacles slithering silently, gathered fallen stones and broken bars as though they weighed nothing. Farther away, dozens of black-boned skeletons lifted beams with impossible strength, carrying entire structures to other corridors. And among them all, a Drago priest in grey robes chanted arcane spells, twisting the walls and molding new cells with a solemn precision that bordered on the sacred. Only a Dragonborn could command that legion of horrors and wonders with such effortless calm. His eyes glowed with the certainty of someone who knew that no force in that place could ever challenge him. Einar had no intention of staying in Aszkaban forever. But if he was to occupy this space for a while, he would rather transform it into something worthy of a king than allow it to remain the pit of rot where Dementor sprouted like mushrooms. When he left, he would return the place to its original function, though reinforced with protections the ministry could hardly dream of. No innocent would ever be thrown there again by whim. No prisoner would ever escape without paying an impossible price. But that was a matter for later. His eyes narrowed suddenly. A green glint flickered across his gaze as a tingle ran down his spine. His senses, sharpened beyond the limits of any human, told him that something was approaching. Something whose nature he could not yet discern. Perhaps an enemy. Perhaps an ally. But certainly, something that even he would find surprising. Chapter 115, The Price of a Betrayal. The Price of a Betrayal. A couple of days had passed since the end of the hectic Christmas holidays. Hogwarts breathed a strange silence, as if the entire castle were holding its breath. The ministry, humiliated and bewildered, didn't dare send another inquisitor. Instead, Professor McGonagall had been appointed interim headmistress by unanimous decision of the student council, a victory that many celebrated with a relief tinged with defiance. However, the ministry did not remain idle. Several squads of Aurors arrived to patrol the corridors, searching for any trace of the supposed demon they claimed to have seen on the night of the attack. None of the students admitted to witnessing such a creature. Between barely concealed smiles, they all insisted it must have been a hallucination caused by their professor's magical power. And as if that weren't enough, Hermione and the Weasley twins took it upon themselves to quash any lingering suspicion. They explained that Dren was a magical servant, a kind of foreign house elf with customs different from those known in England. They said it with such conviction that even the most skeptical preferred to believe them. After all, it was much easier to accept a curious story than to acknowledge the possibility that a real demon was walking among them. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, the fire blazed with a golden glow that cast gigantic shadows along the stone walls. Harry sat in an armchair, his elbows resting on his knees, watching the flames with a furrowed brow. His eyes held a restless gleam, as if he were searching for answers in every spark that burned away. "What's wrong, Harry? You've been distracted all week," Neville asked quietly. He was holding a deep red mask, smooth and polished, with two holes that fit perfectly over his face. Though it looked like wood, it was actually made of some unknown material that seemed to absorb the light around it. Harry took a moment to react. His pupils shifted slightly before he raised his head. Hermione looked up from her book, letting it close slowly on her lap. Her expression mirrored the same contained worry. "It's serious," Harry finally said, his voice tense and raspy. He extended his hand and revealed a crystal sphere that glowed faintly, as if its light were dying. "I've tried to call him, but he doesn't answer." Hermione swallowed hard. "Did you try asking the members of the Order?" she inquired cautiously. "No," he replied, his jaw trembling with anger. "Sirius set up a direct link to his own so no one else could listen in on our conversations. That way they wouldn't spy on me, or I wouldn't learn too much." He took a deep breath, as if he couldn't quite catch it. "What if the ministry captured him and the Order doesn't want me to know?" "I don't think that's it, Harry. If they'd caught him, it would be in the Prophet," Hermione said, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her own doubt. Harry turned to her, his gaze heavy with resentment. "What do you know?" They always hide everything. If it hadn't been for a random photographer catching the attack on Cedric, I'd be in Aszkaban right now and no one would know. That shut her up at once. An icy silence spread through the room while Neville lowered the mask in discomfort. We have to ask someone, Harry muttered, lowering his eyes to the sphere that felt colder by the second in his palm. An unpleasant tingling spread up his arm. The twins? Hermione said quickly. After all, they were the ones who created these crystal balls. If anyone tried to spy on the Order, it had to be them. She spoke in a rush, remembering how many times Fred and George had attempted to plant spheres in the meeting room. That's it, Harry exclaimed, a determined glint in his eyes. He leapt to his feet and strode from the room, his cloak billowing behind him. The Marauders' map wasn't far. Hermione and Neville exchanged a silent look before running after him. When Harry found the twins, they were in a side corridor, sitting on a closed chest, leafing through parchments with conspiratorial expressions. "You're right, my little stowaways," Fred said with a half-arrogant smile as soon as he saw them, with Hermione and Neville panting behind Harry. "We have a few spheres scattered around the house. But, what do we get in return?" George asked, raising an eyebrow as though negotiating the price of a minor favor. "This isn't the time for jokes." Hermione snapped, her voice trembling with impatience. "Harry is worried about Sirius." The twins' smiles vanished. For a moment, the tension became so thick it felt like they were all holding their breath at once. "All right," Fred relented with a sigh. "But we can only connect to a few rooms. It depends on whether someone's there to hear us." George pulled a pouch with an undetectable extension charm from his belt and began rummaging inside. Finally, he pulled out a smaller black wooden chest. When he opened it, a faint blue glow lit up their expectant faces. Inside were at least 30 crystal spheres. Harry stared in surprise. Hermione leaned closer to see, while Neville let out a low whistle. "Well, we tried too many times," Fred admitted with an embarrassed smile. "At this point, we've got more eyes in that house than a basilisk." "Hello? Is anyone there?" Fred called, gently shaking the chest. His voice echoed in the gloom, making Harry shiver. "Hello," he repeated, louder. Nothing. Not even a whisper from the other end. The absence of any response was more terrifying than any confirmation. The idea that the entire headquarters was empty seemed impossible. Then a soft, slightly ethereal voice startled them from behind. "What are you doing?" They turned as one. Luna and Ginny stood there, each flanked by a pair of spectral wolves. Their eyes glowed white in the dim light. "Ah, it's you two," George murmured, pressing a hand to his chest. "What are you doing out of your dormitories?" "Practicing," Luna replied calmly, pointing to one of the wolves wagging its tail. Ginny said nothing, but her gaze settled on Harry with curiosity. Suddenly, Luna pointed at the chest. Her voice sounded almost like a prophecy. "How self?" Everyone looked down at the same time. One of the spheres was glowing brightly, revealing Creature's withered, tense face. "Creature," Harry exclaimed, grabbing the sphere with hands he could no longer keep steady. "Where is everyone? Where's Sirius?" The elf seemed to have hidden behind a cabinet. His eyes flickered with an anguish Harry had never seen in him. "They're not here," he said in a thin, strained voice. "Do you know where they went? What's happening?" Harry pressed urgently. "Creature, does not know anything. No, does not know. Master, is not here. They took him." The words hit like a hammer. Harry felt a cold dread flooding his chest. "Who took him, Creature?" he shouted, his voice breaking. But Creature opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else, and suddenly his image flickered and vanished completely. "Creature!" Harry bellowed, shaking the sphere, but it was already dead, opaque. Silence fell like a slab of stone. No one dared to break it. Until one of Luna's wolves raised its head and began barking fiercely, staring fixedly down a dark corridor. They all turned at once, hearts pounding. The wolf shot forward, and something fell with a dull thud. "Wait, help me." They ran toward the sound, and what they saw stunned them. Ron was pinned against the wall, a spectral wolf bearing its fangs at him while the others circled, growling. "Ron," the twins exclaimed in unison, hurrying to help him. "What the hell are you doing here?" Hermione demanded, her brow furrowed. I just went out, and I saw them," Ron stammered, looking away. His breathing came in nervous gasps. The wolves kept growling, tense, as if they might pounce at any second. "Get your monsters away from me!" Ron cried, his voice trembling, while Luna tilted her head, watching him with the same unsettling calm as always. "Why are you acting so suspicious?" Ginny asked, narrowing her eyes at her brother. Her tone was soft, but there was a sharpness in it that made Ron swallow hard. I just didn't want to come near you, that's all," Ron said, trying to sound steady. But his voice wavered, and the thin sheen of sweat on his forehead betrayed him. "Ronald Weasley, what did you do?" Ginny demanded suddenly. She knew far too well how her brother behaved when he was hiding something. Nothing," Ron stammered, his voice cracking in the oppressive silence that followed. Fred, George, and Ginny stared at him in wordless accusation. The tension grew so thick it felt like it was pressing on his chest. Ron felt their eyes like knives, and his lips quivered. He couldn't stand it anymore. I took Sirius's sphere," he finally confessed. His voice came out strangled. Harry stepped forward so fast that Ron instinctively shrank back. His green eyes burned with a fury he made no effort to hide. "Why?" Harry asked in a low, contained voice that was as dangerous as a freshly sharpened blade. Ron drew in a shaky breath, and for a moment it seemed he wouldn't be able to speak. His hands clenched at his sides. They came when I was out shopping with Mum. They showed me photos of my whole family. They knew where every one of us was. They just couldn't get inside because of the Fidelius charm, but if we stepped out, we wouldn't be protected anymore. They told me to do it. To take the sphere. They wanted to catch Sirius because he's the owner of the house. If they captured him, the Fidelius would break, and then, they'd let us go." Ron's voice broke in a choked sob. The corridor fell into absolute silence. No one dared to speak. "How could you?" Hermione murmured, her voice so cold Ron dropped his gaze to the floor. "They had my family as hostages." Ron suddenly shouted. His hands flew up, trembling, as if to ward off invisible blows. "My mum goes out every day to buy food. They took pictures of her and she didn't even know. My dad, at work. Charlie, with the dragons. Even Fred and George's new shop. They showed me every place. They knew everything, but they couldn't get in. What was I supposed to do?" Ginny clenched her fists, her cheeks flushing red with rage. "You're an idiot if you think they'd really let us go after that. At least I did something to save our family." Ron roared, tears pooling in his eyes. "I didn't just sit here following stupid orders that will get us all killed." Harry didn't reply. His fist shot out and connected with Ron's cheek in a sharp, clean punch. Ron dropped to the floor, one hand pressed to his face, breathing in ragged gasps. "Where is Sirius?" Harry asked, his voice so deadly even Neville stepped back. "I don't know." Ron cried, his voice raw. "They just wanted to lure him into a trap, while he was guarding something important. I don't know what." The silence that followed was unbearable. Harry stared down at Ron as if he might draw his wand, or something worse, at any moment. "Harry, the Ministry," Hermione said suddenly, her voice low, as if she were afraid someone would hear. "Mr. Weasley was attacked there, because he was protecting something." "Yes," Fred agreed, with a gravity that was rarely on his face. "From what we heard, they were taking shifts guarding it. Something very important." "We have to go there," Neville said without hesitation. Everyone turned to Harry. His face was pale, his knuckles still tight from the punch. "Yes. But, how?" he murmured in a thin voice. He knew every Fleur network connection was being watched. If he used one, they'd catch him instantly. "Why don't we ask Shadow?" Luna suggested suddenly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Shadow?" they all repeated, confused. Harry, however, opened his eyes wide in sudden recognition. "Dren," he whispered. "Were you calling me, young sir?" came a voice behind them, so unexpected that a couple of hearts nearly stopped beating. They turned around with a start. Dren was there, his silhouette more shadow than flesh, as if he had emerged from a dark corner itself. Everyone stepped back instinctively, except Harry, who took a step forward. "Sir, could you help us?" "Sirius is in danger," Harry asked, his voice filled with a fervor that bordered on pleading. Dren inclined his head slightly, his face impossible to read. "I cannot. My duty is to remain here, protecting my master's dear students. Then, could you at least send us there? Harry insisted, not daring to raise his voice too much. Dren regarded them for a long moment. His eyes, two bottomless pits, seemed to weigh every possibility. My master will not be pleased if I let you go to a dangerous place, he said calmly. But Einar said you would help us with whatever we needed. Hermione interjected, her voice steady with determination. Dren's gaze fell on her, and for an instant Hermione felt her blood turn to ice. The silence grew so deep it almost hurt. House elf, Dren said suddenly. A blue flash lit up the corridor. Dobby appeared among them with a nervous start. He trembled slightly when his eyes landed on Dren, but when he looked at Harry, a spark of happiness lit up in them. Even so, he didn't run to embrace him as he usually did. He remained still, as if waiting for permission. Take them where they wish to go, Dren ordered in a serene voice. Then his figure dissolved into shadows and vanished without a sound. Dobby let out a long sigh, as though he had been holding his breath all that time. Dobby. Hermione and Harry murmured at once. Hello, Sir Harry Potter, Dobby said, bowing his head with a smile. Dobby is very happy to see you again. How do you know Dren? Hermione asked, her throat tight with unease. Not only Dobby. All the house elves have known him since the very first day, Dobby answered, and for a moment he seemed to recall something that made him shudder. It doesn't matter now, Harry interrupted urgently. Dobby, you have to take us to the ministry. Is Harry Potter going to a dangerous place? Dobby asked at once. His voice was sweet, but his gaze was full of concern. No, Hermione replied quickly, shooting Harry a pleading look. We're just leaving school for a moment. That's all. Dobby looked at them as though weighing each word. Finally, he nodded slowly. Very well. Dobby will take you if it is not a dangerous place. The Supreme Dren will not allow Professor Einar's students to come to harm, he said, pronouncing that strange title with a respect that seemed almost forced. They all stepped closer, their hearts pounding. Dobby raised a small, trembling hand. A second later, they vanished in a blinding flash, leaving Ron alone in the corridor, sitting on the floor with a hand pressed to his bruised cheek, staring at the empty space where everyone had disappeared. Chapter 116, The Echo of Prophecies and the Wrath of Fire. The Echo of Prophecies and the Wrath of Fire. They all appeared in the Ministry of Magic, right in the vast entrance hall where the fireplaces rose in endless rows. This time, however, it did not teem with employees or travelers emerging wrapped in green flames. A silence as dense as a fog filled the air, sending a shiver under their skin. Even the faintest echo of their steps sounded like an omen. Harry Potter, sir, does Dobby need to accompany you, to make sure you're not in danger? Dobby asked in a whisper that trembled in the gloom. No, Dobby. You can go back. We'll use the Fleur network if we have to return, Harry replied in a low but steady voice, knowing that it would break the elf's heart to see him at risk. Dobby blinked as if he were about to protest, but when he met Harry's serious gaze, he lowered his head. With a soft snap, he vanished. The silence closed in around them once more. They all looked at each other, sharing the unspoken understanding that, from that point on, there would be no turning back. One by one, they drew their wands. In their other hands, they gripped the daggers Einar had taught them to forge, their blades glinting in the dim light. Fred and George each held 2 ice daggers, one created by Einar, perfect and lethal, and the other of their own making, less refined in its polish but no less sharp. Let's go. I think I remember the way from the last time I was here, Harry said, his face tense. He lifted his wand as if the whole weight of destiny rested on it. No one argued. They all nodded and headed for the lifts. As they descended, Luna raised her wand in an elegant gesture. She murmured an incantation so softly it was almost inaudible, but the effect was immediate. 7 wolves emerged from a circle of light, 3 wreathed in flames crackling with radiant heat, and 4 spectral, white and silent. At her side, Ginny did the same, and 3 wolves with reddish fur appeared to flank them. Well, at least I feel a bit safer, Fred joked, his voice trembling as one of the wolves brushed against his leg like a giant dog. Should I have brought my sword? George asked. Probably, but for now, this will do, Fred replied, running a finger along the icy edge of one of his daggers. The lift arrived with a metallic groan. The door opened onto a dark corridor. They advanced cautiously, each step sounding like a warning. At the far end, a black door with no handle awaited them. They pushed it open, and the circular chamber swallowed them in a slow, sinister turn. Dozens of identical doors rotated around them as if mocking their memory. The room is designed so no one remembers which door leads where, Luna said in a tone that chilled the air even further. And now? Ginny whispered. Hermione lifted her wand decisively. The clairvoyance spell. A blue glow was born in her palm, stretching across the floor in a luminous trail that marked a path. They walked in single file behind the light. They crossed identical doors without daring to look around until the trail led them to a final threshold and vanished. Why did it stop? Fred murmured. Because we've reached the point I could see. I don't know what lies beyond, Hermione said, her voice tight. Harry took a deep breath. He pressed his wand to his chest and thought of Sirius, but his mind couldn't fix his image clearly. Instead, a flicker, like a whisper, called to him from somewhere nearby. He invoked his own clairvoyance. A pale light emerged from his palm and crept through the shadows until it stopped before a passageway that looked no different from the rest. This way, he said, a knot tightening in his throat. They lined up behind him. They advanced between colossal shelves crammed with glass spheres, until the clairvoyance faded with a faint spark. They had arrived. Harry stopped in front of a sphere resting on a pedestal of burnished metal. The silence around it was absolute. He leaned in to read the plaque. SPT to APWBD regarding the eye. Lord Voldemort and Harry Potter. Something inside him seemed to call to it, an invisible pull that tightened every nerve. Hermione stepped forward. Harry. Don't touch it. It could be a trap, she said, her voice breaking. He froze with his hand outstretched, then pulled it back with a shudder. What is it? He asked in a thin voice. A prophecy, Hermione replied, her eyes locked on the glass. Luna drew closer, fascinated. I've never seen one up close. Fred looked around with a frown. Is this what they've been guarding all this time? Harry swallowed hard. The aisle was silent, but every shadow seemed to watch them. He stepped back to scan the shelves and felt a chill run through him. No sign of Sirius. Only the echo of his own breathing. Suddenly, one of Luna's fire wolves lifted its head. Its roar boomed like thunder. It shot off toward a nearby intersection. A heartbeat later, the explosion lit the entire aisle in an orange flash. The tremor shook the shelves, and several spheres crashed to the floor in a shower of splintered glass. Enemies! Ginny shouted, as a second fire wolf appeared beside Luna. The shadows began to move. Hooded figures in dark cloaks with wands raised emerged between the shelves. Another spectral wolf leapt at them, knocking one attacker to the ground with a guttural snarl. Fred and George raised their hands. Their ice daggers lifted off the floor with a sharp tremor, hovering around them like predators. With a flick, Fred sent the first dagger flying, the blade sliced through the air and buried itself in the arm of a Death Eater trying to cast a spell. A scream tore through the silence. The other twin did the same, and his dagger traced a deadly arc that grazed another enemy's throat, leaving a line of frost in its wake. At that very instant, Harry raised his wand as a red bolt grazed his cheek. His countercurse shot out with relentless force, slamming a Death Eater against the shelves. The flaming wolves charged in a stampede, exploding in bursts of fire that lit up the tense faces of his allies. A second blast shook the floor, tearing a scream of pain from one of the hooded attackers. Ginny conjured a circle of fire that surrounded two enemies, while Luna pointed her wand, and a spectral wolf barreled through another, dropping him like a rag doll. Fred extended his hand, and his ice daggers floated back to his side, spinning in readiness for the next strike. George mirrored him, hurling one of his blades telekinetically at an enemy who tried to flee. The blade hissed through the air before burying itself in his back. In the midst of the chaos, Harry moved like lightning, dodging curses and returning spells with lethal precision. Each step was a dance of fire, ice, and steel. And as the explosions kept erupting, he understood that this place held not only prophecies, but the threat of a battle far greater than any they had ever imagined. The others fought with the same perfect coordination, almost superhuman. Even though the dark wizards outnumbered them, they responded with a ferocity that made even the most confident Death Eaters recoil. Their spells intertwined with the wolves' fire blasts and the daggers' icy detonations. Fred and George twisted their wrists with determination. Their ice daggers seemed like living creatures, they flew through the air in impossible trajectories, driven by the telekinesis they had perfected thanks to Einar's teachings. One dagger embedded itself in a Death Eater's arm, freezing his muscles in an instant. Another pierced the thigh of a second attacker before snapping free again, leaving a trail of frost and cries of agony. "They don't have the prophecy," a female voice screamed, thick with rage, as spells of every color crossed the air. "Take one hostage," another voice shouted. Immediately, half a dozen curses targeted Luna, who stood firm at the center of her wolves. Around her, new flaming wolves emerged one after another, racing toward the enemies and detonating in explosions impossible to contain. Several water spells intertwined to dampen the blasts, but even so, 3 Death Eaters were hurled into the shelves. The ground began to tremble under Harry's feet as, all around him, the prophecies fell from the racks like a rain of glass, shattering on the stone floor in a deafening clamor. Amid the chaos, Harry lifted his wand and started shouting orders. "Retreat! We regroup by the exit." They forced their way through, hurling every curse, counter-curse, and incantation they had ever learned, from the simplest charms of their first year to the wildest arts Einar had taught them. And still, the enemies kept multiplying without end. 20 had already joined the battle. Then another 10 stormed in through the passages. Among them, a woman with a deranged grin raised her wand, and a torrent of spells erupted. Neville didn't hesitate. He charged forward and hurled his dagger telekinetically straight for the woman's chest. But with a flick of her wrist, she deflected it as if it were nothing but a twig. "Don't split up!" Hermione screamed, her voice hoarse from the effort. They tried to leave the hall, but every time they moved, another enemy stepped in their way. Harry realized that if they stayed, they'd take one of his friends hostage. And by what they'd heard, it was clear they had come to seize his prophecy. "This way," he shouted, leading them out of the Hall of Prophecy. They stumbled forward, dodging the last curses, until they reached the circular room again. The moment they stepped inside, the chamber began to spin once more, the doors shifting before their eyes. Hermione sucked in a shaky breath, her pulse hammering. "Give us an exit," she murmured, her voice trembling. She raised her wand. Clairvoyance. The spell traced a new blue path toward one of the doors. Without thinking, they rushed through it. But as soon as they crossed the threshold, a chill slid down their spines. They were back in the room of the great arch and the rippling veil. Harry felt something brush against his mind, like a whisper coming from the other side. Ginny froze, her face pale. "No. I don't want to go near that," she whispered. They had no time to regroup. A door burst open, and more Death Eaters poured in, wands raised. A new roar of war made the air quake. Harry struck his chest twice, closing his eyes. From the folds of his robe, Vyre, the little black dragon, leapt forward. He rose up, wings spread, crest bristling. He opened his jaws, and a torrent of green fire blasted forth like a cannon. The flame struck 2 Death Eaters, who fell to the floor shrieking in agony as their robes burned with a sinister crackle. "Alqothcam." Vyre shrieked, his tiny voice transformed into a thunderclap. A portal cracked open in the ground with the groan of splitting stone. Hundreds of skeletal arms emerged first, then skulls, as skeletons in rusted armor rose as if waking from a 1,000-year sleep. "By Merlin!" Hermione whispered, frozen for a second. The Death Eaters turned, eyes wide. The woman, now fully visible, raised her wand in fury, Bellatrix Lestrange. "Avada Kedavra," she screamed, hurling the curse at Vyre. The dragon opened his jaws. The green bolt vanished down his throat. A second later, Vyre spat it out with contempt. The curse shot across the room and struck a Death Eater behind her, dropping him lifeless without a sound. Neville roared, charging into the fight. A Death Eater managed to snap his wand with a sharp strike. Neville barely glanced at the fragments, tossed them aside, and clenched his fists. 2 spectral swords burst from his magic, glowing with vibrant blue light. Without hesitation, he charged straight ahead. "It's time for the show to begin." Fred shouted, a wild gleam in his eyes. He raised his wand toward the ceiling, then pointed it at the floor. A whirlwind of frost erupted with a polar roar. The temperature plummeted in an instant, covering the floor with a thick crust of ice. Several Death Eaters screamed as the cold burned their skin. "Take cover!" George shouted, copying the motion. A blast of fire engulfed the center of the room. In the blink of an eye, they went from deadly cold to scorching heat. The clash of temperatures unleashed a blast of wind that knocked the nearest enemies off their feet. The skeletons kept pouring out without end, brandishing rusted swords and spears. Hermione darted from one side to the other, casting healing spells as she tried to keep everyone standing. Around her, Ginny and Luna controlled their wolves with precise gestures, though exhaustion was starting to wear them down. Bellatrix, her hair wild and tangled, lifted her wand high. Fiend fire. The room turned into a blazing hell. Fiend fire roared in every direction, forming monstrous shapes of flame that devoured skeletons, columns, and anything in their path. The heat was so intense it felt like it was tearing the breath from their lungs. In front of them, a dozen Death Eaters blocked the only exit, wands raised and eyes filled with hatred. Harry felt terror and fury clash in his chest until it hurt. For a heartbeat, everything around him seemed to freeze in absolute silence. Then, like thunder echoing through every stone in the ministry, he remembered Einar's voice. Strong, clear, unmistakable. If you are in trouble, just shout my name to the sky, Dovahkiin. For a moment, Harry was about to do it. He drew a deep breath, lifted his face toward the vault blackened by the flames, feeling the cry forming in his throat. But before he could utter a word, the door behind the Death Eaters shattered in an explosion of splinters and fire. A dozen spells flew through the air with a deafening roar. The flames recoiled with a thunderous hiss. Sirius burst in at the front, his wand blazing with bright blue light, his face marked by fury and concern. At his side, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Moody stormed in formation, conjuring shields and counter-curses in unison. Sirius swept the chaos with a single look, until his eyes locked onto Harry across the fire. Harry! Are you all right? He called out, his voice rough, his eyes blazing with pure determination. Chapter 117, The Arrival of them P1. The Arrival of them P1. With the arrival of the members of the Order of the Phoenix, the battle turned into a true whirlwind of chaos and danger. Call for reinforcements. Moody thundered in a deep voice as he slammed his staff against the ground. From its tip burst a jet of energy that struck a Death Eater square in the chest, hurling him against a wall with a dry crack. There were more than a dozen masked enemies, and they were barely managing to stay together while protecting the young ones. Why are there so many? Moody growled, his brow furrowed in a mix of disgust and suspicion. Something didn't add up. A deadly green beam shot toward him, but Moody struck the floor again, tearing up a slab of stone that rose as an improvised shield. His expression remained calm, his real eye fixed, while the magical eye spun wildly, tracking every enemy movement, every tiny twitch of a wand. Tonks slipped deftly between two crumbling columns and reached Hermione, Ginny, and Luna, distributing potions with quick hands. Drink, quickly. They're not going to give us a break, she ordered tensely, her wand already intercepting another curse that came hurtling toward them. On the other side, Sirius advanced fearlessly toward Bellatrix. From his wand erupted multiple jets of crystalline water that clashed against his cousin's demonic fire. The heat was so brutal the air itself rippled, distorting their figures like a mirage. But not even Bellatrix seemed fully in control of that inferno. She laughed with a shriek that chilled the bones while her flames twisted in all directions, incinerating corpses and pieces of wall alike. Shacklebolt appeared at his side, lifting both hands in a solemn gesture, and a torrent of magical rain fell in sheets over the fire. Then, as if fate were determined to make each second worse than the last, another door burst open. More Death Eaters stormed into the hall, their cloaks whipping around them in a supernatural wind. Harry felt a crushing weight in his chest. The magnitude of his mistake was impossible to ignore. Einar had been right. He should never have acted without thinking. And now he had endangered not only his own life but the lives of everyone he loved. Fortunately, new reinforcements emerged from the shadows, Charlie Weasley and the Longbottoms. Their faces were bathed in the flickering light of spells crisscrossing the air. The instant Bellatrix turned her madness-twisted face toward them, Alice and Frank Longbottom tensed. It was only a second of hesitation, but in their eyes shone the rancor of a past that could never be buried. Dad! Mom! Neville whispered, his voice strangled with emotion. We'll talk later, his mother said firmly, her calm unshaken as she was already casting a healing spell over a wounded comrade. Without wasting a moment, Frank charged forward to join Sirius and Shacklebolt, adding his strength to the titanic effort to contain the living hell that was Bellatrix Lestrange. Moody! Charlie shouted, unleashing a blast of pure force that crashed into a Death Eater, throwing him over a ring of skeletons Fire had summoned. Many of those charred bones now lay scattered across the floor, reduced to ash by the flames. Vire, indifferent to the chaos, had crawled back into Harry's clothes as soon as more allies had arrived, as if it were all just a dull spectacle. That's Lucius Malfoy! Charlie yelled, pointing to a tall man whose hat had flown off in the blast. Everyone turned. The blonde hair was unmistakable. But something was wrong. His eyes were dull. His movements, jerky and automatic. And on his neck, a grotesque black mark pulsed like a worm under the skin. He's undead, Moody spat with disgust. What kind of psychopath did they find to make things like this? Harry clenched his wand tightly. He watched as the order began to take hits, staggering under the renewed assault while the enemy seemed to multiply. Without thinking, he threw himself into the fray, unleashing a torrent of spells that drove several Death Eaters back. Sirius appeared beside him, his laughter echoing through the din, filled with fierce pride and defiance. "That's it, Harry." Fighting like a true Gryffindor, he shouted, deflecting a green ray that grazed his cloak. After finally quenching the flames, Frank hurled himself at Bellatrix with all the fury of a lifetime of pain, while Alice stayed close behind, her hands glowing with healing magic that kept her husband on his feet. Together, they were an unbreakable wall. Bellatrix laughed, but she was forced to retreat. "Ha ha ha. What do you think, James? This is what I told you about, fighting shoulder to shoulder with your father." Sirius yelled, without realizing he'd said the wrong name. Harry heard it, but his heart had no time to process. Adrenaline roared in his veins. "Harry, look out!" Hermione shrieked. He turned just in time to see a killing curse streaking toward him. With a shout, he raised his wand, and a wall of ice burst up with a violent crack, blocking the curse. Sirius struck back at the attacker in the same breath, smiling with that reckless spirit that had always defined him. "This is easy. Come on, all of you." Sirius bellowed, his laughter rumbling off the walls. As if his words had been a summons, another group of Death Eaters appeared, but these moved in strange, contorted ways, their faces pale and their wands trembling. "TSK. No respect whatsoever," Moody growled, an icy fire in his gaze. Harry, drunk on the battle, allowed himself a single instant of distraction, a mere blink. In that moment, Bellatrix raised her wand. Her curse shot across the hall like a whip of searing light, slipping past Frank and Alice's guard. Sirius saw it all in an instant. He lunged, shoving Harry hard to the side. Harry hit the floor, the breath knocked out of him. When he looked up, the world was moving in slow motion. Sirius, wrapped in that sinister glow, was thrown backward. And waiting behind him was the veil. Harry's heart seemed to stop. He screamed, ran forward, but Lupin stepped in his way, shielding him from the spells raining down from every direction. "No!" Harry roared, his throat raw as his eyes locked onto the wavering veil. Waiting, begging for Sirius to appear again with his proud smile. But only silence answered him. "We have to get out of here," Lupin shouted, his voice trembling between sorrow and duty. A black fire began to burn inside Harry's chest. Slowly, he turned his head toward Bellatrix. She was watching him with a twisted smile, her eyes gleaming with cruel delight. Hatred clouded his thoughts. He drew in a breath so deep he thought his lungs might burst. "Dovahkiin," he bellowed with every shred of his soul. The roar shook the entire hall. The walls trembled. For an instant, everyone froze, their faces contorted in expressions of shock and fear. Some raised their wands with condescension, thinking it was nothing but another childish battle cry. But then, somewhere high in the ceiling, a crack thundered like distant storm drums. And a heartbeat later, it was as if the sky itself split open above them, pouring out a war drum so deep it made the air vibrate. An ancient power was coming, inexorable, ready to sweep everything away. Even the corpses halted their attacks, standing still as they began to tremble with a dry creaking sound that spread like a shiver across the hall. Then, as if everyone could hear each barrier in the ministry shattering one by one, a muffled crack reverberated in their chests, one for every seal breaking in the distance. 1. 2. 3. The air grew so thick it was hard to breathe. Bellatrix was the first to react. Her eyes went wide, lit with a flicker of panic, before she spun around in a single swift movement and bolted down one of the corridors, followed by several Death Eaters who nearly tripped over each other in their rush to escape. Harry tore free from Lupin's grasp with a desperate yank and sprinted after her, his heart pumping fire through his veins. That was when it happened. The very space in front of them split apart with a shrill scream that made everyone's teeth ache. From the dark abyss emerged long, pale hands, wrapped in crackling mist that warped the air around them. With a simple gesture, they pulled the edges of the rift aside as if it were nothing but a flimsy curtain. Out of that darkness stepped a man whose mere presence seemed to distort reality itself. His mask, carved from dark wood, buzzed with an energy no one there could name. White platinum hair drifted in a breeze that touched no one else, and his red armor, covered in patterns that looked like living infernal runes, shone with a power that crushed every coherent thought in the minds of those who dared look at him. Einar stepped through the portal with the calm of someone arriving in a place he already owned. His gaze swept over the battlefield with the unhurried composure of a man browsing fruit in a market. Then, from his chest, a flash erupted. A light so blinding that, for an instant, everything turned white. When it faded, all the corpses and undead had crumbled into drifting dust, falling to the floor like grey snow. Only 4 Death Eaters remained standing, trembling like leaves. Einar turned his head with a soft crack of his neck, just in time to see Harry's figure disappearing through a doorway. The 4 Death Eaters looked at each other, terror crawling up their spines, and lifted their shaking wands in a last act of desperation. Einar didn't even bother to meet their eyes. He raised his hand with a lazy gesture, and from his palm erupted hundreds of lightning bolts that lanced through the hall like an infernal rain. In the blink of an eye, the 4 bodies hit the ground, riddled with smoking holes. Without haste, he began walking in the direction Harry had fled. "Professor." Hermione whispered in a thin voice, nervous and at the same time relieved to see him there. "You will have to accept your punishment later," Einar said, his voice so cold and slightly irritated that several of the onlookers turned their faces away. With steady steps, he walked into the corridor, never glancing back. The members of the order remained frozen, caught between following him or staying behind to protect the wounded. Lupin turned back toward the veil and, after a moment, sank to his knees with a whisper that vanished into the stillness. Then something stopped them all. The veil began to shudder violently, as if an invisible hurricane was tugging at it from the other side. Between its rippling folds, they glimpsed a golden wall covered in symbols that pulsed like beating hearts. Moody's magical eye spun toward the glow, twitching with a nervous tick. "Since we got here, that thing hasn't stopped acting strange," he muttered, brow deeply furrowed. And suddenly, the veil ripped upward like a curtain torn off its rail. Before them opened a swirling portal of yellow and red, a vortex that twisted the air and devoured the floor around it as though it meant to swallow the entire world. Everyone stared, eyes locked on that impossible phenomenon. "By Merlin!" Charlie whispered, voice hoarse. "What the hell is that?" Tonks asked, gripping her wand so tightly her knuckles went white. But before anyone could answer, something stepped out of the portal. Chapter 118, The Arrival of them P2. The Arrival of them P2. Several young people stepped out of the portal that opened as if they were simply arriving home, chatting casually and ignoring the stares of everyone present. "Hey! Do you all think the same as me?" "I'm sure that old man was Akatosh," said a young man who emerged carrying a huge backpack and wearing an ancient suit of armor everyone recognized instantly. "Seriously? Are you an idiot?" "Obviously, it was him," replied another young man who came out behind him, a gigantic sword strapped to his back and an expression of absolute exhaustion. "Hey! I didn't finish eating my lunch." "But that lady and her children were nice people," announced a cheerful blonde girl with straight hair as she trotted behind them. Suddenly, she put on a face of indignation. "Wait! What if the pretty granny was Mara? I never asked for her autograph." "The lady in the forest was very pretty, and kind of mature," commented another young man with a mischievous smile as he elbowed the tallest of them, who was absent-mindedly playing with 2 axes as if all of this bored him. "Hey! I think they use people as weapons here," said the smallest girl, emerging last while everyone turned to look at her in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "We just arrived," replied the largest woman in the group with an exasperated sigh. "Well, they threw this at me," the little girl explained as she pulled a man through the portal, who clutched his head with a groan. When she finally dragged him out, everyone held their breath. It was Sirius, his gaze dazed, a lock of hair hanging over his eyes. "They threw an old man at you?" asked the young man dressed like a mage, in a tone that hovered between sarcasm and genuine surprise. "Just leave him there," he added indifferently. "Wait, wait!" Sirius exclaimed, raising his hands as the girl looked ready to push him back into the vortex. "I didn't mean to attack you. I fell in by accident." "How do you fall into a portal?" the girl asked, her voice curious. "They pushed me." Sirius blurted quickly, while all the young people stared at him in such perfect silence that it made his skin crawl. Sirius Black, the man who feared nothing, well, maybe Dementors. "Whatever," muttered the red-haired young man impatiently. "We can use him to find the master." It was then that all of them realized dozens of eyes were watching them with the same bewilderment and an almost reverent hush. Why do we always end up surrounded by weird people every time they send us somewhere else?" complained one of them as he looked around and saw all the wands aimed at them. Hey, the little girl suddenly piped up, releasing Sirius as if he were nothing. I think it smells like Dad. Are you a dog or something? Sighed the one who seemed to be the jester of the group, right before getting a sharp smack on the head from the oldest woman. Then, without warning, 4 of the young strangers vanished in the blink of an eye, as if the air itself had swallowed them. The surge of magic they left behind made several wizards raise their wands instinctively. They reappeared in different corners of the hall with such brutal speed that not even Moody's magical eye could track them fully. It was as if they had become living shadows gliding through the wreckage of battle. Each one landed beside fallen enemies, heaps of smoldering ash, and half-burned skeletons that cracked under their boots. The young woman clad like an assassin, with black plates and a ragged cloak that seemed to drink in the light, crouched beside the mangled bodies of 4 Death Eaters who hadn't managed to escape. Her eyes gleamed with a faint crimson glow as she inspected the remains. Meanwhile, the blonde girl and the smallest one stood motionless, their gaze fixed on Hermione for reasons no one could comprehend. The tension grew so thick it seemed to have its own weight. It seems we finally arrived, murmured the assassin, her voice cold as she straightened with the composure of someone who never doubted her purpose. She ran a gloved hand over one of the corpses, brushing away a trace of ash. This is the master's spell. The littlest one suddenly squealed, jumping with joy, a stark contrast to the gravity that had filled the hall. So then, said another of the young men, slowly tightening a pair of gloves that shimmered with golden light whenever he flexed his fingers. He lifted his gaze to the wizards watching them, his eyes filled with a determination so pure it made the air prickle. Are you, friends or enemies of our father, Einar? His voice rang out in the absolute silence of the hall, like a challenge only a madman or a hero would dare ignore. For a moment, no one moved. The air itself seemed to tremble with the certainty that the answer could ignite a battle even more devastating than the one they had just survived. Meanwhile, every member of the Order of the Phoenix and all the students present stood in utter shock. No one could find words. No one, except for a single person, the only one who had heard firsthand the story of these young strangers standing before them. Harry ran with all his strength, his wand gripped firmly as he unleashed spells mercilessly at the Death Eaters who barely managed to shield themselves from his fury. This time, he wasn't holding back his magic. There was no fear of hurting or killing. Icy spears and frozen stakes burst from his wand, followed by lightning bolts that lit up the corridor before striking several enemies, bringing them down with screams of agony. Without pausing, Harry raised his free hand and conjured 2 spectral wolves that launched forward like arrows. In the blink of an eye, their jaws clamped down on the throats of 2 Death Eaters, sending them crashing to the marble floor as their blood pooled beneath them. The others retreated, trying to regroup. But Harry was already lowering his wand toward the floor. A circle of fire ignited beneath his feet, and from the flames emerged a colossal flame Atronach, barely contained. Its limbs of molten rock crackled as it roared, maddened. It was the most powerful creature Harry could summon, one he almost never dared to call upon because it was beyond his control. This time, he didn't care. If that demon burned everything, so be it. Without waiting to witness the chaos he left behind, he kept running, his eyes locked on Bellatrix, who was already crossing into the Ministry's floor hall. As he drew near, Harry grabbed the dagger from his belt. He hurled it with such force and precision that it flew faster than any curse, crossing the distance in a heartbeat and sinking into Bellatrix's leg. The scream she let out was guttural as she collapsed to her knees. The pain twisted her demented grin into something closer to fear as she looked up. Harry advanced on her, his face blazing with fury, a spectral sword shining in his right hand and his wand steady in his left. He raised the sword, aiming it at her throat. Bellatrix trembled, unable to decide whether to laugh or shriek. Do it, Potter. The voice came from behind him, cold and laced with venom he recognized instantly. Harry spun on his heel. There stood his worst enemy. Lord Voldemort was watching him with that mocking sneer he despised so much. Kill her, Voldemort urged softly, taking a step forward. Take your revenge. Do it. Harry lifted his wand toward Voldemort without lowering the sword at Bellatrix's neck. The moment you do it, Voldemort continued, his whisper filling the hall like a toxic gas, you'll understand how easy it is to snuff out a life. How magnificent that power feels. Go on, do it. Harry didn't reply. His eyes burned, fixed on Bellatrix's face, but the rage he felt toward Voldemort was every bit as fierce. Bellatrix shifted, a tremor running down her spine as she fumbled for her wand. It was then that Voldemort, with a simple flick of his wrist, sent a deadly bolt of energy shooting toward him. Harry reacted on pure instinct. Instantly, he raised his wand. The dagger buried in Bellatrix tore itself free and flew at Voldemort, propelled by his telekinesis. At the same time, he dove sideways, feeling the heat of the curse rush past his cheek. Fire emerged from his robes, landing on the polished floor. The little dragon lifted his head, eyes fixed on Voldemort as green fire gathered in his throat. "Well?" Voldemort murmured, his tone dripping disdain. "You even brought your little pet to this dance of death." Harry didn't bother to answer. He simply looked back at Bellatrix. It would be quicker to remove her than to keep listening to provocations. He thought with a cold clarity unlike anything he had felt before. As he raised the sword, ready to end her, one of the fireplaces erupted in emerald flames. Out of the swirling haze stepped Dumbledore, his robes billowing in the magical wind. "Stop, Harry," he said firmly, his voice carrying a profound sorrow. "Killing her won't bring anyone back." Harry didn't look away. "I'm not killing her for that. I'm killing her because she's too dangerous to keep breathing." His voice was so calm the silence grew almost unbearable. Even Voldemort seemed to study him with new interest. "We're at war, headmaster," Harry continued, his tone unshaken. "And in war, there are deaths. Professor Einar told me what he had to do when he was young. And I know if I don't do this now, I'll have to do it when I go hunting the dark wizard still hiding in this country. After all, I want to be an Auror." A wrinkle of unease creased Voldemort's forehead. It wasn't the answer he had expected. "I heard you say that to Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore interjected, a note of pleading in his voice. "But you don't have to do this. If you kill a murderer, the number of murderers stays the same." Harry tightened his grip on the hilt. "That's true. But if one of those murderers disappears, there will be fewer innocents to bury." He lifted his gaze, and his voice turned into a cutting whisper. "Remember what she and her companions did to Neville's parents. Remember the horror they left in that family." Bellatrix seized the moment. Her fingers closed around her wand. With a shriek, she fired a bolt of dark energy. Harry leapt aside, feeling the impact shatter tiles where he'd been standing a heartbeat before. "Fire!" Harry's voice rang out like a strike of steel. The little dragon turned, drew in a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of green fire. The curse hit Bellatrix squarely. Her eyes widened in one last glint of madness before her body collapsed, motionless. Dumbledore closed his eyes for an instant, breathing with deep sorrow. When he looked again, Voldemort was watching Harry with a perverse gleam of curiosity. Then he raised his wand, and the battle began anew. Harry spun in a swift, lethal movement. From his wand burst a lightning bolt that tore through the air with a crack, aimed straight at Voldemort's chest. "Protego!" Voldemort exclaimed clearly, lifting his wand in a gesture almost lazy. A shimmering barrier erupted around him, catching the electric blast with a violent hiss. But Harry didn't stop. With another sweep, his wand traced an arc, and a rain of ice spears materialized above his enemy, falling like a deadly storm. "Truly magnificent," Voldemort remarked, his tone dripping with an irritating fascination. While he conjured another defense, his eyes flicked for a moment toward Dumbledore, who stood at the far end of the hall, wand raised. Wordless spells. And each more lethal than the last. Harry glared at him, unflinching. "Leave him," he ordered firmly, his wand never wavering from Voldemort. Dumbledore hesitated, the spell half formed at his fingertips, and met Harry's gaze. At last, he slowly lowered his arm in silence. "Fire!" The dragon responded at once. His wings spread wide with a dull thud, and a torrent of green fire poured from his jaws, lighting the shattered columns as it surged toward Voldemort. With a faint flicker, Voldemort vanished from his spot and appeared behind Harry, so close his cold breath grazed the back of his neck. Avada! He didn't get the chance to finish. Without even turning, Harry raised his wand in a precise motion and brought it down sharply. A whirlwind of ice erupted around him. The freezing vortex spun out in every direction, forcing Voldemort to recoil with a sneer of contempt as his outstretched hand frosted over. Fire dove from above, unleashing another blast of green flame. Voldemort disappeared again in a dark shimmer, reappearing farther away as the marble floor cracked under the heat. Harry seized the opening. He lifted his wand high over his head, his eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. A storm of lightning crashed down from some unseen height onto Voldemort, like an echo of Einar's spells. "Protego Maxima!" Voldemort roared. A translucent shield flared into existence with a deep, resonant hum, blocking each searing bolt as Vire swept back overhead in another pass. Do you really think a mere pet can harm me? Voldemort mocked, his twisted smile returning. With a flick of his wrist, he aimed at the hall's shattered windows. The glass exploded in a roar of shards spinning through the air like clear daggers. Vire maneuvered gracefully between them, his green fire interrupted. Even so, one of the larger fragments struck his side. It couldn't pierce his scales, but the impact sent him spiraling down toward Harry. Harry reached out and caught him against his chest, shielding the dragon as another curse streaked across the hall. Without wasting a heartbeat, he struck the floor with his wand, and a wall of ice erupted in front of them like a barricade. Are you all right, Vire? Harry asked in a tense murmur. The little dragon shook himself with a snort of indignation. The answer was cut short by the explosion of the ice barrier, which shattered as another spell hit with brutal force. Harry rolled to the side just in time, feeling the heat tear across his robes. Voldemort stepped forward, his silhouette framed by flames and frost. Is that all, Potter? He inquired with a cruel, unhurried calm. With a sharp snap of his wand, the floor beneath Harry cracked open. From the fractures burst thick black vines like coiled ropes, wrapping around his legs and chest, pinning him in place. As Voldemort raised his arm, ready for the finishing blow, his eyes glimmered with sick delight. Harry glared up at him with such pure, untempered rage that, for an instant, it seemed the air itself was vibrating. It was then that Dumbledore could no longer stand by. He stepped forward and raised his wand with a resolute gesture. The colossal statues flanking the hall stirred to life, their stone gazes ignited by an ancient fire. Voldemort slowly turned his attention away from Harry, his smile fading. For the first time, his expression turned serious. Chapter 119, Light and Shadows. Light and Shadows. That's enough, Tom, said Dumbledore, stepping forward with unshakable calm on his face. Voldemort, seeing that serene gaze, felt his rage intensify until it nearly slipped out of his control. Don't call me by that name. Voldemort roared, raising his wand and pointing it straight at his former teacher. A jet of black energy erupted from the tip, cutting through the air with a deadly hiss. Dumbledore lifted his wand in a smooth motion, and the golden statue of a wizard moved between them, absorbing the impact with a dull thud. Without losing his composure, he glanced at Harry, who was still bound by the roots that held him in place. Another statue, that of a house elf, came to life and walked toward the boy, ready to protect him if necessary. It was a mistake to come here tonight, Tom. The Aurors are already on their way, Dumbledore warned in a calm voice, as if simply stating an inevitable fact. By the time they arrive, I will already be gone, and you will be dead, Voldemort replied coldly. Then he twisted his wrist, and fire began to gather in front of him, writhing until it took the shape of a gigantic, blazing serpent. Meanwhile, the elf statue leaned over Harry and Vire, cutting the roots away with delicate movements of its stone hands. Aguamenti! Dumbledore exclaimed firmly. A torrent of water burst from his wand, crashing against the serpent in an explosion of steam that drowned the flames until nothing remained but a black residue on the floor. The cloud of vapor enveloped both wizards, making their silhouettes look like specters in the swirling smoke. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort shouted, his voice filled with absolute hatred. The green beam crossed the hall like a lightning bolt. At that exact instant, Fawkes appeared overhead with a clear cry and dove straight down. The curse struck his chest, and the phoenix disintegrated into a whirl of golden ashes that rained onto the marble. For a second, Dumbledore allowed the pain to cross his face. Vire, finally freed, ran to the ashes and, with a quick gesture from Harry, covered them with one wing, protecting the tiny chick that emerged weakly from the remains. Dumbledore gave Harry a look of gratitude before raising his wand again. From its tip, luminous ropes shot out, aiming to bind Voldemort. A burst of dark magic flared from the Dark Lord, and the ropes disintegrated in midair. Seizing the distraction, Voldemort aimed at Dumbledore's wand with a sharp flick. The wand flew from his hand, but Dumbledore raised his open palm, and it froze in midair before returning obediently to him. Without wasting a second, Dumbledore pointed toward the shattered fountain. The water rose in a swirling column and wrapped around Voldemort in a liquid capsule that spun violently, pressing against his body from every side. For an instant, he seemed trapped. But from his chest, a black aura pulsed outward, making the walls tremble. The prison of water exploded in a blast that sent a shockwave slamming into Dumbledore, who conjured a translucent shield just in time. For a moment, it was like watching light itself struggle against darkness. Voldemort absorbed the dark energy he had unleashed. He raised both hands, and an inhuman roar tore from his throat. A sonic wave swept across the hall, shattering every window and mirror with a deafening crash. Immediately afterward, he gripped his wand in both hands, pointed it at Dumbledore, and all the shards of glass rose into the air as if they had minds of their own. In a single heartbeat, thousands of crystal daggers shot toward the headmaster. Dumbledore turned his wrist with precision, and a shimmering layer of magic enveloped him. Every shard that crossed that barrier crumbled into harmless sand, falling softly at his feet. For a second, his gaze emptied of all emotion, and a dangerous glint sparked in his eyes. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Then, a heartbeat later, the floor beneath him cracked open. Spears of stone shot up so quickly that he barely had time to vanish in a swirl of black smoke. Even so, one of them grazed his shoulder, reopening the ancient wound Einar had left. Thick blood began to drip down his robes. Even he seemed momentarily stunned by the damage. Dumbledore stood unmoving, wand raised, his eyes locked on his former student. Without giving him a moment's respite, another statue, the Wizard One, broken at its base, came to life behind Voldemort. In a silent motion, it lifted its wand like a blade and drove it toward Voldemort's heart just as he reappeared. It was as if Dumbledore had foreseen his every move. But Voldemort, even wounded, dissolved into a spiral of smoke before the statue could reach him. He reappeared several meters away, breathing heavily, a grimace of pain twisting his features. "I see your methods have changed, Dumbledore," he said in a low voice. His eyes narrowed, trying to decipher what lay behind that implacable calm. Dumbledore blinked, as if returning to himself. He shook his head with a tired gesture, and when he looked back at Voldemort, there was no anger in his expression, only a profound sorrow that wasn't directed at Voldemort, but at everything that had been lost. "Surrender, Tom. I already know your secret," he whispered, and the words sounded more lethal than any curse. "I don't know what you're talking about," Voldemort replied, though for an instant his gaze wavered. "But I know your weakness." He vanished in a stream of black smoke that cut across the hall like a living shadow. Before Dumbledore could react, that darkness merged with Harry's body. Dumbledore turned at once, his wand trembling between his fingers. But before he could conjure a spell, Vire, who was still guarding the little phoenix, spun with a deep roar. He opened his jaws, and a stream of green fire burst from his throat, encircling Harry in a ring that did not burn him but made his veins glow with an unnatural light. A scream of fury tore from Voldemort's throat as his shadow was ripped from Harry's body. Harry collapsed to his knees while the green flames slowly faded. The Dark Lord materialized on the floor, his face contorted with rage and a pain that went beyond the physical. His gaze went straight to Dumbledore, but then fixed on the ring and the cup the old man held. For the first time in years, fear flickered in his red eyes. At that moment, a series of flashes erupted from the fireplaces. Dozens of Aurors and Ministry wizards appeared in the devastated chamber. Among them was Fudge himself, who opened his eyes wide with absolute terror as he beheld Voldemort standing there, real and undeniable before them all. Voldemort seemed to consider fighting on. But his eyes returned to the Horcruxes in Dumbledore's hands, and he understood that his advantage was lost. Without so much as a farewell gesture, he tried to vanish in apparition. But before his entire body could slip into the void, an iron hand emerged from nowhere, seizing him by the shoulder and dragging him back to the floor. A sword sank into his chest with a golden glow that made his very soul shudder. One of the Horcruxes in Dumbledore's hands burst apart with a sharp crack, like a heart breaking. "Normally, I would despise striking like this," from behind, without honor, murmured a rough voice by his ear. "But I am not here as a warrior. I am here as an assassin. And assassins have no need for such niceties." Voldemort recognized that voice instantly, the same that had left him with a wound that never healed. His mouth opened in a silent scream as his body began to dissolve into dust, falling in absolute silence over the blood-stained marble. Harry, seeing Einar arrive, finally released a trembling sigh, as if all the weight of the world had lifted from his shoulders. Then he fell backward onto the floor, exhausted, his heart pounding. As he closed his eyes, he could think only of Sirius and of the chaos his stupid idea of acting without thinking had caused. "Dumbledore," murmured Fudge, approaching with unsteady steps. His eyes were still fixed on the spot where, only an instant ago, they had seen Voldemort reduced to ash. "Minister Fudge." Dumbledore greeted him calmly, holding the ring and the cup in one hand. His gaze, shielded by perfect clemency, seemed devoid of any emotion, though his voice was steady. "I told you." Voldemort had returned. It seems you needed to see him face to face to believe it. Fudge swallowed, his face drained of all color. But, you did it, you managed to kill him again, he stammered, already searching for some excuse that might save him. Yes. But it is only temporary, Dumbledore replied, his voice so calm it made the air feel cold. He created Horcruxes. Ancient, forbidden magic. And this time, I brought proof, in case you still intended to deny it. He raised the cup for all to see. The Ministry must have records of the Horcruxes studied by Herpo the Foul. I suggest you start investigating immediately. Several gazes turned to Fudge with solemn expectation, waiting to see what he would say. Then, destroy it right now, and we'll be rid of him, Fudge demanded at once. But his voice shook, and anyone could see that his mind was already working on a way to escape the situation. He was even wondering if it might be possible to pin everything on Dumbledore. It would be useless, Dumbledore answered with the same quiet certainty. After studying it, I believe there are at least 7 Horcruxes. 7 fragments of soul hidden away. Just the mention of it made Fudge's nerves stretch to the point of snapping. Then find them. You are the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most prestigious school in the world, Fudge insisted, raising his voice slightly in a pathetic attempt to hide his fear. No. Dumbledore tilted his head. You seem to forget, Minister, I am now a fugitive. I was accused of conspiracy by your administration. A heavy silence fell. Several Ministry witches and wizards lowered their eyes to the floor, remembering perfectly well who had signed that order. Then, you are no longer the headmaster? Einar asked suddenly. His voice was calm, but there was a note of curiosity in it that made it all the more dangerous. That's correct. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Just as you are no longer a professor, I am no longer headmaster. I see. Einar turned his gaze to Fudge. Then your request that I not attack the Ministry or harm these incompetents no longer applies. He took a step forward, his composure so serene that it was more terrifying than any shout. No. It doesn't. Dumbledore stepped aside without haste. From the moment they attacked the students, you are free to do as you see fit, Professor. Fudge recoiled instinctively. His eyes darted to the sword that still dripped dark blood and to the armor that looked as though it had been forged in the deepest pit of hell. Arrest that man, he stammered, his voice so weak it was barely audible. Many of the wizards hesitated. Some stared at the scene in disbelief. But even so, several raised their wands and unleashed a torrent of spells at Einar. Einar walked without hurry. Every curse, every bolt of energy, disintegrated the instant it struck his armor, unable to leave so much as a mark. It was as if he were strolling through a light drizzle. He came to a stop right in front of Fudge, who could barely contain the urge to collapse or flee. Einar's gaze weighed on him like a sentence already pronounced. Wait, Professor, said Percy, who had just arrived. His voice rang through the silence. Fudge whipped his head around as if he were seeing a savior. But the relief on his face vanished the moment he heard Percy continue. You promised you would let us handle this, Percy said, addressing Einar directly. So I gathered all the information about the bribes Fudge accepted, the names of the Death Eaters he met with, and the orders he gave to protect his power while denying Voldemort's return. Also, the reports about what Umbridge did at Hogwarts, torturing students with his approval. Fudge's eyes widened, his face draining of all color as he stared at his assistant, utterly betrayed. No. That's not true. I never authorized any of that, he shouted in desperation. Then why did you deny the return of the Dark Lord for so long? Asked a firm voice. Amelia Bones stepped forward among the Aurors, her expression so severe that no one dared interrupt her. You were always with them, weren't you, Cornelius? Several Aurors behind her raised their wands, ready to act. Amelia held the documents Percy had given her, her cold gaze never leaving Fudge. Einar remained silent, observing with a calm pride. He gave a small nod. After all, this was what he wanted, for his students to take their world's future into their own hands. And they were doing it with a courage that did not fall short of any hero. If it is truly as Headmaster Dumbledore says, if Voldemort divided his soul and can return, then the Ministry has the duty to search every last corner of this country, Amelia declared in a voice that filled the silence with authority. And if Umbridge attacked the students, Professor Einar acted in defense of them. Her gaze settled on Fudge with a mix of pity and contempt. I hope, Cornelius, that you are not as deeply involved in this as it appears, she finished before giving a brief gesture. The Auror stepped forward decisively and arrested him without resistance. Amelia then looked up at Einar, her expression respectful but wary. "Can you tell me what happened at Aszkaban?" she asked in a low voice. "The innocent survived," Einar replied without hesitation. "The guilty received the Dementor's kiss. They were serving under Voldemort. I had no choice but to destroy them all. The innocent prisoners were freed and taken to a nearby island." Amelia narrowed her eyes, as if weighing every word. In the end, she nodded without argument. Many present wanted to protest. Some had relatives in Aszkaban. But after seeing how Einar had walked through curses that would have felled a giant without even pausing, none were foolish enough to raise their voices. "What will happen to Voldemort?" someone asked in a trembling whisper. "He will return," Dumbledore answered solemnly. "But now we know. And we have time to prepare. Unless, Professor Einar wishes to help us." Einar remained still for a few seconds before turning toward Harry, who was still sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. "No. The students I trained will be able to handle it themselves, after paying the consequences of their actions," he said seriously, his voice resonating beneath the mask. Of course, he would not abandon them. He would watch from the shadows, ready to intervene if the threat arose too soon. But they had to learn to save their own world, just as he had saved his. And even if Voldemort took years to return, if he managed it at all, Einar would make sure that when that day came, his students would be ready to finish him once and for all. Though if they found the Horcruxes, perhaps it would never happen. Meanwhile, in the mansion that had once served as the Death Eater's base, a man sat in the great chair that had belonged to Voldemort. A mocking smile curved his lips. Around him, several hooded figures watched in silence, their faces so empty they looked like corpses standing upright. "So he truly died, in such a pathetic way," the man remarked in a calm, almost amused tone. "Ha, ha, ha. In the end, they discovered his secret. How stupid." He leaned forward, resting an elbow on the arm of the chair, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball floating before him, showing the image of the ruined ministry. "While they distract themselves, searching every corner, convinced they've actually won something," he murmured, his eyes gleaming with a glint of madness. "Let the preparations for the final battle begin. A grand war, full of excitement." His laughter grew louder, sharper, echoing off the stone walls as the crystal ball flickered. In an instant, he pointed toward the image of Einar, who turned abruptly, as if sensing he was being watched. The man's smile widened just before the crystal ball cracked and exploded in a burst of blue sparks. "Ha, ha, ha. Someone truly interesting has arrived. Perfect. Perfect." His voice fell to a deranged whisper as he reclined in the chair. "I was already rotting in this miserable existence. A pitiful, boring life isn't worth living." And as his laughter resounded in the darkness, the shadows around him seemed to bow, as though some ancient power were waking from a long sleep. Chapter 120, The Whirlwind and the Little Dragon. The Whirlwind and the Little Dragon. Einar walked toward Harry with a gaze so severe it seemed to weigh on his shoulders like an inescapable sentence. Beneath the mask, his eyes shone with the coldness of a judge about to pronounce the verdict. Harry swallowed hard, aware that he was about to receive a scolding more relentless than any punishment he could have imagined, followed by training so brutal that the flames of purgatory would feel like a reprieve. But suddenly, Einar stopped. It was as if he had frozen mid-step, with a rigidity so absolute that Harry scarcely dared to breathe. Slowly, with a mechanical motion reminiscent of a machine awakening from dormancy, he turned his head back. It was so unusual that Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Never had he seen his master move like that. He didn't have time to ask what was happening. A blur streaked across the edge of his vision, so fast he barely perceived it as a reddish flash slicing through the air. Before he could react, a small figure appeared in the air before Einar, floating with lethal precision. It was a girl with reddish hair and a determined gaze, holding a Stalrim warhammer almost as big as she was. Its translucent surface glowed with an icy brilliance, as if it contained all the cold of a glacier's heart. Without warning, Lucia raised the weapon high over her head and swung it down in a descending strike aimed directly at Einar's head. The blow never reached him. He lifted one hand with the calm of someone extinguishing a candle. When the hammer struck his open palm, the impact echoed with the force of a contained thunderclap. The floor cracked in a radius of several meters, the columns shuddered, and a deep rumble rolled through the entire hall. "Hi, Dad," Lucia greeted with all the innocence in the world, still suspended in the air as her hammer rested against his hand. Right after, she bent her knees and, pressing a foot against Einar's forearm, launched herself backward in an agile leap, landing lightly several steps away. That was when he saw her. Sophie waited behind, both hands raised. Her staff lay discarded to the side, forgotten. Between her fingers, a mass of blue energy crackled like a swarm of electric serpents. A low growl preceded the spell. The lightning storm erupted in a downpour of bolts that came crashing toward him with a roar capable of splitting stone. Without missing a beat, Einar raised his hands and, with a barely audible whisper, conjured two spectral swords of ethereal edge. His arms blurred in a movement so fast it was nearly impossible to follow. Each lightning bolt was sliced apart with surgical precision before it could touch him, dissolving into sparks across the shattered marble. At the same time, two shadows moved at his sides. Blaze and Ailsan emerged to the right and left, great swords raised. Their blades came down in a cross strike that would have cleaved any other man in two. Meanwhile, Sissel vaulted over Sophie, her bow drawn with 3 arrows whose tips blazed with destruction runes capable of reducing a wall to rubble. And from the front, Roar charged straight toward him, axes raised high, with the resolve of a warrior who knew no fear. Beside Sophie, Samuel chanted words of power, his hands drawing runes that ignited in golden flame as they poured waves of strength and speed into his companions. Time seemed to stretch. Einar released both swords, which dissolved into blue vapor, his gaze growing colder than an abyss. In a single movement, he blocked the descending greatswords from either side. His left hand closed around Blaze's wrist and, with a swift, firm twist, he wrenched the weapon free. Without giving him a chance to react, Einar turned his wrist and struck him with a sharp blow to the chest, lifting him off the floor and sending him crashing against a pillar like a sack of grain. Before the echo of the impact faded, his body shifted in an unrelenting motion. His leg rose with inhuman speed and delivered a precise knee to Alison's torso. The strike launched him flying into a wall, which shattered with a dry crack. Einar did not stop. Without losing momentum, he spun on his heel, lifted the great sword he had just seized, and traced a descending slash so fast the air itself compressed into an invisible blade. The cut tore through the hall with a pressure-laden moan, like a hurricane contained in an instant. The lightning storm that Sophie still channeled broke apart on contact with the wave, dissolving into a stream of blue sparks that showered the floor. The surge continued without losing strength, striking Sissel squarely just as she drew her bowstring. The blast of air lifted her off her feet and hurled her several meters back, amid a gale of shattered stone and flickering light. Then Roar reached him. With a contained roar, he raised his axes and brought them down in a double strike aimed at Einar's chest. Einar let go of the great sword, the blade embedding itself on either side of him, and raised both hands. His palm struck Roar's chest with a thunderous impact that split the tiles beneath their feet. The warrior flew backward like a living projectile, slamming squarely into Lucia. Hoo-ho, she managed to squeak just before her brother bowled her over in a tangle of armor and muffled groans. In a blink, Einar vanished from where he stood and reappeared beside Sophie, who was just about to complete another spell. Before she could conjure it, a sharp flick of his fingers landed on the crown of her head. Ouch! Sophie protested, clutching her head with the expression of a scolded child. Avento and Runa approached with total composure, brushing dust from their shoulders. I told you, Runa remarked with a resigned sigh. This was never going to work. You lot really do enjoy suffering, Avento muttered, grateful he hadn't joined in that madness. We didn't even get him to use a shout. Blaze lamented as he emerged from a pile of rubble, shaking brick fragments from his head. Ailsan staggered out of a cracked wall, clutching his side with a pained grimace. Lucia, with considerable effort, pushed Roar off her and shoved him aside as if he were a sack of potatoes. Samuel, the only one still unhurt, started inching away in tiny steps, trying to pretend he wasn't there. A moment later, a hand appeared over his head and delivered a sharp smack that echoed like a whip crack. All the witches and wizards of the ministry watched the scene with horror etched across their faces. They still couldn't comprehend how that group of young people had turned the hall into a wasteland in a matter of seconds. Einar looked at them all with an expression as severe as an endless winter. And as he folded his arms, he realized that the chaos surrounding him had only just begun. Yet a faint smile formed beneath his mask as he watched his children and students appear here. Even the havoc these youngsters caused was worth it. Dad! Lucia cried, running toward him with such overflowing joy she seemed to have forgotten all about the destruction they had caused. She clung to one of his legs, hugging it tight with a beaming smile. Sophie stopped rubbing her sore head and, with a contented sigh, wrapped both arms around Einar in a warm embrace. The others, far more embarrassed than their younger sisters, only approached with a mixture of respect and quiet satisfaction on their faces. Sissel walked up slowly and, with a faint blush, took hold of the hem of Einar's cloak without raising her gaze too much. "Hello, father," Avento said, placing a hand on his chest and bowing his head in a solemn gesture. "Master, Blaze," and the others murmured in unison, inclining their heads respectfully. "It's good to see you," Einar replied in a firm voice, a trace of pride softening his severe expression. "It seems you've all been training properly." Those words lit up their faces, making them smile with silent pride. "By the way," Einar went on as he glanced over the group, noticing an obvious absence. "Where is Lars? Didn't he come with you?" The young ones exchanged looks, blinking in confusion. "Hey, look what I found." Lars's voice called from a few meters away, demanding their attention. They had been so focused on their attack that none of them had noticed. Now he was standing beside Harry, completely unbothered, waving a hand in front of a small black dragon. The creature watched him with narrowed eyes and a dangerous gleam, about to breathe fire at him. Harry, only just realizing there was someone next to him, stared wide-eyed in shock. "Idiot!" Blaze exclaimed, walking over with a scowl. "You were supposed to attack the master's legs. Why the hell did you vanish?" "It's so cute," Lucia murmured, abandoning her father's leg to run straight toward the dragon. Sophie looked at Einar, then at the creature, and decided to follow her sister without a second thought. Roar, who had only just picked himself up from the floor with a dazed expression, frowned in curiosity and began approaching. "Wow! I've never seen a baby dragon," Runa remarked, watching the scene with interest. Avento merely shrugged before strolling over calmly. Samuel, still nursing the sore spot on his head from Einar's smack, trotted along behind them. Only Sissel stayed at Einar's side, motionless, though her eyes remained fixed on the small creature. Einar turned to her and gave her a tired look. "Just go," he said in a resigned voice. Sissel hesitated for a moment before nodding and hurrying after the others. And so the reunion between a father and his children turned into a crowd gathered around a little black dragon. Harry was left standing in the middle of them all, feeling like the floor was shifting under his feet. Vyre, the little dragon, squirmed with a look of such annoyance it seemed he was about to bite someone. At last, he released the chick he'd been guarding under his wings and scurried over to Harry, slipping with a sigh under his robes. Immediately, all the young warriors turned their heads toward Harry with identical interest. The air grew so heavy he could have sworn the dragon was relieved to be hiding in his clothes. "Hey, you look familiar," Lucia said, tilting her head and placing a hand under her chin thoughtfully. You're right," Avento agreed, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Suddenly, all their gazes fixed more intently on Harry, and he felt a nervous tremor in his legs. Meanwhile, Sophie had found the chick on the floor and was observing it with curiosity. She reached out to touch it lightly with a finger before picking it up with a small smile. "He looks like the Archmage's son," Runa commented calmly. "Ah," they all exclaimed in unison, nodding knowingly. But when Vyre didn't peek out again from Harry's robes, their collective interest deflated like a popped balloon. One by one, they turned away and returned to Einar as if nothing had happened. They always did exactly what they wanted. They were a walking chaos. Chapter 121, The Gathering Before the Hunt. The Gathering Before the Hunt. Everyone gathered at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The atmosphere weighed upon each of them like a stone slab. Einar was seated in his chair, though seated was hardly the right word. He looked like a king ruling over a ruined kingdom or an ancient conqueror surveying his defeated soldiers. His bearing was severe, his back straight with a stillness that strained every nerve. Without his mask, his icy gaze pinned a group of students trembling before him, kneeling with their hands raised as if pleading for mercy from the executioner himself. To one side, the adults remained in an awkward, suffocating silence. No one dared to intervene. Even Sirius, his face still pale from everything that had happened just hours earlier, did not open his mouth to defend his godson. After all, he had been one step from death and had yet to fully awaken from that trance. Alice Longbottom leaned over him, murmuring diagnostic incantations as her wand traced patterns of light across his chest. Tonks and Lupin watched with expressions etched in worry. On the other side, the only ones seemingly unaffected by the tension were the young warriors sitting along the wall, observing the scene with an interest that bordered on amusement. The smallest of them was calmly eating what Molly had brought for dinner, swinging her legs with childish rhythm as she took bites of bread and occasionally cast a curious glance toward the kneeling group. This reminds me of that time with the giants, she suddenly remarked in a cheerful voice, breaking the sepulchral silence. Or when we had the problem with the vampires, added Lars, propping an elbow on his knee with a thoughtful air. And the matter with the cannibals? Roar chimed in, as if they were discussing a simple travel anecdote. I think that was when he was the angriest, noted Blaze, folding his arms across his chest. No. The worst was when we destroyed the walls of Whiterun during a competition, Avento replied in a neutral tone. Are you sure it wasn't something more than just breaking the walls? I can't really remember, murmured Sissel, frowning in confusion. Einar slowly turned his gaze toward them. That slight movement alone was enough for them to all fall silent in unison and drop their eyes to the floor. Compared to their own escapades, Harry and his group's recklessness was almost trivial, but even that did not justify what they had done. What did I say before I left? He asked in a grave voice, shifting his eyes back to the students. That we shouldn't act without thinking, Hermione answered quickly, her voice trembling. And what exactly did you do? We acted without thinking, they all responded at once, almost in a whisper. But, Professor, it was a trap. I thought Sirius had been captured. I asked Creature and he told me, they had him. I thought. Einar raised one hand, cutting Harry off before he could continue justifying himself. Why didn't you look for a teacher? He asked coldly. Professor McGonagall wasn't there. She'd been called to an emergency meeting because of Umbridge's disappearance, Fred replied in a subdued voice. And Hogwarts had no other professors? No, but... Then asking another teacher for help never even crossed your mind? Einar insisted, his voice so tightly contained that every word landed like a hammer blow. It's just, they're not part of the Order of the Phoenix, George said in a last attempt at defense. And because of that, you thought they wouldn't help a group of students in danger? Einar asked again, leaning forward slightly. Silence was their only answer. One by one, they lowered their heads. It's all right, Einar. They did it for me, Sirius interjected with a weary sigh as Alice finished the last of her diagnostic spells. Even if it was a trap, it was very well set up. We can't blame them for worrying, only for putting themselves at risk. Shut up and sit down, Einar ordered, not even looking at him. Yes, sir. Sirius obeyed with a resignation that was almost oddly calm, casting an apologetic glance at the others as he settled back in his chair. Your punishment will be intensive training. Physical. No magic. For the remainder of the school year. Runa, who stood elegantly in a corner of the room, arched an eyebrow. As one of Einar's disciples from far more savage times, she knew this wasn't simply a punishment, it was a way to make them stronger. A preparation disguised as reprimand, most likely because he planned to send them on a real mission if they reached the level he expected. Yes, Professor. The answer came as a muted chorus, followed by a shiver that rippled through all of them. Einar rose with the same inexorable calm he had shown when sitting down. That is all. I expect that next time you'll think before you act like fools and walk straight into an idiot's trap. Or at the very least, have the strength to annihilate anyone who tries to ensnare you. Professor, now that Voldemort is dead, what's going to happen? Harry asked, lifting his gaze with a furrowed brow. You should know he isn't truly dead. He's just like that wizard in the pyramids. So I will give you two options. Only you will decide your fate, no one else. Einar's voice became even firmer. Your useless rulers already know. They'll send their scholars to hunt down any remnant of his existence. And your options are these: trust them and let them handle it while you live the school life you deserve, or go out yourself, hunt down every fragment, and face him head-on. Both are dangerous. If they fail, he will return in perhaps a couple of years at most. If you do it yourself, you will face an adventure that could cost you your life. Harry fell silent, his hands clenched in his lap. Don't worry. You can choose until the end of the school year. You still have time. With that, Einar turned toward the other group, his expression softening in a curious way as he allowed the faintest hint of a smile. And now you. His voice grew almost paternal, though the seriousness never left it. I can't allow you out of my sight, especially in a world this fragile. So you will spend the remainder of the school year at the wizarding school. Of course. He extended his hand with an unquestionable gesture. I will confiscate all your weapons and armor. But what if we're attacked and need to destroy the enemy? Roar protested, his eyes wide with panic as he hugged his axes as if they were his heart. This place has no worthy enemies. And the few that exist are so weak you won't need any of this. Einar made a small gesture with his fingers. And try not to kill everyone. It seems there are rather bothersome laws here. Boo. Several grumbling protests rose as they began pulling an absurd number of knives, lockpicks, improvised bombs, and weapons that looked as if they'd been stolen from a war museum out of their clothing. One by one, the objects fell to the floor until they formed a mountain that left everyone else staring in shock. An uncomfortable silence settled over the room as the new students regarded their confiscated arsenal with absolute nonchalance. Einar, are all of them wizards? Sirius asked, unable to tear his gaze away from the pile of weapons and armor accumulating at their feet. He had heard enough about the fight with Einar to know that hardly any of these young people had used a single spell. In the place we come from, anyone can use magic as long as they have enough money to buy the proper tomes. Einar spoke with such absolute serenity that the statement became all the more disconcerting. Everyone is born with magicka. They just think wizards are weaker than warriors, Avento added, his voice as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. Wait, you're saying all of them are wizards, but they simply don't want to be? Tonks asked, frowning, her surprise etched across every feature. You could describe it that way. Einar didn't bother to explain further, as if the answer were obvious and required no elaboration. His gaze drifted calmly across the room before settling on Runa, who stood motionless at the edge. Runa. It seems you did a decent job protecting them. Well done. That short, emotionless phrase was, for Runa, a rare compliment. Since you're here, I need your help training Cedric. I didn't have time before. Einar spoke without turning his head, his voice so authoritative that no one dared interrupt. Cedric blinked, surprised to hear his name. He looked toward the corner where Runa had been, but she was no longer there. All right. The answer came from right beside him. Cedric started, seeing her so close without understanding when she had crossed the room. His surprise was obvious, but Runa merely held his gaze with cold composure. At that moment, the fireplace flared bright green, and two figures emerged from the flames. Percy barely had time to brush the soot from his shoulders before Molly rushed at him, wrapping her arms around him so tightly she nearly knocked him over. Percy! You have no idea how worried I was. I thought you were truly ashamed to be a Weasley and that you were rejecting us. I didn't know you were there as a spy, she cried, her voice wavering between reproach, relief, and affection. I'm sorry, Mum. Percy lifted his hands, looking uncomfortable. You know I'm no good at keeping secrets. It had to be believable, that's why only Cedric and Tonks knew. It's all right. Arthur approached with a broad smile and clapped his son's shoulder. What matters is that you did your part, and did it well. Well done, Einar added, his voice so neutral it was impossible to tell whether it was praise or simply stating a fact. But for Percy, it was enough. His lips curved into a proud smile, and his chest swelled with a satisfaction that needed no further words. Not only that. Percy straightened, his confidence renewed. Thanks to the evidence I gathered and the names I managed to record, Madame Amelia Bones promised me an important promotion, a position of real responsibility. I found many of the Dark Lord's spies within the ministry. Not all of them, but most. Truly excellent work, Sirius said, a genuine smile lighting his face. It was clear that this was far better than having remained loyal to Fudge, a man so consumed by his own survival that he would have thrown Percy aside without hesitation if it meant saving himself. Einar taught all his students to decide their destinies regardless of the price, never to betray their convictions for any measure of power. Hey, remember that half the credit is mine, Cedric remarked with a lopsided smile, folding his arms. I know. Percy nodded. I told Amelia. She said your father would be able to reclaim his position, and if you want, you can apply to join the Aurors. You'd be welcomed. Cedric blinked, surprised by how serious he sounded. Now, the most important thing. Percy's voice turned solemn in an instant, all the warmth gone from his face. Several search teams are going to be assembled to hunt down the Horcruxes. We can't trust just anyone, so they'll be extremely careful choosing each member. Of course, members of the Order of the Phoenix can be hired as consultants if they wish to help. There's still no designated leader. They're moving quickly, Einar observed, nodding his quiet approval. And one more thing. Percy took a deep breath. They've sent a contingent of Aurors to arrest some of the names on the list. A few managed to escape. Malfoy Manor, which they were using as a base, was completely empty. The battle isn't over. The only good news is that now we're in the light and they're in the dark. But even so, it will be more dangerous than ever. They'll do anything to restore their master. A heavy silence fell over the room. Cedric narrowed his eyes, a dark premonition tightening in his chest. Not because of Voldemort's followers, but because of one man in particular. Above all, it's likely that one or two spies we overlooked in the Ministry now also know about the existence of the Horcruxes. So this has become a race to see who finds them first, Percy said gravely, while everyone nodded, understanding that the contest had just begun. Luckily for them, Voldemort hadn't trusted anyone enough to leave even a single clue about where they might be. In fact, they themselves might have more leads than his own followers. But that also put them at risk of being used to uncover them. Chapter 122, The End of Politics, The Start of War. We already have another teacher. It's barely been a month since Professor Einar left. I don't think anyone can fill his place, remarked a Gryffindor student with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Better that than having Snape teaching defense, I suppose, replied another, while several nodded quickly, especially the Gryffindors, who were always the ones losing the most points in his classes. As they walked down the stone corridor, some of them slowed to a stop, drawn by a curious scene. A very small girl was taking tiny steps forward, her wand held aloft, following a glowing trail on the floor. Every few seconds, she would wave her wand in deep concentration, making the luminous path reappear exactly where she had erased it moments before. Then she'd walk 3 more steps, stop, and repeat the process with the seriousness of an aura investigating a crime scene. Hey, don't you think she's way too young to be at Hogwarts? Lee Jordan murmured, leaning a little closer to Angelina Johnson, who was also watching the girl in bewilderment. Maybe she's a first year, though she looks even younger, Angelina replied, frowning as the girl, sensing their stares, slowly lifted her head and looked back at them expectantly. Do you want to fight? She suddenly asked, raising her tiny fists with a smile full of excitement. No, they all answered in unison, a little thrown off by her attitude. Really? What a shame, sighed the little girl before pointing her wand back at the floor and resuming her strange tracking. The students exchanged even more confused glances, all silently agreeing they had no idea what was going on. They continued on toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. But just as they turned the corner, a tall young man appeared out of nowhere. He was so broad-shouldered that, for a moment, they thought he must be some veteran Quidditch player pretending to be a student. His uniform clung tight across his chest and arms, which looked capable of snapping a broomstick in two. And yet, his face still had a youthful calm that clashed with his imposing build. Hey, he said, fixing them with a serious look that made everyone freeze, holding their breath under the impression he might be dangerous. Have you seen a man who looks like a giant? He asked suddenly, his voice firm. Do you mean Professor Hagrid? A Hufflepuff student replied cautiously. I think so, the boy nodded. He should be teaching outside, by the forest, Katie Bell piped up quickly from behind Angelina. I see. I'll go ask him if he wants to have a duel, he said matter-of-factly, giving them a polite nod before walking away in total calm. The group stood rooted to the spot until Lee finally broke the silence in a whisper. Why does everyone around here seem like they want to fight? No one had an answer to that, so they hurried on toward the classroom. But just as they reached the door, 2 young people came out. None of them looked familiar. One was a blonde girl, about 13, her bright eyes and mischievous smile making her look like she had never once been intimidated by anything. Beside her walked a boy with black hair and a composed bearing, his back straight as if held by invisible strings. His black gloves were embossed with subtle rune-like patterns, and though his gaze was calm, there was something in it that made anyone feel unsettled if they held it too long. You know, the girl said, her voice laced with playful excitement, I found a really beautiful woman in the library. Looks like Father lent her one of his masks. What do you say? Want to go investigate with me? I'm not interested, he replied evenly, his expression unchanged. Come on, maybe my prayers were finally answered while we were away, she pressed, grabbing his arm and pulling him down the corridor. The boy cast a tired look at the floor as he let himself be dragged along. Why do they look like students we've never seen before? Alicia Spinnet whispered, while the others only shrugged, just as puzzled. At last, when they finally worked up the nerve to step inside the classroom, the first ones through the door stopped dead in their tracks, blocking everyone behind them. What is it? Asked a Ravenclaw student, peeking over their shoulders. The moment he caught sight of what was inside, his face froze somewhere between astonishment and relief. Soon everyone was pushing to see, until the hallway was finally clear. There was Einar, sitting with the unshakable composure of someone who ruled his own domain. His hands rested calmly on the desk as he paged through a thick, leather-bound book. It was as though nothing in the world could ever surprise him. At the front of the class, Fred and George Weasley were already seated, grinning mischievously as they watched their classmates' reactions. "Sit down at once so we can begin," Einar said, his voice deep and severe, his cold blue eyes lifting with a glacial glint. "Yes," they all chorused almost in unison, rushing to their seats. Some couldn't help the smiles spreading across their faces at seeing him back. Others were so full of questions they could hardly sit still. "Professor, how did you come back? Weren't they looking for you?" Lee Jordan finally dared to ask, raising his hand hesitantly. "Yes. But not anymore," Einar answered calmly. "You'll find out more in the papers later. For now, it's time for class. I want to see what you were taught while I was away." A hush of anticipation settled over the room as, one by one, the students began explaining everything they'd learned up until that day. Meanwhile, Harry was having a meeting with the headmaster. Face to face. They both sat across from each other in the solemn silence of the office. The tall windows let in the grayish afternoon light, filtering over the countless shelves crammed with magical instruments and the portraits of former headmasters, all pretending not to be listening. Dumbledore regarded him with such absolute calm it seemed unbreakable. "Why aren't you as angry with me as you should be? If you're going to attack me, as I know you're close to doing, I would have preferred to feel I had fully earned it," Dumbledore finally said. His voice was so serene it clashed with the harshness of his words. His blue eyes, bright and almost painfully clear, locked onto Harry's with the same intensity he had once used for legitimacy. But this time, Harry didn't look away. He had nothing to hide. "For two reasons," Harry began, his voice deep but steady. "The first is that I couldn't beat you if I tried. That day, when I watched you fight Voldemort, I truly understood the difference between you and everyone else. I could see how you held back. How, for a moment, you could have killed him if you'd wanted to." The shadows in the office seemed to draw closer, as if those words had stirred echoes that preferred to stay asleep. "And the second," Harry went on, "is that I've learned to think before I act. And I think that right now, you're already suffering enough." For a moment, Dumbledore's expression shifted to something almost like surprise. His features, lined with age and guilt, cracked just a little before settling back into the cold composure that had become his refuge. His hand brushed the smooth stone of the pensieve. Between them lay something deeper than resentment. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives," Dumbledore recited, his voice barely louder than a whisper. Every word seemed to hum in the air, heavy with magic. "That is the prophecy," he continued, finally lifting his gaze to meet Harry's. "That day, I was the first to hear it. But one of Tom's spies was standing behind the door. You should know your parents weren't the only ones who fit that description. The Longbottoms also defied Voldemort 3 times, and their son. Neville, he could have been the chosen one, too." For a moment, Dumbledore looked more exhausted than Harry had ever seen him. His eyes drifted to the portrait of Phineas Nigellus, who pretended to be asleep, though the irony on his face betrayed his interest. "But Voldemort chose you. Perhaps because he felt you were more like him than he'd ever admit. A half-blood, as the purists say so arrogantly. In truth," he continued with a weary sigh, "I had planned to refuse to make you a prefect. I thought you already carried too many burdens. But, from the beginning to the end, you have done good work. And for that, I owe you an apology." Harry didn't answer right away. His breathing was the only sound in the office, apart from the slow crackling of the candles burning down to stubs. "Even though I've had a certain rivalry with Professor Einar," Dumbledore added with a trace of tired irony, "I have to acknowledge he did excellent work training the students, and you. I also know he gave you a choice. 2 paths, 2 futures. I will say nothing that might influence your decision. From now on, Harry, it's yours. Yours and no one else's." Dumbledore raised a hand, as if that small motion could somehow disperse the darkness around him. "And I also apologize," he said quietly, "for having planned every step of your life as though I could control it all. For having believed, foolishly, that my involvement was the only way to ensure your survival. The truth is, it was never necessary for me to be present in that way." Harry looked at him for a long moment. Between them, so many silences had piled up they were heavier than any spell. "Then, if I decided to do nothing, if I just waited for the adults to sort everything out," Harry asked, breaking the quiet in a low, measured voice. Then I would be glad for you, Dumbledore replied sincerely, inclining his head just slightly. It is your choice. And I will see that it's respected. And as you can see, he added with the ghost of a tired smile, gesturing at the magical instrument still flickering restlessly across the desk, I still have plenty of work left to help the Ministry find those things. I see, said Harry. He rose slowly, his cloak brushing over the polished wooden floor. And, Harry, Dumbledore called as his hand touched the door handle, don't blame Ron for his fears. He only wanted to protect his family, even if he made a terrible choice. He did, Harry murmured, before leaving the office without looking back. Dumbledore remained motionless. His fingers trembled once against the cold surface of the pensieve, as though a pain he didn't dare name had opened in the back of his mind. Are you all right, Dumbledore? Asked one of the former headmistresses gently, from her portrait. Yes, he replied softly, closing his eyes as if holding something back with all his strength. It's nothing. But the other portraits did not look away from his hunched figure. And none of them pretended to sleep. Chapter 123, Special, Dren POV 2. Special, Dren POV 2. After the trial, the court crumbled like a corpse left out under the sun. Fudge clung to every connection and miserable lever of power he still possessed, clawing at his dignity like a pig wallowing in its own filth. The only thing he achieved was a reduction of his sentence to 5 years. 5 years in the Aszkaban my Lord Einar had rebuilt, a place where neither madness nor death offered any escape. Fools deceived themselves, thinking that without Dementors it was somehow more humane. They didn't understand. Now there was something worse. In the cells, lurking in the darkness, dwelled the Seekers, creatures with tentacles dripping caustic secretions, their vitreous eyes gleaming with a spark of cruel intelligence. They knew when to study, when to mutilate, when to let the pain nestle in the soul like a permanent guest. Sometimes they would open a prisoner with the precision of a surgeon and stitch them back together, simply to prove that all suffering was the choice of their tormentor. Fudge reached his cell, if one could call that den of stone and mist a cell, and barely had time to approach the blackened little window. The fog began to seep through the cracks, sliding inside with a living purpose. Help, he screeched, his voice cracked and pathetic. The mist climbed into his throat and stole the cry, wrapping his face like a shroud. He was swallowed by the shadows in utter silence. An instant later, a hypnotic illusion covered the prison, projecting an image of Fudge's corpse, hanging by the neck in his false cell. That everyone would believe in his suicide was a delicious detail. The mist spat him out onto the cold, sticky floor of my hall of judgment. I watched from the gloom as Fudge lifted himself with a shudder of disgust, covered in someone else's blood. The metallic stench struck his face, and he staggered. He rose with difficulty. Despair was always the first thing to bloom in men. He searched for an exit, any promise of relief, and lunged toward the door he believed would set him free. He opened it. And stepped back into the same room. Another door. Another useless sprint. A perfect loop. As panic took root, he turned with a shiver toward the moans infesting the darkness. And then he saw her. Umbridge. Her flesh carved with a twisted manifesto. The words gouged down to the bone, judgment. Shame. Suffering. You Umbridge. He stammered, his voice as frail as his stomach. What did they do to you? Her tongue, split and lacerated with the same message, writhed uselessly. Her eyes were a pit of pleading and despair. Fudge swallowed hard. He looked at her. He understood. Do you want me to kill you? The glimmer of relief in Umbridge's eyes was almost beautiful. All right. He whispered, his voice quivering as he struggled not to betray his own relief at sharing the burden. It was my responsibility. I will grant you that mercy. He found a jagged iron rod, rusted and cruel by its very nature. He placed it over her chest while Umbridge released a sigh that sounded far too much like a sob. Forgive me. He drove it in. The heart yielded to the pressure. Life drained from her pupils. And then I knew it was time. My voice broke the stillness, low and rough, tinged with delight. Truly, a foolish thing. A reddish glow pulsed from my hand. The wound closed as if the iron had never touched her. Her flesh quivered and knitted together, and a cursed breath returned to inflate her lungs. Her eyes opened in a flutter of pure terror. No, no. Let me die, I beg you. Umbridge sobbed, her voice a ragged croak. It was him, he forced me. He ordered me to harm his students. She pointed at Fudge with a trembling finger. Fudge froze. Then a roar of fury swelled his veins. Liar. You were the one who wanted to do it. You were the one who wanted to humiliate them, discredit them. You're a coward. The rod sank into her throat again. A gush of blood darkened the shadows. I moved my hand. Once more she revived. Once more her panic ignited. I could let you keep slaughtering each other forever. I remarked softly as my shadow stretched across the floor. But I prefer order. Torture properly administered. Chains slithered across the ground like iron serpents. They caught him by wrists and ankles, biting into his flesh. He didn't need to scream, yet. That would come soon enough. A seeker emerged, its tentacles undulating with eager anticipation. It began its work on Umbridge, every spell and every incision etched a word onto her skin, and when the skin ran out, it burrowed into the muscle, and if needed, engraved the bone itself. Judgment. Shame. Suffering. Fudge tried to look away. I did not allow it. I stepped closer, my burning eyes fixed on his, and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Now. I whispered, you will feel what all those who have ever known my dominion feel. The curse erupted like a river breaking its banks. Fudge's scream was pure music. He collapsed to his knees as invisible scars blackened his skin, as every fiber of his body ignited, as his mind was torn apart by visions of his own flesh devoured. Arg. I smiled. The sight of human suffering never wearied me. The smile became tranquil as I turned my head toward an invisible corner. My lord was calling me. And so, dissolving into the shadows, I left them there. United in their damnation. When the void closed behind my back, I found myself once again in the main hall of Hogwarts. The stone was pristine, the air steeped in that artificial calm that always preceded chaos. I placed a gloved hand over my chest, bowing respectfully to whoever had summoned me. Here, in this world, only one being could call me without my consent, my Lord Einar. Master, I have fulfilled your mandate. The traitors now wail in their new dwelling, I murmured to myself as I lifted my gaze. And then. I froze. They were there. Lucia, the little demon with the smile of a maiden and the heart of a dragon. Luna Lovegood, the human who never blinked and seemed able to peer into the soul of any creature, no matter how ancient. Dren, I found you. Lucia announced with that macabre cheerfulness that always made me wish to sink into the floor. My mind, capable of conceiving 1,000 ways to flay a man alive, went utterly blank. For an instant, I experienced something humans call existential terror. It's shadowy, Luna said in her ethereal voice, tilting her head as her large grey eyes bored into me. I knew you'd come if we waited here. Creatures of the night always return to their lair. My mouth moved before my brain commanded it. Miss Lucia, it is an honor to see you again. As I spoke, my eyes swept across the hall with the nervous precision of a cornered predator. Were they all here? Unfortunately, yes. To one side, Roar stood with his arms crossed, wearing an orcish grin that promised imminent calamity. He looked like a child eager to tear open a bloody present. Nearby, Avento was chatting with young Lady Sophie as if this were a pleasant afternoon gathering. Noticing my presence, Avento turned and inclined his head in a small nod of greeting, one that, somehow, only made him more unsettling. Blaze, the leader of this peculiar squad of stormy little demons, remained with the others, watching me with a calm smile. A smile that, on any other child, might have seemed friendly, but on him could only be interpreted as the prelude to a hunt. For them, my arrival was nothing more than the long-overdue formal introduction. And, of course, at the back, my Lord Einar sat, as serene as a king observing his personal court of fiends. His mere presence reminded me that, despite all my power, here I was nothing but a guest, and perhaps a future toy. Dren, let's fight. Roar bellowed, clashing his fists together with excitement. The giant is strong, but he still needs training. I want to spar with you. I took a deep breath. Protocol demanded courtesy, but my instincts were screaming run. I'm sorry, young Master Roar. I refused to raise a weapon against my lord's offspring, I declared softly, hoping the refusal would settle the matter. Don't listen to him, Dren. Lucia interjected, stepping forward with that damned smile that chilled my blood. Come play with us. That word, play, carried more threat than any dark oath. I'm sorry, young Mistress Lucia, I replied with all the nobility I could muster. But at this moment, I have an assignment from the master that admits no delay. Then we'll help you, she countered, tilting her head like a curious predator. It was in that precise instant I realized I had to choose, dignity or survival. The choice was easy. It is impossible, young lady, I declared hollowly as I took a step back. If you will excuse me. I must attend to my task. I didn't wait for an answer. The shadow wrapped around me like a bomb. And I vanished from their sight with the speed of a consummate coward. Chapter 124, The beginning of a training that would change everything. The beginning of a training that would change everything. The weekend had always been the day when that friendly competition was born, the one that used to bring the entire school together. A tradition that, thanks to Umbridge, had gradually faded away, like a candle dying without air. But now that she had left Hogwarts, and, according to rumors, was in the worst place imaginable, the outdoor lessons with students from all years returned with renewed strength. It was at the request of all of them, encouraged by the newspaper that, finally free from Fudge's control, bluntly reported what had really happened. Einar walked calmly across the open field where they used to train. His eyes paused for a moment on the immense crowd. Truly, the entire school was gathered there, as if no one wanted to miss that opportunity. How curious. They really all came, he commented in a low voice, turning his head slightly to take in the scene. Professor, there's only 1 month of classes left. And, we're really afraid, said Lee Jordan, raising his voice with a tremor he couldn't hide. He was speaking for everyone. We want to learn everything we can before we have to leave the safety of the castle, before we're no longer under your protection. As he spoke, dozens of heads nodded in silent agreement, weighed down by an anxiety they could no longer conceal. It's good that you're taking this seriously, Einar replied, showing a faint smile that barely softened the tension. His gaze, however, immediately recovered the gravity that could make even the bravest student shiver. Then, this month, you will receive a rigorous and demanding class. I expect to see you all again next year. A shudder ran through the crowd, but no one stepped back. Was it just a train? I thought we were going to fight everyone against everyone, a slightly annoyed voice suddenly commented, breaking the silence. Of course, Einar instantly recognized that tone, one of his little ones. When he looked carefully, he saw them all, scattered along the edges of the field as if waiting for his signal. You, come here. You'll help me train them, he ordered with a gesture of his hand. For the first time, all the students could see Einar's children and disciples gathered together. And at once, they realized they were those strange young people who roamed the castle, investigating every corner, sometimes destroying hidden passages, only to be scolded by Filch. Minutes later, would usually be found unconscious in some corridor until Einar arrived to collect them. Perfect. With them here, you can choose whichever weapon you prefer, and each of you will be taught by a different master, he explained, calmly pointing to his noisy group. They look weak, murmured Lucia, with a slight expression of confusion. The comment sparked an indignant murmur, especially because it came from a girl who couldn't have been more than 11 years old. Many began to wonder, with curiosity and a hint of apprehension, what on earth that little girl could possibly teach them. You only need to learn to survive, don't you? Roar chimed in, a restrained excitement tensing his massive muscles, which made quite a few students nervous, especially after learning he had defeated Hagrid himself in training. I'd rather keep studying the magic books of this place, but if Father asks it of me, I won't mind teaching the arcane arts, Avento commented calmly, his hands folded behind his back and his posture so straight he looked like a nobleman giving an audience. It didn't escape notice that several girls his age were staring at him in silence. We just have to give them all staves and be done with it, Sophie muttered with barely disguised boredom. You're supposed to be a better mage than Avento. You're honestly just lazy, said Samuel, shaking his head. Then, with a gentle smile, he added, if you want to learn to heal and strengthen your companions, you can come with me. Hey! You can join me. I'm fun, good company, and I'll teach you how to use 2 swords. Also, I'm rather handsome, Lars introduced himself with a bright smile that drew several sidelong glances. Bow and arrow, Sissel said simply, without moving a muscle of her serious face. I'd like to fish in that big black lake. If you want to learn to wield a great sword, look for me there, added Ailsan as he strolled off with complete tranquility. Honestly. The master asks us to train these weaklings, and you don't even try to motivate them, protested Blaze, tossing his reddish hair that gleamed in the sun like liquid fire. Those who want to learn great sword, follow me. We'll kick everyone else's ass. Didn't he say he would teach great sword, asked Lee Jordan, pointing to Ailsan, who was already disappearing into the distance. We both use it. Any problem? Blaze retorted seriously, crossing his arms. No. I was just asking, Lee Jordan stammered nervously. Before Blaze could reply again, Einar gave him a sharp smack on the back of the head. Speak respectfully, he ordered with a severe tone. Then he lifted his gaze to the students. Blaze is the leader. He will not only teach you to fight with greatsword but also to lead and devise strategies in the midst of combat. Ailsan is freer and more instinctive. Samuel is a healer, but he also fights with mace and shield. Roar is skilled in hand-to-hand combat and dual axes. Lars teaches dual sword and speed. Avento uses magic and rune traps. Sophie prefers large-scale magic, though she likes using staves. Sissel is an expert in scouting, agility, and archery. And Lucia. He paused for a moment as his youngest daughter looked up at him with a bright smile, waiting eagerly for what he would say about her. Likes to destroy everything with her warhammer, Einar finally said, unable to find a more precise description. Far from offended, Lucia's face lit up with pride, and she lifted her tiny chest as if she were the heroine of the day. You can each choose one of them to learn in groups. I will personally train you in physical endurance and the principles of magic. Any questions? Einar asked, his voice so firm that no one dared to murmur. However, Lee Jordan immediately raised his hand. Einar nodded slightly to let him speak. I'm sure everyone was wondering the same thing, but the little one, I mean, Lucia, right, does she really use a warhammer? She is stronger than any of you, Einar replied with implacable calm. Now choose quickly. We don't have all day. And so, while everyone exchanged looks of nervous curiosity, the training began, one that none of them would ever forget. Einar watched the training with his arms crossed over his chest, sitting on a bench made of logs near Hagrid's hut. From there, he could see each group in the middle of their lessons, some sweating as they wielded weapons larger than themselves, others focused on learning runes or trying to ignite flames with their wands. Heavy footsteps crunched over the grass, and Hagrid appeared, his imposing figure outlined against the afternoon sky. He had a slightly bruised eye that didn't quite match his forced smile. Still hasn't healed? Einar asked, raising an eyebrow as he noticed the bruise. Ah, the one the giants gave me a while back is gone, Hagrid replied, scratching his beard. This one was from that boy of yours, he added with a resigned sigh. Reminds me of when we first became friends, you know, he said, letting out a nostalgic chuckle. Yes. Even if they're noisy, they're my pride, Einar replied with a faint smile as his eyes followed Lucia, who was gesturing enthusiastically with both hands, trying to explain how to crush an enemy with her hammer. They're good kids. They even helped me with Grop, Hagrid commented warmly. What happened with the giants? Einar asked at last, turning his attention fully to him. Well, the truth is, I'm a bit confused now, Hagrid confessed, frowning. After our fight, they all seemed to accept me as their leader. But a few weeks ago, they just disappeared. Vanished. Luckily, I brought Grop with me, because otherwise I wouldn't have the slightest idea where they might have gone. Einar fell silent, his gaze growing cold for an instant as he considered it. Will you help look for them? Hagrid asked this time, his tone serious. Einar didn't answer immediately. He raised one hand and whispered a spell so softly it was almost inaudible. Lines of light spread out over the ground like the roots of a tree, tracing paths in every direction. One of them led straight toward the castle. It would be too easy if I did it myself, he replied calmly, lowering his hand as the lights faded. And even if I found them now, their followers would still be free. I'll leave that adventure to whoever has the will to take it on. But won't it be dangerous if any of your students decide to try? Hagrid insisted, frowning in concern. If they wish to, who am I to stop them? Einar answered with quiet serenity. I spent my adolescence living among catacombs and dungeons just for the thrill of it. No one understands better than I do how much a real adventure can teach you. Danger, if you learn to face it, is the greatest teacher of all. His eyes drifted away, without softening, until they settled on Harry. The boy was training alone in a distant corner of the field, sword in hand, his brow furrowed as if carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. But don't worry, Einar added in a softer voice, if they call for me, I'll be ready. I won't let them die. That same night, Einar was in his study, reviewing a handful of parchments when he heard a couple of firm knocks on the door. Come in, Harry, he said calmly without lifting his gaze from his notes. The door opened with a creak, and Harry stepped in slowly. He walked until he was standing in front of the desk and raised his eyes, so serious he looked more like an adult than a teenager. Professor. I know you gave me until the end of the term, but I think I've already made up my mind, he announced in a firm voice. Oh. Einar lifted his head just slightly to look at him. I want to go after them. I want to destroy them. I want to finish this once and for all, with my own hands, if I have to, Harry said, his breath short from the tension he was holding in. I want you to train me to do it right. Einar studied him for a long moment, as if he'd expected those words for some time. More training than what you already have, he asked in a neutral tone. Yes. I want you to teach me the art of survival. How to track prints. Follow clues. Not just fight, Harry insisted. You're planning to do this alone? Einar asked, a note of almost imperceptible reproach in his voice. I don't want my friends to be in danger because of my decision, Harry replied seriously. Don't say things you didn't even ask us about, came a voice suddenly from behind him. Harry turned around with a start. Hermione and Neville stood in the doorway, their faces pale but determined. We want to go with you too, Neville said, his voice trembling but unable to hide the resolve in his eyes. We'll train with you. But. Harry began, but Hermione raised a hand. No buts, she declared firmly. Since first year, we've risked everything for you. We're not going to stay behind now. Although she spoke in plural, they all knew Ron was no longer part of that we. His relationship with Harry had deteriorated so badly that they couldn't even look each other in the eye. Hermione still felt guilty. After all, Ron had acted out of fear and for his family, but he had betrayed them. And nothing had been the same since. Einar sighed, breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the room. All right, he said at last in a low voice that left no room for argument. Before and after classes, you will come with me. To the Forbidden Forest. There, you'll learn everything you need. And as determination took shape on the faces of the three young people, none of them suspected that this decision would be the beginning of something much bigger than themselves. Chapter 125, Children of Chaos, Masters of Shadow. Children of Chaos, Masters of Shadow. Swish. Swish. In the midst of absolute darkness, only the fleeting flash of sparks revealed for an instant the presence of two figures in motion. The sound of daggers clashing echoed briefly before everything fell again into sepulchral silence. Swish. During one of the clashes, the faint light allowed the faces of the duelists to be seen, Runa and Cedric, measuring their skills purely by instinct, without relying on sight. Then, silence returned. It was an absolute void, as if the entire world had stopped. Until, suddenly. Ugh! The cry, unmistakably male, broke the calm. The voice was Cedric's, followed by hurried footsteps, a rush of movements that stirred the air like invisible blades. More attacks rained down on him from multiple angles. Cedric, panting, did everything he could to defend himself. I give up, he finally shouted, exhausted. Then, as if his words had activated a switch, a soft light turned on in the center of the room. The room revealed its chaos, furniture scattered everywhere, cut as if it had been dragged through a storm of blades. Some had been strategically placed as obstacles. Runa watched him from the shadows with a clearly amused expression. Well, at least this time you lasted 1 second longer, she said, tossing her dagger into the air before catching it again with a dismissive grace. Cedric, for his part, was covered in thin cuts and lacerations. None were deep, but all were in dangerously precise spots. While drinking a potion that began to close his wounds with magical speed, he let out a sigh of frustration. How much longer are we going to train in the dark? He asked, exhausted. You actually already passed the test, Runa replied calmly, sitting on a sofa that had so many marks it barely kept its shape. You managed to find me in the darkness without bumping into the furniture. That was the important part. Then why are we still fighting? It hurts. Of course it hurts. You have to get used to pain. Although I'd like to do it like the Assassin's Guild and really torture you, but I think the master would get mad. Her gaze took on a disturbing gleam, and Cedric felt a chill run down his spine. Did they do that to you? He asked, a little shakily. Runa looked at him as if he had just asked if fire was wet. Are you crazy? Who would dare to touch a Dragonborn's apprentice? No one survives something like that. Her tone was mocking, but her words carried a heavy truth. It's curious how no one here even realizes how terrifying the master can be. Maybe because he's always at that school, teaching like he's just a simple professor. She leaned back more comfortably, smiling at the memory. Although he says his students and children are walking disasters. I'd say 90% of the chaos is his fault. Every place he stepped into ended in destruction. Do you know what it's like to fight a real dragon? Beasts capable of destroying countries and with magic more powerful than any archmage. Cedric swallowed hard. Dragons were really that powerful in your world? They were considered gods. Their magic didn't need words or wands. They shouted, and reality obeyed. The master's shouts come from them. Their priests were monsters imbued with power, ruling like tyrants. Humans could barely trap them, but never hurt them. Only the master could kill them. He devoured their souls. And each soul made him stronger. There came a point when he could defeat them with his fists. Silence grew heavy again, until Runa stood up suddenly. Alright, let's change the training. Now you'll learn to track a target. Cedric, still impressed, quickly followed her. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest. Einar remained still, arms crossed, like a statue carved from stone. Next to him, Lucia imitated his posture with the same solemnity, although in her case, it was more play than discipline. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the surroundings. In front of them, Hermione, Harry, and Neville looked around with a certain unease. The forest seemed to absorb the sunlight, leaving the atmosphere cloaked in a dense twilight. The leaves rustled with each breeze, and branches like claws intertwined above their heads. Alright, said Einar in a calm tone, sensing their tension. There are no enemies nearby. His voice cut through the air like a sword, clear and direct. Today you'll learn how to follow tracks, how to properly use the clairvoyance spell, and how to overcome any obstacles in your way. The three nodded immediately, straightening as if preparing for a particularly difficult exam. First, tell me, do you know how clairvoyance works? Hermione raised her hand instantly, as confident as ever. It leads you to the place you need to find, she replied. Almost. Einar paused. But actually, the spell guides you to the place you should go. Needing and should, are different things. Clairvoyance is a very useful spell, but its effectiveness depends on who casts it. If you have good control, you can modify the direction, force a target change, or even visualize multiple paths at the same time. Einar walked slowly toward a nearby rock, and upon placing his hand on it, several blue lines appeared on the surface, as if they responded to his touch. However, if you just follow the line without thinking, you could end up somewhere completely different. Sometimes it only shows an approximate path, and it's up to you to read the environment to find the true entrance. It's not a magical GPS. It's more like amplified instinct. The three students nodded, understanding the difference. It was complex magic. It required the mind, not just a wand. Hagrid told me about a niffler that escaped this morning, Einar continued. Your duty is to find it before any creature in the forest does. Use clairvoyance. Look for footprints, traces, any clue. Move. The order was clear, and the three set off quickly, wands held high. A bluish glow began to form from their hands, and the first lines of the spell started to draw in the air. Lucia, meanwhile, stayed behind, watching with wide, shining eyes. Dad, what's a niffler? She asked softly. A small, furry creature that has an obsession with shiny things, Einar replied calmly, without looking at her directly. And is it in danger? The worry was clear on her face. Yes. Then. I'm going to help too, she exclaimed with determination, and without waiting for permission, ran after the others. Einar watched her in silence, with that mix of resignation and patience that only a father of a half-demon girl could have. For a moment, he thought about stopping her, but then he sighed and lowered his arms. All right. He murmured. Just don't turn the niffler into your pet, like all the others. And with that, he stepped into the shadow of the trees, following them from a distance. There was still much to learn, and soon, the forest would teach them its own challenges. Harry, Hermione, and Neville walked with focus, casting the clairvoyant spell as they followed the glowing blue line that slid over the ground like a magical snake. The line weaved between roots, branches, and stones, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, forcing them to pay close attention to each step. But then they noticed something curious. Lucia was walking calmly beside them, also using clairvoyance, although her version of the spell was peculiar. Her magic line only advanced 3 steps before vanishing completely. Then, the girl would cast it again, take 3 more steps, and repeat the process as if she were playing magical hopscotch. Hermione blinked. What are you doing? She asked, confused. Helping you, replied Lucia, as if the question were the silliest thing in the world. Yeah, but, why does your spell only mark such a short distance? Asked Harry, puzzled. Lucia tilted her head, thoughtful. Because it's easier to follow that way. If I cast it too far, I tend to lose sight of it. And I get lost. Harry blinked. You get lost following a glowing line on the ground? Yes, she answered completely naturally, before casting the spell again and taking 3 more steps with a calm smile. Hermione held back a laugh. Why don't you come with us while we use the spell? That way you could help us look for clues instead of casting it every few seconds. Lucia stopped, looked at Hermione with thoughtful eyes, and nodded with a light Okay. Einar, for his part, walked a few meters behind them. Not only was he watching their progress, he was also keeping the forest creatures at bay. His mere presence seemed enough to deter even the most fearsome predators. Suddenly, Lucia's sharp voice broke the silence. I found something, she exclaimed, pointing to a branch tangled in a bush. Hanging from it was a small ball of dark, shiny fur. Hermione stepped closer and smiled as she examined it. It's from the Niffler. We're heading in the right direction. With renewed enthusiasm, the 4 quickened their pace, following the trail. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts library. The soft murmur of pages turning and the sound of books floating gracefully created a peaceful atmosphere. Fleur Delacour walked between shelves, pushing a cart full of ancient volumes. With graceful wand movements, the books rose one by one to place themselves neatly in their proper spots. For a moment, Fleur felt a gaze piercing her back. She turned quickly, but only saw a girl sitting at a nearby table, reading with a concentrated expression. Did I imagine it? She thought, placing a hand over her chest. She turned around to continue, but nearly screamed when she found the same girl now standing right in front of her, staring up with pale blue, curious eyes. Ah, exclaimed Fleur, placing a hand over her heart with a nervous smile. You scared me. Can I ask you something? Said the girl softly, pointing at Fleur's waist. Where did you get that? Fleur looked down. The black mask hung from her belt, with magical golden details that made it stand out. Ah, this. Professor Einar gave it to me. I haven't returned it yet, she replied, running her hand over it with slight embarrassment. The girl raised an eyebrow at her. He lent you one of his masks, with no time limit, she asked with an inquisitive tone. Normally he only lends them for a couple of days. They're quite powerful objects. She paused. How long have you had it? Fleur frowned. The girl's words threw her off. How did she know so much? For over a month, she admitted, a bit nervous. That long. The girl smiled, but not innocently, there was a hint of mischief in it. Then she looked her directly in the eyes. Do you like my dad? Fleur froze. Why, your dad is who? Einar. Einar is my dad, the girl replied with total calm, as if saying something as simple as, it's going to rain today. What? You're Professor Einar's daughter. Oh, sorry. Fleur stammered, visibly nervous. He told me he had children, but I never imagined it was you. I've been a bit busy, and distracted. Nice to meet you, I'm Fleur Delacour. The girl didn't respond right away. She just looked at her with a neutral expression and crossed arms, evaluating every word and gesture as if deciding something important. I don't need an answer, she finally said with an enigmatic tone. But if you act like that, I'll be watching you. And with that ambiguous warning, Sophie turned on her heels and began to walk away with a serene pace, almost worthy of a princess. However, just as she passed by Fleur, her face lit up with a mischievous smile, a mix of contained excitement and pure playfulness that she didn't even try to hide. Chapter 126, Shadows of the Archive. Shadows of the Archive. The archivist, Gareth Fitt, a young man with a thin face and a perpetually distracted gaze, wasn't supposed to be there. His task was simple, log a confiscated item and return it to storage. But something was wrong. The display case, which should have been sealed, was wide open. The security enchantment, completely disabled. And at the center, unrolled as if it had been waiting for him, lay an ancient scroll with singed edges. Gareth blinked, cautiously stepping closer. He read the first lines. His heart skipped a beat. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle, activity detected near Little Hangleton, 1957, report suppressed by higher order. His eyes widened as a chill ran down his spine. Merlin's beard. This is about Voldemort. He whispered, stunned. He didn't hesitate. Dropping the papers he was holding, he quickly rolled up the scroll with trembling hands and stashed it away. His body moved on instinct while his mind raced with images of long-whispered theories, rumors about fragments of the Dark Lord's soul, about hidden objects that, if found, could not only prevent his final resurrection but also bring an unprecedented fortune as a reward. That the case was open at that exact moment, didn't even register. His excitement drowned out all suspicion. He walked off briskly, a grin spreading across his face, completely unaware of the shadows beginning to slither silently around him. As he turned a corner, a flash of green greeted him. A figure dressed entirely in black, robes unmistakably belonging to a Death Eater, raised their wand. Avada. Gareth froze. Hearing just the first syllable was enough to paralyze him with fear. But the curse was never completed. 3 enchanted metal daggers sliced through the air with lethal precision, driving themselves deep into the attacker's chest. Magical defenses shattered like paper against the enchanted steel. Out of the darkness stepped Cedric Diggory. He wore a reinforced dark uniform, detailed with red stitching that enhanced mobility and stealth. A hood covered most of his face, and a mask, clearly annoying to him, obscured the rest. It was a uniform Einar would have recognized instantly, the gear of the Dark Brotherhood. "Run," Cedric ordered, voice firm, eyes still locked on the now lifeless body. What? What's happening?" Gareth stammered, still dazed. "You're in the middle of a trap. This zone was set up for something important." "Who sent you?" I just came to file a report." "There's no time. Go. Now." Cedric turned just in time to dodge a curse. Moving with supernatural speed, he guided the daggers through the air with one hand using telekinesis, while casting protective spells with his wand in the other. Another enemy, cloaked in black smoke, descended from the ceiling, lunging toward Gareth. A sudden blast of light hurled him backwards. Sirius Black stepped into view at the far end of the corridor, his stride relaxed, his eyes calm but sharp as steel. "Looks like we've got more spies in here than we thought," he said, deflecting a surprise hex with a swift flick of his wand. Though Sirius often played the fool, few remembered just how dangerous he truly was. Ever since his near-death experience, he no longer mocked Moody's obsession with vigilance. Constant vigilance, he now lived by those words. "Remember, alive if possible," shouted Tonks, appearing from around a corner with a dazzling midair flip. She danced through the hail of curses like a war-born acrobat, returning spells with grace and deadly precision. Within minutes, the chaos subsided. 5 Death Eaters had been brought down. 2 of them, still breathing, were bound with reinforced magical ropes. But one, before he could be interrogated, bit down hard on something hidden in his back tooth. A thick, black liquid oozed from his mouth, poison. The other tried to do the same, but a blur of movement intercepted him. Runa appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the prisoner's jaw and dislocating it with a sharp, echoing snap. Cedric, Tonks, and Sirius stared in stunned silence. "You lose a point," Runa said coldly to Cedric before vanishing as swiftly as she had come. Sirius broke the silence. "You're still being evaluated?" "Honestly. I've never been told when it ends," Cedric replied, exhaling with exhaustion. "Let's get them to holding." "Maybe we can get some answers," said Tonks, heading for the elevator. "And someone keep an eye on that idiot. Gareth," she added, her tone laced with distrust. "Director Bones' office, Ministry of Magic." Amelia Bones stood upright, eyes fixed on an enchanted board. Glowing threads connected names, locations, and dates. A web of conspiracies, unfinished, but growing. Moody sat in the corner, hunched and grim, wand resting across his knees. Several familiar faces surrounded them, all tense. They knew what this attack meant. "A few minutes ago, we triggered a trap inside the ministry, and it worked," Moody said flatly. The tension thickened. No one had been told. Everyone thought Moody had uncovered legitimate intelligence. But it had all been a ruse, a calculated move to lure out the traitors. And it had succeeded. "1 drop of Veritaserum for everyone in this room, and we'd be done in 5 minutes, Moody growled, eyes scanning the others. Nobody dared protest. Nobody wanted to look suspicious in front of him. "Let's hope the prisoners talk," Amelia replied, her voice low but resolute. Now, as acting minister until the elections, she wasn't just fighting Voldemort, she was fighting a war within. Espionage. Betrayal. Corruption. Scrimgeour and Thickness were busy fighting for the throne. But while they campaigned and schemed, Amelia and her team were cleaning up the ministry in the shadows. The threats were everywhere. Infiltrated Death Eaters. Rogue dark wizards. Informants selling secrets. Every expedition to find a Horcrux risked turning into an ambush if they weren't extremely careful. The door burst open. Sirius entered, confident and direct. "What have you got, Black?" Moody asked without preamble. They were ordinary workers under the Imperious curse. Fake robes. Reflexive obedience. They didn't even know why they were there, Sirius said, shaking his head. And that Gareth fellow, he just seems like a clumsy employee who left his work for the last minute. Just in case, he's already under surveillance. Moody clicked his tongue in frustration. Tisk. "It's better if we start searching for those things," said Sirius, crossing his arms with a tense expression. "We don't know if they're already gathering information about where their master might have hidden them. We have a few leads Dumbledore left us," murmured Amelia, her gaze fixed on the wizards in the room. "But, what if some of those leads were leaked by spies?" Her words hung in the air like a curse. Everyone knew what she meant. Everyone was under scrutiny. Even those who had fought in previous wars. Even those who had bled for the ministry. "I know you all distrust each other. And honestly, I understand," Amelia continued, a trace of sadness in her voice. "The Order of the Phoenix is working on their own. For now, we can only wait for their support. I want to believe in you, each of you. I've known many of you for years. But you also know what we're up against." No one spoke. There was no need. The distrust in the room was thick, like the air inside a sealed tomb. Every glance, every silence, every twitch, could mean betrayal. This was a war with no front lines, where the enemy might be sitting right beside you. "We understand, Director," said one of the Aurors, his tone firm. "If we suspect anyone among us, we'll report it to you immediately." "Good. You're dismissed," Amelia said with a small gesture. The group began to disperse when Sirius's communicator sphere grew warm in his pocket. He quickly pulled it out, and Molly Weasley's face appeared inside. "Molly, did you find anything?" he asked at once. Molly shook her head, visibly concerned. "One of the places Dumbledore mentioned, where the old orphanage of you-know-who once stood. Arthur and Bill went there. There was a powerful magical defense. Arthur came back in bad shape, but they managed to retrieve the object that was there." Sirius frowned. "And? It was a fake," Molly said, her voice turning harder. "Someone else got there first." The image shifted slightly. Arthur Weasley was lying on a makeshift stretcher, being tended to by Alice Longbottom. His face was pale, covered in magical cuts. Beside him, Bill held a dark necklace, his expression filled with frustration. "That bloody R.A.B. What the hell did we go through all that for?" Bill growled, gripping the object tightly. Sirius straightened sharply. "What did he say?" "R.A.B., Molly repeated, confused. "Whoever took the real Horcrux left a note. It was signed with those initials, R.B." Sirius's silence lasted only a second, but it was enough for everyone in the room to notice. "No, it can't be," he murmured, taking a step back. "What does the note say?" he finally asked. "Do you want me to read it to you?" "No. I'm heading there now." Without waiting for a reply, Sirius put the sphere away and left the room like a shadow vanishing through the door. Moody narrowed his eyes. "You know something?" he asked in a low, firm tone. "I'm not sure, but..." Sirius paused at the doorway, his gaze fixed on the floor. "My brother. Regulus. He was a Death Eater. No one really knows how he died. He just vanished. And I doubt Voldemort would have gone to the trouble of killing him personally unless he did something significant." His voice was tight, heavy with a mix of pain, anger, and uncertainty. "My family worshipped the Dark Lord. So why him? Why disappear without a trace, unless it was for something like this?" Moody stood up slowly. "What are you waiting for? Go." Chapter 127, The Lost Locket. The Lost Locket. Sirius burst into the house with urgent steps, not even bothering to close the door behind him. His face was tense, and his eyes immediately locked onto the people in the room, Molly, Arthur, Bill, and several other Order members, all startled by his sudden arrival. "Show me the letter," he demanded bluntly. Bill, who had been holding it, handed it over without a word. Sirius unfolded it quickly. His eyes swept across the parchment with growing tension until they froze on the final signature. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I stole the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. Facing death, I hope that when you find this locket, you will realize your enemy was cleverer than you. R.A.B. Sirius stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly lowered the letter, his face stony. That arrogant tone, that signature. There's no doubt, he said gravely. It's my brother. Regulus. What? Your brother took the Horcrux? Molly asked, stunned. Where could he have hidden it? There's only one creature who might know, Sirius muttered, turning his gaze toward a dark corner of the room. Creature. At once, with a faint crack, the old house elf appeared, hunched over and glaring at the wizards with distrustful eyes. Was Master calling? He growled, his expression full of disdain. You know the truth, don't you? What happened to Regulus? Sirius asked, his voice cold and unwavering. Creature blinked, clearly taken aback by the question. No, Creature knows nothing, he replied hastily, too hastily. Sirius picked up the fake locket lying on the table and held it in front of him. I order you, Creature. Tell me what happened to my brother. And what became of the real locket? Bill, who had been standing nearby, stepped in urgently. Where is that Horcrux now? Blood traitor Weasley. Creature spat at the sound of his voice. But Sirius's icy glare silenced him instantly. Answer, Creature, Sirius repeated, his tone cutting through the air like a blade. The elf lowered his head, trembling slightly. I don't know where it is now. But, it was here. The darkest, most wicked object that ever tainted this house. Master Regulus ordered me to destroy it before he died, but Creature failed. No matter how hard I tried. I couldn't. And if you don't know where it is now, who took it? Sirius pressed. Creature swallowed hard. His voice dropped to a whisper. It was, her. Mistress Bellatrix. She sent word through that traitor, demanded I give it to her. Said that if anyone asked about Master Sirius, I was to say I knew nothing. They took it. The name brought a collective frown to every face in the room. Bellatrix Lestrange. Mad, fanatical, and now dead. If she had the locket, it might be lost forever. Or worse, in the hands of the Death Eaters. Tell me, Creature. What happened to Regulus? Sirius asked again, more softly now. Creature straightened slightly, eyes drifting toward a far-off memory. The Dark Lord needed a house elf for a special task. Young Master Regulus, in his great wisdom, volunteered me, but he first ordered Creature to come back alive, no matter what happened. His voice cracked as he continued, as if each word reopened an old wound. The Master took me to a cave. The Dark Lord made Creature drink a potion. It was horrible. It burned like fire inside. Creature begged for water. But the Dark Lord left, and I was alone, until I heard Master Regulus calling me. Creature returned. No one spoke. All listened in silent awe. When Creature told him what happened, Master Regulus asked to be taken to the cave. He drank the potion himself. Ordered Creature to take the object, and flee. Creature saw him dragged into the lake by those creatures, and could do nothing. Tears began rolling down the elf's wrinkled cheeks. Creature couldn't destroy it. He failed. He failed his last order. The room remained still. Only the faint sound of Creature's sobs broke the silence. Sirius, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, picked up the fake locket and handed it to the elf. It's all right. You may return to your duties. Keep it, if you wish. I'll find the real one. For Regulus. Creature looked up at him one last time, and vanished with a soft crack. Sirius sat down slowly, resting a hand on his forehead as if the weight of that truth had cracked something deep inside him. What do we do now? Molly asked quietly. Mad-Eye Moody, who had remained silent all this time, finally spoke, arms crossed and tone sharp. Dumbledore's already tracked down 2 Horcruxes, the Gaunt family ring and Hufflepuff's cup. The cup was in the Lestrange vault, caused a bit of trouble with the goblins. They only found the cup there. There's also the diary, destroyed by Potter in his second year. And the snake. Einar said it reeked of the same dark energy as the cup, so we assumed it was another Horcrux. The cup was destroyed in front of witnesses. The ring. Dumbledore still has it. Harry was another. But Einar dealt with that too. That leaves the locket. It might be the last one. Or, there could still be one more. Bill nodded, deep in thought. You've all noticed it, haven't you? Out of the 4 founders' artifacts, Voldemort had at least 2. The ring was his family's, according to Dumbledore, and Harry was a mistake. But what about the sword of Gryffindor? The lost diadem of Ravenclaw? The sword is in the headmaster's office, confirmed Moody. As for the diadem, no one knows where it is. It could be a lead. Then we need to start searching. But more urgently, we have to find the locket. If Voldemort's followers find it first, and pull off that cursed ritual again. Moody's face hardened. There'll be no doubt. The war will begin. And this time, there will be no turning back. This is completely useless. We've been investigating for weeks, and every time we reach a new meeting point, everyone's already gone before we even step inside, muttered Tonks with frustration, arms crossed as she stared at the floor full of faint footprints. Cedric, crouched near a broken window, examined the marks with his wand. He was trying to stay focused, but the furrow on his brow made it clear he hadn't found anything useful. Shacklebolt and other Aurors were moving methodically through the old mansion, checking every corner with trained eyes. Don't complain so much. Percy's doing the best he can. This week alone, he uncovered 3 more spies. If he hears you, he'll feel awful, Cedric said, still looking at the floor. I know. He has to screen every ministry employee, run interviews, make judgments. It's exhausting, dull, overwhelming, and he's the only one who accepted the job. Still, I bet 1 or 2 slipped past him, sighed Tonks. Cedric slowly stood up. Maybe we should go back to working on our own, like before. When we didn't rely on the ministry, things ran better. You might be right, but the logistical and financial support from the ministry is still helpful. Besides, once the truth came out, it was obvious they'd start being more cautious. Now they're obsessed with covering their tracks, said Shacklebolt as he exited a nearby room, his usual colorful robes billowing around him. Did you find anything useful? Footprints everywhere, but they used apparition a while ago. The trail's cold, Cedric answered, shaking his head. At least do we know who was hiding here? Yeah. I recorded Goyle's face, and Flint's corpse, Cedric replied seriously. More corpses. What is this, are we going to end up fighting an army of zombies or something? Tonks said, wrinkling her nose. Cedric froze for a moment. Then, suddenly, his expression changed. That's it, he muttered, eyes going wide. Wait, you do want a zombie war? Tonks asked, confused. No, you idiot. This mansion is less than 100 meters from a cemetery. Where were the previous meeting points located? Shacklebolt's eyes widened in realization. Yes, that's right. Every location had a cemetery nearby. How the hell did we miss that, he said before sprinting out of the mansion. Cedric followed immediately, and Tonks, now beginning to understand, ran after them. When they reached the cemetery, Shacklebolt raised his wand without hesitation. One by one, the coffins began to rise from the ground with a low creaking sound, and opened. Every single one was empty. They're stealing bodies, Shacklebolt said grimly. We need to go back. Tonks, alert the order. I'll speak with Amelia. This, we handle ourselves. We can't let the spies catch wind of this. With a swift wave of his wand, he returned the coffins to the ground and restored the soil. In seconds, all 3 of them disapparated with a soft pop. Are you serious? Asked Molly, somewhere between shock and fury. Bloody bastards, growled Moody, slamming a hand on the table. I thought they'd just used the corpses for that trap. We were so naive. Are they seriously building an army of corpses? Bill asked, both disgusted and alarmed. And apparently, of werewolves and vampires as well, said Sirius darkly. Lupin got confirmation. And it's not just a rumor. The werewolves I can believe, especially Fenrir and his pack. But vampires? Arthur asked, frowning. Their leader was killed recently. The new one's a fool with a thirst for power. He wants to use the chaos to expand his numbers, or hit the wizarding world while it's vulnerable, Frank explained, grim. According to Hagrid, the giants have also vanished. It's likely they've been recruited as well, Moody added. We can't allow Voldemort to return. But while we work to prevent that, we must prepare. If they're building an army, so must we. What about the kids? They'll be coming home soon. If war breaks out, I want them at Hogwarts, at least there, Einar can protect them, said Molly, her voice shaking slightly. Don't worry. There's already a plan in motion, said Sirius, glancing toward the fireplace. A safe zone will be created within Hogwarts, and Einar will protect it. Alone. Everyone fell silent. We know he's strong, but maybe we should send backup. If they're all going to be gathered there, it's obvious they'll try to attack, Arthur said cautiously. No need, said an unexpected voice as a figure stepped out of the fireplace, cloaked in green ash. Charlie Weasley smiled, brushing dust off his robes. We already brought the only help he said he needed. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Molly rushed to embrace him, relief and joy written all over her face. Were you seriously just waiting in Romania for the perfect dramatic entrance? Tonks asked, smirking. Something like that, Charlie replied with a grin, as everyone began gathering around him, surprised, but glad he was back. Chapter 128, The Final Feast. The Final Feast. The farewell dinner took place in the Great Hall, where all the students gathered to celebrate the end of another school year. The next day, the Hogwarts Express would take them home, but tonight, the castle hummed with energy, small celebrations breaking out in every corner among groups of friends. In particular, two red-headed twins stood out. They had nearly dropped out halfway through the year, but thanks to Einar's return, they found a reason to stay. Since then, they had teamed up with Lars and spent the entire day running through the halls, scheming who knows what sort of mischief. But one thing was certain, they were planning something unforgettable. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Einar was walking with steady steps toward the headmaster's office. After so long, he would finally meet Dumbledore face to face. They hadn't even crossed paths since their last encounter. Einar entered with his usual calm. It had been weeks since he stopped wearing his mask inside the castle, a subtle but significant sign that he was slowly opening up to this world. However, he still wore the pendant in his ear, a small artifact that altered his voice, improved through this world's alchemy. A blend of Nordic magic and modern enchantments that had served him well. Professor Einar, please, take a seat, Dumbledore said from behind his desk, his expression void of emotion, as though he were struggling to hold himself together. Einar studied him for a few seconds, immediately sensing that the headmaster's grip on sanity was hanging by a thread. Then he sat down with ease, as if facing an old acquaintance, even if that familiarity came with pain. You don't have much time left, Einar said bluntly. Yes. I've noticed, Dumbledore replied. For a moment, a different light flickered in his eyes. It was as if a war raged within him, a brutal, relentless battle against his own mind. A battle he knew he would lose. Get to the point. I still have to catch my little troublemakers. They're scattered all over the castle. Wonderful children, Dumbledore murmured, with the faintest hint of a smile. You were a remarkable father. And mentor. I truly envy you. He paused for a moment. Then I'll be direct. Horace Slughorn. He can confirm whether there were truly 7 Horcruxes. That question still haunts us. I tried to make him talk, but the memory he gave me is strange. He's a master of occlumency, so it wouldn't be surprising if he altered what really happened. He's an old friend, and I don't want to hurt him. Not like this. I shouldn't be near him anymore. And why are you telling me this? You should be informing the order. No. I've already given the command. From now on, I am no longer the head or the leader. And if they hear any instruction from me, they are to ignore it. Trust nothing I say. If they find me somewhere, it won't be me anymore. Dumbledore lowered his gaze for a moment. Then, with a quiet voice, he added. I'll try to stay away as much as possible, Einar. But if I return, you know I won't be myself. I'll be a danger. To the students. To everyone. He looked up. For a moment, his eyes pleaded. If you see me again, kill me. For everyone's safety. Don't hesitate. Do it. Einar stared at him for a long second. All right, he replied simply. Then Dumbledore picked up his wand and gently laid it on the desk. This is yours. I don't know what I was thinking that day, but in the end, I couldn't go through with it. It barely obeys me anymore. Surrendering to you was never an option, it was just foolishness on my part. During my fight with Tom, I had to use a backup wand. All my plans fell apart. I have no reason to keep this anymore. Einar took the Elder Wand, studying it briefly before tucking it away without ceremony. I know you're not fond of using wands, Dumbledore said with a sigh. But you should give it a chance. After all, you more than anyone understand how useful it is to blend magic from both worlds. He glanced at Einar's enchanted pendant one last time, admiring that impossible fusion of alchemy and arcane spellwork. Anything else? Einar asked. I don't know how much longer you'll stay in our world, but I spoke with McGonagall. I asked her to train you as the next headmaster. Of course, only if you want the job. Having someone who truly cares about the students, someone who would even declare war on the ministry to protect them, would be madness not to consider. I'll think about it, said Einar, rising to his feet and walking toward the door. And Einar, it was fun having you as a professor while I was still headmaster. You unraveled every one of my plans so easily, that you managed to give this old brain of mine a little energy again. Energy that used to be wasted on useless theories. Thank you for stopping me. Then he added, almost in a whisper. Tell your daughter to take care of Fawkes, please. Einar left without another word. The door closed behind him. And the moment it did, Dumbledore let out a strained groan, clutching his head before collapsing to his knees. His body crawled toward the nearby fireplace, where a flash of green light filled the office in an ominous glow. Meanwhile, Einar walked through the castle halls without looking back. He glanced with mild interest at the wand in his hand before tucking it into his bag like it was just another tool. In the distance, he spotted Avento strolling calmly down the corridor, nose buried in a massive spellbook. The boy hadn't had much time to be a proper student, but he had dedicated himself day and night to learning every bit of magic he could. Sensing his father's gaze, Avento looked up. Their eyes met for a moment. Father, he said with a solemn nod. It's time to pack for home, Einar said in a calm tone, glancing around the candlelit corridor. You bought a house here? Asked Avento, eyes still half-fixed on the book in his hands. I did, Einar replied. Where's your sister? And the others? Avento lifted his gaze for a second, mentally going through a list. Sophie is harassing the librarian's assistant. I assume she's already planning a date for you, be careful. And with Lucia doing the same to that girl you're training. I'd say you need to be twice as careful. Einar raised an eyebrow. And the rest? Blaise is throwing a party with the kids he trained. I saw him carry Mead, and Samuel, for emergency healing. Ailsan took his group fishing, in the middle of the night. They'll only catch a cold, if you ask me. Lars is with the so-called Weasley twins, preparing something. Sissel fell asleep after dinner. And Roar went looking for the giant, Hagrid. Apparently, he wants one last battle. Einar let out a soft sigh, though a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. If you see them, tell them we're leaving tomorrow. Of course, father, Avento replied before walking off, eyes already back in his book as if it were the climax of an adventure novel. Einar resumed his walk through the halls, until a sudden explosion of color made him pause. The night sky above Hogwarts had erupted in a show of magical fireworks. Bursts of light painted the heavens with glowing words like thank you, see you soon, and long live free magic. He understood instantly, the Weasley twins. Every corner of the castle was bathed in that symphony of color and light. Some professors shook their heads, tired but resigned. Others, like Flitwick, clapped in delight. Students shouted, laughed, embraced one another. And Filch, poor Filch was sprinting back and forth with a bucket of water, trying in vain to extinguish the unextinguishable. Einar stopped to watch it all, his eyes reflecting a blend of interest and quiet nostalgia. They better enjoy it, he murmured to himself, arms crossed as he looked at the sky. Once they leave Hogwarts, the real battle begins, protecting this peace. But they're ready. I made sure of it. And if they ever need me, they just have to call. With a faint smile, the Dragonborn walked on, his steps lighter now. In a quiet, tucked-away corner of the library, Sophie was hard at work crafting a complex plan titled, How to Win the Dragon's Heart. Her sharp gaze lingered on Fleur, who was finishing her tasks as assistant librarian. The Vila turned and offered a gentle smile, unaware that the little girl was drafting the opening moves of a romantic campaign with military precision. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the castle, Lucia had completely forgotten her original plans. She was laughing with Hermione under the shimmering sky, catching each fireworks glow in her wide, joyful eyes. Because even in the middle of a war, there must be space for romance. Even if the author isn't particularly good at writing it. And now, at long last, it begins. Season 3, Race into Darkness. The board is nearly complete. 2 Horcruxes remain. 1, everyone knows where it is, though no one says it out loud. But the last one, the last is the real mystery. The one that will decide the future. Who will find it first? Harry and his group. The Ministry of Magic. The good guys pretending to be bad, or the bad guys disguised as good. The race has begun. And in the midst of this madness, grave robbers who turn corpses into weapons just for fun, chaotic new players who entered this world uninvited, and a ruthless enemy who cares for nothing but watching the world burn. Sheogorath is surely already celebrating with a goblet of madness in hand. This is not a battle. It is a dance with chaos. And no one knows who will take the final step. But not everything is darkness. Because while the world wavers, another conflict is igniting in the shadows. One far more dangerous. More emotional. More lethal. Einar has grown. And so have his suitors. Now that both sides are truly of age, it's time to get moving. Who do you think will win? The intelligence and fire of Hermione? Or the charm and passion of Fleur? The war for the Dragonborn's heart has begun. Chapter 129, Fanaticism and Betrayal. Fanaticism and Betrayal. On the second floor of Sirius Black's house, in an improvised office the Order of the Phoenix had adapted for investigations, the air was thick with frustration. Open scrolls, maps floating with tracking enchantments, and a magical board covered in red threads filled the space. Tonks had a quill in her mouth and a deep frown as she flipped through dusty documents. Cedric, more focused, stood in front of the board, connecting dots with mechanical patience. It looked like a punishment meant for misbehaving students. Sometimes I wonder if Moody actually hates us. Tonks muttered, taking the quill out of her mouth. He gives us all the most annoying work while everyone else is out there chasing real leads. At least we're not knee-deep in some cursed swamp like Shacklebolt, said Cedric, pinning another marker onto the map. Although, honestly, I'm not sure which punishment is worse. Then, without warning, a female voice cut through the room. What are you doing? Tonks and Cedric jumped and turned quickly. At the door stood Runa, calmly eating an apple, chewing slowly as if nothing were out of place. Runa. I told you not to do that. You're going to give me a heart attack. Tonks groaned, clutching her chest. Tisk, TSK. If I were a real assassin, you'd be dead already, Runa said casually. You are an assassin, Cedric muttered without looking at her, still drawing lines across the board. Aren't your brothers arriving today? Asked Tonks, folding her arms. Shouldn't you be getting ready for their big welcome? Then you clearly don't know how brothers behave, at least not ones raised in the frozen lands of Skyrim. Runa smiled with a hint of sarcasm. I'm pretty sure the moment they see me, they'll want to fight. Probably with swords. Your brothers actually do that? Fight you for fun? Tonks asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Even Master Einar wasn't spared. They sought him once and attacked him without even saying, hello. That was their way of showing respect. Runa dropped into a chair like it was her personal throne. So, what are you two doing? Work no one else wants, Tonks replied with a groan. Moody has this lovely habit of making us go through maps, books, and build timelines. And if we make a single mistake, even a missing accent mark, he makes us start over from scratch. Reminds me of my training with Nazir, Runa said, biting into her apple again. I had to trace a target's daily routine, where they ate, what time they slept, who they spoke to, whether they had enemies or powerful friends. Everything mattered. Even if they were cowards, if their best friend was a skilled warrior, the bounty would increase. You had to consider all their allies. Tonks gave her a dry look. You do realize you're telling all this to an Auror, right? I never killed anyone. I was just trained, in case I ever needed to protect my brothers. Runa shrugged like she was commenting on the weather. That's still pretty extreme. Though I always preferred Babette's style. She acted like a 10-year-old girl, and just when you least expected it, bam, she'd strike. Then she'd go back to being an adorable little girl, with blood on her robes. Cedric blinked. She acted 10. Babette is a vampire. She always says she's over 300, but honestly, she behaves like a spoiled child. Tonks, still skeptical, returned to the previous point. Wait, did you say Nazir made you train like that as a routine? Yes, connecting points. I did it so many times it became automatic. Now, when I see someone, I notice who they talk to most, who they like, whether that person likes them back, and how strong their friends are. You never know if you'll have to face the whole group. Cedric glanced at her sideways. You're weird. And you're boring, Runa shot back with a grin. Tonks sighed, pushing some papers to the center of the table. Alright then, let's do it properly. Let's show that paranoid old man we can actually analyze things. We have to do it anyway, Cedric grumbled, continuing to jot down notes with clear irritation. Runa leaned toward the board, tilting her head. Why are you writing fanatic on every single spot? Literally. Every one. Moody made me redo the whole thing last time because of that, Tonks said, grabbing the eraser with resignation. There's just no better word to describe Bellatrix's madness, Cedric defended, rubbing his temples. Runa shrugged. Then if she's that much of a fanatic, why are you looking for hidden places? A fanatic doesn't hide what her master gave her. She shows it off. That sentence froze the room. Tonks frowned. Are you talking about her Gringotts vault? Dumbledore already found the cup there. He even fought the goblins to get it. That cup. She didn't even know what it was. But the locket, she asked for it specifically. She protected it like a treasure. So her master must have entrusted it to her. And what would a fanatic do with something that holds her master's soul? Cedric's eyes widened as the realization hit him. She'd display it. Or put it up like a trophy. Tonks looked at him seriously. You mean? Bellatrix, knowing her master's soul was inside that object, placed it somewhere it could be venerated, but also protected, in case it was ever needed to bring him back. A place that fulfills both, Cedric replied, walking toward the maps marked with connections to the Black family. He ran his fingers over one in particular, between red lines and magical annotations. What's this place? He asked, pointing at an old manor southwest of London. Tonks frowned when she saw the name. My foolish grandfather's mansion, Cygnus Black. He disowned my mother when she married my father. He lived there until he died in 92. Then Narcissa, my aunt and last heir, claimed it, but since she moved to the United States after the Dark Lord fell, most of the mansions were put up for sale by Gringotts. Cedric looked up. So that was Bellatrix Lestrange's father's house. Yes. Technically, yes. Which means her childhood room could still be intact, Cedric deduced. Tonks widened her eyes. You think she hid it there? In a place she lived in as a child? If it was a sacred trophy to her, it makes sense. Cedric was already putting on his jacket and fastening his wand and daggers to his belt. Let the others know. But we go first. If that place is connected to Bellatrix, it has to be protected, or worse, watched. I'm going with you, said Runa, standing up calmly. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Besides, if there are magical traps, I might even enjoy myself. The three of them left the office in a hurry, rushing down the stairs of the old house. Hey! I'm making the welcome dinner, shouted Molly from the kitchen, sleeves rolled up, a large bubbling pot behind her. But when she saw the serious faces of Tonks, Cedric, and Runa, she froze. What's going on? She asked firmly. Tonks quickly handed her several papers. Mrs. Molly, alert everyone. We believe the piece might be in the old Cygnus Black mansion. The address is on this map. Tell them to hurry. Before Molly could reply, Tonks was already stepping into the fireplace. Cygnus Black mansion, she called out. A flash of green fire swallowed her, and she vanished. Runa and Cedric followed, leaving behind only a faint scent of ash in the air. Molly pressed her lips together, smoothed her robe, and rushed to the meeting room. There, a massive orb floated half a meter off the floor. It measured a full meter in diameter and was etched with magical communication runes. The orb glowed at the touch of her wand, and dozens of faces began to appear across its surface, layered one atop another, members of the order scattered across the country, all connected through their own orbs. Tonks and Cedric found something. Molly announced. Hurry. Here's the address. She dictated the location clearly as the others nodded with serious expressions. But in the middle of all the faces, one caught her attention. Ron Weasley, she exclaimed sharply. What are you doing with one of the orbs? Ron swallowed on the other end of the connection. Sorry, Mum, it's the one Sirius dropped. I haven't returned it yet. Turn it off right now. And don't say a word to anyone about this, you hear me? Yes, Mum. Don't worry. Ron said before disappearing from the connection. Molly stared at the spot where his face had been, her brow furrowed. Harry, Hermione, and the others never said anything about Ron being the one who sent the false signal that led them to the Ministry, thinking Sirius was in danger. He did it out of fear. To protect his family. Perhaps, because of old friendship, they let him live with the guilt in silence. Fred, George, and Ginny kept quiet too. After all, he was their brother. But maybe they should have doubted him sooner. Because the Ron walking among them now was no longer the same Ron they once knew. Meanwhile, on the Hogwarts Express. In a quiet compartment, Harry, Hermione, and Neville were talking in low voices, happy to be going home. Next to them, Lucia had fallen asleep mid-conversation, lying across the seat, lightly drooling while hugging a pillow. Keep your voices down, Hermione whispered, smiling fondly at the sight. Just then, the compartment door slid open. Hello, Professor, Hermione greeted when she saw Einar. Enjoy the trip. I'll take her to her brother's so you can chat in peace, Einar said, as calm as always. With smooth movements, he picked up Lucia in his arms. The little one didn't even stir, asleep like a fairy tale princess. Her hair fluttered slightly as Einar walked down the corridor. Hermione watched him for a moment, almost absent-mindedly. Harry noticed. What? She asked when she saw his look. You can't be jealous of an 11-year-old, Harry teased with a restrained laugh. Hermione softly hit him on the arm as Neville tried not to laugh too loudly. In the hallway, Einar walked calmly, nodding at the students who recognized him. Most of them greeted him back in silence, seeing the sleeping girl in his arms. Then he passed a compartment at the far end. Inside, Ron Weasley sat alone, staring out the window. Einar glanced at him briefly as he passed. Ron looked up and gave him a calm smile. A peaceful smile. But once Einar turned the corner and was out of sight, Ron lowered his gaze to his hand. He was holding the magical communication orb. And his lips curled into a different kind of smile. A mocking one. Almost filled with contempt. Chapter 130, The Black Locket, Part 1, Shadows and Storms. The Black Locket, Part 1, Shadows and Storms. After a burst of green light, Runa, Cedric, and Tonks emerged one after the other from the fireplace. Around them, the shadow-drenched mansion seemed to be holding its breath. Dust floated in the air, and only the crunch of their boots disturbed the heavy silence. Tonks raised her wand and, with a flick, the candles lit up one by one, revealing a wide hall decorated with moldy tapestries and furniture covered in sheets. Is it normal for there to be no protections? Cedric asked, wand at the ready, his eyes scanning every corner with suspicion. Technically, the goblins are the owners now, Tonks replied. They probably disabled the barriers to try and sell the place quickly. They began exploring the mansion, each taking a different direction without straying too far. They passed through silent rooms, dusty hallways, and creaking stairs. Finally, after opening door after door, they found one that stood out, a heavy black door, covered in scratch marks and with the name, Bellatrix, carved by hand in fury. Runa pushed the door open slowly. The room seemed to swallow the light. The walls, the ceiling, the immense bed, everything was painted black. Even the air felt denser. At the far end, inside a display cabinet alongside old Hogwarts trophies, rested a simple but striking object, a golden locket, gleaming as if untouched by time. Well. That was way too easy to be real, said Cedric with a half-smile, stepping forward and reaching out his hand. If you don't want to die, you'd better not touch it, Runa warned immediately. Her dry tone made Cedric freeze mid-step. Do you really think Bellatrix would leave something this important unguarded? Maybe this is all just a setup so some overconfident fool grabs it and dies for being naive. Cedric scoffed, but drew his wand and cast a few detection spells. The locket didn't move. Didn't react. All right, point for you, he admitted, turning to Tonks. Do you know how to break curses? I'm an Auror, not a curse breaker, she replied, crossing her arms. I chase criminals, not curse trinkets. Cedric looked at Runa with a raised brow. You really expect me to know how to undo the magic of your world? I barely understand how this house works, she said, clearly sarcastic. Then we'll have to wait for the others, Cedric muttered with resignation. Wait, How long have we been here? Tonks suddenly asked, frowning. About 10 minutes since we entered, Cedric estimated. And we got here instantly using the flow network, Runa added, her expression growing darker. The others, even if farther away, could have operat. They should be here by now. They rushed back to the main hall. Tonks knelt in front of the fireplace, but the embers were completely extinguished. The flow network was disconnected, she murmured. She tried to apparate, but nothing happened. Shaking her head, she confirmed what they were all beginning to suspect. We've walked into a trap, Runa said, drawing 2 black daggers from her belt. At that moment, Tonks's communication orb warmed in her pocket. She pulled it out, and Moody's face appeared within the swirling glow. Tonks. Defensive mode. Apparition is blocked, likely due to wards. We'll meet in the neighboring village and fly from there. Be careful. Tonks nodded seriously and pocketed the orb. Without hesitation, Cedric ran to the windows and began levitating heavy furniture to block possible entry points. This place is too big to defend entirely. Let's find a tactical point to hold, Runa instructed. The 3 of them rushed back upstairs. They sealed the windows and Cedric blasted the staircase apart with a precise spell. Then they reinforced every entrance with more furniture and protective charms. Runa fell silent for a moment, standing still in the middle of the hallway, eyes fixed on the ceiling. They're here, she whispered. An explosion rocked the mansion and part of the wall collapsed. Cedric reacted instantly, conjuring a wall of ice to block the breach. More explosions echoed throughout the house. I wasn't supposed to interfere in your missions, Runa said as she pulled up her hood. But I suppose I'll stay a little longer. She hurled one of her daggers toward the staircase just as an enemy appeared to repair it. The blade pierced his chest cleanly before he could cast a single spell. Another explosion tore through an outer wall. Tonks peeked through the opening, and her eyes widened in shock. Dozens of them, coming from the forest, and they're all zombies. Robed ones. I hope Moody and the others hurry, she muttered, beginning to reconstruct the wall with her wand. Each time a barricade was breached, Tonks and Cedric quickly rebuilt it. Meanwhile, Runa held the front lines, throwing daggers with deadly accuracy and stopping any attempt to climb up. A guttural roar shattered the moment. The ground shook violently. Runa turned just in time to shove Tonks out of the way as a massive wooden club crashed through a side wall, splintering stone and plaster alike. A troll had arrived. Runa didn't hesitate. She sprinted toward it and leapt into the air. Mid-flight, she drove both daggers into its eyes, sending the beast crashing backward with a shriek of pain. The move didn't go unnoticed. All nearby zombies turned their wands toward her. She vanished in a blink, reappearing behind them as a blur of shadow. Heads began to roll. Tonks and Cedric covered her from the broken wall, firing rapid, precise spells. Cedric summoned the aura of Stender, forcing the undead to recoil temporarily under its sacred light. Fire Atronak, he shouted. A flaming figure erupted at his side, immediately unleashing waves of fire across the battlefield. The stench of burning, rotting flesh filled the air. You know, said Tonks between spells, I once escaped to the muggle world and watched a film called Night of the Living Dead. Cedric gave her a look. This is starting to feel just like it. Cedric barely had time to raise a chunk of stone with magic before a killing curse streaked toward Tonks. The spell slammed into the makeshift shield, shattering it into 1,000 fragments. Tonks instinctively staggered back, brushing the dust from her face. You know this isn't the time for storytelling, said Cedric, his face streaked with soot, his expression one of pure focus. Then you lot better start training me like one of yours, if we make it out alive, Tonks replied, her eyes fixed on the relentless tide of black-robed zombies. From the forest, a second decaying troll emerged, tearing through trees with every step. Sure. I'll even invite you to watch that movie again, said Cedric, raising his wand toward the sky. An icy storm erupted instantly, freezing branches, slowing the undead, and coating the field in a slippery layer that sent zombies tumbling over one another. Better make it any other movie, Tonks quipped with a slight grin, just before the 2 of them split up to cover more ground. Cedric holstered his wand and drew an enchanted sword. With a war cry barely audible over the wind and chaos, he leapt from the balcony and landed on the battlefield. He moved like a whirlwind among the walking corpses, cleaving through them with surgical precision. Every swing was a fluid, lethal dance. Above, Tonks held her ground, firing support spells to cover her companions. Spotting a group of zombies attempting to flank from the east, she conjured a wall of fire to block their path. Several curses flew toward Cedric. He rolled across the ground, dodging two of them, then launched into the air and hurled enchanted daggers that buried themselves in his attackers' skulls. Before landing, he cast a defensive charm on himself, wrapping his body in a golden glow that absorbed the force of the incoming spells. His robes were left in tatters, but he remained standing. He hit the ground hard and surged forward without missing a beat, his sword in one hand, and his spinning daggers floating in the air, controlled by fine threads of telekinesis. They carved through limbs, disrupting the horde with ruthless precision. "Hey, try not to get bitten," Tonks shouted from the second floor while repairing part of the shattered wall. "We don't even know if you'd turn." "Not the time," Cedric growled through clenched teeth, slicing off the arm of a zombie that had lunged at him. "You might not turn, but you'll probably end up with a really nasty infection," Runa added, appearing beside him out of nowhere. Her arrival was marked by a trail of decayed heads sent flying into the air behind her. Cedric didn't answer. His focus was absolute, his movements driven by instinct and grit. Then, something new emerged on the far side of the battlefield. A spell of fire shaped itself into a dragon, gliding low across the ground and incinerating zombies in its path. Cedric spotted it instantly. This wasn't ordinary magic. His eyes traced the spell's source, a chubby man with a partially metal-covered face and a clearly alchemic arm. Unlike their other enemies, he was alive. And powerful. The closer the dragon came, the hotter it burned. The air shimmered with heat, and the ground beneath it charred with deep black scars. Cedric clenched his jaw. He released his sword and daggers, letting them hover in place, and raised his hands. Blue energy surged from his palms as he began preparing a powerful counterspell. But he never had to cast it. A torrent of water crashed down from the sky like a tidal wave, dousing the fiery beast in a hiss of steam and ash. Simultaneously, explosive spells rained down across the field, blasting zombies to pieces and shaking the earth. Cedric blinked and recognized the silhouettes descending on brooms and appearing through flashes of apparition. The Order of the Phoenix had arrived. Kingsley descended with his wand crackling with electric energy. Hestia Jones conjured barriers in every direction. Alastair Moody stormed in at the front line, launching curses with military precision, his magical eyes spinning wildly. And Alice Longbottom, barely visible at first, immediately began casting healing spells on Cedric, Runa, and Tonks as soon as she landed. Several other members remained airborne, launching attacks from their brooms, but more Death Eaters were starting to appear in the skies as well. Cedric retrieved his sword with a heavy exhale. Right on time, he muttered, bracing himself for the next phase of the battle. Chapter 131, The Black Locket, Part 2, The Path of Fire and Shadows. The Black Locket, Part 2, The Path of Fire and Shadows. As Tonks watched her allies arriving from the sky, she let out a sigh of relief just as a broom came speeding down. Sirius Black was riding it, his expression tense, and without stopping, he threw someone straight toward her. The witch barely managed to catch him in time. "Fletcher," she muttered in surprise. "This idiot knows how to unlock things and break through wards. Use him." "Grab the object quickly," Sirius said in a firm voice before spinning on his broom and skillfully defending himself from several spells flying in his direction. Tonks didn't waste a second. She grabbed Mundungus by the arm and dragged him at full speed toward Bellatrix's room. "Why are you bringing me here? I should be far away from the battlefield." Mundungus shouted, eyes wide as he saw walls exploding and spells streaking through the air like furious lightning. "The faster you do it, the faster we get out of here," Tonks replied, taking a defensive position at the door while casting basic protection spells. Her entire body was tense, ready to block whatever came through. "Tisk," Mundungus clicked his tongue as he knelt before the pedestal. His face was already drenched in sweat while he examined the magical layers protecting Slytherin's locket. "Do you have any idea how much a professional thief would charge for this?" Above them, the mansion's roof exploded as if an invisible force had torn it off entirely. Debris rained down like black hail. Instantly, the members of the Order of the Phoenix formed a defensive wall in the sky, casting spells from their brooms to hold off new enemies descending from above. The situation kept worsening. Moody positioned himself at the mansion's main entrance, wielding his staff like an extension of his body. With every swing, a burst of fire incinerated zombies that dared to cross the threshold. He looked up at the sky, his face marked with annoyance. "Humph. At least now the living are showing up," he grumbled, noticing that the reinforcements arriving on brooms weren't corpses, but Death Eaters. "What about the Ministry's men?" asked Cedric as he rushed over, his clothes soaked in dried, putrid zombie blood, but his eyes still sharp. "They're on their way. We either hold out long enough or take the damn thing and get out." "Depends on which happens first," Moody answered, never taking his eyes off the enemy. He raised his staff and unleashed a wave of fire across the field, scorching multiple undead in one sweep. Cedric nodded and dove back into the fray. He raised his hand, conjuring another fire atronach that roared to life amid the chaos. Then he drew his swords and tore through the undead with brutal precision. Moody watched him for a second and gave a silent nod of approval. Despite everything, the boy was proving to be a real warrior. Elsewhere, Bill and Arthur fought side by side on the ground, guarding the mansion's doors and windows. Meanwhile, Charlie flew above the battlefield, dodging spells with swift maneuvers while launching offensive curses from above. "Wouldn't it be easier to just call Einar?" shouted Bill, blocking a bolt of dark energy with a shield. "We can't. He's protecting the students on the train in case of an ambush," Arthur replied while reinforcing their magical defenses. "The new minister should have taken office by now. Couldn't he get rid of that stupid rule about returning by express train when we're clearly at war?" Bill muttered angrily before launching an explosion that sent 2 Death Eaters flying. Amid the battle, the crystal orb Moody carried began to heat up in his pocket. He pulled it out quickly, still casting spells with his free hand. "Moody, the werewolves and vampires are on their way." "Hurry," said Lupin from the other side of the field, his face covered in sweat and worry. "Where the hell are those ministry idiots?" Moody roared, then shouted toward the inside of the mansion. "How much longer?" 10 minutes. Mundungus yelled back from the room, not looking up as his wand continued to trace rapid patterns over the locket. "Make it 5, or we're dead." Moody shouted again. That was all it took for Mundungus to double his pace, though his face was that of a man about to collapse. "Mundungus, if you don't hurry, we'll die here." "And I don't want to die with you," snapped Tonks, blocking another spell that flew in through a window while magically rebuilding a section of the wall. The roof was completely gone, but the Order's members were still holding the aerial line. I know. I don't want to die either." Mundungus shouted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A green glow flickered across the locket. "I did it." "Then grab it and let's go," Tonks said immediately. But at that very moment, a blast of energy struck Mundungus in the chest, flinging him across the room. Tonks spun around. Right in front of her, a Death Eater had just removed an invisibility cloak and was holding the locket with a smug grin. Tonks raised her wand, ready to strike. But something strange happened. The moment the Death Eater gripped the locket tightly, a black shadow crawled up his arm like a living stain. His eyes widened in horror. Then he screamed. His hand disintegrated in seconds, followed by the rest of his body, until only ashes and a final echo of pain remained. Tonks stood frozen. "Yuwuk," groaned Mundungus from the floor, clutching his chest and still struggling to breathe. "I said I broke the barrier, not the curse on it," he muttered weakly. "You can grab it now. I just saved us a few minutes of work." "Are you sure?" Tonks asked, her tone both serious and furious. "If I die from touching it, I swear I'll come back and kill you as a ghost." Mundungus looked at her with resignation, then approached the locket and passed his wand over it several times. "It's safe. You can take it," he said at last, though he clearly had no intention of touching it himself. But Tonks now eyed him with clear distrust. "You're all idiots. This is not the time to joke around," growled Moody, who had just arrived as the others kept fighting outside. Without a word, he extended his arm and took the locket without hesitation. Tonks and Mundungus both exhaled a deep sigh. "We're leaving," Moody ordered. "I think that's going to be difficult," said Sirius as he approached on his broom, pointing around them with his wand. The air had grown cold. They were completely surrounded by Dementors. Where did so many come from? "I thought Einar had taken care of all of them." Tonks exclaimed in shock. "Do you really think it's that easy to kill something that multiplies like fungus?" Moody muttered with annoyance. And then, as if fate itself were mocking them, a new wave of enemies appeared on the horizon. "Vampires." "Bloody hell," muttered Moody through clenched teeth, watching the enemy numbers grow. But just when it seemed like all hope was lost, a new column of green light shot into the distant sky. The Ministry reinforcements had finally arrived. "It's about time," said Moody, showing a faint smile for the first time. "Regroup," he shouted, his voice rising above the chaos, rallying the order once more. He then grabbed the crystal sphere and sent his signal. A second later, the bearded face of a half-giant appeared inside the orb. It was Hagrid. "Make us a path," Moody ordered as everyone braced for one final push. Hagrid gave a solemn nod before his face vanished from the sphere. "These things are actually useful. Once this stupid war is over, those kids could become millionaires," Moody remarked, as the members of the order began regrouping. Despite the chaos, they continued to shield one another with spells, forming a living barricade. With the Ministry's reinforcements joining the battle, everything became even more destructive. A storm of spells fell from every direction, shaking the ground with their force. The order held their defensive line, backs to one another, fighting as a single unit. Then came a tremor. A deep rumble that rolled through the earth. Zombies were sent flying into the air from the rear line, like rag dolls hit by a hurricane. Everyone turned to look. And there he was. Hagrid charged forward, clad in an imposing full suit of black armor, a massive metal shield held in front of him. Every step he took crushed the ground beneath. Nothing slowed him down. Spells, explosions, fire, he barreled through it all like a magical locomotive. Only the killing curses made him duck and roll with surprising agility, and even then, he never stopped. Allies and enemies alike stared at the scene. The half-giant looked like a war colossus, a living wall smashing through the chaos. "Let's go," he said in his deep voice, turning to head back the way he came. This time, everyone ran after him. They threw up shields, blocked attacks, some turned to strike back, but no one left the path Hagrid cleared. He bulldozed through everything with sheer momentum, slamming enemies aside with his shield and sending them flying. In the midst of the charge, Hagrid raised his voice. "Give me the Horcrux. You split off. I can take the hits." Moody nodded without hesitation and tossed him the locket. "Split up. Now," he barked. The group scattered in multiple directions. Some members of the order pretended to guard Moody, making it appear as though he still carried the Horcrux. It was a tactical distraction, and it worked. Several enemy units chased the decoys while the others disappeared into the chaos. Cedric, Runa, and Tonks stayed close to Hagrid, covering him with protection spells as he carried the real target. After several minutes of intense running, brief skirmishes, and close calls, the group managed to gain some ground. Thanks to Runa, who mercilessly eliminated anyone who got too close, they finally caught a moment's breath. They hid within a forest, concealed beneath the thick canopy. "Ah, that was way too much adrenaline for one day," Tonks groaned, collapsing onto the ground, arms dangling. Runa, on the other hand, remained on her feet, sharp-eyed and alert. She usually behaved with a carefree attitude, but when she was on the job, she became something else entirely. In battle, she was serious. Focused. "How are you holding up, Hagrid?" asked Cedric, glancing at the half-giant, who was breathing heavily. "I'm all right. The armor Einar gave me is still as amazing as ever," Hagrid replied with a small smile, though his breaths were labored. Even for him, wearing that much heavy armor while sprinting at full speed was no small feat. "Damn, the anti-apparition wards are still up. Did these bastards put barriers all over the bloody city?" muttered Tonks, glaring at the sky. "Keep moving. We don't want to get caught again," Cedric said, unrolling a map and scanning the terrain. "There's a village a few kilometers ahead. Let's go. If we make it in time, we can use the Flu network to escape," he added. The others nodded in agreement. They quickly picked up the pace, jogging swiftly toward the village. "Someone's coming," Runa warned, suddenly looking up at the sky. Everyone stopped and raised their wands, ready to fight. But as the figures approached, Tonks lowered hers with a sigh of relief. "They're Aurors from the Ministry," she said. "I recognize them." 5 witches and wizards landed near the group. "We're from the Ministry. Give us the Horcrux. We'll keep it safe," one of them said without delay. "How do you know we have it?" asked Cedric, his voice tense, eyes locked on them. "We didn't, but now we do," the man replied, just before firing a spell. All 5 attacked simultaneously. "Spies," Tonks muttered, stepping back and conjuring a shield. But it wasn't necessary. Runa stepped forward and, with a single motion, all 5 collapsed unconscious. Tonks, Cedric, and Hagrid stared at her in stunned silence for a moment. "I poisoned them the moment they said Horcrux," Runa said matter-of-factly. "Let's go." Without wasting time, she sprinted ahead. The others followed. If one false team had found them, more would surely come. As they ran, a man appeared in the path ahead. He saw them and opened his mouth to shout. Runa sped up, ready to silence him. But before she reached him, a spell struck the man's back, knocking him flat. Remus Lupin emerged from behind a tree. The werewolves are coming from this side. You should go right, he said without meeting their eyes. He then knelt beside the fallen man and, with a silent spell, buried him into the earth. The group nodded and continued along the new path. Once they were far enough, Lupin raised his wand and launched a green flare into the sky. It was a signal. A call. Moments later, the werewolves would respond. And just like the Order had planned, they would be chasing the wrong trail. Lupin didn't look back. He knew what was at stake. His role was clear: guide them away, so the real Horcrux could escape. Meanwhile, at King's Cross Station, Einar stood still, his face unreadable. Around him lay several lifeless bodies, all dressed in dark robes. The area is secure. No more enemies, Avento reported as he approached, adjusting the black rune-covered glove on his hand. His brothers were gathering at different points of the platform, all wearing the same steely expression. Let the students disembark, Einar said quietly. The immediate threat had passed. But the war was only beginning. From the far end of the platform, Luna and Ginny came running, both visibly shaken. Professor, we can't find Ron, said Ginny, her voice filled with dread. Ongoing. This audiobook is in progress and stopped at chapter 131. Xuanhuan members can request an update in the following update/request post.